Chapter 1, A System Awaits. In Jiangcheng, within a second-tier normal university, Chen Zhibai sat in the cafeteria, his mind adrift. His gaze appeared fixed on the plate of rice before him, yet it was actually drawn to a line of text visible only to him: Godly Rich System Loading Progress, 98. This line had materialized before him unexpectedly the previous night, and after some experimentation, he confirmed that he was the sole recipient of this revelation. Thus, he was on the brink of acquiring a system, a godly rich system, no less. Excitement coursed through him. Having perused countless novels about such systems, he understood the implications they bore. It symbolized wealth and effortless accumulation of riches. Since that fateful night, his heart had been aflame with anticipation. However, the loading bar progressed at a glacial pace, barely inching to 98 by noon the following day. He pondered how long it would take to complete the godly rich system. Chen Zhibai felt a surge of hope. He was of ordinary appearance and modest means, his life a tapestry of mediocrity woven from the experiences shared by 99 of the world's populace, unremarkable and insignificant. He had contemplated his future while attending this second-tier normal university, now merely a month into his freshman year. Upon graduation in 4 years, he envisioned himself securing a job with a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Given the housing prices in Jiangcheng, a burgeoning first-tier city, it might take over a decade to amass enough for a down payment on a dilapidated property. Such a life was not without merit. Many ordinary individuals traverse this path, toiling tirelessly for a handful of silver. Yet, the thought of such a future often left him feeling discontent. Who wouldn't yearn for a better life? Who wouldn't desire wealth? He had once believed such aspirations were beyond his grasp, but now, with the godly rich system on the horizon, his once mundane existence was poised for transformation. As he mused over these thoughts, he glanced once more at the loading panel. Still 98, no change. Sighing, he suppressed his impatience, ready to take a bite of his meal when a voice interrupted him. "Hey, Lao Chun, you're here at the cafeteria too? Perfect, let's share a table." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Zhibai looked up to see his roommate Zhou Hao, accompanied by his girlfriend Liu. Zhou, a local, hailed from a well-off family and, being somewhat handsome, had managed to secure a girlfriend from the Economics and Trade Department within a mere month of the semester's start. He was the first in their dorm to enter a relationship, often boasting about it. From Chen Zhibai's perspective, Liu was indeed attractive, qualifying her as a petite beauty. As he acknowledged Zhou Hao and Liu, he noticed a stunning girl standing beside them. He blinked in surprise, for this girl was exceptionally beautiful, eclipsing even Liu, who herself was quite lovely. Not only was she striking, but she also possessed a keen fashion sense. Clad in a sleeveless white blouse that accentuated her curves, the shirt was tucked into a pair of denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, both straight and radiant. Her legs surpassed many seen on social media, entirely devoid of filters or enhancements, a refreshing authenticity in stark contrast to the often distorted portrayals online. In summary, this girl radiated brightness and beauty. Chen Zhibai's gaze lingered momentarily before returning to the scene, where Zhou Hao had already seated himself alongside Liu. "Lao Chen, this is my girlfriend's roommate, Lu Meng. She's joining us for lunch today," Zhou Hao introduced, gesturing toward Lu Meng. "What do you think? Isn't my roommate stunning? Meng is still single, you know. If you're interested, I can help you out," Liu chimed in with a playful smile. However, her words were merely a jest. She harbored no belief that Chen Zhibai could win Lu Meng's affection. After all, Lu Meng's beauty and figure were undeniable, rendering Liu, who considered herself attractive, somewhat overshadowed in comparison. With the semester still fresh, several male students were vying for Lu Meng's attention, not to mention the upperclassmen from the second and third years who were also pursuing her. The boys who dared to express interest were far from lacking in qualifications. In contrast, Liu considered Chen Zhibai to be at a distinct disadvantage. Firstly, he was not particularly handsome, merely of average looks. Secondly, his family's circumstances were less than ideal. She had heard from Zhou Hao that Chen Zhibai's parents had lost their jobs years ago and now ran a small convenience store, earning only a few thousand yuan annually. In summary, he possessed no advantages. She found it hard to believe Lu Meng would ever be interested in him. "You're just playing matchmaker for fun," Zhou Hao chuckled, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. To be candid, he felt a sense of superiority over Chen Zhibai. Why? Because he was a local, and his family owned 2 apartments, one for personal use and another designated as his future marital home. Although modest at 90 square meters, its market value exceeded 2 million yuan, a sum many could only dream of accumulating in a lifetime. Thus, he regarded Chen Zhibai with a sense of superiority, yet he himself dared not pursue Lu Meng. As he contemplated this, he glanced at her radiant features, followed by a quick survey of her long legs beneath her denim shorts. Initially, he had entertained the notion of courting Lu Meng, but upon assessing his own standing, he opted for a safer bet with Li Yu instead. What do you mean playing matchmaker? I think Chen Zhibai is quite good. Meng, what do you think? Li Yu turned to Lu Meng with a smile. Lu Meng glanced at Chen Zhibai, then returned her gaze to Li Yu. Just eat your meal. Your chatter won't fill your stomach, she replied, her tone unmistakably clear. Her implication was evident: mind your own business and focus on your meal. Li Yu picked up on the underlying message but was not surprised this outcome had been anticipated. If Lu Meng were genuinely interested in Chen Zhibai, it would have certainly caught her off guard. Nonetheless, if it had come to pass, it would have been a stroke of fortune for her. She would have had an advantage over her boyfriend. But that was clearly out of the question. No worries, Chen Zhibai. Although you and Meng may not have a future, I can introduce you to other girls who will certainly help you find a partner, Li Yu reassured him. While she had no intention of facilitating any introductions, she found pleasure in uttering flattering words. After all, compliments required no monetary investment and effortless endeavor. Lao Chen, don't fret. You have 4 years of university ahead of you. You'll definitely find a girlfriend like I did. But finding one as beautiful as my girlfriend will be a tall order, Zhou Hao added, boasting with a hint of pride. Although he dared not pursue Lu Meng, his relationship with Li Yu, who he considered a petite beauty, was still commendable provided she was not compared to Lu Meng. He was confident that even if Chen Zhibai managed to find a girlfriend, she would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Li Yu. This was an absolute certainty. Chapter 2. Where does the confidence stem from? Just sweet talk, aren't you? Li Yu playfully swatted Zhou Hao's arm, feigning annoyance, though she secretly relished his words. I'm not sweet-talking, I genuinely believe you're beautiful. Zhou Hao seized the opportunity to declare his loyalty, clasping her hand. Yet, his eyes couldn't resist stealing glances at Lu Meng, a pang of regret swelling within him. If only his family's wealth were more substantial, he might have dared to pursue Lu Meng. Those long legs were simply too enticing. Keep your hands to yourself, we're not that intimate yet, Li Yu chastised. Although she had agreed to date Zhou Hao, they had yet to hold hands, as she wanted to maintain an air of challenge. What's there to fear? We're legitimate boyfriend and girlfriend, Zhou Hao replied unabashedly. Chen Zhibai paid no heed to their banter, focusing solely on his meal. Truth be told, no one was aware of the newfound confidence coursing through him, bolstered by the system at his side. Although the system had yet to fully activate, Chen Zhibai was already acutely aware that financial scarcity would no longer be a concern. Thus, he truly possesses confidence and composure. As for a girlfriend? He is unlikely to lack one in the future. Chen Zhibai lowered his head to eat, while Lu Meng instinctively glanced at Chen Zhibai instead of looking at Zhou Hao and Li Yu. From her perspective, Chen Zhibai appeared quite ordinary in terms of appearance, height, and family background. Yet, she could discern that he exuded a remarkable sense of confidence. This confidence is palpable. For instance, when two individuals enter a luxury store, one wealthy and the other not, the wealthy one radiates an air of self-assurance and grace, whereas the less fortunate one tends to bow their head, lacking that same assurance. Upon observing Chen Zhibai's undeniable confidence, Lu Meng felt a deep sense of confusion and curiosity. Where did this confidence stem from? As a roommate of Li Yu, she had overheard Zhou Hao discussing Chen Zhibai's family circumstances during their nightly phone calls. Hence, she pondered the source of his self-assuredness. After casting one more glance at Chen Zhibai, she shook her head and chose not to dwell on it further. It was none of her concern. As Chen Zhibai neared the end of his meal, he noticed a loading progress bar visible only to him, which suddenly jumped to 100. Upon reaching this milestone, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing, "Ding! The God of Wealth system has been successfully activated. The host is Chen Zhibai. The host can currently extract cash of 1,000 yuan daily, in renminbi. Note, the source of system funds is reliable and will not be discovered by the state or individuals. Please use it boldly and confidently." The system's voice was mechanical, yet Chen Zhibai's heartbeat quickened. Receiving 1,000 yuan daily? That amounts to 30,000 yuan a month and 360,000 yuan a year. This exceeds the salaries of many in society, and it is free mañana labor required, no early mornings or late nights. The system was indeed generous. Chen Zhibai felt his heart race as he subdued his excitement, ready to withdraw the 1,000 yuan. Regardless of the reasoning, the lack of visible funds left him somewhat uneasy. System, withdraw today's 1,000 yuan. He silently recited, and with his utterance, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Dear customer, hello. Your agricultural bank account ending in 6699 has received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Your current balance is 1,576 yuan. The money had been credited. After glancing at the bank notification on his phone, a wave of reassurance washed over him, followed closely by exhilaration. The system was genuine. Ding! A slight crack has been detected on the host's phone screen. As the future god of wealth, how can you continue using such a device? The following tasks are now available. A. Choose to replace your old phone by selecting this option. The host can receive the following rewards. 1. A cash reward of 10,000 yuan. 2. A car lottery card note. Upon using this card, the host will randomly receive a car valued between 200,000 and 1 million yuan. Note 2. The host must purchase a new phone before using the car lottery card. B. Choose not to replace the phone. The host will receive the title of frugal expert. Note, wearing this title will make everyone who sees the host perceive them as stingy. The system's voice echoed once more. Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. Was the system serious about these two options? It was an obvious choice. Any fool would opt for A, to replace the phone. The cash reward of 10,000 yuan alone made it worthwhile, allowing him to acquire a new phone without spending his own money. Moreover, aside from the cash reward, the car lottery card was even more enticing. Choosing to replace the phone would grant him a chance to win a car worth between 200,000 and 1 million yuan. The minimum guarantee was a 200,000 yuan vehicle. If fortune favored him, he could end up with a luxury car worth 1 million yuan. This was an opportunity presented without cost. What of option B? The so-called title of frugal expert was utterly trivial. I choose option R. Place the phone. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai conveyed his decision to the system. Ding! The host has selected option A. The cash reward of 10,000 yuan has been credited to the host's bank account. Buzz. His phone vibrated again. The 10,000 yuan had been received. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Chen Zhibai took a moment to compose himself and examined his phone. Indeed, the screen bore a slight crack, but it did not significantly hinder its functionality. The brand was Huawei, a gift from his family during his second year of high school. Initially, after his college entrance examination, his family had planned to buy him a new phone, but he declined, believing the current one was still usable. His parents had lost their jobs years ago, and although they now ran a small convenience store, business was not thriving. He did not wish to burden them further. But now, there was no need for hesitation. He would simply replace it. Not only would he acquire a new phone for himself, but he would also receive a guarantee of at least a 200,000 yuan car, an undeniable bargain. Furthermore, he wouldn't have to spend a single penny on the phone itself. As for which phone to choose, Chen Zhibai contemplated and decided to stick with Huawei, as he was accustomed to it. Old Chen, after we finish eating, shall we go shopping together? I plan to buy a couple of outfits for my girlfriend since we have no classes this afternoon. Let's go as a fun outing, Zhou Hao suddenly suggested. Yes, Meng, you should join us, Li Yu chimed in, tugging at Lu Meng's arm. Although Li Yu's looks, figure, and demeanor paled in comparison to Lu Meng's, she was eager to flaunt her relationship while Lu Meng remained single. I won't be going. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, Chen Zhibai replied resolutely, intending to head directly to buy a new phone. The car lottery card had specific conditions for use. He must purchase a new phone first. Therefore, it was imperative to acquire the phone as soon as possible to see what car he could win. Regardless of the outcome, the minimum guarantee was a vehicle worth 200,000 yuan. This was a substantial opportunity with a minimum of 200,000 yuan and a maximum of 1 million yuan at stake. Thus, he had no time to waste shopping with Zhou Hao. Chapter 3, Beauty cannot compare to wealth. I did not sleep well last night. I shall return to my dormitory for a brief rest and will not go out. Almost simultaneously with Chen Zhibai's refusal to go, Lu Meng also expressed her unwillingness. After speaking, Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback and cast a surprised glance at Chen Zhibai. She did not expect him to decline as well. She had assumed that upon hearing Li Yu's invitation, Chen Zhibai would readily agree, confident in her own allure, believing that he would wish to engage with her more. Thus, she fabricated an excuse about her poor sleep to decline the shopping invitation, not wanting to give Chen Zhibai any false hopes. But now, to refuse at the same moment as me? Chen Zhibai noticed Lu Meng's astonished gaze but paid it no mind. Lu Meng was indeed strikingly beautiful, radiant and graceful. With long, elegant legs, easily scoring above 90 in attractiveness. But so what? With the divine system at his disposal, would he truly lack a girlfriend? While beauty is indeed a rare treasure, when compared to wealth, it pales in significance. With that thought, Chen Zhibai rose, waved his hand dismissively, and strode out of the cafeteria without waiting for Zhou Hao to speak. Lu Meng remained seated, watching as Chen Zhibai left without casting a single glance in her direction. Her confidence in her own charm wavering. She glanced down at her long, straight legs beneath her denim shorts, then picked up her phone. The dark screen reflecting her radiant and lovely face. Meng, come with me. We can rest in the evening after shopping. And you can help me decide on some outfits, Li Yu cooed, wrapping her arm around Lu Meng, seemingly unfazed by Chen Zhibai's departure. Indeed. Let us go together and offer some advice, Zhou Hao chimed in. Though he dared not pursue Lu Meng, feeling his own shortcomings, he still wished to spend more time in her presence. Her legs were simply too long and undeniably beautiful. Zhou Hao glanced at Lu Meng and then at Li Yu, letting out a sigh. If he disregarded Lu Meng, he could admit that his girlfriend was also quite lovely, yet he could not enjoy both beauties at once. The disparity was evident. No, I truly did not sleep well last night and feel quite tired. I shall return to my dormitory for some rest, Lu Meng replied, shaking her head before rising from her seat. Standing at about 171 centimeters, Lu Meng was notably tall among her peers, her proportions exquisite, with legs that were a source of pride. Consequently, throughout her meal, several boys had been discreetly admiring her. As Lu Meng exited the cafeteria, many boys sighed and began clearing their trays, some of whom had lingered after finishing their meals just to catch a glimpse of her. With her departure, they felt little reason to remain. I shouldn't have invited Chen Zhibai. I suspect Lu Meng declined to go shopping because of my invitation to him. She likely did not wish to shop with him, Zhou Hao lamented, a hint of regret in his voice. You were right not to invite your roommate, Li Yu agreed, sharing in his remorse. She had been eager to subtly flaunt her relationship with Lu Meng, especially since Zhou Hao had promised a budget of 500 yuan for clothing that day. Never mind, if she doesn't want to go, we shall go ourselves, Li Yu concluded, shaking her head. Though she could not boast in front of Lu Meng, she could still share her purchases later, revealing the prices to achieve a similar effect. Let us eat quickly, then, Li Yu began, turning to Zhou Hao, only to frown upon seeing him staring longingly at the cafeteria entrance, a look of regret etched on his face. Instantly, her expression hardened. What's wrong, Yu? Zhou Hao jolted, hastily responding. Do you lament her departure? Li Yu questioned, her tone sharp. Of course not. You are my girlfriend, why would I care about her? Zhou Hao replied without hesitation, attempting to grasp Li Yu's hand, though she evaded his touch. Your feelings are irrelevant, you cannot win her heart. The boyfriend she chooses will undoubtedly be a wealthy heir, Li Yu stated coldly, recognizing Zhou Hao's unspoken sentiments towards Lu Meng, which incensed her. Why would I pursue her? You are my girlfriend, the most beautiful in my eyes. She cannot compare, Zhou Hao said, his tone conciliatory. Li Yu shot him a glance, her demeanor softening somewhat. While she knew his words were meant to please her, aware of her own limitations compared to Lu Meng, she still appreciated the sentiment. Just know that. And let us go buy clothes. Remember, the budget is 500 yuan, Li Yu instructed. Rest assured, I would never deceive you, Zhou Hao replied earnestly, though a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes at the thought of such expenditure. 500 yuan was a significant sum, especially considering his monthly allowance of 800 yuan as a freshman, yet he understood the necessity of spending for her happiness. Just remember, if you deceive me, I won't date you anymore. You know there are many suitors vying for my attention, some of whom are far more accomplished than you, Li Yu warned. Knowing full well that none could compare to Zhou Hao, but she needed to maintain control over him. Of course, I would never deceive you, Zhou Hao affirmed, nodding vigorously and attempting once more to take her hand, which she still refused. Stop being so touchy, let us buy the clothes first, Li Yu said, standing up from her seat. Though disappointed by her refusal, Zhou Hao remained undeterred, confident that with perseverance, he would eventually win her affection. That is sufficient. It's already a considerable achievement compared to many others, Zhou Hao chuckled to himself, thinking of Chen Zhibai and feeling a surge of superiority. Convinced that he would never stand a chance with a beauty like Li Yu. What are you grinning about? Li Yu inquired, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Hao's foolish smile. Nothing at all. Come, let us get you those clothes, Zhou Hao replied, shaking his head as he and Li Yu exited the cafeteria. Chapter 4: The confidence and composure brought by wealth after leaving the cafeteria. Chen Zhibai retrieved his phone and opened the Huawei store app. In no time, he had selected a smartphone priced over 8,000 yuan. Previously, he would have never considered such an extravagant purchase, as his financial means did not permit it. He had never been one to live beyond his means. However, with the system providing him with 10,000 yuan, such concerns were rendered trivial. Just as he was about to proceed to check out, a furrow creased his brow upon noticing the delivery time, which indicated that the phone would not arrive until the following morning. While the shipping schedule was relatively prompt, ordering today for delivery tomorrow, Chen Zhibai felt dissatisfied. He yearned to acquire the phone sooner to discover what car he might receive. Thus, he resolved to visit a physical store. Contemplating this, he swiftly closed the app and searched for nearby Huawei retail outlets. Fortunately, there was one within the university town, a mere 10-minute walk away. Tucking his phone into his pocket, Chen Zhibai made his way toward the school entrance, his gaze wandering over the campus scenery. Although the surroundings remained unchanged, his mindset had transformed. He felt a newfound confidence and serenity. After all, he was now a man endowed with a system. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhibai marveled at how self-assurance could truly nurture a person. Many social media influencers appeared timid and lacking confidence before their rise to fame, exuding an air of futility. Yet, with a sudden influx of wealth, their entire demeanor could shift dramatically. This exemplifies the composure and confidence that money can bestow. With the luxurious system at his disposal, he would no longer face financial constraints. How wonderful! Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was a call from his mother. "Mom, are you missing me?" He greeted her with a smile upon answering. "I don't miss you at all. Ever since you went to university, the house has been blissfully quiet. Your father and I are enjoying our leisure," came the voice of Ms. Li Xiaomei. Yet, despite her claims of not missing him, she quickly added, "I checked the weather forecast, and it seems it might rain in Jiangqing tomorrow. Remember to dress warmly, catching a cold would be troublesome." As his mother continued her gentle chatter, Chen Zhibai listened patiently, occasionally responding with a soft mm. However, his mind drifted elsewhere. He recalled his childhood when his family was relatively well off. Both parents were employees of state-owned enterprises in their county, and as the only child, he enjoyed a comfortable life. However, their fortunes changed dramatically when his parents lost their jobs due to economic downturns and subsequently opened a small convenience store. Though their earnings were modest, around 60 to 70,000 yuan a year, they managed to sustain the family. His parents practiced frugality, saving diligently for his future, particularly since he decided to attend university in Zhangchang. He had overheard them discussing the local real estate prices, resolute in their plan to save for a down payment on a house by the time he graduated. The love of parents for their child often leads to long-term planning. Though ordinary, his parents cared deeply for him, and he reciprocated that love. "Mom, you and Dad shouldn't work so hard. The store closes at 9 in the evening. There's no need to stay open until 11 or 12. And Dad, please don't drive for Didi in your spare time," Chen Zhibai urged, suppressing his concerns. Their store was conveniently located next to their residential complex, and given the lack of nightlife in their small county, foot traffic dwindled by 9. Nevertheless, his parents insisted on staying open late to earn a little extra. His father also drove for a ride-hailing service during the day, which had led to chronic back pain from prolonged sitting. Now that he had a system, Chen Zhibai wished to alleviate his parents' burdens. "What hardship! You have 4 years until you graduate. Your father and I may lack financial prowess, but we will save for your down payment. Otherwise, you won't have the confidence to date. You might be looked down upon by your partner's family," Ms. Li Xiaomei responded. "Mom, you don't need to worry about the house. I'll earn it myself," Chen Zhibai asserted. with the system providing him with a daily cash allowance of 1,000 yuan and a car upon purchasing the new phone. He truly felt that a house was not beyond his reach. However, he refrained from disclosing the existence of the system, not out of distrust, but as a means of protecting his parents. Such extraordinary phenomena must remain a secret, one must guard their secrets closely. You'll earn it? You just started university. How will you do that? Focus on your studies, don't concern yourself with housing. Your father and I are still young. Ms. Li Xiaomei's voice conveyed a mix of disbelief and concern. Chen Zhibai felt helpless yet understood that his mother's reaction was typical. Her skepticism was a natural response for someone from her generation. Mom, I discovered that the university encourages entrepreneurship and even provides funding support. I want to give it a try, who knows, it might work out, he explained, laying the groundwork for his future plans. He intended to return home during the winter break and share news of his financial success. Is that feasible? The school offers funding support? What if you incur losses? Ms. Li Xiaomei expressed her anxiety. Even if I do face losses, it won't matter, it's support from the school aimed at encouraging students to start businesses. Chen Zhibai reassured her, recognizing her worries stemmed from a desire for stability, a sentiment common among her generation. Really? It won't be a problem if you lose money? The school is that generous? She asked, astonished. Yes, the government is currently fostering entrepreneurship among university students, he replied. After a few more exchanges, the sound of customers entering the store reached his ears. Son, I must go, customers have arrived. If it rains tomorrow, remember to dress warmly. I'll send you some money shortly. Once at school, forge good relationships with your roommates. If they treat you, be sure to reciprocate. Don't be afraid to spend. Good relationships require investment. Also, keep an eye out for nice girls at school. It would make me so happy if you could bring your girlfriend home this winter break. Ms. Li Xiaomei rambled on before finally ending the call. A mother's love is often found in the mundane details of conversation. Chen Zhibai suddenly recalled a question posed by a boy online, lamenting the absence of female affection in his life. But how could anyone believe that no girl would like him? Upon his birth, a young and beautiful woman, filled with tenderness and love, had gazed upon him as if he were her entire world. Chapter 5: The fully loaded BMW X5 upon leaving the university. Chen Zhibai followed the navigation's guidance and soon found himself entering a Huawei mobile phone store located within the campus. The store was moderately populated. Neither too crowded nor too empty. As Chen Zhibai scanned the surroundings, a sales associate approached him. Having already decided on the model of the phone he wished to purchase, he completed the transaction within a mere 10 minutes, swiftly paying through a QR code and acquiring his new device. After transferring his SIM card and data from the old phone to the new one, he was suddenly greeted by a voice in his mind. Ding! Newbie task completed, purchase a new mobile phone. You are now eligible to use the automobile lottery card. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Note, utilizing the automobile lottery card will randomly award you with a vehicle valued between 200,000 to 1 million. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Chen Zhibai felt a surge of excitement and trepidation. After all, receiving a car without spending a dime was an enticing prospect, especially with a guaranteed minimum value of 200,000. In the age of social media and influencers flaunting their lavish lifestyles, the average person often finds that a 200,000 car represents the pinnacle of affordability. Observing those around him, it was evident that few could afford such a vehicle, and most of those who could hail from affluent backgrounds. Thus, Chen Zhibai felt a sense of ease. Even if he drew a car at the lower end of the range, he would be content. After all, he had spent nothing. Naturally, the thought of winning a more luxurious car thrilled him even further. Suppressing his excitement, he glanced around the store. The sales associate who had attended to him was now busy with another customer, and the others were preoccupied with their tasks, leaving him unnoticed. Therefore, system, I wish to use the automobile lottery card, Chen Zhibai silently affirmed, gripping his phone tightly. Ding! The automobile lottery card has been activated. Generating vehicle randomly. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a fully loaded BMW X5. The top-tier configuration is the 2023 M Sport model in a stunning meteor gray. Note, this vehicle has been purchased under your identity, and all legal procedures, including taxes and insurance, have been duly completed. Note 2, you may collect your fully loaded BMW X5 from the authorized dealership in Qingpu District at your convenience. A fully loaded BMW X5. To have drawn such a remarkable vehicle was beyond his wildest dreams. As the system's announcements continued to resonate in his mind, Chen Zhibai's heart raced. Despite the current market trends favoring electric vehicles over traditional luxury brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi, these brands remain widely recognized symbols of affluence. Driving such a car would undoubtedly convey a sense of prestige, especially one as luxurious as the fully loaded BMW X5. Struggling to contain his elation, Chen Zhibai quickly searched for the price of the fully loaded BMW X5. The MSRP for the top-tier version stood at 800,000, and even after discounts, the base price was around 740,000. With taxes, insurance, and optional extras factored in, the total cost comfortably surpassed 800,000. Undeniably a luxury vehicle. The realization struck him. Within the 200,000 to 1 million range, he had drawn a car valued at over 800,000. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhibai attempted to maintain his composure, yet he found it impossible to remain calm. An 800,000 luxury car. Obtained without spending a single penny, there was an exhilarating thrill to it. After several moments of revelry, he managed to regain his composure. Realizing he had forgotten his identification, he decided to return to his dormitory to retrieve it before heading directly to the dealership. He possessed a driver's license, having obtained it during the summer after his college entrance exams, thanks to a friend's connection who was a driving instructor, allowing him to secure a discount. Now, it was time to put that license to good use. Truth be told, Chen Zhibai had never imagined he would be driving during his college years, let alone in a fully loaded BMW X5 worth over 800,000, especially considering he had only just begun his freshman year. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai returned to the boys' dormitory, making his way to the third floor, room 302. Upon entering, he found his roommates, Wang Chao and Li Dong, engrossed in a video game. The dormitory accommodated 4 students. Zhou Hao, from the local area, had the most affluent background among them. Wang Chao, a tall and boisterous individual from Heilongjiang, was the youngest in the room, still shy of 18, which made his full beard appear somewhat humorous. Meanwhile, Li Dong, from Ontario, was of average height, donned glasses, and had a slender build. Chen Zhibai is back. Want to join us for a game? We're about to finish this round. Li Dong called out upon noticing Chen Zhibai's entrance. How about playing a round together? We don't have any classes this afternoon. Unlike Zhou Hao, who can go out with his girlfriend, we have nothing else to do, Wang Chao chimed in, a hint of envy evident in his tone. After all, Zhou Hao had been the first to enter a relationship, finding a pretty girlfriend just a month into the semester, which naturally stirred some jealousy. Not only was there envy, but there also lay a sense of resentment towards Zhou Hao, who, being a local with a better family background, carried an air of superiority. Though he acted normally, everyone sensed the subtle condescension in his words and demeanor. I'm not borrowing money from you, your family's wealth has nothing to do with me. No, thank you. You all carry on, I have something to attend to, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. Something to do? What is it? You aren't secretly dating behind our backs, are you? That would be a betrayal of our brotherhood. Li Dong exclaimed, momentarily distracted from the game. What? Li Dong perked up, immediately checking his phone. Chen Zhibai chuckled at their banter as he retrieved his identification from his locker and exited the dormitory. Chapter 6 Indeed. The district where the university town is located is quite a distance from Qingpu District. Upon exiting the campus, Chen Zhibai summoned a Didi ride using his mobile phone. A few minutes later, a white Volkswagen Bora came to a halt before him. After glancing at the license plate, Chen Zhibai opened the rear door and took a seat. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, verified the last 4 digits of the phone number before starting the vehicle. Young man, you look like you've just started university. Are you off to the BMW dealership for a bit of an experience? the driver remarked with a smile as he navigated the road. Yes, Chen Zhibai nodded, refraining from mentioning that he was there to pick up a car. Experiencing is indeed the right approach, but BMWs are not typically within reach for the average person. The entry-level models cost over 200,000 yuan. And the average salary for most people is nearly a few thousand a month. To afford even the most basic BMW, one would have to save diligently for several years, neglecting all other expenses. It's a hefty investment considering fuel, maintenance, and insurance. The driver continued, so, just take a look. Many people on platforms like Douyin claim that anything under $1 million isn't a luxury vehicle, but in reality, they can barely afford a car worth over 100,000 yuan. The driver was quite chatty, but noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of response, he fell silent and focused on driving. Half an hour later, they arrived at the BMW dealership in Xingpu district. Chen Zhibai stepped out of the car and entered the expansive showroom, which was elegantly decorated and impeccably clean. Admittedly, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Even with the confidence bestowed upon him by the god of wealth system, this was his first visit to a BMW dealership. And anxiety was to be expected. In the eyes of the Chinese populace, brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi carry a certain allure. Fortunately, his initial apprehension dissipated quickly. Hello? Are you here for a complimentary test drive? A young woman in a light gray uniform approached him, wearing a somewhat exasperated expression. Given her age, she seemed to have recently graduated from university, likely around 22 or 23. She was quite attractive, possessing a beauty that Chen Zhibai found surpassing that of Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Li Yu, yet slightly less than Lu Meng. Nevertheless, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a campus belle. The light gray uniform suited her well, and the unbuttoned top drew attention to her figure, making her even more captivating. Chen Zhibai stood before him, her fair and lovely face betraying a hint of exasperation as she subconsciously assumed Chen Zhibai was merely there for a free test drive. After all, he looked young, likely still in university. She doubted he was a wealthy heir, noting that his attire was not branded. Do you have a driver's license? If so, I can register you. And you can join the queue for a test drive, she said with a smile, despite her internal sigh. Having just graduated, she had taken this sales position at the BMW dealership to earn more money, but was disheartened by the lack of sales and the influx of test drive requests from customers, many of whom were older and would later harass her on WeChat. She began to regret her decision to work here. While she aimed to earn more, she hadn't anticipated straying from her path. Had she known, she would have preferred a stable office job, even if the pay was modest. Chen Zhibai glanced at Chen Zhibai, understanding her assumption that he was there for a free test drive. Given his age, it was a reasonable conclusion. However, he was not there for that purpose. He was there to collect his car. I am not here for a test drive, I am here to pick up my vehicle, Chen Zhibai stated directly. What did you say? Chen Zhibai was taken aback, momentarily doubting her own ears. I said I am here to collect my car, he reiterated. Young man, please don't joke. You look quite young and should still be in university, right? The entry-level BMWs start at over 200,000. Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly. But before she could finish, Chen Zhibai produced his identification card. This is my ID. I ordered a fully loaded BMW X5 online and have already paid in full. His tone was calm, yet it struck Chen Zhibai with an undeniable force. She couldn't believe her ears. After all, a fully loaded BMW X5 costs over 800,000 yuan. How could someone who appeared to have just begun university afford such a luxury? Yet, his expression was sincere, brimming with confidence and composure. You may check my ID. I truly have purchased a fully loaded BMW X5 outright. Noticing her silence, Chen Zhibai assumed she still harbored doubts, prompting him to add, I can assure you, it's true. I will check right away. Please follow me, Chen Zhibai said, regaining her composure and beginning to feel anxious. If Chen Zhibai was indeed telling the truth about purchasing a fully loaded BMW X5, he would be a significant client. She felt a pang of embarrassment for addressing him as young man earlier. Let us go, Chen Zhibai nodded, focused more on the anticipation of seeing his new BMW X5 than on the earlier exchange. Chen Zhibai led him to a computer. Logging into the back-end management system and entering his identification number. As she gazed at the screen, it became glaringly evident that Chen Zhibai had indeed purchased a fully loaded BMW X5, a transaction completed just an hour prior. It was true. He had really bought a fully loaded BMW X5 worth over 800,000 yuan. Chen Zhiawei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively glanced at Chen Zhibai before lowering her gaze to his identification card in her hand. By calculating the birth date, it was clear he was only 18 years old. Chapter 7, The First Kiss? At the age of 18, driving a fully loaded BMW X5. It was evident that he was a privileged heir. Chen Zhiawei couldn't help but glance up at Chen Zhibai once more. Having worked as a BMW salesperson for 2 to 3 months, she had seen her share of BMW X5s sold, but those buyers were typically in their 40s. Having amassed their wealth over time. It was her first encounter with someone as young as Chen Zhibai, who had clearly just begun university. This left her momentarily dazed, which soon morphed into envy. During her own university days, she had once believed that life was splendid and that earning money was not a daunting task. A monthly salary exceeding 10,000 seemed trivial. However, upon graduating and entering the workforce, she realized that earning a living was indeed a formidable challenge. A monthly salary of 5,000, after paying social security and housing funds, already placed her ahead of her peers. Thus, at this moment, Chen Zhiawei found herself envious of Chen Zhibai, who could drive a luxurious vehicle worth over 800,000 yuan at such a young age, indicating his family's substantial wealth. "Am I able to take the car now?" Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing Chen Zhiawei's silence as she stared at him. "Ah, yes, you can. Your car has been washed and is ready," Chen Zhiawei responded, snapping back to reality. She nodded eagerly, addressing him with a respectful tone. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai followed Chen Zhiawei into the delivery showroom, arriving in front of a stunning sky-gray BMW X5. The showroom was brightly lit, making the BMW X5 appear particularly striking under the illumination. Compared to the subdued elegance of black, the sky-gray color exuded a sporty and fashionable vibe, perfectly suited for someone of Chen Zhibai's age. It was truly a sight to behold. "You may inspect the vehicle. If all is satisfactory, please sign the contract and you can drive it away," Chen Zhiawei stated, standing beside him. Her eyes, strikingly beautiful, couldn't help but drift towards the sky-gray BMW X5. "It's so beautiful," she thought, letting out a sigh. She felt a pang of realization that she might never sit in such a car in her lifetime. A vehicle costing over 800,000 yuan was undeniably a luxury, unattainable for the average person. "Yes, I'm satisfied," Chen Zhibai nodded, circling the car meticulously before opening the door to examine the seats and interior. "Everything seems in order. Let us proceed with the contract." "All right, please follow me," Chen Zhiawei replied, guiding him to sign the necessary paperwork. Soon, Chen Zhibai returned after completing the contract. "You will have a temporary license plate for 30 days. If you wish to obtain a permanent plate during this time, just let me know, and we will arrange it," Chen Zhiawei explained, stealing glances at the BMW X5. "Understood," Chen Zhibai replied. He had already added Chen Zhiawei on WeChat. As Jiangcheng was a new first-tier city, obtaining a license plate was relatively straightforward, unlike in Beijing or Shanghai, where luck played a significant role in securing a number. However, while getting a plate was easy, acquiring a desirable number was a different story altogether. Good license plate numbers were scarce and not easily circulated nationwide. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai dismissed the thought of license plates for now. He was eager to drive the car he had previously only dared to dream of. Just as he prepared to get behind the wheel, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, and a system notification sounded. Ding! The host has triggered a random task: obtain Chen Zhiawei's first kiss within 1 month. Upon completion, the host will receive a Jiangcheng license plate number and 999N. Note: the license plate is obtained through legitimate channels, with proper documentation. Failure to complete the task results in no rewards or penalties. Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow. He had just been contemplating the license plate issue when he triggered a random task related to it. All he had to do was obtain Chen Zhiawei's first kiss within a month to receive the coveted and 999 plate. though it consisted merely of 3 nines. It was indeed a sequential number, one that only those with connections could hope to acquire. Therefore, he was determined to complete this task. Yet, did she truly still possess her first kiss? Turning to Chen Zhibai, who stood beside him, he was astonished to realize that she had not yet experienced her first kiss. With her striking beauty, flawless complexion, and an alluring figure accentuated by her light gray uniform, she would undoubtedly qualify as the belle of the university. Typically, a girl of her caliber would not lack suitors, yet she had never been in a relationship. What did this imply? Is there an issue with the car? Chen Zhibai asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she noticed his silence.
No, everything is fine, Chen Zhibai reassured her, observing her nervous demeanor.
After a moment's pause, he boldly suggested, "Do you have time this evening? Perhaps we could share a meal together?"
Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing.
Having always been attractive, she was no stranger to such invitations from boys, recognizing it as a sign of interest. Instinctively, she contemplated declining. She had never dined alone with a boy before. However, as her gaze fell upon the parked sky-gray BMW X5, her hesitation transformed into agreement. "Could we perhaps go tomorrow evening instead? I have a work gathering tonight, but I'll be free tomorrow evening." Chen Zhiabai's cheeks flushed as she avoided meeting Chen Zhibai's eyes, yet her intent was clear. She accepted his invitation. "Great. Then we shall meet tomorrow evening. I'll pick you up after your shift," Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod, waving her off as he prepared to leave. With that, he retrieved the BMW key fob. While the fully equipped model featured keyless entry, he opted to unlock it manually. Pressing the unlock button, the BMW X5 responded with 2 crisp beeps. The headlights flashed in a dazzling display before illuminating fully, creating a captivating light show that showcased the sporty elegance of the sky-gray vehicle. Truly magnificent, Chen Zhibai marveled as he approached the driver's side, gently opening the door and settling into the plush interior. The seats were a luxurious shade of Alaskan red, exuding both quality and comfort. After a brief inspection of the interior, he started the engine with a single button press and checked the fuel gauge, just over half a tank, necessitating a trip to refuel. Adjusting his seat, he shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator, smoothly guiding the BMW X5 out of its parking spot. Lowering the driver's side window, Chen Zhibai waved at Chen Zhiaowei as he drove out of the BMW dealership. Chapter 8, Cashback on Consumption within the confines of the BMW dealership. As Chen Zhibai drove away, Chen Zhiaowei raised her hand to touch her face. It felt somewhat warm, even without a mirror. She could discern that her complexion was slightly flushed. And what was the cause of this blush? It was, of course, her first instance of agreeing to dine alone with a young man. This was the source of her current embarrassment. While the allure of a top-tier BMW X5 was indeed a factor, it was primarily Chen Zhibai's age that influenced her decision. At 18 and just a freshman in college, she would never have entertained such an invitation from a man in his 30s or 40s, regardless of the car he drove. Moreover, she perceived Chen Zhibai, despite being a wealthy heir, to possess a certain composure. Otherwise, she would not have approached him when he entered the store. "Jianwei, what are you thinking about? You've been standing here for quite a while," a colleague suddenly approached, addressing Chen Zhiaowei. I wasn't thinking about anything," Chen Zhiaowei snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "Jiaowei, how do I usually treat you?" the female colleague said, wrapping her arm around Chen Zhiaowei's. "Quite well," Chen Zhiaowei acknowledged, though their relationship was merely cordial. "Well, I have a favor to ask," the colleague continued with a smile. "What is it?" Chen Zhiaowei inquired, slightly taken aback. "I don't have much influence." "Don't worry. You can definitely do this. Just give me the WeChat ID of that boy you just met," the colleague replied. "What do you want his WeChat for?" Hearing that her colleague saw Chen Zhibai's contact, Chen Zhiaowei frowned. "What else?" "Of course, to pursue him," the colleague stated candidly. "He managed to buy a fully equipped BMW X5 worth over 800,000 yuan right after starting college. He is definitely a wealthy heir, and not just any wealthy heir. He is young and affluent, and I'm keen to pursue him. Jiaowei, just give me his WeChat ID. Once I win him over, I'll treat you to a meal." Absolutely not, Chen Zhibai instinctively refused. The colleague raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Zhibai. The company has regulations against sharing clients' WeChat IDs. Chen Zhibai thought of a reason. Regulations are just regulations. As long as you don't say anything, who would know? Zhibai, just consider it a favor. Wealthy heirs like him are a rare find, and they're always in high demand. The colleague began, but before she could finish, Chen Zhibai shook her head firmly. No is no. I have to get back to work now. With that, she walked away from her colleague. Indeed. A car worth over 800,000 yuan feels distinctly different when driving it. As Chen Zhibai navigated through the traffic, he grasped the steering wheel, relishing the smooth handling and reflecting on his good fortune. He was now behind the wheel of a top-tier BMW X5, and he had not spent a single penny. He had only just entered his freshman year. Upon approaching a red light, Chen Zhibai suppressed his thoughts and brought the car to a stop. While waiting, he noticed the envious glances of a driver in a neighboring vehicle. This sensation was quite pleasant. He diverted his gaze back to the traffic light, noting he had a minute to wait, and recalled the moment in the BMW dealership when Chen Zhibai had agreed to join him for a meal. It was evident that her decision was influenced by the fact that he was driving a luxurious BMW X5. If viewed from this angle, the task of obtaining the license plate number seemed quite achievable. Before Chen Zhibai could ponder further, the light turned green. He pressed the accelerator and drove forward. He first stopped at a gas station to fill up. The price of 95-octane fuel was not cheap, and filling the tank cost nearly 700 yuan. However, when he pulled out his phone to pay, he felt no regret. With the system in place, his mindset had already shifted. He would no longer experience financial shortages. Ding! Detection of the host's mindset shift, a preliminary sense of leisurely affluence has emerged. Reward granted, the current fuel expenditure will yield a random cashback of 1 to 10 times the amount spent. The cashback will be deposited into the host's bank account. Cashback on consumption? In other words, he had spent 678 yuan on fuel, and would randomly receive a cashback reward of between 1 to 10 times that amount. Even at the minimum of 1 times, he would receive 678 yuan, essentially getting a tank of gas for free. Any higher multiplier would be pure profit. Such fortune! As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow but continued with the payment process without pause. Ding! The host's fuel expenditure has been recorded. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a 5x cashback multiplier. The host has earned a reward of 3,390 yuan, which has been promptly deposited into the host's agricultural bank account. Please check it at your convenience. As the system's notifications rang in his mind, he realized that even though he hadn't hit the maximum 10x cashback, 5x was still substantial. He had spent 678 yuan on fuel, and the system had returned 3,390 yuan. Not only had he filled up his tank for free, but he had also gained over 2,000 yuan, more than many earn in half a month. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai returned to his vehicle and drove away from the gas station. By the time Chen Zhibai returned to the university town, over an hour had passed. He had spent the entire hour driving, and to be honest, he felt a strong attachment to the vehicle. At the school entrance, he showed his student ID to the guard, who then allowed him entry. There were parking facilities available for both faculty and students, though students were required to pay. The parking lot was adjacent to the school supermarket. As Chen Zhibai drove through, the sight of his brand new BMW X5, adorned with a temporary license plate, attracted the attention of many faculty and students. The stunning meteor gray color glistened under the sunlight. Some discerning teachers even recognized it as a top-tier BMW X5, valued at over 800,000 yuan. However, due to the tinted windows, those inside the vehicle, including Chen Zhibai, remained unseen. Soon, Chen Zhibai parked his car at the entrance of the supermarket, opting for convenience over driving deeper into the spacious parking lot, as he would have to walk back out after parking. Chapter 9, Distrust and Indifference. The supermarket adjacent to the parking lot is named Tian Supermarket. Sprawling over 300 square meters with 2 floors, Its extensive selection of goods and relatively affordable prices make it a favored shopping destination among the students of the school. At this moment, Lu Meng finds herself on the first floor of the supermarket, purchasing items. After emerging from the cafeteria at noon, she returned to her dormitory for a brief nap. Upon waking, she intended to wash her hair and brush her teeth but inadvertently dropped her toothbrush on the floor, prompting her visit to the supermarket in search of a new one. The toothbrush is located in the northwest corner of the first floor. After selecting a toothbrush, Lu Meng casually picked up a few snacks and headed towards the checkout. Just then, an excited voice rang out nearby.
"Junior, is that you? What a coincidence to run into you here."
Upon hearing the voice, Lu Meng turned to see the speaker, a sophomore, and frowned slightly. This sophomore had previously been responsible for welcoming the freshmen, and during her enrollment, he had been particularly attentive. He had frequently initiated conversations with Lu Meng on WeChat and had even attempted to invite her out for meals several times. Lu Meng was well aware of his intentions. Yet she harbored no similar feelings towards him and had consistently declined his advances. She had hoped that gradually he would lose interest, but unexpectedly, they encountered each other here. With a furrowed brow, Lu Meng considered pretending not to see him, but that was hardly feasible, so she merely nodded in acknowledgement.
"Junior, are you here to buy a toothbrush and snacks?" Wang Yunjie stepped closer, halting before Lu Meng.
His gaze swept over the items in her hands, and he smiled as he spoke. As he looked at Lu Meng, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Although she was dressed in black casual trousers that concealed her legs, he knew well how beautiful they were. The moment he had first seen Lu Meng while overseeing the freshmen, he had been captivated by her striking appearance. Her legs were indeed long and elegant, complemented by her radiant and exquisite facial features, which lingered in his thoughts. Despite his attempts to engage Lu Meng in conversation over the past month, she had largely remained unresponsive, and even when she did reply, her tone was formal and distant. Wang Yunjie recognized this as a sign of her disinterest, yet he remained undeterred, for he found Lu Meng too enchanting to disregard. He imagined the happiness he would feel if he were to win her affection, and how envious his friends would be.
"Yes, just picking up a toothbrush and some snacks,"
Lu Meng replied, meeting Wang Yunjie's eager gaze with another frown, though she soon returned to her calm demeanor. "Senior, please continue shopping, I am ready to check out."
With that, she waved her hand dismissively and began to leave. However, Wang Yunjie was not willing to relinquish this opportunity so easily. As a sophomore,
he understood a crucial truth: a good woman fears a persistent suitor. He was convinced that as long as he continued to pursue Lu Meng, she would eventually be swayed. Moreover, he was confident in his own qualities: good looks, involvement in the student council, and a comfortable financial background with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan. Having forgotten his original shopping intentions upon seeing Lu Meng, he suggested, "Come on, let us go outside together." Lu Meng glanced at him, feeling a slight annoyance,
but ultimately decided against voicing it. "All right, let us go together, I was heading back to my dorm anyway." Wang Yunjie felt a surge of joy at her lack of rejection.
As they walked towards the checkout, Lu Meng's beauty drew the gazes of several male students, evoking envious glances directed at Wang Yunjie as well.
Feeling the weight of such attention, Wang Yunjie's spirits soared.
He turned to admire Lu Meng's delicate, fair profile, and his desire to win her heart intensified.
"Junior, it's getting late. How about I treat you to dinner? There's a new hot pot restaurant in the university town that I hear is quite good. We could go together." Wang Yunjie extended the invitation.
"Really? But I have plans to dine with my roommates tonight, I'm afraid I won't have the time." Lu Meng feigned regret as she responded. Having been pursued by boys throughout her life, she was adept at declining their advances.
"That's no problem, you could invite your roommates along."
"It's not a big deal, I'll treat you all." Wang Yunjie detected her refusal but chose to ignore it, still intent on winning Lu Meng's affection.
"No. We have already made plans.
I wouldn't want to impose on you, senior.
Perhaps another time when we're free, we can have a meal together."
Lu Meng had reached the checkout by this point, placing her items on the counter.
The cashier scanned them one by one and announced, 17 yuan. "All right," Lu Meng nodded, preparing to take out her phone to pay. However, before she could, Wang Yunjie had already pulled out his phone to pay for her. "Senior,
You don't need to pay for me, Lu Meng frowned. 17 yuan was a trivial amount, but she did not wish to be indebted to Wang Yunjie. Such a reputation could harm her standing. Lu Meng was acutely aware of her beauty and physique. She aspired to find a boyfriend of good standing during her university years, facilitating her social ascent. For this reason, she was reluctant to tarnish her reputation, as a poor reputation would hinder her prospects, especially with higher caliber men who valued their partner's reputation. It's just a small amount, it's no trouble at all, Wang Yunjie waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Lu Meng regarded him briefly before sending him a red envelope via her phone. Senior, please accept this.
What are you doing, Junior?
It's only 17 yuan. There is no need to be so courteous, Wang Yunjie replied, taken aback by the envelope.
If you don't accept the red envelope, then I want to take these items.
I will delete you from my contacts right now, Lu Meng stated matter-of-factly.
Alright then, I'll accept the red envelope. Wang Yunjie conceded, realizing he had no choice.
He opened the envelope and found it contained precisely 17 yuan. What a wonderful woman, Wang Yunjie mused inwardly, his desire to win Lu Meng's heart growing even stronger. Ignoring him, Lu Meng gathered her belongings and exited the supermarket.
Junior.
Wang Yunjie followed her out, poised to speak, but at that moment, a brand new BMW X5 drove past him, entering the adjacent parking lot.
Lu Meng's beautiful eyes were instinctively drawn to it.
She couldn't quite articulate the color of the BMW, but it exuded a youthful and stylish vibe, radiating an air of sporty elegance.
Chapter 10, What on Earth Happened? A BMW X5, the top configuration no less.
It is astonishing that someone from our school drives such an exquisite vehicle, Wang Yunjie remarked with an envious tone.
Is this car very expensive?
Lu Meng couldn't help but inquire, as her knowledge of automobiles was limited to recognizing the BMW brand, without familiarity with specific models.
Upon hearing Wang Yunjie's comment, she asked for clarification.
Very expensive. This is a fully equipped BMW X5, with all the optional features included. It costs nearly 850,000 yuan.
Wang Yunjie explained, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at the parked BMW X5. 850,000. Upon hearing this figure from Wang Yunjie, Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, subsequently glancing once more at the BMW X5.
She never expected that this sporty, stylish, and handsome car would come with such a hefty price tag.
Such wealth.
I can hardly hope to drive such a fine car in my lifetime.
Sigh, 850,000 yuan, where could one possibly afford such a luxury?
Wang Yunjie sighed, reluctantly averting his gaze before realizing that Lu Meng was still present. He quickly added, however, although I may never have the chance to drive such an impressive vehicle, my family has promised that once I graduate from university and start working,
they will buy me a Magotan.
A car costing over 200,000 yuan is quite decent, representing the ceiling for an ordinary person.
After all,
the average university student earns only about 4,000 yuan a month. To purchase a car worth over 200,000 yuan would require years of frugality without eating or drinking.
Furthermore, what if I work hard and receive promotions and raises? In that case, I could also afford a BMW X5, Wang Yunjie articulated. Yet, Lu Meng remained silent, her attention fixed on the BMW X5.
She observed that the car had indeed parked, and she was curious to see who would emerge from it.
In the next moment,
her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the person stepping out of the BMW X5, Chen Zhibai.
Is it him? How could it be him? Wasn't Liu saying that his family was quite ordinary?
Standing at the supermarket entrance, Lu Meng watched Chen Zhibai alight from the car, her heart swirling with emotions. She never anticipated that it would be Chen Zhibai stepping out, rendering her incredulous.
Is this what one calls an ordinary family? Ordinary enough to drive an 850,000 yuan luxury car right after entering university? What kind of ordinary family is like this? Junior, do you know him? Wang Yunjie noticed Lu Meng's astonishment and followed her gaze, spotting Chen Zhibai emerging from the BMW. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat.
He realized Chen Zhibai appeared quite young.
Likely a first-year student. A first-year student driving a BMW X5? Such a wealthy second-generation heir?
The distinction between driving a million-yuan luxury car while in university and after securing a job is vastly different.
If he knows Lu Meng, then he surely stands no chance. He had no confidence in competing with a wealthy second-generation student driving a top-tier BMW X5. Wang Yunjie's heart sank, yet he pressed on with his inquiry.
Lu Meng remained silent, her gaze still fixed on Chen Zhibai, her mind racing with thoughts. However, when she noticed Wang Yunjie standing beside her, she ultimately chose to turn and enter the supermarket. Even though she had no connection with Wang Yunjie, she did not want Chen Zhibai to see them together.
This was Lu Meng's line of thinking.
Wang Yunjie observed her reaction as she turned to enter the supermarket, and he immediately felt a sense of relief.
To him,
it was evident that she did not recognize him.
Otherwise, wouldn't she have at least exchanged pleasantries?
With this thought, he felt reassured.
Junior, did you forget to buy something?
Just let me know, and I'll help you find it, he said. Suppressing his thoughts and casting a jealous glance at Chen Zhibai before turning to enter the supermarket.
No need, I can find what I want myself, Lu Meng firmly rejected. Junior, why are we being so polite? It's no trouble at all.
Wang Yunjie smiled, gazing at Lu Meng's beautiful and fair face with eager eyes.
And he was about to speak again.
But before he could finish, Lu Meng interrupted him.
I already said I can find it myself.
And please refrain from speaking to me in the future, I do not like you. Lu Meng stated decisively, as she took her phone and, right in front of Wang Yunjie, swiftly deleted and blocked him. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving Wang Yunjie utterly stunned.
Wait, Junior. What are you doing? Did I upset you in some way? Once he regained his composure, Wang Yunjie felt a surge of anxiety, utterly perplexed.
He could not fathom why Lu Meng would delete and block him without cause. Just a moment ago, they were still chatting, albeit without dinner plans.
But they were communicating nonetheless. Now, why?
Junior, if I did something wrong or upset you, please tell me, and I will certainly correct it. Just don't delete and block me, I'm sorry, Wang Yunjie implored, suppressing his confusion and adopting a lowly stance. He had been in several relationships before, often taking the lead, yet now, faced with Lu Meng, he instinctively lowered his demeanor. It was unavoidable, Lu Meng's beauty and figure were simply captivating.
Wang Yunjie truly did not wish to give up. You haven't done anything wrong, but I simply do not like you. In response to Wang Yunjie's humble demeanor,
Lu Meng offered only this succinct reply before decisively turning to leave. Wang Yunjie wanted to pursue her, but Lu Meng glanced back at him.
He instinctively halted, recognizing the impatience in her gaze. Once Lu Meng turned the corner and disappeared from sight, Wang Yunjie rubbed his hair in frustration and defeat. He was utterly bewildered by the turn of events.
Just moments ago, they were still connected on WeChat, exchanging messages, albeit brief, but now, even that connection was severed.
Moreover,
Lu Meng's demeanor while speaking to him had been straightforward and devoid of any leniency.
Who could explain to him what had transpired?
Wang Yunjie stood there,
a picture of despondency.
He prided himself on having dated several girls and believed he understood women well, yet at this moment, he felt utterly lost.
He was certain he had not provoked Lu Meng in any way.
Chapter 11, Seizing Opportunities in the Supermarket, behind a shelf displaying an array of potato chips. Lu Meng stood lost in thought.
She had resolved to sever ties with Wang Yunjie after witnessing Chen Zhibai alight from his BMW X5. At that moment,
she had identified her target for a romantic relationship, Chen Zhibai. It was evident that he hailed from a wealthy background. Given that he drove an extravagant car worth over 800,000 yuan at the start of his university journey, Lu Meng understood the importance of seizing this opportunity. Coming from a modest family, she had learned early on that to change her fate and achieve a life of comfort, she must rely on her beauty and figure.
Fortuitously, she was blessed with striking looks and an enviable physique.
Since middle school, she had been pursued by numerous boys, yet she had declined all advances, knowing that she possessed but one chance to secure a prosperous future. Her ambition was clear: to find a boyfriend from a well-off family during her university years, marry him post-graduation, and thus elevate her social standing, freeing herself from financial worries. She was astute in her reasoning for seeking love within the university rather than in the working world. She recognized that university romances tend to be more genuine and sincere,
even among the affluent, who still value love. In contrast, once in society, wealthy individuals would quickly become aware of their desirability, relegating potential partners to fleeting relationships. Fortuitously, her visit to the supermarket today had unveiled Chen Zhibai's affluent status, otherwise, she might have remained oblivious. Reflecting on their earlier encounter in the cafeteria, she felt a wave of relief. Although she was unaware of his background, her demeanor had been commendable, devoid of any impropriety. This realization made her optimistic about fostering opportunities for interaction, naturally leading to a romantic relationship. With this mindset, she left the supermarket, her thoughts racing with possibilities. Upon returning to her dormitory, she discovered it empty. Her roommate Liu had yet to return from shopping. Lu Meng resolved to seek Chen Zhibai's WeChat ID upon her arrival. As she pondered this, a smile crossed her face, and she prepared to wash her hair. With a potential partner in mind, she felt no urgency. Her beauty and figure would surely attract him if she made the first move. Entering the bathroom with her towel in hand, she was interrupted as the dormitory door swung open. Her roommate Xin Chang had returned. "You're back?" Lu Meng greeted her, momentarily studying Xin Chang's face. Proud of her own appearance, she had rarely encountered a girl who could rival her beauty, yet Xin Chang was an exception. With her delicate features and cool demeanor, it was undeniable that they were equally matched. "Are you about to wash your hair?" Xin Chang inquired, noticing Lu Meng's shampoo and towel. Lu Meng affirmed and retreated to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Xin Chang placed her books on the desk, casting a glance at the closed door. She sensed an air of happiness surrounding Lu Meng. Moments later, her phone vibrated in her pocket, disrupting her focus. With a frown, Xin Chang retrieved her phone, discovering messages from her mother. "Have you encountered any well-off boys at university?" her mother inquired. "If there are, pursue them actively. University relationships are still pure. And even if their families are aware, they will accept your love, something that cannot be compared to life outside campus. I don't want you to end up like me, choosing love over stability and living a life of hardship." 3 messages in quick succession weighed heavily on Xin Chang's mind. She sighed, placing her phone down. But her concentration had dissipated, rendering her unable to continue reading. She understood her mother's concern, having married for love. Her mother had faced financial struggles and wished for her daughter to find a partner from a stable background. Meanwhile, after parking his car, Chen Zhibai initially intended to head straight to his dormitory. However, upon noticing the time, past 6 o'clock, he decided to dine at the cafeteria first. After ordering braised pork over rice and finding a seat, he finished his meal as the clock struck 7. The summer evening still held onto its light. Upon returning to his dorm, he found roommates Li Dong and Wang Chao engrossed in their games. They exchanged brief greetings before resuming their play, unaware of the transformative changes in Chen Zhibai's life. Prior to today, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of academic pursuits and future employment, but now he was free to contemplate how best to enjoy life. Suppressing his reflections, Chen Zhibai washed his face in the bathroom. Upon emerging, he found his roommates bickering over their recent gaming session. "If you had joined, we would have won the team battle," Wang Chao lamented. "Is that my fault? You didn't even check if I was available while you were fighting," Li Dong retorted, his expression sour. Seeing Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao quickly interjected, "Old Chen, help us out. We've lost 6 in a row. Want to play a couple of rounds?" Li Dong added. Chen Zhibai, whose gaming skills surpassed theirs, agreed, pulling out his phone. However, before he could launch the game, Wang Chao leaned in closer. "Wait, Old Chen, is that a new phone? A Huawei model? That must be worth 7 to 8,000 yuan. Wang Chao exclaimed, envy evident in his voice. Chapter 12, The Clown. How much? 7 or 8,000? Is that true? Old Chen, can you really afford such an expensive phone? Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Li Dong momentarily froze, then shot a disbelieving glance in his direction. Even though it had only been a month since the start of school, they were well aware of each other's family circumstances. Approximately 8,000, Chen Zhibai nodded in affirmation. What is going on, Old Chen? You actually bought such an expensive phone?
This isn't like you, Wang Chao exclaimed, his face a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. In his mind, Chen Zhibai was not the type to splurge on such costly devices.
There's nothing much to it. I actually have something I've been concealing from you.
I can tell you now, Chen Zhibai smiled slightly before continuing, I'm the offspring of a wealthy family.
I'm coming clean.
This was Chen Zhibai's carefully considered response. With the manifestation of the godly rich system, it was evident that he would no longer face financial constraints, not even in the distant future.
In fact,
he was currently earning 1,000 yuan daily, which amounted to 30,000 a month, a considerable income among office workers.
Adding to this was his top-tier BMW X5,
valued at over 800,000 yuan. Given his current standing, it was clear that he would only grow wealthier over time.
Sharing a dorm with the others would inevitably lead them to discover his newfound affluence.
Thus, Chen Zhibai thought it wise to embrace the identity of a wealthy heir,
providing a satisfactory explanation for his financial sources.
However, at his declaration, both Wang Chao and Li Dong scoffed in unison.
Who would believe you are a rich heir?
If you are, then I must be a first-generation tycoon. It was evident that both were incredulous about Chen Zhibai's claim.
This reaction was entirely normal.
If someone close to you suddenly declared themselves a rich heir, your instinctual response would likely be disbelief.
Believe it or not, let us just play a game. Chen Zhibai shrugged off their skepticism and launched the game, beckoning them to join. Come on.
Wang Chao and Li Dong chose not to pursue the previous topic,
instead accepting Chen Zhibai's invitation to play.
To them, his assertion of being a rich heir seemed merely a jest.
After playing 3 rounds, the clock struck a little past 8:30. The dormitory door swung open, revealing Zhou Hao.
The three were still engrossed in their game, exchanging simple greetings. Zhou Hao surveyed the trio with a slight curl of his lip, a glimmer of superiority evident in his eyes. Zhou Hao indeed felt a sense of superiority,
as he believed his family circumstances were the most favorable in the dorm. Moreover, he was the first to enter a romantic relationship, and what was more, his girlfriend was quite attractive.
Although she could not compare to Lu Meng, she was still regarded as a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people.
And honestly, who could rival someone as stunning as Lu Meng?
Therefore, he felt quite satisfied with his girlfriend. At the very least, he did not believe that Chen Zhibai would ever date someone more attractive than her. Furthermore, it remained uncertain if Chen Zhibai would even find a girlfriend at all. With this thought in mind, Zhou Hao's sense of superiority swelled further. Casting another glance at Chen Zhibai, who was still engrossed in gaming, Zhou Hao reclined on his bed,
pulling out his phone to check his WeChat messages from Li Yu. Yeah, I'm back at the dorm.
Have you returned yet? It's only been a short while since we parted, and I already miss you. He sent 3 consecutive messages, eagerly awaiting a response.
After a brief moment of silence,
noticing that Li Yu had not replied, Zhou Hao decided to wash his face and brush his teeth. As he brushed his teeth, he recalled spending over 700 yuan on clothes that afternoon and dining out that evening. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, his monthly allowance was substantial, 2,000 yuan, but such expenditures were still quite significant. Ever since he and Li Yu had started dating, he had spent quite a bit. However, he deemed it worthwhile. The thought of Li Yu's lovely face and figure filled his mind with daydreams.
After freshening up,
Zhou Hao checked his phone again to see if Li Yu had responded, but found no message.
Yeah, are you still not back at the dorm? Why aren't you replying, darling?
After sending 2 more messages, he navigated to his mother's WeChat chat.
Mom,
I need to buy a set of study materials for 1,000 yuan.
Please transfer the money to me. Why do you need to buy study materials again? Didn't you just purchase a set a few days ago?
His mother replied swiftly.
That was then, this is now. Hurry up, don't delay my studies. Zhou Hao typed impatiently.
In the next moment, the transfer notification pinged 1,000 yuan.
Zhou Hao's eyes lit up, and he eagerly accepted the transfer.
Of course. The request for study materials was merely an excuse. He had nearly exhausted his funds.
However, he had plans to take Li Yu out for barbecue tomorrow, and having no money was simply not an option.
Hence, he resorted to using the study materials as a pretext.
In any case, it proved to be quite effective.
Zhou Hao thought with a sense of pride. I'm done playing, Chen Zhibai announced, putting away his phone and addressing Wang Chao and Li Dong. Let us play a couple more rounds, it's still early, Wang Chao and Li Dong urged, eager to extend their gaming session. Especially since they had enjoyed victories under Chen Zhibai's leadership. Let us save it for tomorrow, my eyes are a bit tired, and I need to rest them. Chen Zhibai replied, tucking his phone away. Seeing this, Wang Chao and Li Dong felt a twinge of disappointment but chose not to press on with the games. Old Chen. What type of girl do you like? I can have my girlfriend keep an eye out for you. Lu Meng is out of the question. A girl of her caliber is simply unattainable for you. Look at me, I'm local, I have 2 properties, yet I wouldn't dare pursue Lu Meng because it's hopeless. You needn't even try. But while Lu Meng is out of reach, there are plenty of ordinary girls. Just tell me your preferences. And I'll have my girlfriend help you look. Wang Chao and Li Dong had stepped out to the balcony for a smoke when Zhou Hao suddenly approached Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. Although Zhou Hao feigned concern, his air of superiority was palpable, and it irked Chen Zhibai. However, the irritation dissipated almost instantly. For now that he possessed the godly rich system, Zhou Hao's air seemed akin to those of a clown in his eyes. I can find my own girlfriend. Chen Zhibai replied calmly before entering the restroom. Behind him, Zhou Hao scoffed. Finding your own girlfriend? Good luck with that. With your mediocre conditions, who would even consider you? TCH, forget it, I was only hoping that as fellow dorm mates, you could help me find someone. Chapter 13, should I add WeChat? Or is it a proactive addition? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng was seated on her bed, applying body lotion to her legs. The lotion she used was rather expensive. Yet Lu Meng deemed it a necessary investment, fully aware that her most striking asset was her long, elegant legs. She applied the cream meticulously and evenly, occasionally glancing towards the dormitory door. Li Yu had yet to return. Lu Meng was confident that Li Yu would not stay out. She was acutely aware that Li Yu regarded Zhou Hao as a backup, and it was unlikely she would spend the night away. Thus, she awaited Li Yu's return. Unlike Li Yu, Lu Meng did not entertain the notion of keeping boys as backups. Instead, she believed in choosing a suitable partner and wholeheartedly investing her affections. Ultimately aspiring to marry and become a devoted housewife, free from financial worries. She intended to make this investment only once. Meng, your legs are stunning. I've never seen anyone with legs as beautiful as yours in real life, and even on Douyin, I don't think anyone's legs compare to yours. Her roommate Wang Hui remarked enviously. Wang Hui had an ordinary appearance but a lively personality. Really? Lu Meng chuckled softly, continuing to apply the lotion with care. Absolutely. If I were a guy, I'd be utterly smitten by your legs, they are simply gorgeous, Wang Hui affirmed, nodding vigorously before curiously inquiring, but Meng. It's been a month since the semester began, and there are quite a few boys from our department and others who have shown interest in you. Several of them have decent qualities, yet you haven't accepted any of their advances. Could you share what kind of boyfriend you're seeking? At that moment, Xin Shang, who had been engrossed in her phone, instinctively looked up at Lu Meng. She had a vivid impression of Lu Meng, having grown up with striking beauty herself. Only to find Lu Meng equally captivating upon entering university. It was not a matter of comparison, she was simply curious about Lu Meng's standards for a partner. Me? Lu Meng smiled, about to respond when the dormitory door swung open, revealing Li Yu, who entered with 2 bags of clothes. Oh, I'm exhausted from shopping. I spent the entire afternoon out. As Li Yu stepped into the room, she cast a glance at Lu Meng and Xinshang, feeling a surge of joy upon seeing both present. It was time to flaunt her accomplishments. While she acknowledged that both Lu Meng and Xinshang were beautiful, she felt a sense of superiority as she currently had a boyfriend who spent money on her. Zhou Hao insisted on buying me clothes while we were shopping. I told him I didn't want any, but he insisted that as my boyfriend, it's his duty to treat me. He ended up buying me 2 t-shirts and a pair of pants, costing him over 500 yuan, but he claims that's no big deal. Li Yu spoke with a tone that conveyed frustration, yet her intent to boast was glaringly obvious. Lu Meng glanced at her but continued applying the lotion, while Xinshang remained silent, still focused on her phone. Only Wang Hui chimed in, really? Zhou Hao treats you quite well. And spending over 500 yuan is no small amount. Indeed, it's quite a sum, but for him, it's insignificant. He's a local from Jiangcheng and has 2 houses. His family is well off, Liu replied with a smile, feeling somewhat dissatisfied as she longed for Lu Meng and Qingqing to engage in the conversation. Their silence dampened her spirits, as boasting to Wang Hui was not as fulfilling.
That's impressive, you. With your discerning eye, once you graduate. You and Zhou Hao can easily settle in Jiangcheng, Wang Hui remarked enviously.
It's alright, just adequate, Liu nodded. Feeling a twinge of annoyance at Lu Meng and Qingqing's continued silence, yet she knew they were listening. This was merely a declaration of her presence.
She too had admirers.
Alright, I'm off to take a shower, my legs are sore from shopping, Liu declared as she set down the bags and grabbed her towel. Preparing to head to the bathroom. You, wait a moment, Lu Meng called out, having just finished applying the lotion.
What is it, Meng?
Liu turned to her, curiosity evident in her eyes. She found it improbable that Lu Meng would envy her, given Lu Meng's superior qualities, which guaranteed her a partner of better caliber than Zhou Hao.
It's nothing major.
While having lunch in the cafeteria today, I'd like to add your boyfriend's roommate,
Chen Zhibai, on WeChat. Could you ask him to send me his WeChat ID? Lu Meng stated without hesitation.
Upon hearing this, Liu paused, a look of confusion crossing her face.
Chen Zhibai?
She was well aware that he was Zhou Hao's roommate, but she was taken aback that Lu Meng wanted to add him on WeChat, and even more so that she was being proactive about it.
What was going on?
It was evident that their relationship was tenuous at best. Chen Zhibai was of average appearance and background, utterly unremarkable.
Why would Lu Meng want to initiate contact with him? Liu's eyebrows furrowed in suspicion, something felt amiss.
Her intuition warned her that there was more beneath the surface,
as she could not fathom why Lu Meng would randomly want to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat. Throughout the month since classes began,
she had observed Lu Meng maintaining a distance from boys, even those with promising qualities, consistently rejecting their advances.
In her eyes,
Lu Meng was either aiming for something significant or simply choosing not to engage unless it was a partnership of high caliber.
Yet now,
she was proactively reaching out to a boy who did not align with her previous behavior.
What is the reason behind this?
Liu pondered, her mind racing with questions. Qingqing, sitting on her bed, lifted her strikingly beautiful face to glance at Lu Meng, sensing that something was off. She had heard Liu mention Chen Zhibai, Zhou Hao's roommate, and knew he was of ordinary standing. Logically, Lu Meng should not have been inclined to add him as a friend.
However,
it was of no concern to her, and she soon returned her focus to her phone, engrossed in a foreign novel.
Meng, why do you wish to add him on WeChat?
Liu inquired, suppressing her thoughts as she cautiously approached the topic. She cast a fleeting envious glance at Lu Meng's long legs, aware that although her own legs were also attractive, they paled in comparison. Chapter 14, The Incredible Zhou Hao. I just have a few questions for him, Lu Meng remarked after glancing at Liu. Her tone casual enough to ease Liu's earlier suspicions. After all, adding someone on WeChat doesn't necessarily indicate romantic interest, especially considering Chen Zhibai's average qualities.
If Liu found him unappealing, Lu Meng would likely feel the same.
Alright, I'll have Zhou Hao send over his WeChat, Liu nodded.
Thank you.
I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, Lu Meng replied with a playful heart gesture.
There's no need for formalities between us. I'll message Zhou Hao right now. Liu responded, sending a heart emoji back. After momentarily admiring Lu Meng's long legs, she promptly opened WeChat.
Upon doing so, she discovered several messages from Zhou Hao.
Liu pouted slightly, yet felt a sense of satisfaction. She considered Zhou Hao's family background to be quite decent.
He was a local with 2 properties and did not hesitate to spend money on her.
If no better candidates came along,
she wouldn't mind being with Zhou Hao for the long haul.
I just returned to my dorm and was about to freshen up, Liu texted back, preparing to inquire about Chen Zhibai's WeChat.
However, before she could finish typing, Zhou Hao's reply came almost instantly.
Go ahead and freshen up.
After sending the message, Zhou Hao found his thoughts wandering, subconsciously picturing Liu in the shower, which stirred a restless excitement within him. He considered typing a playful comment about when they could shower together but hesitated, fearing it might irritate her.
Yeah, why don't you freshen up first? We can chat afterward, he typed. Sure, I'll go wash up.
By the way, please send me your roommate Chen Zhibai's WeChat, Liu replied.
Zhou Hao,
still lost in daydreams about Liu, was momentarily taken aback by her request.
Wait, what is going on? Why does she want another guy's WeChat?
He felt a twinge of discomfort but quickly dismissed it, rationalizing that Chen Zhibai was not a threat given his inferior qualities.
Why do you need his WeChat? If there's something you want to discuss, you can come to me.
If I can't handle it, he certainly can't, Zhou Hao typed back.
I'm asking for Lu Meng.
She said she has something to ask him.
Alright, I'm going to wash up now. Remember to send me his WeChat.
Liu sent before putting her phone away and turning to Lu Meng. I'll wash up first. I'll get Chen Zhibai's WeChat for you afterward.
Okay, Lu Meng nodded. Liu said nothing more and walked into the bathroom with her towel.
In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao, who had been lying on his bed,
sprang up upon reading Liu's message, the sudden movement startling his roommates. What the hell?
You scared me, Wang Chao exclaimed, turning from the balcony after finishing a smoke.
Yeah, that was abrupt, Li Dong added.
Zhou Hao ignored their comments, his eyes fixed on his phone screen, filled with disbelief.
He couldn't fathom why Lu Meng would want Chen Zhibai's WeChat. Lu Meng? What does she want to ask him that she couldn't ask me?
I certainly know more than he does, Zhou Hao thought, instinctively typing out his frustration.
He was adamant about not wanting Lu Meng to contact Chen Zhibai. Even for trivial inquiries, especially since he didn't even possess Lu Meng's WeChat.
Just send me his WeChat number, no need for all this, Liu. Now in the bathroom, frowned upon seeing Zhou Hao's message. She was well aware of Zhou Hao's lingering glances at Lu Meng during lunch.
Oh.
I'll send it right now, Zhou Hao replied, sensing her displeasure. Liu huffed and didn't respond, placing her phone down as she began to shower. Zhou Hao felt a sense of unfairness wash over him but complied, sending Chen Zhibai's WeChat to Liu. Afterward, he wore a sour expression. Troubled that Lu Meng wanted to add Chen Zhibai, even if it was merely for questions.
What's with you, Zhou? You look like someone upset you, Wang Chao teased, noticing Zhou Hao's foul mood.
I'm not upset, Zhou Hao replied curtly, just as Chen Zhibai emerged from the bathroom. I'm going for a smoke, Zhou Hao said, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and heading to the balcony. Crazy, as if someone actually upset him, Wang Chao muttered. He had always found Zhou Hao insufferable, flaunting his local status with an air of superiority.
Let it go, we're all roommates here.
Everyone has their quirks.
And he hasn't done anything wrong, Li Dong interjected.
Wang Chao didn't pursue the topic further and turned to Chen Zhibai.
Hey, old Chen, are you done? I'm heading in to wash up. It's unbearable not to shower in this heat. Go ahead, Chen Zhibai nodded.
As Chen Zhibai lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, he felt no inclination to sleep. The hour was still early, but more than that, he was unable to suppress his excitement. After all, he had been bound to a system of wealth. His once mundane life had transformed, and while his temperament was typically calm, he couldn't help but feel a thrill that would likely overwhelm most first-year students.
Suppressing his exhilaration, Chen Zhibai checked the time on his phone. It was just past 9 in the evening.
With no signs of fatigue, he decided to indulge in some reading. He was currently engrossed in a captivating fantasy novel, though the author had lamented about his lackluster performance in recent chapters. After finishing her shower and drying her hair with a blow-dryer, Liu stepped out of the bathroom. She certainly looked attractive, with a pleasing figure that,
while not epitomizing beauty, qualified her as a charming young woman.
At her age as a first-year student, she naturally exuded a youthful vibrancy.
Meng. I just sent you Chen Zhibai's WeChat. Did you see it? Liu called to Lu Meng. Really? I was scrolling through Douyin and missed it.
Let me check now, Lu Meng replied, opening her WeChat and indeed finding Liu's message along with a contact card. The boy's cartoon avatar and simple name were both appealing and straightforward. Chapter 15. Liu was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Chen Zhibai's WeChat contact card on her mobile screen.
Lu Meng smiled softly before clicking to add him as a friend. In the friend requests notes, she wrote, I am Lu Meng. We had lunch together in the cafeteria. And I have a few questions to ask you.
After sending the request, Lu Meng stared at her phone, awaiting Chen Zhibai's acceptance. She felt a surge of confidence. He was bound to approve her request. With this thought in mind, Lu Meng set her phone down and glanced at her legs. During lunch, she had noticed Chen Zhibai glancing in her direction several times. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai was engrossed in a novel when his phone suddenly vibrated. A WeChat notification popped up, indicating someone had messaged him. Raising an eyebrow, he casually opened WeChat, only to find Lu Meng's friend request. To be candid, Chen Zhibai was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Lu Meng would take the initiative to add him. Moreover, she had something to inquire about. What could it possibly be? Pondering this, he clicked to accept, and within moments, their chat window appeared. He glanced at Lu Meng's profile picture, a lovely selfie showcasing her radiant face and long legs. Buzz. His phone vibrated again. Lu Meng had sent a cute cat emoji as a greeting, which appeared quite endearing. Chen Zhibai responded with a similar greeting emoji. Lu Meng replied with another one. For a brief while, neither of them spoke. Instead, they engaged in a playful exchange of memes for 5 or 6 minutes. Alright, I concede. I can't compete with you, Lu Meng declared, ending the meme battle first. She then typed, aren't you curious about what I want to ask you? Curious, indeed. Please. Go ahead, Chen Zhibai replied, his curiosity piqued. After all, it was a rare occurrence for a beauty like Lu Meng to take the initiative to add him on WeChat. He was well aware of his own ordinariness as a university student. However, that was the past. Now, with a newfound system, he was destined to transcend the ordinary. This was why he maintained such a calm demeanor while chatting with Lu Meng. While she was undeniably beautiful and exuded charm, he questioned whether he truly needed a girlfriend. Confident in his own worth and untroubled by the prospect of dating. It's not a big deal. I heard from Liu that you excel in the computer science department. My laptop has inexplicably malfunctioned and won't boot up. Could you take a look at it? Lu Meng lay on her bed in the girls' dormitory, her fingers tapping away at the phone screen as she articulated her premeditated excuse. The lights were already out, and the dim glow of the screen illuminated her face, which, though bare, remained strikingly beautiful. Of course, I won't ask you to fix it for free. Regardless of whether you can repair it or not. I will treat you to a meal. What do you say? Lu Meng continued typing, followed by a cute kitten emoji that seemed impossible to refuse. Naturally, her laptop was not broken, it powered up seamlessly. Once Chen Zhibai agreed to help, she planned to present the functioning device to him, feigning surprise at its sudden revival. She merely sought an opportunity to engage with Chen Zhibai and forge a connection. She was resolute in her pursuit of him. Alright, I will take a look. But I cannot guarantee a fix, Chen Zhibai responded, oblivious to Lu Meng's ulterior motives. I'll treat you to dinner even if you can't repair it, he added. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's agreement, Lu Meng's lips curled into a sly smile as she continued typing, do you have time tomorrow? Could you take a look for me? I really need my laptop. I have no classes tomorrow morning. Where shall we meet? Chen Zhibai typed back. How about the small garden in front of the girls' dormitory? It's quite peaceful there, Lu Meng suggested. Okay. After sending an acknowledgement, Chen Zhibai intended to exit WeChat and return to his novel, but Lu Meng sent another message. By the way, I just saw on your moments that you have a golden retriever? I adore goldens, but my family won't allow me to have one. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow at Lu Meng's message. His moments were set to show only 6 months of posts. Yet he had indeed shared a picture of his golden retriever. But Lu Meng had seen it? Yes, I have a golden retriever, he replied. How old is it? Lu Meng inquired. The conversation naturally shifted to the topic of goldens. Lu Meng exhibited a remarkable talent for engaging dialogue, providing emotional validation with every response from Chen Zhibai and seamlessly transitioning to new subjects. Their exchange was filled with warmth and connection, leading them to converse for over 2 hours, nearly approaching midnight. In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay in bed after finishing an episode of a drama. Noticing the late hour, she intended to use the restroom before retiring for the night. However, as she sat up, she noticed a faint light emanating from Lu Meng's bed. Puzzled, Liu turned her gaze to see Lu Meng typing on her phone, a smile gracing her face. Clearly, she was engaged in a lively conversation. But who was she chatting with at such a late hour?
Was she possibly in a relationship?
Li Yu's mind raced with questions, prompting her to ask, Meng Meng.
Who are you chatting with? It's so late, and you seem quite happy. Have you found a boyfriend? Is he from our school? Curiosity evident in her voice. Li Yu awaited an answer.
Lu Meng, holding her phone, furrowed her brow momentarily upon hearing Li Yu's question but quickly regained her composure.
I'm chatting with Chen Zhibai. She replied. Who? Meng Meng, did you just say you're chatting with whom? Li Yu's disbelief was palpable. Chen Zhibai? No way.
She was convinced her ears were deceiving her.
Yes, I'm chatting with Chen Zhibai, Lu Meng stated while continuing to type.
She noticed Li Yu's astonishment but remained unfazed. Soon,
Li Yu would understand the wisdom of her choice.
Lu Meng had a keen eye for character, and Chen Zhibai's confidence suggested he possessed remarkable potential. Chapter 16, Sleepless Li Yu entered the restroom, her mind still lingering on Lu Meng's earlier words about chatting with Chen Zhibai. She found it utterly incredulous, after all. How could one possibly engage in conversation with someone as ordinary as Chen Zhibai? Yet, what if it were true? A frown creased her brow as she pondered this possibility. She retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and navigated to her conversation with Zhou Hao. Their dialogue had ceased 2 hours prior. Zhou Hao had wished to chat, but Li Yu had claimed fatigue, prompting him to bid her good night. Have you slept? Li Yu typed and sent. In the boys' dormitory. Zhou Hao was engrossed in a gaming session, his body taut with concentration as a crucial team battle unfolded. Suddenly, a notification from Li Yu's message jolted him. For a moment, he was taken aback, but then a grin spread across his face as he eagerly opened WeChat. Not asleep, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare and feel scared? No need to fear, I'm here, he hastily replied. His heart swelling with delight at the thought that Li Yu must have been troubled, otherwise, why would she reach out to him when she clearly intended to sleep? This suggested that she held him dear. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu smirked at Zhou Hao's response. She had not experienced a nightmare nor felt frightened. Indeed. I had a nightmare and was a bit scared, she typed back. But I'm not scared anymore. Upon reading this, Zhou Hao's spirits soared even higher. Just as he was about to respond, Li Yu sent another message. By the way, what are your dorm mates up to? Our dorm? Zhou Hao replied, barely pausing to consider the question as he glanced around. Wang Chao and Li Dong were already asleep, but Chen Zhibai was still awake, engrossed in his phone. Likely chatting with a girl, as he was laughing. However, any girl chatting with him must be quite ordinary, he typed. Li Yu fell silent upon receiving Zhou Hao's message. Her mind racing. Chen Zhibai was chatting as well? Was it mere coincidence? Could Lu Meng have spoken the truth, and he truly was conversing with Chen Zhibai? But how could that be? A frown deepened on her brow, she sensed there was something she was missing. Yeah, if you're not sleepy, shall we chat for a bit? What do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow? I can buy it for you. Noting Li Yu's prolonged silence, Zhou Hao sent 2 messages in quick succession. Forget it. I'm really tired now. Li Yu instinctively began to type but lost interest in continuing the conversation with Zhou Hao. Mid-sentence, she deleted her words. By the way, can I ask you something? What is Chen Zhibai's family background like? She inquired. She suspected that Chen Zhibai's family circumstances might not be as ordinary as Zhou Hao had claimed, otherwise. How could Lu Meng have approached him so suddenly during lunch without any prior interaction? Yet, she had swiftly asked for his WeChat and chatted for so long. Yeah. Why are you asking about his family? His background is quite ordinary, his parents run a small convenience store in a small county, and the business is just okay. He said so himself, Zhou Hao replied, assuming Li Yu's inquiry was to introduce someone to Chen Zhibai. Honestly, he doesn't need me to find him a girlfriend. When I asked what type of girl he likes, he said he would find someone on his own. So, let us see what kind of girlfriend he can find. Li Yu refrained from responding, instead contemplating Zhou Hao's messages. Was his family truly ordinary? Suddenly, she found herself doubting. Yeah, why are you silent again? Are you sleepy? Zhou Hao's impatience grew as he noticed her lack of response. Yes, I'm tired, I'll go to sleep now. You should sleep early too.
Staying up late is bad for your health.
Liu sent 2 messages, fully aware of the need to offer Zhou some sweet encouragement, even if only verbally. Upon receiving her messages, Zhou felt a rush of happiness.
See, I knew you cared about me. Alright, I understand, I want to stay up late. You sleep well. Good night, and sweet dreams, Zhou typed back. Good night. Liu replied before putting her phone away.
After finishing in the restroom and flushing the toilet, she stepped out, instinctively glancing at Lu Meng's bed, where Lu Meng was still busy chatting. This was undoubtedly suspicious.
Liu lay back on her bed, reflecting on her interactions with Chen Zhibai.
They had encountered each other a few times, always in Zhou's presence. Her impression of Chen Zhibai was neither particularly good nor bad. Although his appearance and background were average, he seemed quite composed, lacking the restlessness often found in other boys. Yet, beyond that, there was little else. Now, however, she felt she had overlooked something significant.
After all,
Lu Meng had been chatting so happily with Chen Zhibai for such a long time. Clearly, she had missed some crucial detail. But what could it be? Liu furrowed her brow, finding herself unable to sleep.
Oh dear, it's almost midnight. I didn't even notice how late it's gotten.
I should sleep. Lu Meng feigned surprise at the time as she sent a message. In truth, she was not yet tired and wished to continue chatting with Chen Zhibai. But she understood the importance of moderation. After all, they would meet tomorrow under the pretext of repairing her computer, so there was no rush.
Alright, then you should sleep.
Chen Zhibai replied.
Okay, you should also sleep early. See you tomorrow?
I'll need your help with my computer, Lu Meng typed,
adding an adorable cat emoji to her message.
Very polite, Chen Zhibai replied. After sending a moon emoji as a goodnight gesture, Lu Meng waited, relieved when Chen Zhibai reciprocated with a similar emoji before finally putting her phone away. Yet, she did not sleep. Instead, she reflected on the 2-hour conversation they had just shared. To be frank, she was thoroughly pleased with Chen Zhibai. He was remarkably composed, a quality she deemed essential. A stable individual inherently has an advantage, progressing more swiftly and steadily than others.
With a satisfactory family background and a commendable temperament, that was sufficient.
As Lu Meng mulled over her thoughts, she began to consider what to wear for her meeting with Chen Zhibai the next day. The core element was simple: she wanted to leave him in awe upon their first encounter.
Several outfits flashed through her mind as she gradually formed a decision. Chapter 17, a tribute paneled boys' dormitory. Chen Zhibai held his phone, perusing the chat history between himself and Lu Meng. A hypothesis formed in his mind.
It was quite probable that Lu Meng had spotted him while he was driving back to school that afternoon. The likelihood seemed substantial.
Otherwise,
there would be no reason for Lu Meng to initiate adding him on WeChat, nor for their conversation to flow naturally for over 2 hours. He understood himself better than anyone. He was quite ordinary, be it his looks, height, or family background, none of which would particularly captivate Lu Meng's attention. Had that been the case, she would have engaged him cheerfully during lunch at the cafeteria, rather than waiting until evening to suddenly add him on WeChat. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation: she had indeed seen him while he was parked on campus.
Without that, the current circumstances were inexplicable.
While it was a rather pragmatic realization, it was the sole possibility.
Chen Zhibai chuckled softly, feeling somewhat reflective.
Thus, this underscores the significance of wealth.
But when exactly had Lu Meng seen him?
He certainly hadn't noticed her while driving into the school. He refrained from dwelling on it any longer, as it was already past midnight. System, extract today's 1,000 yuan, Chen Zhibai silently instructed the system within him. A soft buzz emanated from his phone. Vibrating with a notification from the bank, the 1,000 yuan had been credited to his account. He locked the phone and placed it beneath his pillow,
preparing to sleep in, as he had no classes the following morning.
Yet, at that moment, the system's voice reverberated in his mind.
Ding! Host has triggered the running check-in task.
The host may choose one of the following options: A. Run for 30 minutes every morning for 7 consecutive days to receive 2 rewards. 1. A cash prize of 100,000
yuan.
2. An increase in height by 3 centimeters. Note, this height increase has no side effects. B. Do not run and receive the title of lazy expert.
Note, this title is utterly useless.
Hearing the system's task, Chen Zhibai wore a peculiar expression.
Here it was again.
A choice so obvious that even a fool would understand. Of course, option A was the clear choice. The cash reward of 100,000 yuan was straightforward. Simply running for 7 days would yield this reward. Averaging it out, that was over 13,000 yuan a day, an income surpassing that of many jobs.
What occupation in society could promise such a daily wage?
All that was required of him was to run for 30 minutes each morning.
A negligible effort for such a reward.
However, beyond the monetary prize,
Chen Zhibai was far more intrigued by the second reward, an increase in height by 3 centimeters without any adverse effects.
Frankly, upon seeing this reward, his heart raced with excitement. He perceived the underlying implications of this reward.
If height could be augmented without side effects, could it also enhance his appearance?
Looks and height are akin to a genetic lottery, immutable by nature. Yet, if the system could increase height, it implied an ability to enhance appearance as well. This was a readily comprehensible notion, and it was precisely this prospect that quickened Chen Zhibai's pulse.
Could a boy of his ordinary looks potentially transform into a strikingly handsome figure? System, can my looks be improved?
Chen Zhibai suppressed his exhilaration and inquired of the system. Filled with anticipation. Replying to the host, "It is possible," the system confirmed.
Indeed.
Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled with excitement, even though he had previously speculated. The system's affirmation still thrilled him.
The host's current character attribute panel has been generated. Would you like to view it? The system prompted once more. Attribute panel?
Yes.
Chen Zhibai replied promptly.
In the next instant, a virtual three-dimensional screen materialized before him. Name, Chen Zhibai. Age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 127 pounds. Appearance, 69. Physique, 73. Special, 80. The host can currently receive a cash allowance of 1,000 yuan daily.
Today has been claimed.
Chen Zhibai scanned his attribute panel, his expression remaining unchanged upon noting his appearance score of merely 69.
He indeed had an ordinary visage. However,
that could change in the future.
Yet, he was puzzled by the meaning of the special attribute, which stood at an impressive 80 points.
Raising an eyebrow at this score, he directly inquired of the system.
System, what does this special attribute signify?
Replying to the host, the system began, but Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar.
As he hadn't anticipated that the system could gauge even this. Are you a legitimate system? He questioned. System, how can my appearance be enhanced? Chen Zhibai redirected his focus back to his looks, no longer concerned about the special attribute.
Frankly, he harbored dreams of being handsome, wealthy, and attractive. Replying to the host,
the system will intermittently trigger tasks, some of which may reward free attribute points.
These points can be allocated to enhance appearance, height, physique, and other attributes.
Additionally,
rewards may include direct appearance points, which will increase the host's appearance score. Besides task rewards, another method to acquire attribute points is through a lottery wheel,
which offers a chance to obtain attribute points.
The system's voice continued to elucidate. Quite straightforward, Chen Zhibai mused.
Some tasks would reward attribute points that could be added to his appearance.
He could also gain random attribute points through the lottery wheel.
What exactly is this lottery wheel? He inquired further. The system responded once more. Occasionally, task rewards may include a lottery wheel. The rewards from the wheel are random,
ranging from trivial items like tissue and lighters to grand prizes like aircraft carriers. However, the more valuable the item, the rarer the chance of obtaining it. Upon hearing that the system could yield an aircraft carrier from the lottery wheel, Chen Zhibai's heart raced once more.
After posing a few more questions to the system, he finally decided to retire for the night, but not before setting an alarm for 7 a.m. After all, he needed to run in the morning.
If he maintained this routine for 7 consecutive days, running for over 30 minutes each day, he would earn a cash prize of 100,000 yuan and experience a height increase of 3 centimeters without any side effects. Currently standing at 175 centimeters, he was neither particularly tall nor short, merely average.
However,
With the additional 3 centimeters, he would reach 178 centimeters, a respectable height among his peers. The only disappointment for Chen Zhibai was that this running task did not yield an appearance reward. Nevertheless, he was unhurried, he would take it one step at a time. Having set his alarm, he tucked his phone back under his pillow, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep, filled with anticipation for the future.
Meanwhile, after he fell asleep, Zhou Hao remained awake, posting a photo-laden moment on WeChat. The photo depicted a selfie of Li Yu, accompanied by the caption, "I am willing to be your eternal knight, forever protecting you." After sharing this post, Zhou Hao felt a surge of satisfaction within. He mused that when Li Yu awoke the next day and saw his post, she would surely be moved, perhaps even agreeing to hold his hand. Chapter 18, The Beautiful Teacher. When Yutong at 7 in the morning, Chen Zhibai was roused from his slumber by the blaring alarm. He fumbled beneath his pillow to silence the intrusive sound, and as he turned to rise, his movements were perhaps too abrupt, causing Wang Chao, still bleary-eyed, to open his eyes. "Old Chen, where are you off to? What time is it?" Upon realizing it was nearly 7 o'clock, Wang Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is going on? It's only 7, why are you up so early?"
His tone was laced with disbelief,
and his voice was loud enough to awaken Li Dong and Zhou Hao.
Zhou Hao, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, had been buoyed by a triumphant mood after posting on social media the previous evening. His mind consumed with thoughts of how delighted Li Yu would be upon seeing his post. This train of thought had kept him awake until the early hours,
leading to his current state of exhaustion. "Seriously, old Chen, why are you awake so early?"
"I remember we don't have class this morning," Li Dong remarked,
glancing at his phone in confusion.
"I'm planning to go for a run, you two can keep sleeping," Chen Zhibai replied with a smile.
"Oh, I see," Wang Chao nodded,
about to drift back into sleep when suddenly, he perked up.
"Wait, what did you just say? You're going for a run? What has gotten into you? Are you feeling all right?"
Wang Chao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Chen Zhibai's sudden desire to exercise, especially when the comfort of sleeping in lingered.
"Old Chen, have you encountered some trouble?"
"If something's wrong, just tell us, we're here to help," Li Dong chimed in.
Zhou Hao remained silent. Yet his gaze towards Chen Zhibai was filled with confusion and incredulity. What a weirdo, getting up early to run instead of sleeping. He turned over, facing the wall, pulling the summer blanket over his head, seeking refuge in sleep.
"I haven't encountered anything, I just suddenly felt like running."
"All right, you two continue your slumber."
Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively, retreating to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. He could sense the bewilderment and shock emanating from Wang Chao and Li Dong, but his resolve to run remained steadfast.
After all,
running for 7 days promised a reward of 100,000 yuan and an increase in height by 3 centimeters without any side effects. How could he resist? "I still think old Chen has been stimulated, he actually wants to run," Wang Chao remarked to Li Dong as Chen Zhibai brushed his teeth.
"I agree. Why on earth would he want to run?"
Li Dong nodded in agreement. The two fell silent, both too tired to continue the conversation, turning over to resume their sleep. Moments later, Chen Zhibai emerged from the bathroom, noticing Wang Chao and Li Dong had once again succumbed to slumber.
He tread lightly to his wardrobe,
retrieving a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, changing swiftly before slipping on his running shoes and exiting the dorm, closing the door gently behind him.
Naturally,
the running track awaited him at the sports field, though the distance from the boys' dormitory to the field was neither short nor long. The campus at 7 o'clock was relatively quiet, with few souls about. After a brisk 10-minute walk, Chen Zhibai arrived at the track. To his surprise, the field was populated with numerous runners. While many students had indulged in lethargy since entering university, a determined few maintained their discipline. This would become a crucial dividing line after graduation. Standing at the edge of the synthetic track, Chen Zhibai stretched his ankles, his gaze subconsciously drawn to a woman running gracefully on the field. Not only was he captivated, but other runners too occasionally glanced in her direction.
She was undeniably stunning.
Her hair pulled into a high ponytail, her features striking and fair, with an elegantly long neck. Clad in athletic wear that left nothing exposed, her physique radiated vitality, with a slender waist and long legs that exuded an alluring, healthy energy. Frankly, Chen Zhibai had not expected to encounter her here. She was his counselor, Wen Yutong. He distinctly remembered the first day of class when she entered the room, silencing the chatter with her striking beauty. Although she held the title of counselor, she was quite young, having just graduated from university and chosen to remain as a counselor. It would be more fitting to refer to her as a senior. Retracting his gaze after a moment, he continued to stretch before preparing to run. Just then, a voice filled with surprise interrupted him.
"Oh, Chen Zhibai? You're here to run too?"
When Yutong halted her stride, her beautiful eyes reflecting her astonishment. She certainly recognized him, being a student in her class. As this was her first time as a counselor, she was particularly attentive and familiarized herself with her students, at least enough to greet them by name. However, her impression of Chen Zhibai had been one of quietude, a student who rarely spoke and whose presence was often overlooked. Thus, she was taken aback to see him on the track. "Teacher 1, Chen Zhibai acknowledged, raising his head to meet her gaze.
"Yes. I'm here to run and get some exercise."
"Oh, that's great. Running is certainly better than sleeping in the dormitory," she replied, nodding while observing him with increasing intrigue. At that moment, she perceived a newfound composure and confidence emanating from him, a stark contrast to his previously reserved demeanor. After a brief moment of surprise, she encouraged him, "All right then, run your best. I'll be cheering for you." As she spoke, she flashed him a warm smile, revealing two adorable dimples that added a sweetness to her expression. "Thank you, teacher," Chen Zhibai replied with a nod before setting off on his run. When Yutong remained in place, watching him jog a distance before she resumed her own run. Her movements were rhythmic and well-coordinated, clearly indicative of someone accustomed to running. As she ran, her long legs created a visually pleasing spectacle, drawing the attention of several male students, though none dared to approach her.
Chen Zhibai focused intently on his running.
Initially, he believed that running for 30 minutes would be manageable, but after over 10 minutes, he found his breath becoming labored,
sweat cascading down his face.
His limbs felt as though they were weighed down by lead.
"Slow down, you're going too fast.
You need to pace yourself." When Yutong's voice suddenly appeared beside him, her tone laced with concern. Chapter 19, The Gap. The sudden voice beside him caused Chen Zhibai to pause momentarily.
Instinctively,
he turned his head and was momentarily startled to see Wen Yutong. The two were quite close, and Chen Zhibai could clearly see Wen Yutong's delicate and fair features. "Your breathing seems a bit erratic."
"Come, follow my rhythm, inhale, exhale, exhale," Wen Yutong instructed.
Chen Zhibai snapped back to reality and began to match his breathing to hers.
Remarkably, it indeed proved beneficial. The constricting sensation in his chest eased significantly. "Thank you, Teacher 1, Chen Zhibai expressed his gratitude.
"What for?
Just focus on your breathing and keep running."
"You can do it," Wen Yutong replied, shaking her head. As a first-time counselor, she genuinely wished to fulfill her role well, and when she noticed Chen Zhibai's labored breaths earlier, she felt compelled to intervene.
Chen Zhibai continued his run.
After 30 minutes, a notification echoed in his mind.
Ding!
Detected that the host has completed 30 minutes of running today,
fulfilling the daily check-in task.
The progress for the running check-in task is now 17. In 6 days, the host shall receive a reward.
Gradually,
Chen Zhibai came to a halt, panting heavily. Rarely exercising, he found himself somewhat breathless after 30 minutes of running. Yet, he was relieved to have completed it.
Not running anymore?
When Yutong approached him, observing Chen Zhibai. "Yes, I've had enough," he replied, shaking his head.
"You haven't been running much, have you?"
"It's important to exercise regularly," Wen Yutong remarked, glancing at the still-breathing Chen Zhibai.
"Indeed, I haven't run much before," Chen Zhibai nodded.
Then expressed his thanks once more for her earlier assistance with his breathing.
"What thanks? I'm your counselor, and you're my student, it's just a small matter." Wen Yutong smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further.
"Rest a bit before you eat. Don't skip meals, it can lead to low blood sugar."
"All right. I'll take my leave now." With that, Wen Yutong waved and departed the playground.
Chen Zhibai stood still for over 10 minutes. Feeling his heartbeat gradually return to normal before he finally left the field. Initially intending to head straight to the cafeteria for a meal,
he reconsidered upon realizing his clothes were damp with sweat from running, making him uncomfortable.
Thus, he decided to return to his dormitory first to shower and change before dining. Entering the dorm, he found Wang Chao and Li Dong still asleep, while Zhou Hao was already awake, getting dressed.
You really went for a run?
Zhou Hao exclaimed. Surprise etched on his face as he saw Chen Zhibai drenched in sweat. He had assumed Chen Zhibai was merely joking.
Yes, I did. Where are you off to? Chen Zhibai acknowledged with a nod, noticing Zhou Hao seemed ready to leave.
I'm going to buy breakfast for my girlfriend. She mentioned wanting the pork chop pancake from the second cafeteria, so I'm off to get it, Zhou Hao declared proudly.
Chen Zhibai regarded him with a puzzled expression, uncertain what was so commendable about it. It seemed to him that Li Yuanming was merely using Zhou Hao as a courier. Why else would she send him to fetch food? Don't be envious, old Chen.
Once you have a girlfriend, you'll understand how delightful it is to bring her breakfast. Zhou Hao assumed, mistaking Chen Zhibai's gaze for jealousy, which only increased his pride. As he spoke, he reached out to pat Chen Zhibai's shoulder. But upon noticing the sweat on his shirt, he retracted his hand.
All right, I won't keep you. My girlfriend is waiting for her breakfast, Zhou Hao continued.
Striding out of the dorm, humming a tune, feeling both happy and smug, believing Chen Zhibai was envious of him since he could treat his girlfriend to breakfast. While Chen Zhibai had no girlfriend at all. Ah, this is the gap, Zhou Hao mused, growing more pleased with himself. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, Chen Zhibai headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. On his way back to the dorm, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Meng.
I just woke up. After I freshen up, shall we meet at the small garden downstairs of the girls' dormitory at 10:30?
I tried turning on my laptop, but it's still 1T work.
I'll need your help.
Seeing Lu Meng's message, Chen Zhibai quickly typed a reply, sending an OK, and then noticed she sent a sticker in response. He tucked his phone away and returned to the dorm. Zhou Hao had not yet returned, but Wang Chao was awake, engrossed in his phone.
Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao extended an invitation. Old Chen, want to play a game?
Sure,
Chen Zhibai nodded, opening the game.
In the girls' dormitory. Lu Meng lay on her bed, smiling at the OK message from Chen Zhibai. The 10:30 meeting time was certainly deliberate. It was strategically close to lunchtime, allowing her to invite Chen Zhibai for a meal under the pretense of needing help with her laptop. Ultimately, she was determined to win Chen Zhibai's heart and become his girlfriend. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng set aside her phone, rose to wash up, and prepared to apply her makeup at her desk. Though she naturally possessed an appealing appearance, she intended to dazzle Chen Zhibai when they met, ensuring she captured his attention. As she was preparing, the dormitory door swung open, and Li Yu entered, holding a pork chop pancake. Upon seeing Lu Meng at the desk, she paused in surprise.
Meng, are you going out later?
Li Yu inquired, recognizing the significance of makeup. Yes, I am, Lu Meng affirmed, nodding as she expertly shaped her brows with a pencil. With just a bit of enhancement, her naturally willow-like eyebrows transformed her aura, complementing her radiant features.
Where are you headed?
Li Yu asked further, glancing at Lu Meng's face,
feeling a mix of envy and jealousy.
Were she to possess Lu Meng's beauty, she would certainly not settle for Zhou Hao and would seek a wealthier boyfriend instead. I'm not going anywhere special, Lu Meng replied with a smile, continuing her makeup application. Li Yu thought little of it and began to enjoy the pork chop pancake Zhou Hao had brought her. While eating, her phone chimed with a message from Zhou Hao.
Yeah, is the pork chop pancake delicious? It's my love for you. If you want more, I can buy you another one. Yeah.
A series of messages flooded in, and Li Yu, feeling slightly annoyed, flipped her phone face down on the table and resumed eating. By the time she finished her pancake, Lu Meng had also completed her makeup, achieving a natural look. As the name suggests, it appeared like no makeup at all, yet it was indeed artfully applied, enhancing her features and overall appearance.
This style of makeup was notably more challenging to achieve than others.
Chapter 20, Curiosity and Following. Gazing at her natural makeup in the mirror, Lu Meng felt a flicker of satisfaction.
She then rose to open her wardrobe, retrieving a white short-sleeve shirt and a black pleated skirt.
This was the ensemble she had meticulously planned the night before, striking yet effortlessly chic. The pairing of the white shirt with the skirt was ideal, complemented by a pair of white sneakers and high-waisted white socks, creating a harmonious look.
By the time Lu Meng changed her attire, over 10 minutes had elapsed. She tucked the white shirt into the skirt, accentuating her slender waist. With an enviable waist-to-hip ratio. Her long, straight legs peeked out from beneath the skirt, captivating anyone's gaze. She appeared increasingly radiant and approachable. After inspecting her appearance in the mirror, Lu Meng nodded in approval, feeling content with her outfit. The next step was to meet Chen Zhibai. Checking the time on her phone, she noted it was just past 10 o'clock, leaving her half an hour to spare. After a moment's thought, she decided to take out her laptop. Meanwhile, after finishing her pork pancake, Li Yu had been observing Lu Meng. Upon seeing Lu Meng apply her natural makeup, she was momentarily taken aback, as this look typically required more time than usual. However, her curiosity piqued when Lu Meng donned the white shirt and black pleated skirt, followed by a pair of pristine white socks. Li Yu sensed something amiss, while the outfit appeared simple to boys. She recognized that Lu Meng's seemingly effortless style was the result of considerable effort. Where could she be going, putting in such effort into her appearance? Li Yu instinctively furrowed her brow, her mind racing with possibilities. After scrutinizing Lu Meng for a few moments, she concluded that Lu Meng was likely needing a boy. It was the only viable explanation for her meticulous preparation. But which boy could possibly merit such attention? Li Yu was uncertain. But she was certain that this boy must be exceptional. Intrigued, she inquired, Meng, you look so lovely. Are you meeting a boy? Have you started dating? Not yet. But it's coming soon, Lu Meng replied with a smile. Really? So, there is someone you like? Who is he? Is he from our school? Do I know him? Li Yu's excitement grew, her questions tumbling out one after another. She was confident in her assumption, Lu Meng's effortful appearance surely indicated something significant. However, she was left wondering just how impressive this boy's qualities might be. Once we establish our relationship, you'll know who he is. I'll introduce you to him and the others in our dorm, Lu Meng stated, deliberately withholding Chen Zhibai's name until the moment felt right. Oh, come on. Just tell me. I'm dying to know who he is to make you dress up so beautifully, wearing a little skirt and white socks, such a classic boy-catching outfit. Li Yu pressed, dissatisfaction evident in her tone as she moved closer to Lu Meng, her curiosity unabated. Yet, her playful tone had no effect on Lu Meng, who merely glanced at her and reiterated, as I said, you'll find out in due time. With that, Lu Meng checked the time again, noting it was 15 minutes past 10. She packed her laptop into its bag and declared, I'm off now. After a final look in the mirror to ensure her outfit and makeup were impeccable, she exited the dormitory. With a soft thud, the dormitory door closed behind her. Li Yu stood rooted in place, her curiosity prickling like a cat's tail. Should she follow discreetly to see which boy had captured Lu Meng's attention? The thought sparked in her mind and quickly gained momentum. She was determined to uncover the identity of the boy who warranted such careful preparation. Suppressing her impulsive thoughts, Li Yu seized her phone, opened the dormitory door, and stepped outside. As Lu Meng strolled away from the girls' dormitory, several students cast envious glances her way, admiring her beauty, figure, and radiant demeanor. Lu Meng was accustomed to such attention. After leaving the dormitory, she made her way to a small garden nearby but lingered at the entrance. I've arrived at the garden, but there is no rush. Take your time, she texted Chen Zhibai, having just exited the boys' dormitory. Chen Zhibai received Lu Meng's message and quickly typed back, okay, I'll wait for you at the garden entrance. Lu Meng smiled at the reply and stood patiently, phone in hand, awaiting Chen Zhibai's arrival. Not far behind, Li Yu, who had followed from the girls' dormitory, was now hiding behind a large tree. Peeking out, she was startled to see Lu Meng waiting at the entrance of the garden, her eyes widening in surprise. Lu Meng's stance conveyed an unmistakable truth, she was in a position of vulnerability, as she awaited the arrival of the boy, suggesting he had not yet arrived despite her presence. Who could he be? Li Yu's curiosity intensified, especially since, in her experiences with Zhou Hao, it was always he who awaited her, never the other way around. Suppressing her thoughts, Li Yu cautiously leaned out to catch a glimpse of Lu Meng but quickly withdrew. For Lu Meng had glanced in her direction. However, she had likely not noticed Li Yu's presence, as she was quick to hide. Calming her racing heart,
Li Yu observed Lu Meng, who furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, sensing someone's gaze from a distance. Yet, when she looked back, she found no one there.
How peculiar.
Shaking off her thoughts, Lu Meng continued to wait. A few minutes later, she spotted Chen Zhibai approaching.
Though his appearance remained unremarkable,
his calm and confident demeanor stood out distinctly against the more restless boys in their class. Lu Meng mused on this contrast before stepping forward to greet him.
Hey! You're here. I'll need your help with my laptop. I'm utterly clueless about it, Lu Meng said with a bright smile, radiating warmth and charm. Chapter 21, Is it really Chen Zhibai? Be my guest, but I cannot guarantee a successful repair.
I can only take a look, and if it remains unfixed, you will have to seek a professional technician, Chen Zhibai remarked, glancing at Lu Meng's face. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and her skin was fair.
As he approached,
he had noticed her from afar. After all, she was strikingly conspicuous. Standing at 171 centimeters, adorned in a white short-sleeved blouse paired with a pleated skirt. Her overall demeanor radiated brightness and grace, complemented by her luminous, fair legs. She resembled a campus belle straight out of a youthful cinematic tale.
It's perfectly fine if you cannot fix it. I am already grateful for your willingness to help. How about this, regardless of the outcome? I shall treat you to a meal. What do you say? Am I generous or what? Lu Meng smiled. That depends on what you are offering. If it's cold noodles,
that hardly qualifies as generous, Chen Zhibai retorted. All right, then I shall treat you to cold noodles, Lu Meng playfully winked.
In that fleeting moment, the two transformed into a bantering pair. Chen Zhibai observed Lu Meng once more. Since their initial encounter, his suspicions were confirmed. Lu Meng must have seen him driving the BMW X5. Otherwise, there was no plausible explanation for the current circumstances. It could only be said that wealth is undeniably alluring. Even a beauty like Lu Meng, upon witnessing him in the BMW, would be inclined to engage.
He certainly harbored no objections, for her beauty and poise were undeniable. Let us go, there are benches in the small garden where I can examine your computer, Chen Zhibai suggested, suppressing his inner thoughts.
Sure, Lu Meng nodded, following him into the small garden.
Not far behind a large tree, Li Yu had been standing in a daze for several minutes.
Initially, upon seeing Chen Zhibai approach Lu Meng, she thought it was merely a coincidence. After all,
it was improbable that Lu Meng was waiting for someone as ordinary as Chen Zhibai.
However,
when she witnessed Lu Meng engaging in light-hearted conversation with him and walking into the garden together, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she stood there, stunned. The situation was undeniably clear. The boy Lu Meng had been waiting for was indeed Chen Zhibai. Though it was hard to fathom, the truth was inescapable. Lu Meng's choice to don a barefaced look, to meticulously coordinate her outfit, and to come here waiting was all for Chen Zhibai.
What on earth was going on?
Snapping back to reality, Li Yu felt her mind muddled. She could not comprehend how Lu Meng could be interested in someone like Chen Zhibai, who appeared unremarkable and came from an average background, someone she herself overlooked.
This was utterly absurd and simply outrageous.
Rubbing her temples, she realized that she was not foolish. She could surmise that Chen Zhibai must possess some undiscovered quality that had caught Lu Meng's attention.
Perhaps his family background was not as ordinary as it seemed? Buzz.
Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket.
Instinctively, Li Yu pulled it out to find a message from Zhou Hao. Yu, what are you busy with? Did you see the post I shared last night? Were you touched? Let us go out for barbecue tonight. What time should we meet?
Zhou Hao's barrage of messages irked Li Yu, who was eager to uncover the truth about Chen Zhibai's family circumstances rather than engage in conversation with him. Thus, she refrained from replying. Just as she was about to stow her phone away, she paused, contemplating a question.
Are you certain that Chen Zhibai comes from an ordinary family?
Absolutely certain. He personally stated that his family runs a convenience store.
Didn't I ask about it just last night? Why the inquiry again? Zhou Hao replied from the boys' dormitory, slightly perplexed by her repeated questioning. Think carefully, his family cannot possibly be ordinary, Li Yu typed assertively. Why is that impossible?
He said it himself, and it has been nearly a month since school started. I believe his spending habits reflect that, Zhou Hao countered.
Could an average family inspire such assertiveness from Lu Meng?
Adding him on WeChat, chatting until midnight, and coming dressed up for today's meeting.
Li Yu's frustration grew as she typed.
By this point, she no longer believed Chen Zhibai belonged to an ordinary household. Yet, halfway through her message, she deleted everything. She realized that questioning Zhou Hao would yield little insight. She would need to conduct her own investigation into Chen Zhibai's background. Perhaps, there was no need for an investigation. The truth would eventually surface. What was certain was that Chen Zhibai's family must be well off, especially since it had prompted Lu Meng to take the initiative. The only uncertainty was the extent of his affluence, but it was undoubtedly superior to Zhou Hao's conditions, and significantly so. Contemplating this, Li Yu became increasingly agitated.
How had she overlooked Chen Zhibai's merits?
Had she recognized them sooner and pursued him, she could have undoubtedly captured his interest, for she was, after all, a beauty.
Yu, let us drop the topic of Chen Zhibai. Since we have no classes this afternoon, how about we go watch a movie together? A new romance film just premiered, and the reviews online are quite favorable. Would you like to join?
If you're in, I'll purchase the tickets, Zhou Hao proposed.
Undeterred by her silence, Li Yu, however, was resolute in her refusal. I cannot, I have something to attend to this afternoon. She typed her rejection and put her phone away.
In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was taken aback by her decisive dismissal.
He hurriedly typed back, "Don't. Let us go watch the movie, it's really worth it, Yu." Zhou Hao sent several messages in quick succession. Li Yu saw them but chose not to respond.
She gazed in the direction of the small garden several times, curious about what Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai were discussing. However, given the lack of cover around the garden, she knew that if she approached, she would inevitably be noticed.
After a moment's hesitation,
she decided against it and turned back towards her dormitory, yet resolved to uncover the truth about Chen Zhibai's true capabilities.
In the small garden, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng approached a bench. "Here is my laptop, I am unsure what the issue is.
But I have attempted to turn it on multiple times without success," Lu Meng stated, retrieving her notebook from the bag.
"Let me take a look," Chen Zhibai replied,
nodding as he accepted the laptop and placed it on the bench. The device was a model from Huawei.
Chapter 22, What a coincidence, is this a new computer? It shouldn't have trouble starting up. Upon seeing the new laptop, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow. "I don't know.
But I tried several times yesterday and couldn't get it to turn on," Lu Meng replied, shaking her head.
"Alright, let me take a look," Chen Zhibai said. Not saying much more, he unfolded the laptop and pressed the power button.
In the next moment, the dark screen lit up.
Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Meng. "Isn't it working now?"
"Oh, how did it turn on just like that?" In response to Chen Zhibai's gaze, Lu Meng's delicate and radiant face was filled with surprise, even letting out an audible gasp. However, if one looked closely, they would notice her fair and translucent ears were slightly flushed. After all, she was the one most aware of whether the computer was faulty. Even though she had planned to approach Chen Zhibai in this manner the previous night, she still felt a bit shy at this moment. After all, this was truly her first proactive attempt to connect with a boy. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng maintained a look of astonishment,
as if she were genuinely curious why the computer was now operational.
To be honest, her acting was quite commendable.
Chen Zhibai observed Lu Meng.
He didn't find anything particularly strange, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was all too coincidental. The computer had failed to start several times yesterday. Yet now it was functioning perfectly in his hands.
Could such serendipity be possible?
What's wrong?
Lu Meng felt anxious under Chen Zhibai's gaze.
But she didn't let it show on her face.
"It's nothing," Chen Zhibai shook his head, redirecting his attention to the computer, which now displayed the desktop. "Shut down, power on. Power on, shut down."
After several attempts, it consistently performed without issue.
"How incredible. I couldn't get it to work yesterday."
"Yet it functions perfectly for you," Lu Meng remarked, standing beside him, her long legs glowing with radiance.
Chen Zhibai instinctively glanced at them before averting his gaze. "It's probably just a coincidence.
In any case, it's working now, so you can use it for the time being.
If it fails again,
we can figure it out then," Chen Zhibai said, closing the laptop and handing it to Lu Meng.
Alright, thank you this time, Lu Meng said, taking the laptop and expressing her gratitude. What is there to thank? I didn't do anything, Chen Zhibai waved his hand, preparing to leave.
I'll take my leave now, Lu Meng said.
Don't rush off.
I mentioned last night that regardless of whether you could fix it or not,
I would treat you to a meal.
Now that the computer is repaired, I can't go back on my word.
It's just around lunchtime.
So let us head to the cafeteria, Lu Meng said with a smile, exuding confidence without a hint of shyness.
Chen Zhibai glanced at her and,
feeling no need to refuse, agreed casually. To be honest, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no feelings for Lu Meng. With her beauty, figure, and long legs,
no boy could resist.
Moreover, regardless of whether Lu Meng had noticed him driving a BMW X5, her proactive demeanor was quite evident. Thus, there was no need for him to resist. Wait for me a moment, I'll drop off the laptop in my dorm and be down shortly, Lu Meng said. After seeing Chen Zhibai nod, she walked out of the small garden with the laptop in hand. Her tall figure, straight posture, and slender waist gave her an air of a goddess. Upon entering the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng finally sighed in relief, her lips curling into a charming smile. She felt that her plan had been quite successful. At the very least, through the incident with the laptop, she had managed to get closer to Chen Zhibai. And they were now about to share a meal together. The subsequent events would surely unfold naturally. With her beauty, figure, and poise, she was confident that under her active pursuit, Chen Zhibai would inevitably be moved. Thus, she felt she had already secured her victory.
Thinking of this,
Lu Meng's mood brightened further, her smile widening. Soon, she entered her dorm room.
After scanning the area, she noticed that only Li Yu was present.
Xin Chang and Wang Hui were absent. Lu Meng paid little mind, placing the laptop back on her desk before checking her makeup in the mirror.
Satisfied with her appearance,
she prepared to leave the dorm and join Chen Zhibai for lunch. At that moment, however, Li Yu couldn't help but call out to her.
Meng. Wait a moment.
Li Yu spoke up.
Is there something?
Lu Meng paused, turning to look at Li Yu.
Li Yu, seated on a chair,
hesitated for a moment upon meeting Lu Meng's gaze. She wondered whether to mention that she had seen the boy Lu Meng was meeting was Chen Zhibai,
casually claiming to have stumbled upon it.
After some deliberation, Li Yu decided to inquire, curious to see Lu Meng's reaction.
Moreover, Lu Meng had clearly been in high spirits when she entered the dormitory. So, Meng, it's nothing serious, just before you went downstairs, Zhou Hao happened to come looking for me.
After I went down, I saw you waiting at the entrance to the small garden.
I was going to greet you, but then I noticed Chen Zhibai approached and started chatting with you.
After a brief pause to cover her tracks, Li Yu observed Lu Meng, who was merely looking at her and not speaking, and finally asked the question that had been on her mind.
Meng. So the boy you were waiting for is indeed Chen Zhibai? And he is the one you have feelings for? After asking, Li Yu's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Meng, not wanting to miss any subtle change in her expression. Yes, Lu Meng replied, nodding readily. It really is him? Why?
Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pursuing the question. There is no particular reason, it's just him, Lu Meng replied with a smile, her face radiating charm. Afterward, she waved her hand, asking if there were any other questions.
Then I'll be off. Where are you going? Li Yu asked instinctively.
I'm going to the cafeteria with him, Lu Meng said, opening the dormitory door. Before stepping out, she added this line and then closed the door behind her. With a soft thud, the door clicked shut. Li Yu sat in her chair, momentarily stunned. She had several points of shock. First was Lu Meng's straightforward admission of her feelings for Chen Zhibai. Second was the fact that Lu Meng was going to have lunch with him. Suppressing her astonishment, Li Yu rubbed her face with her hands. To be honest, before questioning Lu Meng, she had considered the possibility of a misunderstanding. Perhaps Lu Meng was meeting Chen Zhibai for some matter rather than out of affection. However, she now had a clear answer. It was indeed affection. It was a straightforward admission. There was no retreat, which left Li Yu puzzled and even doubtful. Even if Chen Zhibai came from a well-off family, what if there was someone even better?
Had Lu Meng truly put all her cards on the table? Chapter 23, The Mysterious Reward. After Lu Meng closed the dormitory door,
she descended the staircase. She had indeed noticed the astonishment and confusion in Liu's eyes and understood the source of such feelings, merely the perception that she was leaving no avenue for retreat.
But why should she?
Lu Meng smiled softly. Although she was in pursuit of a wealthy companion, she had never considered one significantly older, thus narrowing her options considerably. Chen Zhibai, being of the same age and attending the same university, was not only composed but also her optimal choice.
She had no intention of seeking alternatives.
Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng glanced down at her long legs. Earlier in the small garden, she had noticed Chen Zhibai stealing glances at her legs several times. With a hint of pride, she averted her gaze.
I've put away my computer, shall we go? Lu Meng announced cheerfully as she entered the small garden. Smiling at Chen Zhibai.
Let us go, he nodded in agreement, and together they stepped out of the garden.
Shall we head to the first or second canteen? Lu Meng inquired, as the university had 2 canteens to accommodate the numerous students and faculty.
Let us go to the first canteen, they have braised pork, Chen Zhibai replied. All right, the first canteen it is, Lu Meng responded with a smile. As they chatted casually, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Lu Meng had a talent for engaging dialogue. So by the time they arrived at the canteen, they were already exchanging jokes, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After collecting their meals, they found a spot to sit. Several male students in the canteen glanced over at Chen Zhibai, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue.
They recognized Lu Meng, who,
despite being a freshman for less than a month, had made quite a name for herself due to her beauty and striking figure.
However,
none had previously seen her in the company of a male student, especially not dining together, which left them puzzled about Chen Zhibai. I'm going to become famous for dining with you, Chen Zhibai remarked, meeting Lu Meng's gaze with a smile.
Unfazed by the attention thanks to the confidence instilled by the system. So, do you enjoy this newfound fame?
Lu Meng teased, batting her eyelashes playfully.
Not bad, he replied just as his phone lit up with a message from Chen Zhibai, a sales representative at the BMW dealership. What time are we going out for dinner tonight?
It suddenly dawned on Chen Zhibai that he had plans to dine with Chen Zhibai that evening.
This dinner, however, was secondary.
The primary goal was to win her first kiss, which came with a reward of a special license plate and a monetary bonus of 100,000 yuan. Acquiring that first kiss would be no simple feat, as Chen Zhibai, despite being a university graduate, had never been in a relationship.
Given her allure and figure,
it was clear that suitors had pursued her, yet she remained unattached. Contemplating this, Chen Zhibai cast a glance at Lu Meng seated across from him,
instinctively comparing her to Chen Zhibai.
Each had her own merits.
Lu Meng excelled in beauty, radiating grace, and possessing legs that could captivate any onlooker. Chen Zhibai,
on the other hand, boasted delicate features and an air of elegance, complemented by her kind-hearted nature.
How, then, could he secure that elusive first kiss?
The fact that she had agreed to dinner with him the previous day, albeit largely motivated by the allure of the BMW X5, still presented an opportunity. Perhaps he should purchase a few outfits and get a haircut to present a more polished appearance before their meeting? With this thought, Chen Zhibai felt a surge of determination. Even if wealth afforded him access to numerous women, the impression he made could differ vastly based on presentation. Thus, he resolved to buy new attire and groom himself. Just as he prepared to message Chen Zhibai, the system chimed in with an alert. Ding! The host has triggered a random task, transform your image. Achievable through purchasing clothing or changing hairstyles. The host accepts this task, receiving 100,000 yuan designated for personal image transformation. Note, this fund is exclusively for the host's image transformation and cannot be used for other purposes. Note 2, upon completion of the transformation, the system will conduct a score assessment. Higher scores may unlock hidden rewards. The host declines this task, resulting in no rewards or penalties. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Zhibai thought to himself, very well, I shall select option A and accept this task. Had he been allowed to voice his thoughts, he would have deemed the system unnecessary in presenting 2 options, as even a fool could discern the clear choice. Accepting the task meant acquiring funds for clothing and grooming, all at no personal expense. Furthermore, the prospect of scoring high to unlock a mysterious reward was enticing.
And option B? No penalties, no rewards.
If it offered even a modicum of benefit, it wouldn't be entirely useless, he mused.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for selecting option A.
You have received 100,000 yuan for personal image transformation.
The system's voice resonated. His phone vibrated, a bank notification confirmed the transfer of 100,000 yuan.
What's wrong? Is something the matter?
Lu Meng, observing Chen Zhibai's silence and lack of appetite, inquired with genuine curiosity.
Oh, nothing, he replied,
shaking his head as he set his phone aside.
Lu Meng continued her meal, recounting amusing anecdotes from high school.
Chen Zhibai's gaze drifted to her attire, an elegant white t-shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, exuding a fashionable aura.
Perhaps he could invite her to accompany him on a shopping trip to assist with his wardrobe choices?
The thought intrigued him, particularly with the system's mention of a mysterious reward, contingent upon high scores from the clothing purchases.
Clearly, selecting attire that enhanced his personal image would elevate his score. Yet,
as a male, he lacked the expertise in fashion. His previous outfits had all been chosen by his mother.
By the way, do you have any plans this afternoon?
Chen Zhibai queried after Lu Meng finished a brief story about her high school days.
Ha!
Lu Meng paused momentarily before shaking her head.
No, nothing planned. Are you inviting me out for some fun?
Her smile was radiant, her features exquisite, exuding a charming and confident demeanor. Chapter 24, The Candid Lu Meng. It wasn't exactly a leisure outing.
Chen Zhibai waved his hand, noticing Lu Meng's astonished gaze, and continued.
I was thinking of getting a haircut in the afternoon and perhaps buying a few outfits, but I'm rather inept at choosing clothes.
Would you assist me in selecting? Of course, but I cannot offer my assistance without compensation.
At the very least, I require a cup of milk tea, no less, Lu Meng teased. Her tone light-hearted as she suggested aiding him in picking attire. I'll buy you 2 cups of milk tea, one for you to drink and the other to discard. Chen Zhibai replied with a flourish of his hand. That would be an utter waste, Lu Meng shot him a playful glare. Afterward, she chuckled, glancing at Chen Zhibai. But in all seriousness, you do need a haircut. Your hair is getting a bit long and lacks style.
From Lu Meng's perspective,
if Chen Zhibai were to adopt a suitable hairstyle, even with an ordinary face, he would appear considerably more refreshed and polished.
Presently,
his hair was too long and did not constitute a hairstyle at all.
Moreover, his clothing was undeniably unsuitable, lacking texture and poor in coordination. Leave it to me. I guarantee that in just one afternoon, I will transform your appearance.
Lu Meng declared with a smile, already envisioning several outfits that would suit Chen Zhibai well.
All right.
I entrust you with this task, Chen Zhibai responded, feeling a sense of relief at Lu Meng's confidence. As he was indeed eager to acquire the mysterious reward promised by the system. As they conversed, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. Let us meet at 6 in the evening, you'll be off work then, and I'll pick you up. No sooner had he sent the message than a response from Chen Zhibai arrived. No need, today is Saturday, and it's my turn for a day off.
So I'm at home. After a brief pause, another message followed, where is the dining venue? I can make my way there myself. I'll send you my address.
I'll come to pick you up, Chen Zhibai replied, naturally unwilling to let Chen Zhibai venture to the restaurant alone. Especially with the task of the first kiss looming over him. After a few more exchanges, Chen Zhibai sent her address, which was in an older neighborhood.
All right. I'll pick you up in the afternoon.
I'm still eating now, let us chat later tonight, Chen Zhibai texted back.
All right, enjoy your meal, Chen Zhibai replied.
Setting his phone aside, Chen Zhibai noticed that Lu Meng did not inquire about who he was chatting with but instead shifted the topic. What is your budget for the haircut and clothes? This will help me coordinate your outfit choices. Lu Meng inquired, her gaze fixed on Chen Zhibai. Despite having ascertained that he was a rich second-generation heir, she still wanted to gauge the extent of his wealth through the purchasing of clothes.
Clothing is a commonplace expenditure that can reveal much about one's financial standing.
Let us say around 100,000 yuan, as long as it stays within that limit. Chen Zhibai replied, contemplating before adding, though exceeding it is acceptable. Transforming one's image is significant, and if it requires more than the 100,000 provided by the system,
so be it. Personal image is paramount.
Lu Meng sat in her chair, momentarily taken aback by the figure of 100,000 yuan that Chen Zhibai had mentioned.
100,000? That's quite a sum.
She couldn't help but glance up at Chen Zhibai, feeling she may have underestimated him. The ability to spend such a sizable amount on clothing indicated a more substantial financial background than she had initially perceived.
Moreover,
she could tell from his calm and casual tone that for Chen Zhibai, 100,000 yuan was indeed a trivial sum, given that it was provided by the system. Lu Meng remained in a state of astonishment for a while, during which Chen Zhibai observed her.
He couldn't deny that witnessing Lu Meng's surprise brought him a certain satisfaction.
All right, I shall proceed with your transformation based on the 100,000 yuan, Lu Meng said, shaking off her moment of surprise and nodding affirmatively.
Not a problem.
I will leave it in your capable hands this afternoon, Chen Zhibai replied with a smile before returning to his meal.
Lu Meng began to eat as well,
though she frequently stole glances at Chen Zhibai as they dined.
Having finished their meal, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon.
Let us head for your haircut first, then we can shop for your clothes. While it may seem like we have ample time, the afternoon will be quite packed,
Lu Meng suggested as they exited the cafeteria.
All right, let us go, I'll drive us to the parking lot, Chen Zhibai agreed.
After speaking,
he proceeded to the parking lot, casting a glance back at Lu Meng. To be candid, he was curious about her reaction upon hearing that he was going to drive. What he observed was Lu Meng's composed demeanor.
You don't seem surprised that I'm heading to the parking lot to drive, Chen Zhibai commented.
Not in the slightest. Lu Meng replied with a smile, I happened to be at the nearby supermarket when you drove into the parking lot yesterday afternoon, so I saw you park.
Ah.
I see, Chen Zhibai thought to himself, understanding that Lu Meng could not have suddenly become so forthright with him. He had suspected last night that she had seen him drive, and now it was confirmed. However, he was taken aback by how openly Lu Meng acknowledged it,
rather than pretending ignorance as he had anticipated. Are you pondering why I so readily admitted to seeing you drive?
Lu Meng asked, blinking playfully and grinning.
Indeed.
That crossed my mind, Chen Zhibai nodded. Because there's nothing to hide, and besides, I believe you might have guessed that I was aware of your driving. Considering my rather proactive behavior yesterday and today, Lu Meng articulated, her words slightly convoluted yet clear in meaning. Wealth and a favorable family background are your advantages,
just as my attractiveness and physique are mine.
At this juncture, Lu Meng glanced at Chen Zhibai. She felt no shame in acknowledging his affluent background. It was simply an asset he possessed, just as her beauty and figure were her own advantages.
If she were unattractive,
she doubted Chen Zhibai would have invited her to shop together that afternoon. In essence, this encapsulated the differing advantages between men and women. Men with wealth and good looks have an edge, while women leverage their beauty and figure.
You are indeed quite candid, Chen Zhibai chuckled, surprised by Lu Meng's forthrightness.
Yet, he recognized the truth in her words, wealth was indeed his current advantage.
Isn't it?
I consider myself quite honest, Lu Meng responded with a radiant smile, her beauty becoming even more pronounced. As they spoke, they arrived at the school parking lot.
Chen Zhibai retrieved his BMW car key, pressing it gently. Instantly,
the lights of the BMW X5 illuminated, the sleek gray hue glistening under the sunlight, exuding a sporty and fashionable allure. Chapter 25, Zhou Hao, a poor boy get in the car. After speaking to Lu Meng, Chen Zhibai opened the driver's door and took his seat.
Okay.
Lu Meng nodded in response, opening the passenger door to join him. She was immediately taken aback by the car's interior, adorned in a striking all red, exuding both quality and a sense of luxury.
This interior is truly exquisite.
It's my first time riding in such a fine vehicle, she remarked, suppressing her astonishment. Despite it being her inaugural experience in a luxurious car, she displayed an air of confidence rather than any signs of nervousness.
To be honest,
I had never been in such a magnificent car before purchasing this one, Chen Zhibai admitted while fastening his seatbelt. I find that hard to believe, Lu Meng replied skeptically. You drive a BMW X5 right after starting university, your family must be quite affluent, and surely you've driven even more extravagant cars.
Believe what you will. Chen Zhibai chuckled, knowing he was speaking the truth, though Lu Meng remained unconvinced. I read online that this model is the top-tier version, costing over 800,000? Lu Meng inquired, tugging her seatbelt into place.
Yes, when you factor in everything, it totals around 850,000, Chen Zhibai confirmed, glancing at Lu Meng. With her seatbelt secured, her figure became more apparent. Two words came to mind: well endowed.
Of course, she could not compare to Chen Zhibai, whose exceptional beauty was in a league of its own. 850,000.
That's incredibly expensive, Lu Meng exclaimed. Not only astonished by the price but also by Chen Zhibai's calm demeanor when discussing it, as if that sum were inconsequential.
Her intuition was correct, for Chen Zhibai,
850,000 indeed held little significance, as it was a gift from the system. By the way, Lu Meng began, momentarily suppressing her astonishment. But then noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, causing her to pause and instinctively blush. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance of his stare.
I found a hair salon that has great reviews online, shall we go there? Lu Meng suggested. Sure, Chen Zhibai nodded decisively, starting the engine. As they drove towards the school entrance, numerous students and faculty turned their heads to stare. Those who recognized the car instinctively commented on its price, eliciting gasps of admiration from onlookers. The glances directed at the BMW X5 were filled with envy, while some were curious about the car's owner. The tinted windows obscured their view. Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Meng had always believed herself to be devoid of vanity. Yet in the face of so many admiring gazes, an unfamiliar sensation began to blossom within her. This feeling was rather pleasant. Li Yu and Zhou Hao strolled through the school grounds, having just returned from a meal outside. Yeah, why do I feel like you're distracted? Is something troubling you?
You can share it. I might not be able to solve it, but at least I can listen, Zhou Hao remarked, hoping to witness a look of gratitude from Li Yu. However, upon hearing his words, Li Yu felt exasperated. How would listening help? You need to be able to resolve it. Are you certain that Chen Zhibai comes from an ordinary background? She pressed, suppressing her frustration. Absolutely certain, 1,000,000% certain. You've already asked me this over 10 times, Zhou Hao replied, bewildered by her persistent questioning. He had no idea why Li Yu was fixated on this issue, having already asked it during their meal. Think carefully, has he made any significant purchases in the past month? Li Yu probed further. What significant purchases could he make? He is just a poor kid from a small county with a family that runs a convenience store, Zhou Hao scoffed. Then, a fleeting memory of Chen Zhibai's new phone from the previous day crossed his mind. Well, he did get a new phone yesterday. But it wasn't expensive, only about 7 or 8,000. My phone cost over 10,000, he added, pulling out his latest model iPhone, which he had begged his family for a month after his college entrance exams, costing over 10,000. 7 or 8,000? Li Yu frowned. If the phone was merely worth that much, she doubted Lu Meng would be so proactive. Think harder, Li Yu insisted, determined to have Zhou Hao reconsider. When suddenly, Chen Zhibai drove past them in his BMW X5. Though Li Yu did not recognize the model, she was aware of the BMW emblem, and the car was undeniably striking. Zhou Hao, however, recognized it immediately. Wow, a BMW X5. Look at those rims and the model, it's the top-tier version. This must cost over 800,000. It's my dream car, Zhou Hao exclaimed, his face lighting up with envy as he watched the car drive away. How much? You said this car costs over 800,000? Li Yu paused, shocked, as she glanced back at the departing vehicle. Somehow, knowing the price made the car appear even more stunning. Yes, definitely over 800,000. What wealth to drive such a car? Zhou Hao nodded, envious. Though his family was well off in Jiangchang, owning 2 properties, they could not afford such an extravagant vehicle, making it a true dream car for him. The car had yet to be registered, and the identity of the owner remained a mystery. What a rich person, Zhou Hao mused, though he soon ceased his thoughts on the matter. Li Yu, however, looked back once more, and as she withdrew her gaze, she felt a sigh escape her lips. She dared not imagine how prestigious it would feel if her boyfriend were the owner of that car, what admiration she would garner. The thought of her high school acquaintances envying her for driving in such a luxurious vehicle filled her mind, but alas, she didn't even know who the owner was. However, since the car was present at the school, it was evident that its owner was likely a student. Should she find out who drives it? With that thought, her heart began to race with excitement.
Yeah, what's wrong?
You seem suddenly animated, Zhou Hao inquired curiously, noticing the evident excitement in her eyes.
Oh.
It's nothing, Li Yu replied, suppressing her inner thrill, shaking her head dismissively. Yet, she kept the matter close to her heart.
Chapter 26, Haircuts and Enhancements. Upon exiting the school, the BMW X5 swiftly merged into the flow of traffic. The hair salon I found for you is quite renowned. Frequented by various celebrities who have had their hairstyles crafted there. They can design a look that perfectly complements you. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Meng spoke while entering the salon's location into the car's navigation system.
Naturally, the prices are steep. Their design and haircut services cost 1,888 yuan, but for you, that is surely a trifling matter. Chen Zhibai nodded, currently unconcerned with the cost, as all expenses are covered by the system. After the haircut, we can go shopping for clothes. Your budget is set aside for some high-end brands. Do you have any preferred luxury clothing labels? Lu Meng inquired further.
None, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. To be honest, he was unaware of many luxury brands, aside from the well-known Chanel, Gucci, and LV. Shall we visit an Italian brand store?
This particular Italian brand caters to the affordable luxury market. I have seen their clothing, which balances fashion, comfort, and quality. Before Lu Meng could finish her thought,
Chen Zhibai interrupted.
I trust your judgment. Wherever you suggest we go, I shall follow.
My only core requirement is that after the haircut and new attire, I want to experience a significant transformation.
Rest assured, with me around, there will be no mishaps, Lu Meng replied with a confident smile adorning her beautiful face.
Then she added, however, about the reward you promised me, a cup of milk tea. Shouldn't it be redeemed now? You can't expect me to work for free, can you? Fear not, I would never let you toil without recompense. I will buy it for you now.
Chen Zhibai chuckled as he steered the car towards a nearby milk tea shop within the university town. Before long, they had purchased 2 cups of milk tea.
Upon returning to the car, they continued their journey to the hair salon. The atmosphere in the vehicle was harmonious, largely owing to Lu Meng's exceptional conversational skills.
Her engaging dialogue and emotional resonance provided ample enjoyment, not to mention her striking appearance and graceful demeanor. As they neared the hair salon, Lu Meng's phone chimed a WeChat message. Upon opening it, she saw a voice message from her younger sister, which caused her expression to shift to one of exasperation. It was clear she was requesting pocket money. She pressed play on the voice message.
Hey sis, I need some coins. Is this your sister? Your biological sister?
Chen Zhibai inquired, having overheard the message, and chuckled.
Yes.
My younger sister, Lu Meng replied, her expression one of resignation, yet she still sent a red envelope containing 50 yuan.
Moments later, a new voice message arrived. Thank you, my dear sister.
Love you. The voice was soft and sweet, imbued with youthful charm.
Your sister seems quite amusing. How old is she? Chen Zhibai asked, intrigued. She is 16, just entered her 2nd year of high school.
She rarely reaches out to me, and when she does, it's always for money.
Lu Meng sighed. As they conversed, the navigation system announced their arrival at the hair salon.
It was a charming 2-story building with available parking spots. Chen Zhibai parked the car without hesitation. Let us go, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt and gesturing for Lu Meng to follow him as he stepped out.
Lu Meng followed suit, and the two entered the salon.
The decor was modern and stylish, with photographs adorning one wall featuring various celebrities, clearly indicating that many stars have had their hairstyled here.
Since it was still midday, the salon was not particularly crowded. Upon noticing Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng's arrival, a staff member promptly approached them.
After inquiring about their purpose, designing a hairstyle and getting a haircut, the staff member escorted Chen Zhibai to the washing area.
However, instead of washing his hair, a different young woman took over.
She was quite attractive, with a delightful voice, and her technique was commendable.
Yet, during the process, she couldn't help but steal several glances at Lu Meng. Perplexed by the contrast, she found Chen Zhibai rather ordinary, yet here was Lu Meng, a stunning beauty.
As an employee of the salon, she had seen numerous female celebrities, and in her eyes, Lu Meng's beauty and poise rivaled that of many. Once Chen Zhibai's hair was washed, he was led to a styling chair, where the salon manager, a man nearing 40, circled around him before finally picking up the scissors.
An hour later, the manager spoke, all done. You may take a look and see if you're satisfied.
Having drifted off during the lengthy process, Chen Zhibai snapped back to attention at the manager's words and glanced into the mirror.
What? The reflection astonished him, as the transformation was unexpectedly impressive. His previously long and unruly hair had been styled into a fresh, cropped look that revealed his facial features, imparting a clean and revitalized appearance. His attractiveness had significantly increased. Indeed, the internet's claims that a hairstyle can be as transformative as cosmetic surgery held true. This expenditure was well worth it. Your facial features are quite well proportioned, and your skin condition is excellent, free from blemishes or imperfections. Therefore, exposing your entire face suits you remarkably well, the manager remarked.
Indeed, it looks fantastic, Chen Zhibai nodded, discovering for the first time that his appearance was rather commendable. At the very least, he could now consider himself somewhat handsome. I will just refine your eyebrows a bit, the manager added.
Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's assent, he gently began to shape his brows.
Eyebrow grooming is a simple task, and within minutes, the manager set down his tools.
Chen Zhibai gazed into the mirror, and post-grooming, his features appeared unexpectedly more defined.
This 1,888 yuan was truly well spent. The haircut itself was not costly. The true value lay in the bespoke styling offered by this salon. Lu Meng approached, her eyes wide with surprise as she beheld Chen Zhibai. She had not anticipated such a striking transformation following the haircut.
So, how do I look? Am I quite handsome? Chen Zhibai teased, noticing the astonishment in Lu Meng's gaze.
Indeed, you look quite handsome, Lu Meng affirmed earnestly, nodding in approval.
Alright, where is the QR code? Chen Zhibai inquired, retrieving his phone. After scanning to complete the payment, he and Lu Meng exited the salon together. Chapter 27, Reward, Patek Philippe Watch System. What is my current attractiveness score? Chen Zhibai inquired internally as he settled into the driver's seat of his BMW X5. After changing his hairstyle, he felt he had become significantly more handsome and was eager to know. The current attractiveness score of the host is 75 points, the system's voice responded. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, recalling that his score was nearly 69 before the haircut, so a good hairstyle truly rivals cosmetic surgery. A score of 75 is commendable. Next, he needed to purchase a few suitable outfits. The adage clothes make the man is not to be taken lightly. Gazing down at his attire, which consisted of a short-sleeved shirt and pants bought from Taobao, he noted they appeared rather ordinary and somewhat unrefined. Where should he shop for clothes? Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and glanced at Lu Meng sitting beside him. Let us head to Wana Plaza, it has various luxury brand stores. Including that Italian affordable luxury brand, Lu Meng suggested, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. With his new hairstyle, he indeed looked quite handsome, though his clothing felt mismatched. Let's go. Chen Zhibai nodded, inputting the destination into the navigation system before driving away from the barbershop. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wanda Plaza. After parking, they made their way to the elevator. The Italian affordable luxury brand is on the third floor, Lu Meng stated, pressing the button for the third floor. She had never been there before but had checked the store's location during their journey. This short-sleeve shirt, these pants, and these shoes, I believe they would suit you perfectly. Let's try them on, Lu Meng suggested as they entered the store on the third floor. Sounds good, Chen Zhibai replied succinctly, heading into the fitting room. Shortly after, he emerged in his new attire. Lu Meng's eyes lit up upon seeing him, as the clothes she had chosen fit him remarkably well. He wore a white short-sleeve shirt, black casual trousers, and white sneakers. The ensemble exuded a simple yet relaxed style, and with Chen Zhibai's new hairstyle, he appeared refreshingly clean and composed, radiating a maturity and calmness that was captivating. Lu Meng felt her heart race upon seeing him. Sir, your girlfriend has an excellent eye for fashion. This outfit suits you beautifully, a sales associate chimed in. Lu Meng's cheeks flushed at the compliment but she did not dispute, instead, she glanced at Chen Zhibai. Naturally, Chen Zhibai did not contest the remark. The store featured mirrors, and as he approached one, he acknowledged Lu Meng's impeccable taste. Though the outfit was simple, it suited him well. I'll take this one and select a few more, he said to Lu Meng. Don't worry, leave it to me, she replied.
promptly picking out 3 additional outfits for him.
Each ensemble was undeniably fitting for Chen Zhibai. Let us not waste any time.
I'll pay, Lu Meng declared. Having selected 4 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, totaling over 90,000 yuan.
While the expense was considerable, averaging more than
20,000 yuan per outfit, Chen Zhibai remained calm and collected as he completed the transaction, as the expenditure was covered by the system.
Including the
888 yuan spent on his haircut, the 100,000 yuan allocated by the system for his transformation was dwindling.
System, how much remains in the transformation fund? Chen Zhibai silently inquired.
Host, there are 370 yuan remaining, the system responded. Just as Chen Zhibai prepared to speak again, the system's voice interrupted. Detection indicates that the host's image has been transformed.
Would you like to proceed with the image assessment now?
Yes,
Chen Zhibai affirmed after a moment's contemplation. Feeling both anticipation and nervousness. Frankly, he believed this transformation was quite successful.
From his hairstyle to his clothing, he had undergone a qualitative change. And with the confidence bestowed by the system, his former high school classmates would hardly recognize him due to the drastic improvement.
Would he earn the reward?
Before he could ponder further, the system chimed in, ding.
The host's image assessment score is 91.
Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a hidden reward. The hidden reward is a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. Note, this watch has been purchased using the host's identification, and all procedures are legal and compliant.
The host may collect it at the Patek Philippe store in Jiangcheng with their ID.
Chen Zhibai was momentarily stunned.
He had anticipated that the hidden reward would be commendable. But he never imagined it would be this extraordinary.
The Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740, was something he had seen discussed by a blogger on Douyin, noting its exorbitant price.
The retail value exceeded
35 million yuan, and acquiring it would typically require an expenditure of around
55 million yuan.
Yet now, he had received one worth
55 million yuan. What does that signify? His current BMW X5, fully equipped, cost 850,000 yuan. Thus, wearing this watch would be akin to possessing 2 top-tier BMW X5s. The system was indeed generous. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but exclaim internally.
He then took out his phone to search for the Patek Philippe store in Jiangcheng.
Fortunately, it was not far, a mere half-hour drive away.
Lu Meng stood beside him, oblivious to his moment of distraction, as she too was lost in thought. Her mind was occupied by the sight of Chen Zhibai calmly scanning his payment for over 90,000 yuan. This was a sum that momentarily captivated her attention. As it equated to her parents' hard-earned annual salary, yet for Chen Zhibai, it was merely the price of a few outfits. Even though she had known beforehand that Chen Zhibai's budget was 100,000 yuan. Witnessing him spend such a significant amount with such composure left her genuinely astonished and somewhat dazed. Looking up, Lu Meng observed Chen Zhibai. She understood the advantages of wealth. But her comprehension had previously been abstract. Now, it felt tangible and vivid. Chapter 28, Lu Meng in a fluster. Chen Zhibai tucked away his phone. Feeling no urgency regarding the watch, as it would not sprout legs and flee. His current preoccupation was selecting an appropriate gift for Lu Meng. Had it not been for her assistance in locating a hair salon and choosing suitable attire, one might question whether he could secure the system's hidden rewards on his own. In that scenario, a timepiece valued at 55 million would slip through his fingers. Thus, a gift was indeed in order. But what should he choose? As Chen Zhibai contemplated, the system's voice resonated in his mind, triggering a random task. Ding! Host has triggered the task, present Lu Meng with a gift. The expenditure must remain within 100,000, covered by the system. How fortuitous! He mused. Just as he resolved to bestow Lu Meng a gift, the random task materialized. With a generous budget to boot, the possibilities widened significantly. Nearby was an LV store, perhaps a visit was in order? He turned to Lu Meng and inquired. Shall we browse the LV store? Sure. Lu Meng nodded, and soon they found themselves at the LV boutique. Upon noticing the numerous bags in Chen Zhibai's hands, Laden with garments from an adjacent Italian boutique, the sales associate's smile became notably sincere. While luxury store attendants typically greet every patron with a smile, those with means receive a more genuine warmth, as it directly correlates with their commissions. Thus, the attendant's demeanor was both eager and accommodating upon seeing Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng. Lu Meng observed the sales associate's enthusiasm, and her emotions became somewhat conflicted. After all, her previous visits to the LV store had not been met with such fervor. Yet, she dismissed her complex feelings as she glanced at the bags Chen Zhibai held. "Do you fancy that handbag?" After wandering the store for a while, Chen Zhibai noticed Lu Meng's gaze often lingering on a particular LV tote. "I do. But I cannot afford it," Lu Meng replied candidly, her eyes drifting back to the handbag not far away. She truly adored this new summer release. Yet at a staggering price of 68,888 yuan, it was extravagantly beyond her reach. Enjoying it is enough, Chen Zhibai chuckled softly. Lu Meng, however, was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of his meaning. Her astonishment deepened when Chen Zhibai made his next statement. "I'll take that bag, where's the payment code?" he asked the sales associate directly. The attendant paused momentarily, but soon her face brightened with excitement. "Right here," she replied, producing the payment code. Chen Zhibai scanned it with his phone, completing the transaction seamlessly. "Sir, I'll wrap that bag for you right away," the attendant said, as she prepared the handbag for him. As she walked away, she cast a covetous glance at Lu Meng, well aware that the luxurious item was intended for her. Such generosity! How affluent he must be, she mused. Impressed by his casual decisiveness in purchasing a bag worth over 68,000 yuan. "No, I can't accept this, it's far too expensive," Lu Meng protested, regaining her composure as the attendant began to package the handbag. She was genuinely startled by Chen Zhibai's lavish gesture. "Enough, you shall keep it. Without your assistance in selecting my outfits, I would hardly possess such discerning taste," Chen Zhibai replied with sincerity. Without Lu Meng attaining the coveted one, 55 million yuan Patek Philippe Nautilus would have been a near impossibility, and now the funds for Lu Meng's gift were not even his to bear. As the attendant returned with the beautifully wrapped handbag adorned with the LV logo, she presented it to Chen Zhibai. "Sir, here is your bag." He accepted it and handed it to Lu Meng. "Take it, it's already purchased. If you feel discomfort, you may discard it," he jested lightly. "How could I possibly discard such an expensive item?" Lu Meng exclaimed, her urgency palpable. "Then accept it," Chen Zhibai insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Lu Meng hesitated to respond, still wishing to refuse due to the exorbitant price tag. Yet, the words of rejection lingered on her lips, unable to escape. The handbag she had longed for was now in her possession, rendering her unable to voice her objections. "If you feel awkward, simply continue assisting me with my clothing choices. Your taste is impeccable, henceforth, you shall be my personal stylist," Chen Zhibai added. Considering his words, Lu Meng hesitated but then nodded. "All right. I will assist you with your clothing from now on." "Excellent. Now, let us be off, we have another destination to attend to," Chen Zhibai declared. "Where to?" Lu Meng inquired with curiosity. "The Patek Philippe Center in Jiangcheng," he replied. "What are we going there for?" Lu Meng instinctively began to ask. But the realization struck her before she could finish. What else could they possibly be doing there but purchasing a watch? If it were anyone else suggesting the visit, perhaps it could be merely to browse. But with Chen Zhibai, Lu Meng glanced up at him, fully aware that this was undoubtedly a trip to acquire a timepiece. "Are you going there to buy a watch?" she asked, suppressing her thoughts. "Not quite." Chen Zhibai shook his head. Lu Meng's confusion was evident, yet she soon heard his next words. "I have already made the purchase, we are merely going to collect it." Lu Meng. Just as she was about to respond, they arrived at the elevator entrance. The doors opened to reveal a crowded interior. Lu Meng held her tongue until they exited, at which point she asked, "What watch did you buy?" "The Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740. Are you familiar with it?" Chen Zhibai inquired. "Not at all," Lu Meng replied, shaking her head. While she was aware of the Patek Philippe brand, she knew little of the specifics.
Let's go, he said simply. After uttering this, he walked toward his BMW X5. Once inside, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt and started the engine. Lu Meng sat in the passenger seat, pondering briefly before pulling out her phone to search for the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740. A moment later, the price appeared, 55 million. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Meng's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 29, No more delays at the Patek Philippe Watch Center in Jiangcheng, in the VIP lounge, Chen Zhibai, after arriving and presenting his identification, was escorted here by the manager. At this moment, the manager, dressed in a well-fitted suit with white gloves, opened a meticulously sealed watch box at Chen Zhibai's request. Inside lay a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740, quietly resting within its case. To be frank, it was quite striking. The dial was a shade of blue, neither deep nor overly light, but a hue that exuded a sense of quality and elegance. The name Patek Philippe was engraved on the dial, understated yet recognized by anyone familiar with the watch's value. It is well known that the affluent indulge in timepieces while the less fortunate often gravitate towards cars. Chen Zhibai's Nautilus, priced at 1.55 million, could equate to 2 fully equipped BMW X5s. However, those who can afford 2 BMWs are unlikely to part with that sum for a mere watch, as the definitions of automobiles and timepieces diverge significantly. Mr. Chen, this is the watch you ordered, the manager, a man in his 30s with impeccably styled hair and a demeanor that radiated success, spoke respectfully while slightly bending at the waist. Despite Chen Zhibai's youthful appearance, it was evident that his background was substantial, whether due to wealth or influence, making him someone the manager could not afford to offend. Lu Meng, seated on the sofa, observed the manager's deference towards Chen Zhibai with a sense of disbelief. Chen Zhibai, however, was entirely focused on his watch. After a brief inspection, he placed it on his left wrist, finding it a perfect fit. "What do you think of the watch on me?" he inquired, turning to Lu Meng. "Quite splendid," she affirmed, nodding earnestly. In her eyes, the watch enhanced Chen Zhibai's aura, imbuing him with an air of affluence. Of course, she recognized this perception might stem from her awareness of its hefty price tag. Chen Zhibai agreed, acknowledging its appeal. "I'll wear it directly. Please handle the warranty and other documents for me," he directed the manager. "Certainly, Mr. Chen," the manager replied promptly, gathering the paperwork and presenting it to Chen Zhibai with both hands. "Let us go," Chen Zhibai said, receiving the items and addressing Lu Meng. Once inside the car, Lu Meng's gaze frequently drifted to Chen Zhibai's wrist. The 1.55 million could purchase several homes in her hometown, yet now it was merely a watch. "I have dinner plans tonight, so I'll drop you back at school." "We're not far from there, it'll take just over 10 minutes. Chen Zhibai remarked after fastening his seatbelt, noting that it was past 5 o'clock, with dinner scheduled for 6. "Who are you meeting?" Lu Meng instinctively wanted to ask if it was a male or female, but she swallowed the question. "All right, that would be great," she replied with a smile. "No trouble at all," Chen Zhibai chuckled, feeling buoyant after a fruitful afternoon. He had a haircut that elevated his looks, acquired fashionable clothing, and obtained a luxurious Patek Philippe watch, an impressive haul indeed. Lu Meng smiled back but remained silent, her mind occupied. After seeing Chen Zhibai drive a top-tier BMW X5 yesterday, she had resolved to become his girlfriend. However, she envisioned a gradual process, taking her time to reveal herself to him, fearing that if it came too easily, he might not cherish it. Yet today, those thoughts seemed futile. The notion of a natural progression was unrealistic. She glanced at Chen Zhibai, now driving, and at the watch on his wrist, realizing he was wealthier than she had anticipated. A 1.55 million watch was not an impulse purchase. It was a luxury that few could afford. Chen Zhibai, a rich heir, would undoubtedly attract women, especially now that he had transformed his appearance. He was no longer merely an average youth, he had become a refined gentleman with both wealth and looks at the tender age of 18. Lu Meng shook her head. Despite her confidence in her own beauty and figure, she knew that if she hesitated, someone else might seize the opportunity. Attractive girls were not lacking in their school, and they were astute enough to notice someone like Chen Zhibai. She glanced at her LV bag, containing a handbag priced at 68,888.
The notion of taking it slow was no longer viable. She needed to act swiftly to secure her position in his life and prevent other girls from encroaching. Yet, she understood that even after establishing a relationship, competition would still exist. The immediate priority was to solidify their romantic connection.
What are you pondering so deeply?
Chen Zhibai asked with a smile, noticing her contemplative expression as he paused at a red light.
Chapter 30, Lu Meng's first kiss lost in thought. Lu Meng shook her head, realizing that the musings she had just entertained were certainly not for sharing.
All right then, Chen Zhibai refrained from pressing further. As the traffic light shifted from red to green, he pressed the accelerator, guiding the car smoothly towards the school.
By the way, may I ask you something I'm quite curious about?
Lu Meng suddenly inquired, turning her head slightly to glance at Chen Zhibai.
This angle, reminiscent of her most flattering reflections in the mirror, revealed her exquisite profile.
Not really, Chen Zhibai replied, casting a brief look at Lu Meng.
Lu Meng paused, momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond.
She hadn't anticipated Chen Zhibai's unorthodox retort. Typically, one would expect a more accommodating reply, such as "it's fine.
Go ahead and ask." Yet, Chen Zhibai's response was simply a firm "not convenient." "I'm just teasing you. Feel free to ask whatever you like," he added, amused by the perplexed expression on Lu Meng's bright face. "Surprisingly charming, isn't it? All right then, I will ask. I'm quite curious about the type of girl you like. Would you mind sharing?" Lu Meng feigned casualness as she posed her question, encouraged by Chen Zhibai's nod. "What is there to hide? First and foremost, she must be beautiful, that goes without saying. Secondly, a good figure is essential. However, the most important aspect I have yet to mention," Chen Zhibai elaborated. Hearing the emphasis on beauty and physique, Lu Meng felt a swell of pride, confident in her own looks and figure. Throughout her life, aside from Xin Chang, who currently resided in the same dormitory and matched her in allure, she felt superior to all other girls. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by the latter part of Chen Zhibai's statement. "What is the most important characteristic?" "The most crucial aspect is that she should wear a white t-shirt and a black pleated skirt. I have a particular fondness for that style," Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at Lu Meng. Lu Meng was momentarily stunned, recognizing the familiarity of this description. In the next instant, she realized it perfectly matched her outfit for the day. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her own white t-shirt and black pleated skirt. Despite knowing Chen Zhibai was merely jesting, she couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. After a moment's reflection, Lu Meng decided to be forthright. "Oh really? You like my outfit? How about I become your girlfriend?" she boldly proposed, believing this to be the quickest way to define their relationship. Chen Zhibai, focused on driving, raised an eyebrow in surprise at Lu Meng's directness. "You're quite straightforward. Asking to be my girlfriend? And you're not joking," he noted, recognizing the sincerity in her eyes. At that moment, Chen Zhibai's emotions became a whirlwind of complexity. He understood that Lu Meng's boldness was influenced by the luxury of the BMW X5 he was driving, the extravagant afternoon they had shared, and, most importantly, the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning his wrist. Such were the advantages of wealth. "How about it? I've never been in a relationship before. This is my first time expressing such feelings to a boy," Lu Meng added, feeling a twinge of anxiety as Chen Zhibai remained silent. "All right then. Let us embark on this romantic journey." "To be honest, I have never been in a relationship either," Chen Zhibai concurred, nodding. With his current advantages of wealth and opportunity, he wondered why not. Lu Meng was undeniably beautiful, with an admirable figure and long legs. "Since you've agreed, allow me to reintroduce myself. Hello, I am Lu Meng. Your girlfriend," she declared, a wave of relief washing over her as her radiant smile illuminated her face. She extended her hand, which was delicate and graceful, her fingers long and fair. "Hello, I am Chen Zhibai, your boyfriend," he replied with a smile. One hand steady on the steering wheel while the other clasped Lu Meng's hand briefly. As he continued to drive, Lu Meng visibly brightened, her spirits lifted by the newfound title she had claimed. This was significant. The car continued onward until they reached the school. Lu Meng occupied the passenger seat, animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes from the beginning of the semester. Chen Zhibai nodded occasionally, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere. To put it plainly, while he felt a rush of excitement at establishing a romantic connection with Lu Meng, her beauty and allure had always been a distant dream before he acquired his current resources. However, the thrill was tempered by a deeper understanding that he would not lack for partners in the future, even with stunning girls like Lu Meng. As he parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng unbuckled her seatbelt but hesitated to exit, turning her gaze back to Chen Zhibai. "What's the matter?" he asked, confused by her lingering stare. "Lean in, I have something to whisper to you," she instructed, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she beckoned him closer. "What is it?" Chen Zhibai, still puzzled, complied without a second thought, leaning towards her. As he drew near, Lu Meng's blush deepened, and in a spontaneous moment, she pressed her lips against his. "This is my first kiss. From now on, I entrust it to you. You are my first boyfriend, and you shall be my last," she declared earnestly, her face aglow with sincerity. She meant every word. Never had she contemplated seeking another partner, this was her singular choice. Though she had intended to take things slow, Chen Zhibai's exceptional qualities had exceeded her expectations, prompting her to act impulsively. Hence, her directness and the offering of her first kiss. To be candid, Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, turning the steering wheel to depart from the girls' dormitory. "Where are we headed?" "I haven't even gotten out yet," Lu Meng remarked, bewildered. Without responding, Chen Zhibai drove to a secluded corner within the school grounds before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 31. Liu, did you buy a bag? Half an hour later, Chen Zhibai finally returned the car to the girls' dormitory. As Lu Meng stepped out of the car, her face was flushed, and even without close inspection, it was evident that her lipstick had smudged. "Drive slowly next time," Lu Meng remarked to Chen Zhibai as she stood by the car. "Understood," he nodded, and without further ado, drove away from the dormitory. Only when the BMW X5 vanished from her sight did Lu Meng retract her gaze. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, a number of students were coming and going. Upon seeing Lu Meng emerge from a BMW, they cast envious glances her way. However, upon realizing it was Lu Meng, they deemed it a perfectly normal occurrence. In the months since the semester began, news of Lu Meng, a radiant beauty, had spread throughout her dormitory. Thus, her arrival from a BMW was hardly surprising. Ignoring the envious glances surrounding her, Lu Meng, carrying an LV bag, walked into the dormitory with a lightness in her step. A great weight had been lifted, she was now Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, and she was certain she was his first. That was more than sufficient. It was well known that a man's first girlfriend held a certain prestige. As Lu Meng pushed open the dormitory door, the blush on her cheeks had mostly faded, leaving only a hint of pink that was scarcely noticeable. "Dream Meng, you're back. Where did you go this afternoon?" Inside, her roommates Liu, Xin Chang, and Wang Hui were present. Wang Hui, upon seeing Lu Meng return, immediately inquired with curiosity. Liu, who had been lounging on her bed, sat upright at the sound of Lu Meng's arrival. While she was unaware of Lu Meng's whereabouts, she was certain that Lu Meng had spent the afternoon with Chen Zhibai. She had inquired with Zhou Hao, confirming that Chen Zhibai had not been in the dormitory. The situation was clear, she had gone shopping with her boyfriend. Lu Meng smiled and stated matter-of-factly. "What did you say? Dream Meng, am I hearing things? You went shopping with your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend?" Wang Hui stood up in shock, her astonishment evident. Not only was she taken aback, but Xin Chang, who had been engrossed in her phone, also looked up in surprise and curiosity at Lu Meng. Due to the dormitory setting, Xin Chang was dressed in loose sleepwear, yet her figure remained admirable, complemented by her cool demeanor and striking features. Liu was even more astounded, as she possessed more information. Upon hearing Lu Meng mention shopping with her boyfriend, her instinctive thought was, could this boyfriend possibly be Chen Zhibai? So quickly had they established a relationship? Is it true? You heard correctly. I indeed went shopping with my boyfriend, we just confirmed our relationship this afternoon, Lu Meng affirmed, smiling. It's true, Dream Meng. Wang Hui began to speak again. But Li Yu interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. Is your boyfriend Chen Zhibai? Li Yu's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Meng, eager to know if it was indeed Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai? Yu, isn't he your boyfriend's roommate? He can't possibly be Dream Meng's boyfriend, right? How could that be? Didn't your boyfriend say Chen Zhibai was quite ordinary? Wang Hui chimed in. Li Yu, however, remained silent, continuing to gaze at Lu Meng. Yes, it is him. He is my boyfriend now. Lu Meng nodded in response to Li Yu's scrutiny. It really is him. It truly is Chen Zhibai. Upon receiving Lu Meng's confirmation, Li Yu felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. They had exchanged WeChat the night before, met today, and then established their romantic relationship by the afternoon? What kind of family background does Chen Zhibai come from? Li Yu was beside herself with confusion. Wait, Dream Meng, I don't understand. Why are you dating him? What is he really like? LV bag? Did you go shopping at LV? Unable to contain her thoughts, Li Yu prepared to directly question Lu Meng. She had intended to investigate slowly, yet now she was overwhelmed with curiosity. However, before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock as she noticed the LV bag Lu Meng was holding. This revelation left her utterly astonished. Even without knowing the contents of the bag, LV items were never inexpensive. They were luxury goods. The cheapest were beyond the means of an average person. Yet here was Lu Meng, carrying an LV bag? Is that really an LV bag? Dream Meng, did you go to the LV store? As Li Yu exclaimed. Wang Hui caught sight of the bag as well and could not refrain from asking. As for Xinxing, she had noticed the LV bag even earlier but remained silent. Her expression contemplative. She seemed to understand why Lu Meng had sought out Chen Zhibai's WeChat and confirmed their relationship today. It was evident that Chen Zhibai was not the ordinary fellow Zhou Hao had described. Yes, I went to the LV store for a bit. Lu Meng confirmed with a nod. Did Chen Zhibai buy you something at the LV store? Li Yu could not help but inquire. She was no fool. She realized that the bag must have been a gift from Chen Zhibai. Over the past month, she had observed Lu Meng's spending habits, being an average college student. It was improbable that she could afford LV items. Thus, it was undoubtedly Chen Zhibai who had made the purchase. Indeed, Chen Zhibai's family background was far from ordinary. Contrary to Zhou Hao's claims to buy LV items. Moreover, considering that Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng had only connected on WeChat yesterday, and he was already able to buy her an LV bag. What a remarkable capability. May I see what he bought for you? Li Yu suppressed her internal thoughts and asked Lu Meng. Dream Meng, I would like to see it as well, after all, this is an LV item. And I have yet to see one in real life. Wang Hui added curiously. However, the focus of Wang Hui's curiosity was evidently different from Li Yu's. Li Yu sought to deduce Chen Zhibai's true capabilities through the purchase, while Wang Hui simply wanted to see the luxury item. Here it is, a handbag, Lu Meng replied. Aware of Li Yu's thoughts but indifferent. As she spoke, she retrieved the LV handbag from the bag. This is the LV bag, it looks exceedingly expensive. Wang Hui leaned in for a closer look. Li Yu, standing nearby, recognized the handbag the moment she laid eyes on it. It was the new model released this summer. Though she could not afford it, she had kept track of its details. And this handbag's price? A staggering 68,888 yuan. Nearly 70,000. Chapter 32, The Sweetness of a Girl's Lips. Chen Zhibai was surprisingly wealthy. A handbag worth 70,000 yuan, and he just gave it away without hesitation. Li Yu clenched her fists, her eyes fixated on the LV handbag held by Lu Meng. At that moment, jealousy surged within her, reaching its zenith. After all, this was a handbag worth 70,000 yuan. Reflecting deeper, how affluent must Chen Zhibai be to so easily gift such an expensive item? How could she have missed the fact that he was a wealthy heir? Li Yu's gaze was filled with envy. Meng, did Chen Zhibai buy that bag for you? How much did it cost? Wang Hui cautiously reached out to touch the LV bag, her curiosity piqued. Yes, he bought it for me. As for the price. Lu Meng paused briefly before revealing, 68,888. What?
Wang Hui was utterly astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Lu Meng. To be honest, at that moment, she even thought her ears might be deceiving her.
68,888?
Wang Hui's shocked expression elicited a smile from Lu Meng.
Who then added, "Is this bag made of gold?" "It's so expensive, 70,000 yuan could cover my tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university." Wang Hui gasped in awe, retracting her hand from the LV bag. "I wouldn't dare touch it. If I accidentally damaged it, I couldn't afford to pay for it."
As she spoke, she instinctively took several steps back.
"It's not that exaggerated, the bag isn't made of paper, it's not that fragile."
Lu Meng chuckled at Wang Hui's reaction, playfully handing the bag to her.
"Go ahead, it's fine." No, I can't touch it. Please take it back quickly."
Wang Hui held the handbag awkwardly, panic etched on her face as she looked at Lu Meng. Observing her response, Lu Meng reclaimed the bag, allowing Wang Hui to breathe a sigh of relief.
Meng, is Chen Zhibai's family really that wealthy?
To give away a 70,000 yuan handbag without a second thought, how generous. Wang Hui said enviously, fully aware of the importance of wealth in today's world, and she too felt a twinge of envy toward Lu Meng.
After all,
it was evident that Chen Zhibai was both rich and generous, effortlessly bestowing a handbag worth 70,000 yuan.
"I need to use the restroom,"
Lu Meng announced as she placed the handbag back on her bed and headed to the bathroom.
Yeah. Didn't your boyfriend say that Chen Zhibai comes from an ordinary background?
Clearly, that's not the case. A 70,000 yuan handbag given away so casually, he is truly affluent.
Wang Hui inquired, approaching Li Yu. Li Yu remained silent, instinctively biting her teeth. How could she know the truth?
If she had realized earlier that Chen Zhibai was so wealthy and generous, she would have pursued him instead of being with Zhou Hao.
Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Don't you like to talk? Wang Hui couldn't resist asking again, noticing Li Yu's silence.
I'm tired and want to take a nap, Li Yu replied through clenched teeth, returning to her bed. Wang Hui found her behavior peculiar but refrained from pressing further.
The dorm soon returned to tranquility.
Xinxing sat at her desk, lifting her delicate face to glance at the LV bag resting on Lu Meng's bed before redirecting her gaze. She recognized that LV bags were expensive, but hadn't anticipated the price to be so exorbitant, 70,000 yuan for a single bag.
How wealthy! Xinxing sighed internally,
then turned her attention to her phone. Yesterday, she had discovered a rather engaging female-oriented novel. However, as she read the first couple of lines, a WeChat message from her mother popped up at the top of her screen.
"Mother, Xinxing, are there any boys in school from well-off families? If so, you might consider pursuing them."
Upon reading her mother's message, Xinxing sighed and chose not to respond.
In the dormitory, within the restroom,
Lu Meng stood before the mirror at the sink, her fair and radiant face slightly flushed as she noticed her lipstick had smudged.
Instinctively,
she recalled the events that had transpired in the car earlier. She had intended only a gentle kiss, but Chen Zhibai had driven to a secluded spot, and then her lipstick had become smeared. Lu Meng grabbed a wet wipe to remove the smudged lipstick.
Her mood remained buoyant,
for she sensed that Chen Zhibai had experienced his first kiss as well.
This realization brought her joy.
My lipstick is all smudged, it's all your fault. Lu Meng took out her phone, contemplating before sending a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. It turns out that a girl's lips are indeed sweet. As Chen Zhibai drove out of the school gates, the thought crossed his mind, and he smiled before inquiring of the system, what exactly is this love fund? He had heard a system notification in his mind during the kiss with Lu Meng, announcing that he had successfully obtained a love fund of 1 million yuan. But he had been too preoccupied at the time to question its significance. Since the host has confirmed a romantic relationship with Lu Meng, a love fund of 1 million yuan has been allocated. This fund can only be utilized for Lu Meng, the system explained in a straightforward manner. This 1 million yuan could only be spent on Lu Meng, as it constituted romantic funds. To speak candidly, 1 million yuan is a significant sum. After all, even based on the average salary of a university graduate, it would take a student decades to accumulate such wealth. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai pushed the thought aside and parked his car by the roadside, sending a WeChat message to Chen Jiawei. I'm on my way to pick you up.
I'll arrive in about 20 minutes.
As soon as he sent the message, Chen Zhibai replied almost instantly, evidently having been waiting for it.
Okay.
I'll come downstairs to wait for you. She sent 2 messages, one text and another a cute meme featuring her own photo, where she posed playfully with her hands on either side of her face.
To be honest, it was quite adorable. Apart from the cuteness,
it also revealed a glimpse of her figure.
Though nothing was exposed, it appeared enticingly full.
Chen Zhibai couldn't help but steal a few extra glances before replying with an okay and promptly saving her selfie meme. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he noticed a message from Lu Meng. My lipstick is all smudged, it's all your fault.
Reading her message,
Chen Zhibai instinctively recalled the earlier incident in the car.
How sweet.
Suppressing his thoughts, he replied with a playful meme before stowing his phone away, letting out a sigh. Suddenly, Chen Zhibai realized that he had become somewhat of a cad. He had just affirmed a romantic relationship with Lu Meng and shared a kiss.
Yet now he was on his way to dinner with Chen Zhibai. Moreover, the system's task required him to take away Chen Zhiawei's first kiss.
The troubling part was that he found himself surprisingly unopposed to the idea. After all, Chen Zhibai was beautiful and had an impressive figure.
Indeed, wealth could alter one's mindset.
Even he found himself entertaining thoughts of having both women by his side.
Chen Zhibai shook his head,
choosing not to dwell on it further as he drove toward the residential complex Chen Zhibai had messaged him about.
Being a cad was just part of the game. With a system in place, having multiple girlfriends seemed entirely normal, didn't it?
Chapter 33, The Fatal Waste. The Silver Spring community is an aging residential area in Zhangcheng. Established in 2003, which has seen 2 decades pass.
Consequently, the entire neighborhood appears quite worn. Those residents with means have long since vacated, renting out their empty homes.
Due to the lower rental prices compared to newer complexes, many recent graduates opt to reside here.
Chen Zhiawei and her close friend Li Shiran are among the tenants of this establishment.
At this moment, within a 2-bedroom apartment, Chen Zhiawei sits with her friend Li Shiran. He said he has already driven over and will arrive in 20 minutes.
Shiran, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Zhiawei puts down her phone, glancing nervously at her friend.
Do not worry, he will undoubtedly like it, Shiran reassures her, nodding vigorously while examining Zhiawei. The delicate white floral dress accentuates her slender waist and beautiful face. Yet, the most significant aspect is it stirs a sense of inadequacy within Shiran, who cannot fathom how her friend has grown so enviably attractive. One might even say she is exceptionally gifted.
Honestly, no matter what you wear,
he will be fond of it, Shiran suppresses her feelings of envy and states.
Really? Why? Zhiawei instinctively inquires. Just look at your figure, what man could resist?
And you are also stunningly beautiful, Shiran points out, filled with admiration. Stop saying such things, Zhiawei's cheeks flush as she playfully swats Shiran's hand.
I'm serious.
I truly do not understand how you have grown up like this, Shiran admits, observing Zhiawei's face redden further, deciding not to tease her any longer.
Knowing her friend is somewhat shy. Hui, I genuinely envy you. You already have a wealthy suitor pursuing you, a freshman with a fully equipped BMW X5. Clearly,
he comes from a well-off family, and what's more, he is younger than us, Shiran remarks, recalling how Zhiawei shared details about Chen Zhibai upon returning from work yesterday.
To be candid, Shiran harbors a twinge of envy, realizing the importance of wealth only after entering university.
Meanwhile, Zhiawei acknowledges, sure, there are some who pursue me at work,
but their circumstances are lacking. They might just be inviting me to dinner. Come on, do you really believe that? Shiran interjects.
If he had no interest,
would he invite you to dinner?
Besides, you are not only beautiful but...
Hui, let me tell you.
Any man with normal physiological and psychological inclinations will undoubtedly appreciate your attributes, Shiran asserts, and Zhiawei's face reddens again at the compliment. Shiran notices Zhiawei's blush but continues, Hui.
When you dine with him tonight, I suggest you take the initiative. A wealthy young man like him, driving a top-end BMW X5 and just starting university,
will have no shortage of admirers. Yes, you are beautiful, and your figure is commendable, but beauty cannot compete with wealth. If you take the initiative and get involved with him, you may secure a life free of worries.
Shiran speaks earnestly, believing her friend should be more proactive. Especially given Chen Zhibai's impressive qualities. I do not know how to be proactive.
You know, I have never dated throughout college, Jiawei admits.
Feeling a bit awkward.
Shiran finds herself at a loss for words, as she too has never experienced romance during her university years.
However,
in the face of her friend's eager anticipation, Shiran recalls the romantic novels she has read and formulates a plan.
Being proactive is quite simple. You are dining with him tonight, right?
Just serve him more dishes and speak in a softer tone.
Oh, you do not need to worry about that.
Your voice is naturally gentle. Serve him more, show concern for him, and express your positive feelings towards him, Shiran elaborates as she grows more confident in her advice.
Okay. I understand. Jiawei nods vigorously, mentally noting everything.
This gives Shiran a sense of accomplishment, realizing that her late-night reading of romance novels was not in vain.
Also, Hui. You mentioned he appears quite composed for his age and lacks the usual youthful impulsiveness? Shiran ponders aloud.
Yes, he does seem quite steady and self-assured, Jiawei affirms.
Then I believe you should simply showcase your own personality.
A calm and composed man like him will surely appreciate a more vivacious partner, Shiran suggests.
Is there anything else? Jiawei inquires eagerly.
That's all for now, it should suffice, Shiran concludes. Alright, Jiawei responds, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves.
I truly envy you. I wonder when a young and affluent man will pursue me. I detest attending that dreary class.
With a sigh, Shiran continues, it is ridiculous. 3,000 yuan cannot attract a laborer, yet it can lure a graduate from a second-tier university, always on call.
Do not worry, with your beauty.
You will surely attract eligible suitors, Jiawei laughs at Shiran's comment. Indeed, Shiran is quite pretty in her own right, rivaling Jiawei. Though she feels slightly overshadowed by her friend's figure. However, Shiran possesses her own charm, particularly her slender waist.
At home,
she wears a black crop top that exposes her navel, highlighting her delicate and finely sculpted waist.
May your words bring me fortune, Shiran remarks. Glancing at the time on her phone. Noticing that over 10 minutes have passed, she nudges Jiawei.
Hurry to the community entrance, it has been over 10 minutes.
Don't keep him waiting.
Right, I shall head out now, Jiawei affirms, placing her phone into her handbag, which is quite modest, costing just over 200 yuan.
With a resounding click, the door closes behind her.
Left alone on the sofa, Shiran glances down at her slender waist, caressing it lightly. Whoever is fortunate enough to enjoy such a lovely waist is truly blessed, she muses, acknowledging even her own admiration for her figure.
The fatal waist. Chapter 34, The Sincerity of Brother. Here 2 minutes later, Chen Jiawei arrived at the entrance of the community. She glanced around but did not see the sky-gray BMW X5.
Clearly, Chen Zhibai had not yet arrived. Unperturbed, Chen Jiawei began to wait for him.
As it was already 6 in the evening, many people were coming and going in the community. Some men, upon noticing the beautiful Chen Jiawei standing at the entrance, couldn't help but steal a few glances. She looked stunning in a white dress adorned with delicate yellow daisies, which accentuated her beauty. Her slender waist was complemented by a hint of her shapely legs peeking out from under the skirt. She wore high-waisted white socks paired with white sneakers, exuding an indescribable purity and charm. However, the striking contrast was evident due to her upper body, which was equally alluring. This discrepancy drew the attention of several men. Some women also cast envious glances at her, admiring her enviable figure and wondering what she had consumed to grow so beautifully. Though accustomed to such attention, Chen Jiawei felt a slight frown forming on her brow.
She was somewhat uncomfortable, as she usually opted for loose-fitting clothing that concealed her figure.
Today, however, her choice of a fitted white dress left little to the imagination.
To alleviate her discomfort, she suddenly raised her hand to play with her phone, shielding her upper body,
which brought her some relief.
While engrossed in her phone, she sensed a vehicle had halted in front of her. Initially, she assumed it was Chen Zhibai arriving. But upon looking up, she realized it was not his BMW X5, but rather a black Volkswagen Passat.
With a furrowed brow, Chen Jiawei instinctively took 2 steps back.
Her vigilance peaked as she scrutinized the Volkswagen.
Jiawei, it's me. Are you going out? Where to? I happen to have some free time and can give you a ride.
A man in his 30s emerged from the car, his appearance unremarkable, with a face marked by imperfections.
Yet, his gaze towards Chen Zhibai was filled with eagerness.
This man was Li Zhihao, who lived in the apartment above Chen Zhiabai's rented unit.
Unlike her, he owned his home.
Having received multiple properties from the government after the demolition of his family's village in Jiangcheng in 2005, all located within this community.
No need.
Someone is here to pick me up, Chen Zhibai replied, her wariness intensifying upon recognizing Li Zhihao.
She shook her head, signaling her disinterest.
She had encountered him a few times since moving in with her friends, and his persistent attempts at conversation had left her feeling nauseated, especially knowing he was married.
Come on, there's no need to be polite. Where are you headed?
I can drive you there in no time, Li Zhihao insisted, waving his hand dismissively.
His eyes lingering on her, evidently captivated. Chen Zhibai felt a surge of discomfort. She had noticed his lingering glances many times before. Really, I said no.
Someone is coming to pick me up, she reiterated, her expression tightening in response to his unwavering gaze.
Who is it? Your boyfriend? He inquired. A flicker of disbelief crossing his face.
Yes, Chen Zhibai responded, a hint of guilt creeping in, as Chen Zhibai was not officially her boyfriend yet.
Nevertheless, she felt compelled to assert this to deter Li Zhihao from further pursuit. What? You have a boyfriend now? Li Zhihao's expression shifted.
But then he quickly regained his composure, a smirk creeping onto his face.
Having a boyfriend is not an issue, you can always break up. Jianwei, you know our rapport. Don't you? Let me be frank with you. If you choose to be with me, I can offer you one of my properties. What do you think? Isn't that a generous offer?
He glanced around before lowering his voice, eager to make his proposition more enticing.
A single property, though expensive,
seemed a worthwhile trade-off to him for the chance to win over Chen Zhibai, whose beauty and figure had captivated him for quite some time. His previous encounters with women paled in comparison to her allure.
Absolutely not. Don't even think about it, Chen Zhibai retorted,
anger flashing in her eyes as she confronted Li Zhihao.
Did he truly think so little of her? Jianwei, don't be so absolute. Nothing is impossible. I advise you to reconsider.
A property could secure your future comfortably.
If you choose to be with me, I'll give you one. No other girl has such an opportunity, he said, maintaining his smile even as she bristled with irritation. Chen Zhibai clenched her fists,
her temper flaring as she fought the urge to strike him. I refuse, she declared coldly, her resolve hardening against his unwelcome advances.
Chapter 35, The Startled Li Zhihao.
Your youth renders you oblivious to the significance of wealth and the paramount importance of owning a home.
Did you mention you have a boyfriend? He must be a recent graduate like yourself, correct? Even if he earns 10,000 a month. Settling down in Jiangcheng would require a decade of frugality to afford a property. And now, if you were to be with me, you could effortlessly acquire a home. Isn't that preferable to being with a financially struggling man?
Li Zhihao felt a twinge of displeasure as Chen Zhibai rejected him once more, his tone growing curt. As he gazed upon her fair, exquisite visage, he intended to continue speaking when a sleek, gray BMW X5 approached. Instinctively, he paused, watching the vehicle with a hint of envy. He recognized it as a top-tier BMW X5, priced over 800,000. Envy coursed through him, for he knew such luxury was beyond his reach. Though his family had received several properties from a demolition settlement, the combined annual rent was merely over 100,000. Sufficient for sustenance, but the thought of affording a top-tier BMW X5 was a distant dream. Shaking his head, about to avert his envious gaze, Li Zhihao was taken aback as the BMW X5 came to a halt in front of him. The driver's door swung open, revealing a strikingly youthful man. Is this your friend? Chen Zhibai inquired as he stepped out and approached Chen Zhibai, casting a glance at Li Zhihao.
He is not my friend.
Chen Zhibai was momentarily stunned upon seeing Chen Zhibai, as she hadn't anticipated the transformation in his appearance. He had become significantly more handsome, and his fashion sense had notably improved. Had it not been for his unchanged face and the luxurious BMW X5, she might have mistaken him for someone else.
However, she quickly regained her composure,
shaking her head and asserting that he was not a friend. Before stepping forward to link her arm with Chen Zhibai and addressing Li Zhihao. "My boyfriend is here, could you please leave now?" Chen Zhibai said, her expression brimming with indignation. She was thoroughly disgusted by Li Zhihao's earlier remarks, especially considering he was already married yet suggested such an arrangement. He is your boyfriend." Li Zhihao felt an unsettling premonition when Chen Zhibai approached Chen Zhibai, and upon hearing her declaration, he was gripped by panic. He had not anticipated that her boyfriend would be the driver of a top-tier BMW X5, and moreover, he was so young. There was a world of difference between a 40-year-old driving a BMW and a 20-year-old doing the same. Hence, Li Zhihao's confidence crumbled. The certainty he had about Chen Zhibao's eventual agreement dissipated, leaving him devoid of self-assurance. He knew he could never compete with someone so youthful and affluent. "Indeed. He is my boyfriend, so please refrain from bothering me in the future." Chen Zhibai felt a twinge of guilt, especially as she sensed Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Yet, she nodded to ensure Li Zhihao would not persist in his harassment. Hearing Chen Zhibai reaffirm her relationship, Li Zhihao's heart sank. "You're harassing my girlfriend?" Chen Zhibai frowned, fixing his gaze on Li Zhihao. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his left hand, revealing a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist, causing Li Zhihao's eyes to widen in astonishment. Not only did he drive a top-tier BMW X5, but he also wore a watch worth nearly 1,600,000. Li Zhihao's astonishment grew, for he had a penchant for luxury goods. Despite being unable to afford them, he often studied them. Recognizing the watch intensified his anxiety and fear. He could never provoke the son of a wealthy family adorned with such opulence. This was far more intimidating than merely driving a BMW X5. And if he were a scion of political lineage? Mistake. This is all a misunderstanding. I had no idea she was your girlfriend. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to approach her. Li Zhihao stammered, his demeanor submissive, bending slightly at the waist in a display of deference. He was genuinely frightened, believing Chen Zhibai's family background to be unfathomable. Chen Zhibai, still holding onto Chen Zhibai's arm, was momentarily taken aback by Li Zhihao's humble demeanor. She hadn't anticipated such a subservient side to him. Was it truly the BMW X5 that elicited such a reaction? That couldn't be it. A mere BMW X5 shouldn't provoke this kind of behavior from Li Zhihao. Chen Zhibai felt a mixture of confusion and satisfaction at witnessing his discomfort. Rest assured, I shall no longer disturb your girlfriend. I'll take my leave now and not intrude any further. Li Zhihao spoke cautiously, relieved when Chen Zhibai waved him off casually. He departed without casting another glance at Chen Zhibai, entering his Volkswagen Passat and driving directly into the neighborhood. Once parked, Li Zhihao felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment towards Chen Zhibai. Why hadn't she mentioned having a wealthy boyfriend before? Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to approach her? He sighed, contemplating Chen Zhibao's beauty in figure. He was acutely aware that any chance he had with her was utterly extinguished. How could he compete with someone who possessed a watch worth over 1,600,000? Thus, he resigned himself to the reality, shaking his head as he exited the vehicle and locked it. Upon entering the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered Li Shiran, who was descending the stairs. Li Shiran noticed him immediately, furrowing her delicate brow. She recalled that Li Zhihao had previously attempted to strike up a conversation with her. As she prepared to ignore him, she was taken aback when he merely walked past without uttering a word, heading upstairs instead. This left her momentarily speechless. Li Zhihao had always approached her to chat, often gazing at her lecherously, yet this time he didn't even glance her way. What was going on? Li Shiran felt a flicker of confusion, instinctively glancing up at the sun, which had yet to set. Indeed, the sun was setting in the west. Having reached his door, Li Zhihao sighed again. He was no longer willing to harass either Chen Zhibai or Li Shiran. If he were to provoke that wealthy young man, his own family background could hardly withstand the repercussions. Chapter 36. How much? What is the price of this watch? At the entrance of the community. After witnessing Li Zhihao drive away in a flustered manner,
Chen Zhibai felt an overwhelming sense of relief.
Once she regained her composure,
she realized she was still clinging to Chen Zhibai's arm, their posture quite intimate.
Suddenly, her fair and beautiful face flushed crimson as she quickly withdrew her arm. He is a resident living above me, and he has often harassed me. Therefore, when you came over earlier, I claimed you were my boyfriend to deter him from bothering me again. Please don't take offense, she explained shyly, her cheeks still tinged with red.
Oh, no problem.
Chen Zhibai shook his head, though inwardly he lamented the missed opportunity, for the sensation of Chen Zhiawei's arm around him was quite delightful. He certainly won't dare to harass me again, I have never seen him so submissive. Previously, he carried an air of superiority, but upon seeing you, he was utterly intimidated. Chen Zhiawei continued, then her expression shifted to one of curiosity.
Is it because you drive the top-tier BMW X5? It has nothing to do with the BMW X5.
Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head with a smile, as he raised his left hand to reveal the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning his wrist. It has everything to do with this watch.
Everything to do with this watch? Why? Chen Zhiawei blinked in confusion, unable to grasp Chen Zhibai's meaning. Instinctively, she glanced at the watch on his wrist.
While she was unfamiliar with the brand Patek Philippe, she found the watch undeniably exquisite. Perhaps I should consider acquiring one for myself, she mused internally.
This watch is priced at
55 million yuan, Chen Zhibai stated plainly.
Upon hearing this, Chen Zhiawei,
who had been admiring the watch and contemplating a purchase, was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment.
How much? This watch costs 55 million?
She was genuinely shocked by the exorbitant price, unable to fathom such a cost for a timepiece.
Yes, 55 million. This is the Patek Philippe Nautilus. You can verify it online. Chen Zhibai found Chen Zhiawei's astonishment endearing and couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek as he spoke.
Chen Zhiawei's slightly chubby cheeks made her look quite adorable. Caught off guard by the unexpected pinch. Her face flushed deeper as she had been lost in thought about the watch's price.
All right, let's get in the car.
Chen Zhibai withdrew his hand, casually stating.
Chen
Zhiawei, still blushing, nodded and fastened her seatbelt. Despite her shyness, she suppressed her bashful feelings and glanced at Chen Zhibai.
Finally understanding why Li Zhihao had reacted so submissively.
It was because Chen Zhibai wore a watch worth
55 million. Such a possession signified considerable wealth. Is his family really that affluent?
Not only does he drive a top-tier BMW X5, but he also wears a
55 million yuan watch. Chen Zhiawei's emotions were complex,
though she kept them largely to herself.
Have you fastened your seatbelt?
Chen Zhibai, having secured his own, turned to remind her, only to find she was already buckled in. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but steal a few glances at her before averting his gaze.
Yes, I have fastened my seatbelt, Chen Zhiawei replied,
oblivious to his lingering gaze as she had been immersed in her own thoughts.
All right, I will start the car now. How about we go for hot pot tonight? Chen Zhibai inquired. Sounds great.
I really enjoy hot pot, especially spicy hot pot.
Chen Zhiawei's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of dinner. You love spicy hot pot?
Chen Zhibai was taken aback, noticing her animated demeanor, which signaled her ability to handle spice.
Of course.
I am from Sichuan, and I can handle my spice.
Chen Zhiawei nodded enthusiastically.
Understanding now, Chen Zhibai realized that being from Sichuan certainly explained her affinity for spicy food. Well then, spicy hot pot it is. I can handle spicy too, he responded, nodding, as he started the car. I once saw on Douyin that Sichuan girls are sweet and gentle before marriage, but after, they become fierce, capable of scaling mountains.
Is that true?
Of course not. I can't speak for others, but I am not like that at all, Chen Zhiawei quickly refuted, fearing that Chen Zhibai might misjudge her character. As Chen Zhibai drove towards the hot pot restaurant, soothing music filled the car, allowing for easy conversation.
Chen Zhiawei,
seated in the passenger seat, occasionally stole glances at him. She had not anticipated how much more handsome Chen Zhibai would appear with his new hairstyle. His features were pleasingly harmonious. His attire, too, suited him well, exuding a relaxed vibe, clean, fresh, yet composed and self-assured. It was a stark contrast to the day before when they had met to purchase the car. Frankly speaking, the current Chen Zhibai possessed both the appearance and demeanor she found appealing. Buzz. At that moment, Chen Zhiaowei's phone vibrated. She looked down to see a message from her best friend. Li Shiran, have you gotten in the car yet? Send me a photo of him. I want to see what he looks like. Li Shiran, I'm looking forward to the expression. I've gotten in the car, but I can't take a picture, he's driving. Chen Zhiaowei typed in response after glancing at Chen Zhibai, who was focused on the road. Why can't you take a picture? You can snap one while he drives. Just sneak a quick shot. I want to see what the rich second generation looks like who drives a top-tier BMW X5. Li Shiran replied almost instantly. Seeing this, Chen Zhiaowei hesitated. She was reluctant to take a photo for fear of being discovered by Chen Zhibai. However, she also knew her friend's persistence. If she didn't send one, her phone would be bombarded with messages. Chapter 37, Is he really that wealthy? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhiaowei typed, then wait a moment. I will try to take a picture. Okay, I will wait for you, Li Shiran replied almost instantly. Chen Zhiaowei did not respond. She first glanced at Chen Zhibai, who was driving attentively, and then opened her phone camera. Quietly, she took a picture of Chen Zhibai. The entire action was executed with great caution. But she forgot that her phone was not on silent, and the sound of the shutter clicked loudly. Immediately, Chen Zhiaowei felt a surge of anxiety. What are you taking a picture of? Chen Zhibai turned his head, a look of surprise in his eyes. Oh. I was just taking a picture of the buildings by the roadside, Chen Zhiaowei quickly fabricated an excuse. Chen Zhibai nodded, seemingly unconcerned, and continued driving. Relieved that he did not suspect anything, Chen Zhiaowei raised her phone again, pretending to capture the structures outside while actually snapping several more pictures of Chen Zhibai. Afterward, she selected one and sent it to Li Shiran. At the supermarket near the entrance of Yinquan community, Li Shiran had just finished shopping. Hearing her phone's WeChat notification, she pulled it out and saw a message from Chen Zhiaowei. Upon opening the message, she was greeted by a photograph. In it, a young man was driving with one hand. Although it was a profile shot, his features were strikingly clean and pleasant. He wore a simple white short-sleeved shirt and black casual pants, an ensemble that exuded both comfort and sophistication. The backdrop was the luxurious interior of a BMW with a striking red finish. Li Shiran found herself momentarily stunned by the image. She had not anticipated her friend would send such a picture. The young man's hairstyle, fashion sense, and overall demeanor were truly remarkable. This was not the ordinary individual her friend had previously described. Are you certain that the young man in this photo is the one you mentioned yesterday? He hardly seems ordinary. His hairstyle is refreshing, his features appealing, while not a top-tier heartthrob. Calling him slightly handsome would be an understatement. His fashion sense is commendable, and his poise adds significant allure. Li Shiran instinctively typed and sent the message. It is indeed him. He has changed his hairstyle and outfit. I did not expect such a transformation, Chen Zhiaowei replied from the passenger seat of the BMW X5. Truly, you have struck gold this time, wealthy, handsome, and of the right age. I envy you. Li Shiran typed, adding 3 exclamation marks after her expression of envy. Even though she and Chen Zhiaowei shared a close friendship, she could not help but feel a pang of jealousy towards her friend at that moment. The photo clearly showcased Chen Zhibai's good looks, physique, and charisma. He. Chen Zhiaowei replied, sharing in the sentiment. I think he is quite splendid. I'm not chatting with you anymore. Li Shiran sent the message before tucking her phone back into her pocket. She then glanced down at her own waist, lamenting her lack of prospects despite her enviable figure. When would her true love arrive? As she stepped out of the supermarket and headed home, Li Shiran suddenly recalled the peculiar reaction of Li Zhihao earlier. He had not approached her nor even glanced her way. How strange. Thinking about it, she pulled out her phone again. Hey, I need to tell you something odd. I ran into that creep Li Zhihao at the entrance of our building just now. I expected him to come over and hit on me, and I was ready to ignore him, but instead, Li Shiran typed out the encounter with Li Zhihao.
After finishing, she added, "Isn't that strange? I almost thought the sun rose in the west today." Inside the BMW X5, just as Chen Zhibai was about to put her phone away, she received 2 consecutive messages from her friend. A smile crept across her face, for she could easily envision Li Shiran's astonished and puzzled expression even through the screen. "Do you want to know why Li Zhihao acted that way?" Chen Zhibai typed. "You know the reason?" Li Shiran paused before responding. "Of course I know the reason." "Just tell me if you want to know," Chen Zhibai replied. "I definitely want to know, hurry up." Li Shiran responded promptly. "Then you must treat me to a week's worth of milk tea," Chen Zhibai proposed after some thought. "Deal." Li Shiran agreed without hesitation. Her curiosity piqued about Li Zhihao's sudden change in demeanor. "It's actually because of Chen Zhibai, Li Zhihao no longer dares to bother us," Chen Zhibai explained. "Because of Chen Zhibai? What happened? Tell me." Li Shiran's curiosity intensified. Chen Zhibai, not wanting to keep her friend in suspense, recounted the incident that had occurred at the community entrance. However, before she could finish, Li Shiran's message interrupted. "Are you saying that Li Zhihao saw Chen Zhibai driving a fully loaded BMW X5? If that's the only reason, it seems a bit insufficient." Li Shiran frowned as she typed, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. "Of course, it's not just that, please let me finish." Chen Zhibai replied with a hint of exasperation before revealing that Chen Zhibai wore a Patek Philippe watch worth 1.55 million. Li Zhihao saw this watch, and his attitude changed remarkably quickly. He fled in a hurry. "I suspect the reason he didn't approach you is that he feared you would tell me, and I would inform Chen Zhibai." After sending her final message, Chen Zhibai awaited a response from Li Shiran. This time, however, Li Shiran did not reply immediately. She was caught in a whirlwind of disbelief. Chen Zhibai is really that wealthy? Not only does he drive a top-of-the-line BMW X5, but he also wears a 1.55 million watch? Li Shiran stood frozen, her emotions rapidly becoming complex. Her best friend's fortune was undeniably impressive. Encountering such a wealthy heir was rare indeed. A watch worth over 100,000. Most wealthy heirs would not possess such assets. Moreover, he was attractive, well-dressed, and exuded a calm confidence. Li Shiran's feelings were tumultuous. Despite her long-standing friendship with Chen Zhibai, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy for her friend's extraordinary luck. In fact, it was more than envy. There lingered an unsettling sense of jealousy. This realization startled Li Shiran, but fortunately, the feeling dissipated quickly. Phew! Li Shiran exhaled in relief. Chapter 38: The Advantages of Wealth. Ranran, where are you? Why are you so quiet? Inside the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai felt a twinge of surprise and confusion as her best friend failed to respond after several minutes. She quickly typed a message. "Oh, nothing much. I was just at the supermarket checking out, so I only saw your message now." Li Shiran had just regained her focus and replied, then continued typing. "By the way, I'm not going to chat anymore. You should hurry and have dinner with your boyfriend." "He's not my boyfriend yet," Chen Zhibai replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Instinctively, she glanced up at Chen Zhibai. To be honest, she was quite pleased with him. He was handsome, had great taste in clothing, exuded a calm and composed demeanor, and was also quite affluent. If they could really be together, she would be more than willing. "Don't worry, Hui. With your charm, it's definitely not an issue. What man wouldn't be smitten by you?" Li Shiran sent another message. "I'm done chatting." Chen Zhibai replied with a series of exclamation marks, putting her phone away, but not before casting another glance at Chen Zhibai. "What's up?" Noticing her gaze, Chen Zhibai turned to ask. "Nothing." Chen Zhibai shook her head but couldn't resist asking, "May I inquire about your ideal type of girl?" A hint of anxiety and anticipation flickered in her eyes. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, the question striking a familiar chord. "Oh, I remember now. Lu Mang just asked me that. I prefer beautiful girls with good figures. Most importantly, she must wear a white dress." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback. And then a wave of excitement washed over her. She was wearing a white dress today. So, was he implying that he liked her? Before she could ponder further, Chen Zhibai had already parked the car in front of the hot pot restaurant. Here we are. This is the hot pot place, I've heard great things about it on Douyin. As he spoke, he noticed an available parking spot and maneuvered into it. Okay, Chen Zhibai nodded, though her mind was still preoccupied with Chen Zhibai's earlier comment. Let us get out. Without thinking much, Chen Zhibai unbuckled his seatbelt, turned off the ignition, and addressed Chen Zhibai.
Nodding, she opened the door and stepped out. The hot pot restaurant was well decorated, boasting a youthful and trendy aesthetic, with various quirky phrases adorning the walls. Youth is devoted to the small dining table. Drunkenness is just a part of life. Happiness is yours, and unhappiness belongs to them. To hell with work, I'm having hot pot today. If one hot pot doesn't solve the problem, then two will. Overall, the place had a distinct personality and a trendy vibe. This hot pot restaurant is quite interesting, Chen Zhibai remarked as she stood next to Chen Zhibai, admiring the words on the wall. Indeed, Chen Zhibai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the interior. Noting that most patrons were young people. A waiter approached, and upon learning that only Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai were dining, he led them to a cozy booth with soft seating. Ordering was done via a mobile scan. Take a look at the menu and order whatever you like. Don't hold back, Chen Zhibai encouraged her. Of course, I want to be polite, Chen Zhibai replied, taking out her phone to scan an order. After placing their order, the waiter soon brought over the spicy hot pot, which they had selected due to their mutual fondness for spicy food. As they dined, their conversation flowed naturally. Chen Zhibai remembered her friend's advice to be considerate and proactive, so she occasionally served Chen Zhibai vegetables and meat. Don't just serve me, you should eat too, Chen Zhibai said with a smile, noticing that she was preoccupied with serving him while hardly eating herself. Inside, he felt a sense of reflection. First, there was Lu Meng's bold confession followed by an unexpected kiss. Now, Chen Zhibai was attentively serving him. Before acquiring wealth, he never dared to imagine such scenarios. As both Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai were regarded as stunningly beautiful by anyone's standards. Lu Meng was radiant and beautiful, with legs that drew attention even without enhancements. Chen Zhibai possessed exquisite features and a refined demeanor, coupled with her exceptional physical development. Yet now, both women were showing him remarkable interest. This was indeed one of the perks of wealth. Chen Zhibai sighed inwardly, aware that it was not just wealth, his new hairstyle and clothing had transformed his appearance drastically. With good looks, impeccable fashion sense, and the confidence bestowed by his newfound affluence, he was, in essence, without flaws. It's fine. I can serve you while also enjoying my meal, Chen Zhibai smiled, her delicate charm becoming even more pronounced. The stark contrast of her exceptional development added to her allure. By the way, your water glass is empty, let me refill it for you. After noticing Chen Zhibai's glass was devoid of water, Chen Zhibai took it to refill. Then, casually, she asked, I bet you have many girls pursuing you at university? After asking, she appeared nonchalant, but her heart raced with anticipation. No one is pursuing me. Chen Zhibai shook his head. No one? That is hard to believe, Chen Zhibai pouted, unable to accept his words. She found him impressive. And surely those at school would feel the same. Really, no one, Chen Zhibai insisted. Just as he was about to say more, a waiter approached. Excuse me. May I ask if you two are in a romantic relationship? The waiter, a bespectacled young man, politely interrupted. Sorry to intrude, but today we have a promotion. Couples dining together will receive a complimentary platter of sliced fruit. So, may I confirm your relationship status? After the waiter's inquiry, both Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai exchanged glances, and Chen Zhibao's cheeks flushed. Yes, we are a couple, she nodded, addressing the waiter. Great. However, there is a requirement. You both need to share a kiss for us to provide the fruit platter. Just a brief kiss will suffice to confirm your relationship, the waiter explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Chen Zhibai, who was blushing and looking back at him. Her eyes held a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Chapter 39, Mission accomplished. Indeed, there was a genuine glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. At first, Chen Zhibai thought he might have misread the situation. But upon a closer inspection of Chen Zhibai, he discerned the unmistakable emotion of expectation reflected therein. This left him momentarily bewildered. Was she truly hoping for a kiss between them? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he heard Chen Zhibai speak. "Well, a brief peck would suffice, right?" Chen Zhibai said, her beautiful face slightly flushed as she addressed the waiter. "Indeed, a simple kiss is all that is required to confirm your couple status." The waiter replied with a nod, glancing at Chen Zhibai, who he couldn't help but envy. Having worked at this hot pot restaurant for over a year, he had encountered many beautiful women, especially in Jiangchang, a burgeoning first-tier city known for its allure. Yet, he had never before encountered someone as stunning as Chen Zhibai, whose figure was indeed remarkable. How fortunate Chen Zhibai was! While thoughts flitted through his mind, reality swiftly caught up as Chen Zhibai turned to look at him. Her demeanor a blend of nervousness, shyness, and embarrassment. After all, her earlier words had been quite bold and assertive. The fact that she had nodded in agreement to a kiss was indeed the most daring thing she had ever done. Yet, uncertainty crept in. What would he think? Would he actually kiss her, or? "Alright then, let us keep it simple," Chen Zhibai said, rising from his seat and moving closer to her. Although he was taken aback by her willingness to kiss, her initiative left no room for hesitation. To his surprise, the task assigned by the system had turned out to be quite effortless. Initially, he had perceived the challenge of obtaining Chen Zhiawei's first kiss as daunting. However, since acquiring the extravagant system, his life had transformed into an uncomplicated mode, one that simplified many aspects, including his interactions with women. In all honesty, both men and women tend to seek partners of commendable qualities when it comes to relationships. It is a natural inclination. Presently, he had indeed become a rather exceptional young man. Having arrived at university with a top-of-the-line BMW X5 and adorned with a timepiece worth over $1 million, he exuded a comfortable charm and composed demeanor. It was no wonder that Chen Zhiawei had consented to the kiss. After all, Lu Meng had also been quite forward. Such was the simplicity of life in this new phase. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai focused on Chen Zhiawei, who remained seated, her features exquisite and her skin fair, embodying the beauty of a porcelain doll. Her hair was styled into a charming bun, revealing her graceful neck. Yet, her face was a vivid shade of crimson. And despite her efforts to appear composed, he could clearly perceive her shyness. Frankly speaking, Chen Zhibai understood her bashfulness, for he was aware that this was indeed her first kiss. Without prolonging his contemplation, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips to hers. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the mission of obtaining Chen Zhiawei's first kiss within 1 month. Rewards are as follows. 1. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan, already transferred to your bank account, please check. 2. A local vehicle registration plate in Jiangchang, and 999 N. The registration process is legitimate and compliant, rest assured. You will be contacted when it is time to register. The system's voice echoed in his mind, while his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a notification confirming the arrival of the 100,000 yuan. Sir, here is your fruit platter, the waiter announced as he placed a dish of fruits, consisting of sliced watermelon and apples, on the table before departing for another table. The platter was modest, containing only a few pieces. Chen Zhibai's gaze returned to Chen Zhiawei, who was now blushing and avoiding eye contact. What's wrong? Feeling shy? It was you who agreed to this kiss, he teased, unable to resist her adorably bashful demeanor. I only agreed because I wanted the fruit platter. After all, who would refuse free fruit? Chen Zhiawei murmured softly. Is that so? If you had come here with another guy, would you have agreed to let him kiss you as well? Chen Zhibai asked directly. Absolutely not. Chen Zhiawei replied without a moment's hesitation. There was no way she would allow another man to kiss her. The reason she had consented to Chen Zhibai was that she genuinely found him extraordinarily appealing. This is my first kiss, she asserted, looking up at him with a serious expression, tinged with a hint of grievance. She feared that he might misinterpret her as someone frivolous. But this truly was her first kiss. She had never been in a relationship nor had a boyfriend. I understand this is your first kiss, Chen Zhibai acknowledged, noting the undertone of hurt in her voice. He smiled gently, fully aware of the significance it held for her.
After all, he was the man equipped with a system. You know? Chen Zhibai was taken aback for a moment, her eyes sparkling with delight. So, you believe that this is my first kiss? Of course, I believe you. Chen Zhibai affirmed, nodding.
Seeing her eyes shine with excitement was endearing, and her slightly rounded cheeks prompted him to gently pinch her cheek.
Chen Zhibai felt a rush of embarrassment.
Although she was the older one, she felt as if she were the younger one in his presence.
Stop pinching me.
My face is already a bit chubby, she protested, her cheeks flushed, yet she made no move to push his hand away.
Chubby cheeks are adorable, he replied, retracting his hand and resuming his seat.
They continued their meal, but the atmosphere had shifted significantly.
Chen Zhibai still served him food, yet she seemed preoccupied,
contemplating whether their kiss signified a budding romantic relationship. However, she hesitated to voice her thoughts.
Surely, it must count, since they had kissed. Moreover,
he had expressed his belief in the significance of her first kiss. As she pondered, she stole glances at Chen Zhibai, feeling a swell of pride and happiness at his attractive features.
What are you grinning about?
Chen Zhibai asked, catching her in her reverie.
After finishing his lamb,
he looked up to find Chen Zhibai gazing at him with a silly smile that was undeniably cute and charming. Chapter 40, once again acquiring $1 million in romantic funds. I am not foolishly grinning, rather, I am adorned with a graceful smile. Upon hearing Chen Zhibai refer to himself as a silly fool, Chen Zhibai instinctively protested, only to succumb to curiosity shortly thereafter.
So, we are considered to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now, correct? Of course, Chen Zhibai replied directly. What, do you intend to let another boy be your boyfriend? Chen Zhibai nodded without hesitation.
At this revelation, Chen Zhibai felt an immense sense of relief and subsequently declared, naturally, I have no intention of allowing another boy to take that role.
Then all is well, let us dine. The lamb rolls here are quite delightful, Chen Zhibai suggested.
Chen
Zhibai nodded and then lowered her head to savor the lamb rolls.
Perhaps due to the uplifted spirits, she found the lamb rolls to be exceptionally delectable. As they continued to enjoy their meal, the atmosphere shifted once more. Chen Zhibai indeed possessed a remarkable tolerance for spiciness, however. Beads of sweat began to form on her charmingly fair nose. Chen Zhibai glanced at her, poised to hand her a napkin, but was interrupted by his phone vibrating beside him, illuminating the screen.
He noticed a WeChat message from Lu Meng. Hello, 110?
My boyfriend has gone missing.
Could you help me find him?
Such a playful message momentarily stirred Chen Zhibai's conscience.
After all, he had just established a romantic relationship with Lu Meng before confirming another with Chen Zhibai.
The crux of the matter was that he did not feel resistant to it. Thus, he acknowledged himself as a cad. Gazing at Chen Zhibai, who was happily munching on lettuce, he picked up his phone and replied to Lu Meng's message.
Still dining. Hello, 110? No need to help me find my boyfriend, he has returned, Lu Meng responded almost immediately, followed by another message, what are you eating? Hot pot. This place is rather good. I shall bring you here another day, Chen Zhibai typed back.
Reflecting on how he seemed rather suited to the role of a rogue, his heart steady and hand unshaken.
Great. I must try it. No need to wait for another day.
Tomorrow is Sunday, and we have no classes. We can go then, Lu Meng sent 2 messages in quick succession, pausing momentarily before sending an adorable bear emoji filled with anticipation.
All right, then it shall be tomorrow, Chen Zhibai replied,
exchanging a few more messages before excusing himself to focus on his meal.
However, after putting down his phone,
he belatedly considered a concern. This hot pot establishment was not particularly large, and the staff was limited. If they were to bring Lu Meng here tomorrow and were seen by the waitstaff,
so what if they saw? Who decreed that one could only have a single girlfriend? What are you chatting about?
Chen Zhibai asked curiously after finishing a piece of watermelon and noticing Chen Zhibai finally setting his phone down. Nothing much, just a classmate, Chen Zhibai replied,
maintaining a neutral expression.
Oh, Chen Zhibai nodded, not dwelling on it further, and reached for another slice of watermelon. Quite adorable, Chen Zhibai observed, inadvertently comparing her to Lu Meng not in terms of appearance or figure, but rather in their intellectual acuity. Although Chen Zhibai had graduated from university and was 3 years his senior, she exuded a more innocent charm, likely a result of being well protected by her family since childhood. In contrast, Lu Meng was radiant and poised, her speech and actions imbued with clarity and logic. In comparison, Lu Meng appeared to embody the maturity of someone older. After their meal, the time was still early, just past 8 in the evening. After completing the payment via his phone, Chen Zhibai took Chen Jiawei's hand and prepared to exit the hot pot restaurant. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the host has confirmed a romantic relationship with Chen Jiawei. 1 million in romantic funds has been awarded. Note, this romantic fund may only be spent on Chen Jiawei. Chen Zhibai paused. Another million in romantic funds? Previously, upon establishing a romantic connection with Lu Meng, he had received 100,000 that could only be spent on her. Now, with Chen Jiawei, he had acquired another 100,000 designated exclusively for her. Was it the case that each time he entered a romantic relationship, he would receive a dedicated fund of 100,000? As he pondered this, he inquired directly to the system within his thoughts. Host, that is not the case. The exclusive 1 million in romantic funds is granted only when the host engages in a romantic relationship with a girl who has a comprehensive score of 90 or above. Comprehensive score of 90 or above? Chen Zhibai questioned. Indeed. The comprehensive score encompasses attributes such as appearance, physique, and moral integrity. Only those with a score of 90 or higher qualify for the exclusive romantic funds, the system explained clearly. Understanding this, Chen Zhibai glanced at Chen Jiawei. Her beauty and figure undoubtedly surpassed a score of 90, and as for her moral integrity, well, she was still a virgin, which spoke volumes. Hence, her comprehensive score was indeed above 90, just as Lu Meng's was. What is it? Why did you suddenly stop? Chen Jiawei looked up. Curiosity and confusion glimmering in her eyes as she observed Chen Zhibai. Nothing, Chen Zhibai returned to the moment, shaking his head as he led Chen Jiawei out of the hot pot restaurant. Are you heading back to school? It is already 8 in the evening, she inquired. Glancing at their interlocked hands, her cheeks flushed with a blend of shyness and excitement, for this was her first experience holding hands with a boy. There is no rush. It would not be late to return around 9, Chen Zhibai suggested after a moment's contemplation. Since the park is nearby, shall we take a stroll? It would be a pleasant way to digest our meal, he added, noting Chen Jiawei's delighted expression upon realizing that he did not intend to return to school just yet. Let us go, she agreed, her eyes sparkling with joy, eager to spend more time with Chen Zhibai on their inaugural romantic outing. As they walked hand in hand towards the park, they encountered numerous fellow strollers. However, after a few minutes, Chen Jiawei sensed something amiss. She noticed that Chen Zhibai was leading her towards a secluded area devoid of people. Where are we headed? She instinctively inquired. A kiss, Chen Zhibai stated plainly. What? Chen Jiawei was momentarily stunned, her face turning a deep crimson. Yet, after a brief hesitation, she shyly tugged at his arm. Having just finished a hot pot. Perhaps we could stop by the convenience store nearby for some gum? Chen Jiawei's cheeks were tinted with a lovely blush. And she felt a sense of relief that she had refrained from consuming garlic that evening for the sake of her image. Very well, Chen Zhibai pondered her suggestion, finding it reasonable. Thus, he led her to the convenience store adjacent to the park. While purchasing gum, Chen Jiawei's gaze inadvertently swept over the counter. And upon seeing an item there, her face flushed, and she dared not look again. She quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing in response. Chapter 41, It's Your Fault. 10 minutes later, in a secluded corner of the small garden. You, answer the phone, it has been ringing for quite some time. Chen Jiawei. Her lovely face flushed, gently nudged Chen Zhibai and whispered. Under the moonlight, it was evident that her lipstick had smudged. Chen Zhibai sighed, pondering who could be persistently calling. Despite having disconnected the call several times through his pants pocket, the phone would ring again shortly after. Hurry up and answer, it's still ringing. Noticing Chen Zhibai's reluctance, Chen Jiawei softly urged him again. I want to see who is so inconsiderate, calling repeatedly even after being hung up on. Chen Zhibai felt exasperated and somewhat annoyed. However, Chen Jiawei's reaction only made her blush deeper. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and saw that it was a WeChat voice call from Wang Chao.
Hello? You better have a good reason for this. Upon answering, Chen Zhibai spoke with a hint of irritation. What's up, Lao Chen? Why are you so fired up?
Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhibai's tone but continued, it's already past 9 in the evening.
Why haven't you returned?
The dorm closes at 10 and they will check the rooms.
Where have you been? Wang Chao's voice was laced with curiosity. And then Li Dong's voice chimed in from the side. Ha, Lao Chen, you wouldn't be out on a date with a girl, would you? Li Dong laughed as he spoke, though he didn't genuinely believe Chen Zhibai was on a date. After all, how could that be possible? Come on. Where would he find a girl to date?
Unlike me, who is a local in Jiangcheng with 2 properties, easily finding a girlfriend.
Zhou Hao's voice faintly echoed, dripping with superiority. Alright, I'll be back at the dorm in a bit. Chen Zhibai responded, having heard Zhou Hao's condescending remark but not bothering to engage.
It was akin to someone holding $1 million but being mocked for their lack of wealth. One would not care for such words.
Those with confidence, like Chen Zhibai,
simply do not concern themselves with the opinions of others.
Well, you better hurry back, or else the counselor will find out you weren't there during the check. Wang Chao added, and after a brief acknowledgement, Chen Zhibai hung up the phone. Your roommate called for you to return to the dorm?
With the 2 so close and the surroundings so quiet, Chen Jiawei naturally heard the conversation, prompting her to softly inquire.
Yes, Chen Zhibai nodded. It's getting late.
You should return to the dorm too, Chen Jiawei said, her cheeks flushed. In truth, she hoped Chen Zhibai would head back to school now, not for any particular reason, but because during their recent kiss, she felt his hands wandering. Although she had been vigilant, she feared that if they lingered longer, he might take advantage of her.
That simply wouldn't do.
They had only just established their relationship, and kissing was already the utmost intimacy she could accept.
Are you trying to suggest I return to the dorm? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chen Jiawei.
Not exactly, I wish to spend more time with you. But your hands are a bit too unruly, she admitted, feeling a bit shy. That is not my fault, Chen Zhibai sighed, realizing that Chen Jiawei truly did not understand the extent of her allure to boys.
If you're not to blame, then who is? It's entirely your fault, Chen Jiawei murmured, stepping back as if to distance herself from his embrace.
Alright, let us go, Chen Zhibai said, pulling her hand gently.
They exited the small park and entered the BMW X5 parked outside the hot pot restaurant.
Chen Jiawei took the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt after shutting the door. Chen Zhibai turned to her, a hint of regret on his face, yet he understood that kissing was the maximum intimacy Chen Jiawei could currently accept. There was no need to rush, he was quite confident now that she would be his.
Once he secured his own seatbelt, Chen Zhibai started the engine.
I'll drop you off first and then head back to school, he stated, merging onto the main road.
I can take a taxi back.
You should return to school first to avoid missing the dorm check, Chen Jiawei instinctively replied.
What taxi? It's a boyfriend's duty to drive his girlfriend home, Chen Zhibai asserted. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiawei's beautiful eyes lit up with joy.
Okay, then please take me home, she agreed, nodding. She then took out her phone to inform her best friend about her return home. However, upon checking her phone, she frowned slightly, realizing her storage was full.
This phone,
purchased during her sophomore year from Xiaomi, had served her well, but the memory was insufficient. Initially, it hadn't been a problem, but over the years, she found herself frequently having to clear storage. Oh, this lousy phone, Chen Jiawei sighed, softly complaining as she began to clear up space.
What's wrong with your phone? Chen Zhibai, driving, inquired when he caught her murmuring. My phone's memory is insufficient, and I often have to clear it. When I want to download an app, I usually have to uninstall another first. It's quite troublesome. If I had known, I would have bought a phone with larger memory. At the time, I thought this would be enough, but in just 3 years, it has become inadequate. I have to clear it daily, Chen Jiawei rambled, her lovely face adorned with a mix of annoyance and resignation. Frankly, this display was rather endearing, infused with the essence of everyday life. When did you purchase this phone? Chen Zhibai asked curiously after glancing at her. I bought it during my sophomore year, so I've been using it for several years now. Aside from the memory issue,
I'm quite satisfied with everything else, she replied, focused on clearing the memory.
What kind of phone do you plan to get next? Chen Zhibai continued his inquiry. I'm thinking of switching to an iPhone. I find them quite attractive, albeit expensive.
Oh, I've cleared the memory, but it's still not enough.
I need to delete an app, but I'm attached to all the remaining ones. What should I do?
As she spoke, her lovely face was filled with a conflicted expression.
Chapter 42, This is Too Fast.
Chen Zhibai was amused by her expression, watching her lower her head with a conflicted and reluctant look. After some contemplation, he decided to turn the car around and purchase an iPhone for her.
To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai.
From her appearance to her figure, he found everything pleasing. And the fact that she had never been in a relationship before made him her first boyfriend. He had just received her first kiss, and with everything aligning perfectly, he was determined to buy her a phone. Moreover, with $1 million in exclusive relationship funds provided by the system, he wouldn't even need to spend his own money. Finally, after uninstalling an app, Chen Zhibai took 5 or 6 minutes to clear up her phone storage. With a sigh of relief, she opened WeChat to find the chat interface with her best friend.
Ran, I'll be home soon. Are you coming back tonight?
Li Shiran replied almost immediately.
However,
upon seeing her message, Chen Zhibai felt her cheeks flush, yet her fingers continued to type without hesitation.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Li Shiran responded, I'm not spouting nonsense, I genuinely thought you wouldn't return tonight. After all, he has quite the catch, handsome, composed. And he drives a top-spec BMW X5 just after starting university, not to mention that watch worth over $1 million.
Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't come back tonight.
With each message from Li Shiran, Chen Zhiawei's face grew redder.
I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll be home soon.
After sending that message, she put her phone away, her delicate, fair face still slightly flushed.
She felt that her friend could say anything without restraint.
They had just confirmed their relationship today, how could one consider giving their body so soon?
That was simply too fast. Nevertheless, Ran was right, he was indeed an exceptional guy.
Chen Zhiawei glanced at Chen Zhibai, who was driving, and realized they were not heading back to her residential area.
Aren't we going back to the community? She instinctively asked. Indeed, we are in T, Chen Zhibai nodded. Then where are we going? Chen Zhiawei inquired curiously.
Just as she finished her question, the car came to a halt in front of an Apple store.
Are you going to buy a phone? Chen Zhiawei asked, momentarily stunned. What phone am I buying? I just got a new phone a couple of days ago. I'm buying you one, didn't you say you wanted an iPhone? Let us go.
After parking the car, Chen Zhibai unbuckled his seatbelt while speaking.
Wait. You're buying me a phone?
Chen Zhiawei's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I just mentioned it casually.
I intend to buy one myself. Hurry up, we need to buy the phone and get you home.
I have to return to school, time is tight.
So get out of the car.
Chen Zhibai didn't give her a chance to finish her sentence, pushing the door open and stepping out.
Sitting in the passenger seat,
Chen Zhiawei hesitated but eventually followed him out of the car. The process of purchasing the phone was swift, in less than 3 minutes. Chen Zhibai had already completed the payment for the iPhone 16 Pro Max with 1 terabyte of storage in white, priced at 15,388 yuan.
After buying the phone,
he took Chen Zhiawei's hand and returned to the car. Once the engine roared to life, Chen Zhibai drove towards the Yinquan community.
Chen Zhiawei sat in the passenger seat, her lovely, fair face reflecting a dazed expression.
The entire phone buying process had been so rapid that she hadn't even had the chance to voice her refusal before he had already scanned the payment and retrieved the phone.
This phone is too expensive, I really can't accept it. It costs 4 months of my salary. Chen Zhiawei looked up at Chen Zhibai. To be frank,
she adored the phone, but it was genuinely pricey. They had just established their romantic relationship, and was it appropriate to accept such a lavish gift?
What if I give it to another girl? Chen Zhibai chuckled. Absolutely not.
Chen Zhiawei exclaimed, her excitement evident before she realized how flustered she sounded.
Fine. If you insist on buying it, I'll accept. Chen Zhibai grinned and noticed that Chen Jiawei seemed eager to say more, so he continued. If you don't want it, I might just give it to another girl.
Chen Jiawei gasped, pouting as she clutched the bag containing her new phone.
This is my phone, you can't give it to anyone else. Her tone was adorably petulant. Chen Zhibai chuckled again.
As he drove, he suddenly remembered his other girlfriend,
Lu Meng. Speaking of which, wasn't her phone also rather old? Should he buy her one as well? What are you thinking about? Chen Jiawei turned to him,
her beautiful eyes reflecting slight confusion. For some reason, her sixth sense as a girl hinted that her boyfriend might have been thinking about another girl.
Surely. It was just a misunderstanding.
Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it. I wasn't thinking about anything, Chen Zhibai replied, then added. The phone is still sealed. Once you get home, just follow the setup process, it's quite simple.
Yes, I understand. Chen Jiawei nodded, then added.
My best friend has an iPhone too, she bought it in her junior year. I was right beside her when she set it up, it's really straightforward.
Chen Zhibai acknowledged. By the way, now that we've confirmed our relationship, when are you free?
I'd like to invite my best friend to dinner.
I'm really close to Ran.
We were roommates in the dorm, and we still share an apartment after graduation.
Chen Jiawei looked at him with anticipation,
eager for Chen Zhibai to meet her best friend. After all, one was her boyfriend, and the other was her friend since university.
She wanted them to get acquainted.
The internet often suggested that after starting a relationship, one should allow their partner to meet their friends.
Chen Jiawei found this notion quite reasonable. Sure. But I have plans tomorrow.
After tomorrow, it will be Monday, and I'll have 5 days of classes.
Let us aim for next Saturday to have dinner together. Chen Zhibai suggested after some thought. Okay. Chen Jiawei smiled brightly, then curiously asked, tomorrow is Sunday, what plans do you have?
Chapter 43, not at all honest, it was nothing significant, she merely wished to spend the day lounging in her dormitory. After glancing at her, Chen Zhibai casually remarked. In truth, he had made plans with Lu Meng to dine at a hotpot restaurant.
Oh, I see.
Then do rest well in the dorm, Chen Jiawei nodded in agreement.
10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai drove into Inquan Community.
Under Chen Jiawei's guidance, he parked in front of an apartment building.
This is the one? Chen Zhibai inquired,
gesturing towards the building after he had parked.
Yes, indeed, Chen Jiawei confirmed, unbuckling her seatbelt. I'm getting out now. You should head back to school too.
Drive safely and don't go too fast. With that, she prepared to open the door. However, Chen Zhibai grasped her arm.
What's wrong? Chen Jiawei asked,
her fair and delicate face reflecting confusion as she turned to him.
Is that it? You're just leaving? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow.
Chen Jiawei hesitated for a moment,
then comprehended his meaning.
A hint of crimson flushed her cheeks, yet she boldly leaned forward and planted a kiss on his lips.
All right, I really must go now.
And you should hurry back to school as well.
After the kiss, she declared. Go on, Chen Zhibai nodded. Only then did Chen Jiawei exit the vehicle.
But she lingered outside, waving her hand at him. You go first, I'll head in after you leave.
All right, Chen Zhibai acquiesced,
turning the car around and driving toward the exit of the community. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Chen Jiawei standing still, adorned in a charming white dress. She appeared extraordinarily beautiful, her figure striking. After stealing several glances in the mirror, he finally averted his gaze, yet instinctively compared her to Lu Meng.
In terms of beauty, they were evenly matched.
Each possessed distinctive advantages regarding their figures. Lu Meng had particularly gorgeous legs, while Chen Jiawei boasted an exceptional physique.
Both women's physical attributes were undoubtedly among the finest. For instance, Lu Meng's legs, devoid of any beautification, surpassed those of many showcased on social media. As for Chen Jiawei,
her natural gifts were undeniable. At that moment, it was remarkable that both these extraordinary women were his girlfriends.
Before acquiring the system, such a notion seemed utterly inconceivable.
With a smile, Chen Zhibai suppressed his thoughts and drove towards the university.
In Inquan Community, Chen Zhibai stood at the entrance of the building,
waiting until the BMW X5 disappeared from her sight before reluctantly withdrawing her gaze. She then grasped a bag containing her iPhone and proceeded into the dimly lit corridor. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, yet she had grown accustomed to it, having graduated from university only 3 months prior. After a soft cough, the corridor lights flickered on,
illuminating the space with a warm, yellow glow.
As she ascended the stairs, her white dress revealed a glimpse of her elegantly shaped legs, complemented by white socks and white sneakers, creating an enchanting ambience.
Although her legs were not as long as Lu Meng's, they were still undeniably attractive.
With a light-hearted step, Chen Zhibai climbed the stairs, her lovely features radiating joy. Frankly, she felt elated at having established a romantic relationship with Chen Zhibai. Although it had progressed rather swiftly, she harbored no regrets, for he met her standards in every conceivable aspect. Recalling the kiss they shared in the restaurant, she felt her cheeks warm.
Moreover,
thoughts of their escapade in the small park crossed her mind. Not at all honest, she mused, blushing yet feeling a sense of pride.
Looking down,
her pride swelled even further. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Zhibai reached the 3rd floor, where she and her best friend had rented an apartment on the left side. The aged building lacked an elevator and had 2 households per staircase. At the door, Chen Zhibai retrieved her house key from a cute,
cartoon-themed bag and swiftly unlocked the door.
The living room was bright, and at that moment, Li Shiran was seated on the sofa,
engrossed in her phone but appearing somewhat distracted.
Upon hearing the door unlock, she perked up, turning to see her best friend enter.
Zhibai,
you must tell me everything that happened tonight, Li Shiran exclaimed, rising from the sofa with a gleeful curiosity.
Dressed casually due to being at home.
She wore a white tank top and black shorts, her figure remarkable, but it was her slender waist that truly captivated attention.
Why are you so nosy? Chen Zhibai blushed at her friend's inquisitive demeanor.
Of course I'm curious. This is your first time dining with a boy, spill the details on how it went,
Li Shiran asserted, wrapping an arm around Chen Zhiabai's.
In the next moment, however, she released her hold, a look of defeat crossing her face.
Zhiabai, honestly, every time I hug your arm, I feel a sense of inadequacy. What have you been eating since childhood? Truly extraordinary. Chen Zhiabai chose not to respond,
accustomed to her friend's banter. Now, let us return to the previous topic.
How did things progress between you two tonight?
Li Shiran, undeterred by her earlier sense of defeat,
pressed on, having grown accustomed to Chen Zhiabai's remarkable attributes.
Well, Chen Zhibai began, her cheeks reddening as she prepared to speak candidly,
unwilling to hide anything from her friend.
However, recalling her friend's personality, she felt compelled to issue a warning.
Let me make this clear, don't overreact. Relax. How could I possibly overreact?
I've graduated from university, I'm a mature adult now, Li Shiran retorted, feigning indignation. Chen Zhibai regarded her with skepticism.
Quickly, tell me how it went,
Li Shiran urged.
The progress is quite good. We confirmed our relationship, and we also kissed,
Chen Zhibai admitted shyly, her face aflame.
Goodness.
Just a moment ago you said you wouldn't overreact, Chen Zhibai exclaimed, looking at her friend.
I can't help but react. Just listen to what you said,
Li Shiran replied, exasperated, before continuing, you're really in a confirmed relationship and you kissed?
You're not pulling my leg, are you?
If you are, you'll never make a fortune in your life.
Indeed, Chen Zhibai nodded. After a brief silence, Li Shiran remarked, Sister,
I always thought you were quite conservative, but it seems I'm the one being conservative.
You dared to kiss after just one day. What might happen tomorrow? Chapter 44, What does a kiss feel like? What are you talking about?
Chen Zhibai exclaimed, her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully swatted at Li Shiran.
Just because you kissed today doesn't mean you'll be in bed tomorrow. It's not that quick. What nonsense am I spouting? I'm merely stating facts.
You've established a romantic relationship and kissed, I can hardly believe how swiftly things are progressing, Li Shiran retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone.
You met yesterday, solidified your relationship today, and kissed. At this rate, aren't you going to be in bed tomorrow? Is there anything wrong with that? Besides,
if Chen Zhibai is in good health, you might have a child by next year.
Huidui, honestly, at the pace you two are going, you'll be a mother next year.
Just so you know, I'll be the godmother, and no one can contest that, Li Shiran said earnestly.
Upon hearing this,
Chen Zhibai, already blushing, turned even redder.
I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm going back to my room. With that, she prepared to retreat,
wishing to escape further conversation with her friend. Wait, let us discuss how things unfolded tonight. I'm curious about how you confirmed your relationship and kissed so quickly. Li Shiran interjected, eager to learn the details. We can talk, but you absolutely must refrain from discussing anything about beds or babies.
It's far too soon for that,
Chen Zhibai said, her face displaying a mix of caution and embarrassment.
Okay, I promise.
Go ahead, Li Shiran nodded vigorously, signaling Chen Zhibai to continue.
Seeing this,
Chen Zhibai recounted their dinner at the hot pot restaurant.
You were quite bold, Wee.
I didn't expect you to be so daring, Li Shiran exclaimed,
astonished after hearing the entire story.
She was taken aback that Chen Zhibai had so confidently declared their relationship when asked by the waiter.
And even agreed to kiss as proof. Alright, I've shared everything. Is that sufficient?
I really must return to my room now, Chen Zhibai said, feigning calmness, deliberately omitting the events that transpired in the little park afterward, fearing her friend would overreact. Wait, there is something else I wish to ask, Li Shiran said, pulling at Chen Zhiwei's arm once more, though her cheeks were tinged with a hint of shyness, making her appear somewhat bashful.
What is it? You're actually shy? Chen Zhiwei's interest piqued upon witnessing Li Shiran's uncharacteristic demeanor.
Their personalities were indeed quite different. Chen Zhibai was naturally introverted and easily embarrassed, while Li Shiran was extroverted and carefree. It's not much really, just, Li Shiran stammered, her usual boldness wavering. After a brief pause, she managed to inquire.
What does a kiss feel like?
Li Shiran's cheeks were slightly flushed as she fixed her beautiful, expectant eyes on Chen Zhibai.
Yes. That was the question she longed to ask.
Having never dated, she was curious about the sensation of kissing and could only turn to her best friend for insights.
Is that what you want to know?
Chen Zhibai was taken aback, surprised that her friend was so bashful about this question.
Come on, tell me.
Li Shiran feigned a fierce look, but with her strikingly delicate features, it lacked any intimidation. Chen Zhibai was not frightened in the least, in fact. She found herself wanting to laugh, recognizing the embarrassment in her friend's demeanor.
Honestly, it doesn't feel like much. It's a bit dizzying, I can't really describe it.
You'll understand when you have a boyfriend, she said, her face reddening as she struggled to articulate her feelings.
Dizzying?
Li Shiran scrunched her lovely brows in confusion.
What does that even mean? In any case, kissing is quite nice. You'll know once you have a boyfriend.
Chen Zhibai added, choosing to divert the conversation away from that topic.
Shiran, let us move on. My phone needs a memory cleanup often. And he bought me an Apple phone. Can you help me with the setup? Chen Zhibai suggested. He bought you an Apple phone? Which model? Li Shiran, snapping back to attention, glanced at the bag in Chen Zhiwei's hand, her curiosity piqued.
The latest Apple 16 Pro Max, with 1 terabyte of memory, Chen Zhibai replied.
The 16 Pro Max, with 1 terabyte? The one priced at 15,000? Li Shiran asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, Chen Zhibai nodded.
Li Shiran fell silent, her excitement dampened. She had longed for that phone herself but found it too expensive to justify. 15,000 was equivalent to several months' worth of her salary.
Meanwhile,
her friend casually returned with such a luxury item. Her feelings were mixed. She understood that for Chen Zhibai, spending 15,000 was merely a routine expenditure. Perhaps not even regarded as a purchase, considering he drove a car worth over 800,000 and wore a watch valued at over $1 million.
However,
while that amount meant little to Chen Zhibai, it certainly held significance for her.
Shiran, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Chen Zhibai noticed Li Shiran's silence and couldn't help but ask. I'm just envious of you. When will I meet a rich boyfriend? Li Shiran sighed, casting a glance of envy at Chen Zhibai.
She had only known that Chen Zhibai was wealthy, but the extent of his wealth had never been clear to her. The luxury car and watch felt so distant from her reality. Yet witnessing the ease with which Chen Zhibai received a 15,000 phone was a stark contrast, sparking a pang of envy that she quickly stifled.
Come on, let us unbox the phone and I'll help you with the setup. It's simple.
Just follow the prompts, Li Shiran said, suppressing her envy and smiling.
Okay, Chen Zhibai nodded, and soon, the sleek white Apple phone was revealed, stylish and beautiful.
Chapter 45, Not your average rich second generation. Indeed, she had successfully registered her Apple ID. Moments later, Li Shiran, while conversing, stretched her arms, revealing her slender waist, accentuating her aesthetically pleasing pear-shaped figure.
Very nice, Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement.
I still want to watch a web series, so I won't chat any longer. I'm heading back to my room now, Li Shiran stated. She had recently become engrossed in a web drama, its melodramatic plot captivating her attention. Were it not for her inquiry regarding Chen Zhiawei's evening plans, she would have already immersed herself in the series.
Wait, I have something to discuss, Chen Zhiawei interjected,
putting down her phone and tugging at Li Shiran's arm.
What is it? Li Shiran inquired. Is your company hiring? I'm considering resigning from the 4S store. And if I could join your company, that would be ideal.
If not, I'll have to look for another job, Chen Zhiawei explained.
Resigning? Why?
Li Shiran paused momentarily before comprehending the underlying reason.
Are you worried about Chen Zhibai overthinking?
Yes, Chen Zhiawei admitted shyly, continuing, I fear he might be displeased, and besides,
I'm not earning much at the 4S store.
You know, I'm somewhat introverted and struggle with customer interactions, and some customers tend to gaze at me lecherously.
Additionally, there are those who, upon adding me on WeChat, make inappropriate remarks.
Therefore, I wish to leave the 4S store.
You've made a wise decision, you cannot continue there.
Men can be quite petty, don't let Chen Zhibai harbor any resentment towards you, Li Shiran nodded, appreciating her friend's thoughtfulness.
Our company is indeed hiring. Allow me to inquire if you can join us.
With determination, Li Shiran retrieved her phone and contacted one of the HR representatives in her company. A woman in her 30s with whom she had a good rapport.
Sister, are you available? I have a favor to ask.
A very close friend of mine wants to work at our company. She is a university mate and my roommate.
Li Shiran typed and sent the message. Sure. We are currently in need of personnel. Can she start next Monday? Came the swift reply. Yes, she can, Chen Zhiawei responded eagerly.
Li Shiran messaged back, suggesting they celebrate with a meal, then set her phone down.
Now, how shall you express your gratitude to me?
Li Shiran feigned an aloof demeanor.
Shall I treat you to dinner? Chen Zhiawei pondered before suggesting, how about we just skip to the part where you share a bed?
Li Shiran shook her head with a chuckle, then playfully pushed Chen Zhiawei onto the sofa.
Hey, what are you doing? Keep your hands to yourself. Chen Zhiawei exclaimed in a flustered tone.
Hee, Li Shiran cackled like a villain.
However, Chen Zhiawei soon retaliated, and the two girls began to frolic on the sofa.
Meanwhile, Chen Zhibai had driven onto campus, parked his car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and checked the time on his phone.
It was still early, only 9:30. Leaving him half an hour before the dormitory lights out.
After securing the car, he strolled towards the dormitory, contemplating the idea of renting an apartment off campus.
Renting a place outside would certainly offer convenience, eliminating the need to return to the dormitory daily. Moreover, it would provide other advantages,
such as having a private space for moments with Lu Meng or Chen Zhiawei, rather than searching for secluded spots.
Yet, this would entail renting 2 apartments, one for Lu Meng and another for Chen Zhiawei.
The expenses for the rentals could comfortably be covered with their exclusive relationship fund.
The rent is included in the relationship fund, right? Chen Zhibai inquired, receiving an affirmative response from the system.
At that moment, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Meng, inquiring if he was still at the hot pot restaurant.
No, I'm back at school. Just parked the car and am heading to the dorm, he replied.
After a moment's thought, he snapped a photo showcasing the campus backdrop.
In the girls' dormitory.
Lu Meng had finished her evening routine and lay on her bed. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's message and photo, she contemplated before choosing not to respond immediately.
Instead, she picked up a mirror to check her complexion.
Despite being barefaced, her skin appeared radiant.
Satisfied, she set the mirror aside and initiated a video call with Chen Zhibai.
As she awaited the connection, her roommate Wang Hui, intrigued by the video call's anticipation, inquired, "Who are you video chatting with at this hour?"
"My boyfriend."
Lu Meng replied with a smile, just as the call connected, revealing Chen Zhibai's face.
"Checking up on me?"
Lu Meng teased, her expression bright and confident.
"Of course." Chen Zhibai chuckled, unable to resist comparing Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai.
Both girls possessed their unique charms, each scoring above 90 in his eyes.
However, in terms of sheer beauty, Lu Meng slightly edged out Chen Zhibai. "Did you finish your routine?" he asked, noticing Lu Meng lounging on her bed.
"Yes, just finished. I worried you'd feel lonely on your way back to the dorm, so I decided to call."
"How's that for a girlfriend?" she said with a hint of pride. "Honestly, I'd give you an 82, reserving the remaining 18 as a bonus," Chen Zhibai remarked.
Lu Meng's bright face lit up with playful satisfaction. And they engaged in lively banter. On the adjacent bed, Liu occasionally glanced at Lu Meng, her eyes filled with regret and envy.
How had she not realized Chen Zhibai was from a wealthy background?
Had she discovered this before Lu Meng, she could have been the one in his arms.
And that LV bag? It could have been hers, worth 68,888 yuan.
The fact that Chen Zhibai could casually gift such an item only underscored his affluent status. Chapter 46, The Stingy Zhou Hao. Regrettably, Liu lamented her failure to recognize that Chen Zhibai was a wealthy second generation. She had previously felt quite satisfied with Zhou Hao's circumstances. Considering that he was a local from Jiangcheng with 2 properties, and he was willing to spend on her, having spent over 500 on clothes just yesterday. Up until today, she had been content with their relationship, but after witnessing Chen Zhibai gifting Lu Meng an LV bag, her feelings soured. There was simply no way to compare.
With this thought, Liu glanced at Lu Meng, who was engaged in a video call.
And then turned her gaze to Lu Meng's cabinet in their dormitory. She recalled seeing Lu Meng place the LV bag inside her cabinet last night, a bag worth 68,888. It was a luxury she could hardly dream of owning. Suddenly, her phone buzzed multiple times, drawing her attention. She looked down to see a WeChat message from Zhou Hao, asking what she was doing, expressing that he missed her and wanted to video chat.
"No.
I'm tired and want to sleep," Liu typed back, frowning. At that moment, she had no desire to engage in a video call with Zhou Hao. Nor did she wish to see him at all. In fact, she had chosen not to dine with him that evening, feeling both vexed and discontent.
"Feeling tired so early? All right, then rest early. Good night," Zhou Hao texted back reluctantly. He sighed, sensing that since this afternoon,
Liu had been acting strangely and had hardly chatted with him at all.
"What's the matter, Zhou?
You seem down.
If something's bothering you,
share it with us so we can have a laugh," Wang Chao, who was lounging on the adjacent bed, asked upon noticing Zhou Hao's sigh.
Li Dong also looked up, intrigued.
To put it simply, Zhou Hao was not particularly well liked in the dormitory. Both Wang Chao and Li Dong harbored grievances against him.
The reason?
Zhou Hao exuded an air of superiority, constantly reminding everyone that he was a local with 2 properties. While this was indeed a fact, it could become rather irksome. Seeing Zhou Hao sigh, both Li Dong and Wang Chao perked up.
"Why should I bother sharing anything with you two?
My girlfriend seems troubled tonight. And telling you won't help after all, you both are single," Zhou Hao retorted, his tone dripping with condescension.
"Right, you have a girlfriend. So you think you're something special," Wang Chao replied, visibly irritated. Zhou Hao noticed but was indifferent. "Of course, having a girlfriend is impressive.
There's no need for you to envy me. Who knows, perhaps over the course of college, some girl might fancy you," Zhou Hao remarked.
"What do you mean by that?"
Wang Chao could no longer contain himself and sat up.
"I don't even want to talk to you."
Zhou Hao merely shrugged, feeling his sense of superiority swell. He believed that aside from himself, it would be quite a challenge for Chen Zhibai, Li Dong, and Wang Chao to find girlfriends during college.
Even if they did,
he mused, graduation would likely lead to breakups due to the harsh realities of life. But he was different. His family owned 2 properties in Jiangcheng. Although they were relocation housing, they were still properties.
He envisioned a future with Li Yu,
imagining their wedding day and the moment he would invite Chen Zhibai and the others to witness his happiness.
This thought only bolstered Zhou Hao's sense of superiority.
I can't stand his smug expression.
Being a local of Jiangcheng and owning 2 properties doesn't make him special, Wang Chao fumed. Opening WeChat to send Li Dong a message.
Though I don't admire him, being a local with 2 properties is indeed quite impressive, Li Dong quickly replied.
Damn you! Wang Chao cursed. I meant for you to join me in criticizing Zhou Hao, not to side with him. I'm just really annoyed by this guy's arrogant demeanor. Especially after he got a girlfriend and flaunts it every day. How did he even manage to land a girlfriend?
Wang Chao continued, his frustration palpable.
Honestly, I'm praying for one thing right now. What is it? Li Dong asked, curiosity piqued.
I hope his girlfriend dumps him and even gives him a green hat. Let him experience the absurdity of his own superiority.
Wang Chao's expression turned fierce.
After a moment of silence, Li Dong responded with a string of ellipses before typing again.
Alright, don't let someone like him get under your skin.
It's been a month, you should know his character by now.
Just avoid him. Shall we go out to the balcony for a smoke?
Wang Chao suggested, feeling somewhat consoled but still yearning for a cigarette. As it had become a habit inherited from his smoking family.
Let us go, Li Dong replied,
rising from his bed and gesturing for Wang Chao to follow. They jumped down from the upper bunk and headed to the balcony to smoke.
The dormitory was designed with upper beds and desks below. Meanwhile,
Zhou Hao lay on his bed, feeling a sudden urge to smoke as he watched Wang Chao and Li Dong head out to the balcony. Although he wasn't addicted, he found smoking to be quite stylish.
However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, knowing his cigarettes were 28 yuan a pack.
While Wang Chao and Li Dong smoked the 12 yuan variety. He worried that if he joined them, they might ask him for cigarettes, leaving him in a dilemma whether to share and feel the sting of loss or to refuse and be labeled stingy.
After a moment's hesitation,
Zhou Hao decided to wait until Wang Chao and Li Dong finished smoking before he would venture out. With a plan in mind, he glanced toward the balcony and smirked. They don't even smoke quality cigarettes, it's no wonder they're from another province.
Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday, and there are no classes. Shall we go out for barbecue?
We didn't get to eat today, he texted in the chat with Li Yu, hoping she would see his message first thing in the morning. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu, still awake, picked up her phone upon feeling it vibrate. Upon seeing Zhou Hao's message, she promptly flipped her phone over, unwilling to respond. After this gesture, she looked up at Lu Meng, who was still video chatting with Chen Zhibai. Seeing Lu Meng's radiant smile only deepened her jealousy.
Chapter 47, Lu Meng humph, well, I've arrived at the dormitory. I will wash up and chat later, Chen Zhibai remarked as he reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory, directing his words towards Lu Meng.
Alright. Then you go wash up first, Lu Meng nodded in agreement. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to end the video call,
he noticed Lu Meng's camera angle suddenly shift downward.
In an instant, a pair of long, fair legs graced the screen. But only for a fleeting 2 seconds before the camera returned to her radiant, beautiful face.
How does it look? Pretty? Lu Meng inquired.
Reclining on her bed with a slight blush on her cheeks, yet she remained poised and confident.
She had intentionally lowered the camera.
Fully aware of her physical allure and unreserved about showcasing it to Chen Zhibai, as she had already made up her mind about him.
Didn't catch a good look.
Let me see again, Chen Zhibai blinked, returning to his senses, though he had indeed seen it and merely wished for another glance. Please head back to your dorm. I will end the call now, Lu Meng said, her cheeks still tinged with crimson. She didn't believe for a moment that Chen Zhibai had not seen clearly, as she had noticed the sudden widening of his eyes.
Following her words, she promptly ended the video call.
Once she set her phone down, she instinctively touched her face. Even without a mirror, she knew her complexion must be flushed, as her skin felt warm to the touch.
After all,
it was her first time intentionally allowing a boy to see her legs. This was fundamentally different from merely walking down the street, where boys glanced at her. This time,
she had taken the initiative.
Thus, she felt a hint of shyness, despite her usual brightness and confidence.
Nonetheless, the effect was undeniably effective.
A proud glimmer danced in Lu Meng's eyes as she recalled Chen Zhibai's astonished expression, leading her to emit a soft, self-satisfied hum.
Just then,
Xin Cheng emerged from the bathroom, having finished her wash, and instinctively glanced at Lu Meng upon hearing her light sound of pride. To her surprise, she found Lu Meng's face radiating with satisfaction. Xin Cheng shook her head, dismissing the thought, and prepared to return to her own bed.
Xingqing, you look stunning after your shower.
Wang Hui exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration, casting an envious glance at Xin Cheng. Indeed, she found Xin Cheng exceptionally beautiful. Exuding an ethereal and serene aura, complemented by a splendid figure that surpassed her expectations. Upon hearing Wang Hui's remark, Lu Meng instinctively turned her gaze towards Xin Cheng, momentarily tempering her own pride. Even she had to concede that Xin Cheng's beauty was on par with hers. At that moment, having just washed up, Xin Cheng sported a bun that accentuated her delicate features, with a gracefully long neck and a nightgown that highlighted her well-proportioned figure and strikingly cool demeanor. You are quite beautiful as well, Xin Cheng replied with a smile, looking at Wang Hui.
Oh no, I'm not pretty at all.
Xingqing, you need not comfort me. I know what I look like, Wang Hui sighed, then shifted the topic out of curiosity.
Xingqing, I have a question that I'm quite curious about, may I ask? Go ahead, but whether I answer depends on my discretion.
If it's a question regarding privacy, I shall refrain from responding, Xin Cheng nodded, indicating her willingness to converse.
Rest assured, I won't pry into personal matters. I simply want to know what type of boyfriend you are looking for. It's been a month since school started.
And several boys have pursued you, yet you seem to have no interest in any of them.
So, could you share what kind of guy you fancy? Wang Hui inquired with genuine curiosity.
At this, Lu Meng's interest was piqued as well. She too was curious about Xin Cheng's standards for a boyfriend.
Considering she perceived Xin Cheng as a beauty of equal caliber.
Liu lay silently on her bed, her eyes now focused on the conversation.
I don't have strict criteria.
But I hope he is mature and dependable, Xin Cheng pondered for a moment before responding. This indeed encapsulated her ideal type, as she craved a sense of security that she often felt lacking. However, the boys who had pursued her in the past month seemed rather impulsive. And even those who appeared mature were often still quite juvenile at heart.
Ah, you prefer mature and reliable types? I see, Xingqing, you must be into older men. Wang Hui concluded, her eyes lighting up with realization.
Xin Cheng remained silent, for she did not favor older men, her preference lay with those of her own age.
But they needed to possess maturity and reliability.
Nevertheless, she refrained from clarifying and simply smiled. It's getting late, we should all get some rest, Xin Cheng advised Wang Hui before returning to her bed. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai felt a twinge of regret as he hung up the video call, wishing he could have caught another glimpse of Lu Meng's long legs. He pondered when he might have the opportunity to feel her presence firsthand. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and entered the building. Making his way up the stairs to the third floor, suddenly recalling Lu Meng's slightly flushed face at the moment they ended the call. It was evident that she too felt a degree of shyness.
With that thought, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but smile. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Chen Zhibai glanced at it.
It was a WeChat message from Chen Jiawei, inquiring if he had returned to school yet. I've already entered the dormitory, he typed, sending a photo along with his message.
Ah? You've returned to the dorm so quickly? I thought you might have just arrived at school.
I was preparing to call you for a video chat so you wouldn't feel lonely on your way back, Chen Jiawei replied, expressing her disappointment at missing the chance. That was a close call, Chen Zhibai thought to himself, relieved he hadn't engaged in a video call, for otherwise Chen Jiawei would have discovered he was in a conversation with someone else.
Shall we video chat after you return to your dorm? After regaining her composure, Chen Jiawei sent this hopeful message.
I still need to wash up, and by the time I finish, it will be late.
My roommates will likely want to sleep.
And the video call might disturb them. Let us stick to text for now, Chen Zhibai replied. I see, that's fine, Chen Jiawei responded, her disappointment evident, yet she understood. Feeling relieved, Chen Zhibai glanced at the messages when he noticed Lu Meng had sent one, suggesting they continue their video chat once he finished washing up.
Chen Zhibai.
He found himself repeating the message he had sent to Chen Jiawei to Lu Meng.
Naturally, Lu Meng understood and replied affirmatively. Chen Zhibai chose not to respond further, for he had just arrived at the entrance to his dormitory.
Chapter 48. Handsomeness is of no use to men. The dormitory door was slightly ajar, allowing Chen Zhibai to gently push it open.
On the balcony,
Wang Chao and Li Dong had just finished their cigarettes.
"Can't sleep? Shall we play a couple of games?" Wang Chao suggested.
"Sure, but old Chen hasn't returned yet." "It's just the two of us playing, it's unlikely we'll win," Li Dong hesitated, contemplating their gaming skills. After all, no one enjoys losing.
"That's true. But where on earth is old Chen? It's almost 10 o'clock, where could he have gone?" Wang Chao nodded, puzzled.
In the next moment, he heard the door creak open.
And someone entered.
Instinctively, he turned to the door.
"Who are you? Which dormitory? Wait, is that old Chen?" Wang Chao exclaimed in shock.
Initially failing to recognize Chen Zhibai. His hairstyle was neat, and his attire was both appropriate and fashionable.
He appeared completely transformed, leaving Wang Chao momentarily speechless. "Old Chen.
Why are you so surprised?"
It's just me." "Wait, is that really you?" Li Dong, who had not been watching the door, was taken aback by Wang Chao's astonishment.
He thought Wang Chao was overreacting until he turned to see Chen Zhibai standing there, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief as well. The sudden change in their roommate, having spent every day together, only to see him return with a fresh hairstyle and new clothes, was enough to leave anyone dumbfounded.
Zhou Hao,
lying on his bed, furrowed his brow at the commotion. He instinctively sat up to see what was happening. His eyes widened in disbelief.
"This is Chen Zhibai. Did you get plastic surgery?"
"No, that can't be right, it's just a new hairstyle and outfit."
"But how could he look so different?" Zhou Hao gazed at Chen Zhibai in astonishment, feeling a twinge of jealousy.
He had always considered himself the most handsome in the dormitory. But now he had to confront the reality that Chen Zhibai was indeed more attractive and exuded a superior aura, calm, confident, and poised.
Why him? Zhou Hao thought, feeling a sense of unfairness.
As Chen Zhibai entered the dormitory and closed the door, he noticed Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao staring at him. Their expressions filled with incredulity. Clearly, they were astonished by his transformation.
"What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Chen Zhibai smiled and addressed Wang Chao and Li Dong. "Wow. What's going on with you?
You've merely changed your hairstyle, yet you look significantly handsomer. And your outfit is well chosen, it looks so clean and comfortable on you,"
Wang Chao remarked, regaining his composure.
He circled around Chen Zhibai in disbelief. Li Dong also stepped out, silently observing Chen Zhibai.
"Honestly, old Chen, if it weren't for your face still being recognizable, I'd think you'd gone to Korea for cosmetic surgery. Your transformation is even more impressive than that."
Wang Chao expressed envy, adding, "Trust me, with your current appearance, you could definitely find a girlfriend." "I believe that too," Li Dong nodded in agreement, equally envious. As the saying goes, if one man finds another man handsome, that man must indeed be striking. And this was precisely the case with Chen Zhibai.
In truth, if one were to assess purely on looks, Chen Zhibai couldn't be categorized as a stunningly handsome man, merely moderately attractive.
Yet, his demeanor was captivating, calm, confident, and graceful. This aura was, in fact, more alluring than mere physical beauty.
"Old Chen, where did you get your haircut?
Tell us, so we can also change our hairstyles."
"A suitable haircut can be as transformative as cosmetic surgery.
Your previous hairstyle made you look so ordinary, but this new one is refreshing and neat," Wang Chao said excitedly. He suddenly thought that perhaps he too could benefit from a new hairstyle.
"Yes, where did you get it? I want to undergo a transformation too," Li Dong chimed in, clearly enthusiastic.
Chen Zhibai felt that Wang Chao and Li Dong were overestimating the impact of a haircut. His transformation stemmed from the fact that his features were already decent. And his skin was in good condition. His previous hairstyle had obscured his face, and now, with a new cut, the change was substantial. However, it was evident that Wang Chao and Li Dong could not expect similar results, given their individual shortcomings. Yet, honesty was not an option here. Moreover, the salon he visited was beyond their financial means. The haircut cost 1,888 yuan, far exceeding their monthly allowance. You can try the barbershop at the school entrance, he suggested,
offering a kind lie.
The local barbershop charged only 20 yuan, a sum within their reach.
School entrance barbershop? I'm going there tomorrow. I want to look handsome too. Wang Chao exclaimed, filled with excitement.
Li Dong, standing beside him, clenched his fists in determination, clearly planning to visit the same barbershop the next day.
The transformation of Chen Zhibai had greatly inspired them. In fact, even Zhou Hao, who was lying in bed, couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai, contemplating whether he should also visit the school barbershop the following day.
Yes, I'll go,
Zhou Hao resolved,
thinking it unreasonable for Chen Zhibai to become more attractive through a haircut while he could not. He was, after all, significantly handsomer than Chen Zhibai.
Once he changed his hairstyle, he would undoubtedly look even more appealing, perhaps even winning over Li Yu's affection.
With that thought, Zhou Hao felt a surge of excitement, casting a superior glance at Chen Zhibai. Even if Chen Zhibai had become more attractive, Zhou Hao remained confident that he would secure a beautiful girlfriend.
Ultimately,
looks alone were of little consequence, wealth was the true measure of value.
Chapter 49, The Allure of a Girlfriend. All right, let us go.
Chen Zhibai nodded at Wang Chao and Li Dong, making no further remarks as he prepared to freshen up in the restroom,
with the dormitory lights still on.
It was convenient to wash up now, otherwise, darkness would make it troublesome. Although using a mobile flashlight could provide some illumination, it remained less than ideal. This train of thought rekindled Chen Zhibai's desire to rent an apartment outside.
From every conceivable angle, renting a place off campus would be advantageous,
eliminating concerns about curfews while also deepening his connections with Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei.
Having an entirely private space would indeed be beneficial.
The school had no objections to students renting off-campus accommodations. They merely needed to inform their counselor and sign a liability waiver stating that any incidents occurring outside of school grounds would not involve the institution. Chen Zhibai learned of this from a freshman on the school forum who had successfully rented a place. However, the monthly rent posed a significant challenge for most university students, which explained the rarity of such arrangements. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai picked up a towel, ready to head to the restroom, but Wang Chao stopped him.
Wow, old Chen. That watch on your wrist is stunning. What brand is it? It looks incredibly high-end, exuding an indescribable luxury. Wang Chao's expression was one of astonishment as he admired the Patek Philippe Nautilus on Chen Zhibai's wrist. He was unfamiliar with the Patek Philippe logo, a common scenario among many in the country. While they might recognize the brand, they often could not identify the specific logo. Nevertheless,
Wang Chao's appreciation for the watch remained unaffected by this lack of knowledge, for it truly was exquisite.
The light blue dial exuded a sense of quality,
coupled with a subtle elegance. This was to be expected, as it was a watch valued at over $1 million, equivalent to several apartments in a small county.
Indeed. It's beautiful, but what brand is it?
I can't seem to place it, Li Dong chimed in, leaning closer to inspect.
What else could it be? It's probably a knockoff, Zhou Hao, lounging on his bed, interjected. Due to the distance, he couldn't see the Patek Philippe logo, and even if he could, he wouldn't have recognized it. Yet, this didn't stop him from dismissing it as a mere imitation. After all, in Zhou Hao's mind, Chen Zhibai was undeniably poor. Is it really a knockoff? If so, it's quite a well-made one. What brand is it, old Chen?
I'd like to buy one too, Wang Chao expressed,
genuinely intrigued. He found the watch appealing, low-key yet fashionable, exuding quality. It was a gift from my family. I don't really know the brand,
Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively.
All right, enough about that.
I need to wash up before the lights go out.
With that, he entered the restroom, closing the door with a soft click. Chen Zhibai was not one to flaunt his possessions, which was why he refrained from mentioning the Patek Philippe brand or its exorbitant price. Someone more ostentatious would have boasted about it.
But Chen Zhibai preferred to keep such matters private. Once the others learned of the watch's value, their dynamics would likely change.
He didn't want that, so he chose silence.
After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Chen Zhibai emerged from the restroom, just in time for the dormitory lights to extinguish.
Immediately,
A cacophony of discontent erupted from the surrounding rooms.
Seriously? The lights are off already? I haven't even finished drying my hair. Can someone bring a phone in here for some light?
The commotion continued, with one voice lamenting about the inconvenience of not having rented a place, a sentiment echoed by many.
Chen Zhibai shook his head, turning on his phone as flashlight as he climbed into bed. Old Chen, want to play a couple of rounds?
We're waiting for you to carry us, Wang Chao called from the adjacent bed.
Just as Chen Zhibai was about to agree,
his phone buzzed with messages from Lu Meng and Chen Zhiaowei, both inquiring if he was done washing up and suggesting a chat if he was free.
Seeing this, Chen Zhibai lost interest in gaming. After all, what could compare to the allure of a girlfriend? Especially two. No, you two go ahead, I have other matters.
He declined firmly.
Come on, just a couple of rounds.
It's too early to sleep, the night is long, Li Dong added, trying to persuade him.
However, Chen Zhibai remained resolute in his refusal.
Wang Chao and Li Dong sighed, subsequently starting a game without him.
Chapter 50. Li Yu took the initiative to add WeChat.
Zhou Hao lay on his bed, waiting for Wang Chao and Li Dong to invite Chen Zhibai to join their game.
After all, with Li Yu already asleep, he had no one to converse with.
However, he waited until both Wang Chao and Li Dong entered the game without receiving their invitation, which caused his expression to darken. He pouted and glanced at Wang Chao and Li Dong's beds before opening the game himself.
He was too disinterested to join those two. After all, he didn't even have a girlfriend, and his only romantic interest was from afar.
Meanwhile, Chen Zhibai was engaged in conversation with Lu Meng and Chen Zhiaowei. Both girls were adept at providing emotional support, yet they exhibited distinct differences in their interactions.
Lu Meng's style was open and candid.
She would directly mention her boyfriend and engage in playful banter. In contrast, Chen Zhiaowei leaned towards a more adorable and shy demeanor.
Earlier, Chen Zhibai had sent each girl a slightly risque joke. Although Lu Meng blushed in the girls' dormitory, her reply was, "Is that all? You could be bolder." Chen Zhiaowei, however, inundated him with cute emojis, effectively overshadowing the joke before finally sending a text.
In essence, the two girls were markedly different.
Logically, Chen Zhibai should have a preferred choice among Lu Meng and Chen Zhiaowei.
Yet, to be honest, he found it difficult to choose. After all, both had their own merits. Both were equally charming.
What time will you wake up tomorrow morning?
If you rise early, let's go have breakfast together, Lu Meng messaged him.
Her invitation was straightforward, bright,
and generous, just like her personality. I'll definitely wake up early since I have to go for a run at the school playground at 7.
After I finish,
we can go for breakfast together, Chen Zhibai replied.
Running?
Lu Meng's beautiful face reflected surprise. She hadn't expected Chen Zhibai to be an early riser.
Despite her astonishment, she quickly responded, "I have nothing to do tomorrow morning. Shall I join you for a run?"
"Sure," Chen Zhibai typed back.
Just as he sent the message,
his phone vibrated again. This time, it was Chen Zhiaowei asking why he hadn't replied for several minutes, wondering if he had dozed off.
Chen Zhibai sighed.
This was the downside of having two girlfriends. Conversing with one often led to neglecting the other. "I'm not asleep," he typed, then added, "I was just dealing with something."
"Oh,
I see," Chen Zhiaowei replied, seemingly taking his words at face value.
"Are you done now?" "I'm done," he typed back. I want to tell you something," Chen Zhiaowei continued.
"Go ahead," he encouraged.
"Actually, it's not a big deal.
I'm preparing to resign from the 4S shop since my best friend's company is hiring.
And I can get in directly."
In her apartment at Yinquan Community, after sending that message, Chen Zhiaowei felt a bit shy.
Ultimately,
she was afraid that Chen Zhibai might overthink her decision to resign.
"Is that so?
That's good news. I honestly didn't want you working as a salesperson at the 4S shop," Chen Zhibai replied, raising an eyebrow upon reading her message.
"Why not?" Chen Zhiaowei asked instinctively.
"Because I worry that someone will have their eye on you," he stated plainly. This was the truth, given Chen Zhiaowei's looks and figure. It was inevitable that someone would be interested in her. Chen Zhiaowei felt her face heat up, but inside, she was elated.
Interpreting this as a sign of Chen Zhibai's concern for her,
It's not as exaggerated as you say, she typed, her cheeks still flushed.
Besides, I'm already your girlfriend.
So it doesn't matter if others are interested.
Frankly speaking, that statement held considerable weight. At least, upon reading it, Chen Zhibai felt a surge of emotion.
Especially when he thought of Chen Zhiwei's beauty and figure. Just as he was moved, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was Lu Meng's message.
Hello, 110?
My boyfriend hasn't replied for several minutes, he might be missing. Chen Zhibai found himself juggling conversations with both Lu Meng and Chen Zhiwei.
Before long, it was 11 o'clock. Chen Zhiwei, feeling sleepy, said goodnight.
After he returned her goodnight message, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders.
As now he only had to chat with Lu Meng.
Having multiple girlfriends was not without its drawbacks, Chen Zhibai mused. When suddenly he noticed a friend request from a girl. The profile picture seemed to be a generic image, and the name was an emoji of a moon.
The request note read, Chen Zhibai? Please accept my friend request.
Furrowing his brow at the request note, Chen Zhibai wondered who this person was, as they clearly knew his name. Intrigued, he clicked to accept and sent a question mark in response, followed by, "Who are you?"
Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory,
Li Yu lay on her bed, feeling a surge of excitement upon seeing that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request. Yes, it was she who had just added him. The reason behind this decision was simple, she felt a sense of imbalance. Why did her boyfriend Zhou Hao only gift her clothes worth 500 to 600 yuan?
While Lu Meng's boyfriend Chen Zhibai showered her with a luxurious LV bag valued at 888 yuan?
This disparity was the source of her discontent. Thus,
Li Yu resolved to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat.
She had his WeChat details, as Zhou Hao had sent it to her the previous night.
And she had forwarded it to Lu Meng.
Her intention was to add him first and then look for an opportunity to win him over. This was the most genuine thought in Li Yu's mind. She believed that although she might not be as beautiful as Lu Meng, she was still attractive enough to catch the attention of boys. Over the past month since school started, several boys and seniors had expressed interest in her.
What if Chen Zhibai preferred her type? If that were the case, wouldn't she then become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend and receive an LV bag worth 888 yuan?
Thus,
Li Yu felt compelled to make an effort.
After firmly deciding to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat, she was elated when he accepted her request. Feeling a flutter of excitement within, she instinctively turned to glance at Lu Meng, who was engrossed in chatting on her phone.
Sorry, but I plan to pursue your boyfriend.
Don't blame me, rich second-generation individuals are the objects of desire for many girls.
Speak up. Who are you? If you don't respond, I'll delete you, Chen Zhibai typed.
Frowning as he noticed the lack of a reply to his previous message.
Chapter 51, The Plan to Steal a Boyfriend. Don't delete me.
Upon seeing the WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, Li Yu hurriedly typed back, anxious that if she typed too slowly, he might remove her from his contacts. The failure of her plan to steal a boyfriend was simply unacceptable. She had her sights set on an LV handbag, and beyond that, she longed to see the expression of defeat on Lu Meng's face. The mere thought of such a scenario thrilled her heart. Yes, she was aware that she was not as beautiful as Lu Meng, but what did that matter?
As long as Chen Zhibai favored her, she would surpass Lu Meng. Who are you?
As Li Yu's heart surged with excitement, Chen Zhibai had already sent a message.
It's me, Li Yu. She quickly followed up with a cute cat emoji covering its mouth.
Suppressing her eagerness, she sent a text message and a playful emoji.
Then began to eagerly await Chen Zhibai's response. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai furrowed his brow. Li Yu? Zhou Hao's girlfriend? Why is she adding me? He glanced over at Zhou Hao, who was lying on his bed engrossed in a game, his mouth spewing insults. What if I'm bad at gaming? I have a girlfriend, do you? You're a single dog. Besides, my girlfriend is beautiful. Do you know what a class flower is? That's my girlfriend. And I'm a local from Jiangcheng, a new first-tier city. I own 2 apartments. No matter how hard you work, you'll never reach my level. Zhou Hao's words dripped with superiority, illuminated by the glow of his phone screen. Chen Zhibai cast him a sidelong glance before averting his gaze. Why so silent? Have you forgotten who I am? Back in the girls' dormitory, Li Yu felt antsy as Chen Zhibai had not replied, despite only a few seconds passing.
She quickly typed another message. After a moment's thought, she opened her phone's photo gallery, selected a selfie she was pleased with, and sent it to Chen Zhibai. In the photo, she posed with a peace sign, looking attractive, though perhaps not as stunning as Lu Meng or Chen Zhibai. She certainly qualified as a class beauty.
With a rating around 80.
Her figure was also commendable. By adjusting the filter, she created an alluring atmosphere in the photo.
Now you remember who I am, right?
She added, sending a playful emoji.
Is there something you need?
Chen Zhibai found Liyu's sudden addition somewhat odd but thought little of it. Assuming she had a matter to discuss. He typed back, if you need something, you can ask your boyfriend Zhou. Before he could finish typing, he saw Liyu's reply, nothing much, just wanted to chat.
I find you quite interesting and thought we could talk.
Upon reading her message, Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. The subtext in her words was undeniably flirtatious and inviting.
Yet, he pondered, was it appropriate for someone with a boyfriend to say such things to him?
He considered this but refrained from responding. Although he had already been with 2 girlfriends and might pursue more in the future. He had a principle, he would not pursue another's girlfriend. No matter how much he disdained Zhouhao's character.
That line was one he would not cross even if Liu was the one making advances.
Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai opened the chat with Lu Meng and typed.
Did your roommate see you with the LV bag when you returned this afternoon?
He had intended to ask if Liu had seen it but decided to rephrase it to roommates.
Yes, they saw it. When I returned to the dorm, all 3 of my roommates were there, so they noticed. Lu Meng replied almost instantly, then inquired, why do you ask?
Just curious. Chen Zhibai typed back before shifting the conversation to a different topic, renting an apartment off campus. I'm planning to rent a place off campus.
Want to check out some suitable options tomorrow? Why the sudden interest in renting off campus? Are you uncomfortable in the dorm? Lu Meng asked, slightly taken aback. Not really. I just think living off campus would be more convenient.
I wouldn't have to turn off the lights at 10 every night, and it would offer more freedom.
But I haven't mentioned the most important reason yet.
Chen Zhibai replied with a smile.
What is it? Lu Meng asked. The most crucial reason is that once I rent a place,
we'll have somewhere to go for our dates, a secret hideaway, he typed. Upon reading this, Lu Meng felt her fair cheeks flush. Although she had never dated before, she was not entirely naive, thanks to the influence of her peers from a less developed county where many girls had started relationships early. She had heard enough stories to understand Chen Zhibai's intentions behind renting the apartment, and it made her blush. However, amidst her embarrassment, she also felt hesitant. Truthfully, she was quite fond of Chen Zhibai.
He was of appropriate age, attractive, composed, and they attended the same university. Financially, he was impressive. With a high-end BMW X5 and a watch worth over $1 million.
There were no shortcomings. Thus, she wasn't opposed to being intimate with him. Yet, since they had just established their romantic relationship, it felt too soon to engage physically. She feared that if Chen Zhibai obtained her too quickly, he might not cherish her. Alright, let us go look for a suitable apartment together tomorrow, she typed, having made up her mind. She resolved that while she could allow Chen Zhibai some advantages, she would not compromise her body, at least not at this stage. Chapter 52, 10 million for a home. Sure, let's go check out some suitable houses off campus tomorrow.
Upon reading Lu Meng's message, Chen Zhibai's brows relaxed.
He had deliberately mentioned to Lu Meng the idea of renting a place off campus, hinting at a private space for the 2 of them, in order to gauge her feelings.
Did she resist, or was she in agreement? This would reveal Lu Meng's current thoughts.
Her consent indicated that she was not opposed to having a secret space together.
Furthermore, it suggested that Lu Meng was not averse to being alone with him. Alright, then tomorrow.
Chen Zhibai began to type when suddenly a notification chimed in his mind. The system's voice followed suit.
Ding!
It has been detected that the host intends to rent a house off campus with one of his girlfriends.
Lu Meng. As a wealthy individual, how could you resort to renting?
A random task has been issued. Please choose one of the following options. A. The host purchases a house within the university city and receives a dedicated fund of 10 million for this purpose. Note, this fund can only be used for purchasing property within the university city and is limited to one house only. B. The host chooses not to buy a house and continues renting.
Earning the title of renting expert. Note, this title has no practical use.
The system's voice echoed in his mind, yet Chen Zhibai's expression turned to one of resignation. The two options presented were, as always, clear-cut. Even a fool would know which option to select. Naturally, option A was the choice. By selecting A, he would acquire a dedicated fund of 10 million for purchasing a home. Even if it could only be used for one property, it was still 10 million. What does that signify? The average person might never see such a sum in a lifetime. With the average property price in Jiangcheng hovering around 20,000 per square meter, this amount could buy 5 apartments of 100 square meters. 5. Of course, the system imposed a restriction that the 10 million could only be used for one house. But as long as he chose a spacious property, that would suffice. The stipulation of purchasing solely within the university city was easily manageable. The university city is merely a designation for this area, which, apart from housing multiple universities, also boasts numerous residential complexes, many of which are newly constructed.
In summary,
selecting A was a foregone conclusion. The reward of renting expert from option B was evidently useless.
System, I choose option A, Chen Zhibai declared inwardly. Ding! Congratulations!
The host has selected option A and successfully obtained 10 million for purchasing a home.
Note, the 10 million has been transferred to the host's agricultural bank account. Please check in a timely manner.
Note 2, after the host purchases the property, any remaining funds will be automatically reclaimed by the system.
For instance,
if the host spends 5 million on the property, the remaining 5 million will be retrieved. Please plan your property purchase wisely. As the system's voice resonated,
Chen Zhibai's phone vibrated twice.
He looked down to see a notification from the bank. 10 million had arrived. Frankly, upon seeing this message, he felt a bit dazed by the numerous zeros. Most ordinary people, no, 99 of individuals, would never have the hope of encountering such a figure. Yet now, it was his. And he was about to stake it all on a single property purchase. Why the silence?
Are you sleepy? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng, noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of response for 5 or 6 minutes, couldn't help but inquire.
As she typed, she stifled a yawn. She was indeed feeling a bit drowsy. To maintain her health and skin, she adhered to an early bedtime, knowing her looks and figure were her only assets.
If not for chatting with Chen Zhibai, she would have been asleep long ago.
Though she could still hold on, fatigue was creeping in.
Yes, I'm a little sleepy, Chen Zhibai finally replied, suppressing his excitement. Then off to bed, good night?
Lu Meng messaged. Good night, he responded, after which Lu Meng sent another message.
Shall we meet at the playground tomorrow morning? I still haven't seen you run.
All right, playground it is, he confirmed. Good night again, sweet dreams. Lu Meng lay in bed, sending the message before yawning once more.
Even in her yawning, there was an unmistakable elegance about her.
After closing her phone and placing it beneath her pillow, she shut her eyes, ready to drift off. She was genuinely very tired, and soon, she fell into a deep slumber.
However, in the same dormitory, Liu was wide awake.
She had yet to receive a response from Chen Zhibai, which left her feeling discontent, especially after observing Lu Meng engaged in an animated conversation with him. Clearly, Lu Meng was chatting with Chen Zhibai, and this only heightened Liu's displeasure.
Why was he ignoring her while conversing with Lu Meng? Did this imply that she lacked any charm?
While she might not be as beautiful as Lu Meng, she was still attractive. And the disparity wasn't as great as it seemed. Yet here she was, feeling neglected by Chen Zhibai. Liu gritted her teeth, pushing down her frustration as she glanced at her phone. The screen displayed her chat with Chen Zhibai, which she had not exited. Now that Lu Meng is asleep, he should be free to chat with me, right? Are you still there? After sending the message, she hesitated, thinking it might be wise to catch his attention. So she opened her camera and took a photo of her leg. Due to the lights being off in the dormitory, the flash went off at that moment.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why are you taking pictures so late? Wang Hui, still awake in the adjacent bed, curiously looked over.
Oh, nothing much.
I thought a mosquito bit my leg, so I was checking. Liu quickly fabricated an excuse.
A mosquito? That can't be right.
Our dorm has the air conditioning on.
There shouldn't be any mosquitoes.
At home, I never see them when the air conditioning is running because they dislike the cold, Wang Hui replied, surprised, but then dismissed it. It was likely that the window had been opened for ventilation, allowing the mosquitoes in.
Do you want me to help you catch it? Wang Hui offered. No. I can manage.
Just go to sleep, Hui. Li Yu waved her hand dismissively.
All right then.
If you need help, just let me know, Wang Hui nodded.
Li Yu,
relieved that Wang Hui returned to her phone without further inquiry, inspected the photo she had just taken.
Frowning slightly, she felt unsatisfied.
Adjusting her leg to a more flattering angle, she took several more photos before selecting one that pleased her. After enhancing it, she sent the image directly to Chen Zhibai. Chapter 53, No man is free from temptation. After sending the photo, Li Yu held her phone, eagerly awaiting Chen Zhibai's response.
She was certain that upon viewing the image,
he would reply, for her legs were indeed quite appealing. Although Chen Zhibai was in a relationship with Lu Meng, the implication of her sending a leg photo was unmistakable.
It was hard to believe he would remain unaffected.
In her mind, there were no men who were entirely immune to temptation. A glimmer of pride flashed in Li Yu's eyes as this thought crossed her mind.
In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai was in the restroom,
preparing to relieve himself before heading to bed, as he needed to wake up early for a morning run the next day. This was crucial for his goal of growing taller by 3 centimeters. Despite having a system at his disposal and 2 girlfriends, Chen Zhibai aspired to become even more exceptional, wealthy,
handsome, and tall.
Soon enough, after finishing up, washing his hands, he noticed his phone vibrating in his pocket multiple times.
Taking it out, he saw messages and a photo from Li Yu.
Instinctively, he tapped on the photo.
To put it frankly, Li Yu's legs were indeed attractive.
They were certainly better than those of an average girl, though when compared to Lu Meng's, they fell short.
After a brief evaluation, he prepared to put his phone away.
Despite the obvious flirtation in Li Yu's message, he had no intention of engaging in conversation with her.
The fact remained that Li Yu had a boyfriend. Moreover,
even if she were single, Chen Zhibai doubted he would be interested in conversing with her, as both Lu Meng and Chen Jiaowei were far more beautiful.
However,
before he could stow his phone, a voice came from outside the restroom.
Hey, Lao Chen, are you done in there? I'm about to burst. Zhou Hao called in a rather urgent tone.
I'm done, Chen Zhibai replied, stepping forward to open the restroom door. Zhou Hao wasted no time and hurriedly began to unfasten his trousers, but then paused, his gaze drawn to Chen Zhibai's phone screen, which displayed the photo of a girl's legs.
Though the girl's face was not visible, the legs appeared quite lovely. For some reason, Zhou Hao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the image, yet he dismissed the thought.
Wow, Lao Chen, so you've been secretly searching for pictures of girls' legs.
Not bad, this one's pretty nice, Zhou Hao remarked.
Chen Zhibai then realized that in his haste to open the door for Zhou Hao, he had failed to lock his phone, leaving the screen showing Li Yu's recent photo.
Honestly, you should consider dating someone. Look at me.
I just started school and I already have a girlfriend. She's a real beauty and treats me well.
Zhou Hao began to boast,
even suppressing his urgent need to relieve himself. Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Hao.
Li Yu treats you well? Do you even realize that this leg photo is from your girlfriend? If I so much as beckon, she would probably come to me.
Not feeling inclined to engage,
Chen Zhibai exited the restroom, returned to his bed, silenced his phone, tucked it beneath his pillow, and began to drift into slumber. Hey, I say. Zhou Hao,
noticing Chen Zhibai's abrupt departure without a word, felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him.
He instinctively wanted to speak up,
but the urgency of his need drove him to the restroom first, leaving him feeling unsettled. However, it didn't take long for Zhou Hao to rationalize the situation. He convinced himself that Chen Zhibai's silence stemmed from insecurity, given that he had a girlfriend already, while Chen Zhibai, despite his new hairstyle and improved looks, still had yet to find a partner. This thought fueled Zhou Hao's sense of superiority, and he found himself pondering the photo Chen Zhibai had been viewing.
How strange,
he thought, that it felt oddly familiar. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu lay on her bed, frowning after waiting 10 minutes without a response from Chen Zhibai. Did he fall asleep and miss it? Or had he seen it but chose not to reply? He must have dozed off, she reasoned, feeling confident about the leg photo she had sent. Thus, she decided to open the chat with Zhou Hao. Is he asleep? She typed. Not asleep. Yeah, did you not go to bed? Did you suddenly wake up? Zhou Hao replied, just as he finished getting dressed. His face lighting up at her message. Yes, I just woke up, Liu responded nonchalantly before directly asking, is Chen Zhibai asleep? Lao Chen? Why do you want to know? Zhou Hao paused, confused about Liu's inquiry regarding Chen Zhibai. Just tell me, is he asleep or not? Liu insisted. Oh. Let me check if he is awake. He should be, he just came out of the restroom. As Zhou Hao typed, he walked out of the restroom. Although Liu was asking about Chen Zhibai, Zhou Hao felt confident, knowing he was a local with 2 properties, far surpassing Chen Zhibai, who he considered poor by comparison. He is asleep. Zhou Hao emerged from the restroom and glanced at Chen Zhibai's bed, confirming that he was indeed asleep with his eyes closed. He then texted. Curious to ask, yeah, what exactly do you want from Lao Chen? It won't matter much, he doesn't know as many people as I do at this school. Liu saw Zhou Hao's message but chose not to respond, feeling reassured that Chen Zhibai was indeed asleep. Just as she had suspected. By the way, yeah. I've got to tell you something about Lao Chen. A few minutes ago, when I was in the restroom, I saw him looking at a photo of a girl's legs. He must have searched for it online. TSK, looks like he is desperate for a girlfriend. But honestly, those legs are nowhere near as nice as yours, Zhou Hao typed, sharing his earlier observation. However, in the girls' dormitory, after reading Zhou Hao's messages, Liu froze momentarily, her expression darkening. She was certain that the legs Chen Zhibai had seen were hers. So, he had seen the photo. But why hadn't he replied? Did he prefer Lu Meng after all? Yeah, why aren't you saying anything? Zhou Hao asked, noticing her silence after a while. Liu remained silent, flipping her phone over. Chapter 54, Having a beautiful girlfriend is quite a prestige. The morning was silent after a night of unspoken words. At 6:40 a.m., Chen Zhibai was roused from slumber by the persistent alarm of his mobile phone. After silencing the alarm, he rolled out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, a WeChat message from Lu Meng arrived. Are you awake? Yes, Chen Zhibai replied with a text. Great. Shall we meet shortly? I'm heading to the boys' dormitory to wait for you, then we can go to the playground together. Lu Meng's response was almost instantaneous. Alright, Chen Zhibai replied, and upon seeing Lu Meng send an okay gesture, he tucked his phone away and continued brushing his teeth. After finishing, as he exited the bathroom, he noticed his roommates Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao still sound asleep. While changing his clothes, Wang Chao groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing Chen Zhibai already dressed, jolted awake. Why are you up so early, old Chen? Wang Chao asked, bewildered. Going for a run, Chen Zhibai chuckled in response. You're really serious about this? You ran early yesterday and now again today? Wang Chao exclaimed in astonishment. Yesterday, when Chen Zhibai mentioned running, Wang Chao thought it was merely a fleeting whim, yet here he was, committed to it once more. Absolutely serious, Chen Zhibai affirmed with a nod. Impressive. Wang Chao remarked sincerely, giving a thumbs up. Still running at university instead of sleeping in? I have to give you credit for that. With that, Wang Chao rubbed his eyes. He had played video games until 2 a.m. the previous night, and with only 4 hours of sleep, he felt quite fatigued. You go ahead. I'm going back to sleep, he said, rolling over to face the wall and closing his eyes once more. Chen Zhibai shook his head. Just about to retrieve his phone to check if Lu Meng had arrived at the dormitory, when he noticed a message from her stating she had just reached the boys' dormitory. On my way down, he typed as he stepped out of the dormitory, gently closing the door behind him and descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. As he made his way down, another message from Lu Meng pinged in. Chen Zhibai glanced at it but chose not to reply. As he had already arrived at the first floor and could see the entrance to the boys' dormitory, rendering a response unnecessary. Soon, He exited the dormitory and immediately spotted Lu Meng standing under a willow tree in front of the building, making her quite conspicuous. Perhaps for the sake of convenience while running, she had tied her hair into a high ponytail, showcasing her radiant and delicate features, along with her gracefully long neck. Clad in summer athletic wear, a short-sleeve top paired with casual long pants and sporty shoes, she exuded a casual yet striking charm that was undeniably eye-catching, radiating an aura of a goddess. Notably, even though Lu Meng wore long pants that concealed her legs, her shapely legs were still subtly discernible. And her proportions were impeccable, standing at 171 centimeters with a 9-head height ratio. Chen Zhibai observed a few early risers entering or exiting the dormitory, all of whom discreetly cast glances at Lu Meng. However, none dared approach her, as her beauty imposed a certain pressure on them, leaving them only to admire from afar. In a way, encountering such a stunning and well-proportioned girl often instills a sense of inferiority in boys. When they feel inadequate, the desire to pursue tends to dwindle. As Chen Zhibai laid eyes on Lu Meng, she too had noticed him, having been observing the individuals emerging from the dormitory. "I'm here." Upon seeing Chen Zhibai step out, Lu Meng smiled and raised her fair arms, waving them slightly. Her smile was bright, and her demeanor exuded confidence. Truth be told, she was quite a source of pride for Chen Zhibai. After her greeting, several boys nearby turned their heads towards him, their eyes filled with envy. For it was indeed a privilege to have such a captivating beauty waiting for him. "I see you," Chen Zhibai said, undaunted by the gazes around him. He approached Lu Meng and, without hesitation, took her hand in his. Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, her fair and radiant face flushing slightly. Although they had shared a kiss the previous day, holding hands was a first for them. And it was her first time holding hands with someone of the opposite sex outside of family. This made her feel a bit shy and nervous. Nevertheless, her bright and open personality shone through. Despite her blush, she maintained an air of grace. "Are we heading to the playground to run now?" Lu Meng allowed Chen Zhibai to hold her hand as she spoke. "Yes, let us run first," Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod, leading Lu Meng by the hand towards the playground, all while basking in the envious glances of other boys. It is no wonder that successful men often have beautiful women by their side. It certainly adds to one's prestige, Chen Zhibai mused, glancing at Lu Meng. With her exquisitely fair features, bright and confident demeanor, and perfectly proportioned figure, she truly was a source of pride. "What are you thinking about?" Noticing Chen Zhibai's silence, Lu Meng tilted her head curiously, sensing he appeared lost in thought. "Nothing much," Chen Zhibai initially shook his head, then continued. "I was just reflecting on how having a beautiful girlfriend is indeed a matter of great prestige and pride." At his words, Lu Meng smiled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. It warmed her heart to hear Chen Zhibai praise her. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the school playground was not far. And after a brief walk of 7 to 8 minutes, they arrived at the playground. To Lu Meng's surprise, there were quite a number of people out for a morning run. "Wow, there are more people running than I expected," she remarked, clearly taken aback by the crowd of early risers. "Indeed, quite a few," Chen Zhibai nodded, just as he noticed their instructor, Wen Yutong, jogging on the playground as well. Dressed in a sporty ensemble of white, with a white top and white casual trousers, she exuded a healthy vitality, likely a result of her regular exercise. The graceful swing of her arms as she ran was both pleasing and invigorating to behold. "Do you know her?" As Chen Zhibai's gaze lingered on Wen Yutong, Lu Meng stood beside him, glancing over casually while feigning nonchalance. However, inwardly, she felt a flicker of caution, realizing that the woman Chen Zhibai was observing was nearly as attractive as she was. Furthermore, her figure was well-proportioned and her aura striking. "Of course. She is our class instructor," Chen Zhibai replied, retracting his gaze and turning to Lu Meng. Instantly, Lu Meng felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Oh. So she is the instructor." "That is a relief," she said, reassured. After all, an instructor, no matter how attractive, posed no threat. Chapter 55, The transformation is profound. Your class counselor is quite beautiful and youthful, unlike ours, who is nearly 40 and has a rather unpleasant temperament. Lu Meng remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Wen Yutong. "Unpleasant temperament?" Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Indeed, she's quite irritable," Lu Meng nodded. "She often speaks with impatience, and we've heard that her marriage has been tumultuous. She is still unmarried and without a boyfriend." "Nearly 40 and still single?"
It's no wonder she is irritable, Chen Zhibai mused internally.
Marriage holds significant importance for women, as men can help regulate hormonal balance. He recalled a comment he saw while scrolling through Douyin, where a user mentioned a cousin who was also irritable and plagued by acne before marriage. Yet, within a month of tying the knot, her demeanor softened and her skin cleared. Our classmates have a pretty low opinion of her, Lu Meng added, then shifted the topic. Engaging in some light ankle exercises with Chen Zhibai by the edge of the playground. Nearby, a few boys instinctively turned their gazes towards Lu Meng, their eyes lighting up.
Ready to run?
After a few moments of stretching, Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Meng. Yes, indeed, she replied, her smile radiant. As Chen Zhibai prepared to run, he noticed Wen Yutong completing a lap and approaching him.
Counselor, Chen Zhibai greeted her.
Upon hearing her name called, Wen Yutong instinctively turned to see Chen Zhibai. Her beautiful, expressive eyes momentarily reflected confusion.
Who is this boy? Is he one of my students? I don't recall him. This was Wen Yutong's immediate reaction upon seeing Chen Zhibai.
She did not recognize him, as he had undergone a significant transformation with a new hairstyle and attire, appearing almost unrecognizable.
From an ordinary individual,
he had evolved into a stylish and refreshing university student. However, she quickly recognized him, for despite the changes, his face remained familiar.
You are Chen Zhibai? Wen Yutong halted, surprise evident on her fair, lovely face as she regarded him with astonishment. Teacher, we only saw each other yesterday morning. Have you forgotten me in just a day?
Chen Zhibai felt somewhat helpless but understood her bewilderment. Even at home, his parents had taken a moment to process his transformation. I truly did not recognize you, your change is remarkable. With this new hairstyle, you've become quite handsome and your outfit suits you well, Wen Yutong exclaimed. Just as she was about to inquire about his haircut, she noticed Lu Meng standing beside him. Her eyebrows raised slightly. She was confident in her own looks and physique. Seldom encountering a girl who could rival her, but this girl was an exception. Beautiful, with an excellent figure and an overall charming demeanor, even in long pants. Her legs appeared straight and elongated.
Who is this girl? She seems quite close to Chen Zhibai. What is your name? Wen Yutong asked directly, glancing at Lu Meng. This is my girlfriend, Lu Meng.
She's also a freshman here, studying in the International Trade Department, Chen Zhibai replied.
At this revelation, Wen Yutong was taken aback. Not expecting Lu Meng to be Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, given her striking appearance and poise.
Initially, she had assumed they were merely friends. Hello, teacher, Lu Meng greeted politely. Hello to you as well, Wen Yutong responded, regaining her composure and returning her gaze to Chen Zhibai. Starting a relationship so soon in college.
Aren't you worried I'll tell your parents?
Wen Yutong teased, her tone light-hearted. After all, the university does not regulate students' romantic relationships. And she intended it as a friendly jest.
I'm not worried at all.
If you were to inform my family, my mother would probably be delighted. Just the other day, she called and urged me to date if I meet someone suitable at school, Chen Zhibai chuckled, knowing she was joking. You rascal, Wen Yutong laughed, waving her hand dismissively. But I must continue my run, you should as well.
All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, while Lu Meng also waved.
Wen Yutong did not linger further, resuming her run after giving a nod to both Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng. Let us run too, but at a leisurely pace.
I just started jogging yesterday.
Today is only my second day, Chen Zhibai suggested as Wen Yutong jogged away. After she had covered some distance, Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Meng. Yes, let's. Lu Meng agreed, and the two fell into a comfortable silence as they began to run side by side. With Wen Yutong's guidance from the previous morning, Chen Zhibai focused on regulating his breathing and adjusted his pace to a slightly faster than a slow jog, finding it less exhausting.
Lu Meng, surprisingly, exhibited superior stamina.
Her long legs moving gracefully, presenting a pleasing sight. As Wen Yutong finished her run and glanced back at Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng, she saw them both running earnestly and chose not to interrupt, leaving the playground quietly. As she departed, she reflected on how dramatically Chen Zhibai's hairstyle and clothing had altered his appearance and marveled at the beauty of his girlfriend, which caught her off guard. shaking her head, when Yutong chose not to dwell further on it, deciding to return to her dormitory for a shower before heading to the cafeteria. As a counselor who graduated and stayed on staff, she had access to dorm accommodations, albeit shared. Fortunately, her roommate had a boyfriend off campus, which meant she often had the space to herself. Chapter 56, The lipstick is smudged on the playground, after running for 30 minutes. Chen Zhibai heard the system's voice echoing in his mind.
Ding!
The host has completed today's running check-in.
Current check-in progress is 2-7.
Today's running task is accomplished. Chen Zhibai mused internally, yet his feet did not falter. He continued to run, feeling he could endure a bit longer today. The motivation behind his morning jog was solely the system's reward of an additional 3 centimeters in height. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that running indeed promotes physical fitness. And the refreshing breeze that swept against him felt quite delightful. Thus, Chen Zhibai resolved to run a little longer.
After approximately another 10 minutes,
he finally came to a halt. Upon witnessing his stop, Lu Meng also slowed her pace. Breathing heavily from the exertion, they began to stroll slowly around the playground. Your physical fitness is commendable, Chen Zhibai remarked, observing Lu Meng's flushed face and the light sheen of sweat on her neck, yet overall, she appeared to be in good condition. Well, I sometimes exercise in my dormitory, following some fitness influencers on Douyin, Lu Meng replied with a smile, admitting her frequent workouts aimed at improving her physique and posture. I see, Chen Zhibai nodded, choosing to remain silent as he steadied his breathing. After a few minutes of walking, his heartbeat gradually settled. Let us head back to the dorm for a shower before we eat, he suggested.
All right, Lu Meng agreed.
And after speaking, she retrieved a pack of tissues from her pocket, opened it, and handed him one. You should wipe your sweat.
You brought tissues? Chen Zhibai asked,
slightly surprised. Of course, Lu Meng chuckled, revealing that the tissues were specifically for this purpose. Then please, wipe my face, he requested. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's face flushed. Yet she did not hesitate, gently using the tissue to dab the sweat from his face.
Chen Zhibai caught a whiff of a faint,
pleasant fragrance emanating from her, likely a blend of shower gel and shampoo, a delightful scent indeed.
Furthermore,
a slight tilt of his head allowed him to appreciate the delicate and fair features of Lu Meng, her beautiful eyes and brows captivating him.
All done,
Lu Meng announced as she stowed the tissue away, lifting her gaze.
Chen Zhibai nodded, subsequently taking her hand.
However, instead of heading towards the dorm, they veered in another direction. Lu Meng noticed the shift and exhibited a mix of surprise and curiosity.
Where are we going?
She inquired. Before she could finish her question, Chen Zhibai led her to a secluded corner, a spot hidden from the outside view.
In an instant, Lu Meng's fair complexion deepened to a rosy hue,
as she realized the reason for Chen Zhibai's choice of location. When they emerged from the corner, over 10 minutes had elapsed, and Lu Meng's meticulously applied lipstick now appeared somewhat smudged. Let us head back for a shower and then find a place to eat. It's quite inconvenient without a proper place, Chen Zhibai stated, holding her hand. Indeed, the absence of a private space was becoming increasingly apparent to Chen Zhibai. Finding a secluded spot for a kiss required meticulous planning. Any sound would cause Lu Meng to shy away.
Having a place would certainly alleviate many constraints.
And as he contemplated this, he briefly glanced at Lu Meng, his gaze lingering on her legs for a moment. Though Lu Meng remained silent, she playfully tapped Chen Zhibai's arm but did not resist his suggestion to find a place. After all, she had considered this the previous night, deciding that aside from the final step, she could allow Chen Zhibai some liberties. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the boys' dormitory. I'll head back first.
I shower quickly while you girls take your time.
I'll wait for you downstairs after I'm done, Chen Zhibai informed her.
How do you know we girls take longer? Lu Meng teased, smiling before nodding in agreement.
Got it, she said.
And Chen Zhibai released her hand as he entered the boys' dormitory.
Once his figure disappeared from sight, Lu Meng turned and made her way back to the girls' dormitory. Upon returning and opening the door, it was still before 8 in the morning. She saw Wang Hui and Liu still asleep, while Shen Qing was already up.
Did you go for a run?
Shen Qing, sitting at her desk and combing her hair, remarked in surprise at Lu Meng's appearance.
Clad in sports attire and slightly glistening with sweat.
Yes, I went for a run, Lu Meng nodded, unable to resist glancing at Xin Chang, genuinely admiring her graceful demeanor as a cool and elegant beauty. I went running with my boyfriend, Lu Meng added, retracting her gaze after a moment's reflection.
That sounds lovely, Xin Chang replied, nodding in approval.
I'll go shower now, Lu Meng said, grabbing a towel and a change of clothes as she stepped into the restroom. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen Zhibai found Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao still sleeping. Paying them no mind, he headed straight to the bathroom for a shower.
Afterward, 5 minutes had passed. Due to washing his hair, he utilized a hairdryer in the restroom.
Once everything was in order, he picked up his phone and messaged Lu Meng, informing her that he was ready and would head to the girls' dormitory shortly. Just as he was about to put his phone away, a thought crossed his mind. He opened the chat with Chen Zhibai and sent her a good morning message, as he believed in treating all his girlfriends equally. After waiting a few minutes without a reply from Chen Zhibai, he inferred she was still asleep. Chen Zhibai then tucked his phone away, retrieved his car keys from beneath his pillow, and prepared to leave the dormitory.
Hey, Lao Chen, did you finish your run? Where are you off to now?
Wang Chao mumbled, rubbing his eyes in confusion as he looked at Chen Zhibai.
Going on a date, Chen Zhibai replied, casting a glance his way. Pfft, do you think I'll believe that? Wang Chao scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Chen Zhibai's words. I'll admit, with your new hairstyle you look quite handsome, but finding a girlfriend so quickly?
I don't buy it, Wang Chao continued, wearing an expression that conveyed his skepticism. Chen Zhibai merely shrugged. If you don't believe it, that's fine, he said before stepping out of the dormitory.
Of course I don't believe you, Wang Chao muttered,
preparing to settle back into sleep, only to be interrupted by a sudden urge to relieve himself. After using the restroom, he returned to his bed, where he spotted Zhou Hao still in a deep slumber. After a moment's thought, Wang Chao stealthily approached and playfully slapped Zhou Hao's thigh.
Whoa! Zhou Hao jolted awake.
Relax, Zhou Gongzi, I saw a mosquito on your leg, so I gave it a little whack.
No need to thank me, Wang Chao said nonchalantly. Really? Zhou Hao asked,
his face a mask of doubt, feeling as if he had been deliberately struck, yet lacking any evidence.
Absolutely,
Wang Chao affirmed with a serious nod, then hummed a tune as he returned to his bed. Chapter 57, Efforts are futile. Having finished my shower, I now need to dry my hair, which may take a little while.
A cute kitten emoji pops into my mind. As Chen Zhibai exited the boys' dormitory, he received a WeChat message from Lu Meng, comprising a text and an adorable emoji.
No hurry, take your time drying your hair, he replied. Lu Meng responded instantly, followed by another message. My boyfriend is so considerate, sending love. Chen Zhibai chuckled softly but chose not to respond further, instead putting his phone away. Inside the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng, noticing Chen Zhibai had not replied, placed her phone beside the sink and picked up the hairdryer to style her hair. After about 5 or 6 minutes of drying, she checked her reflection in the mirror and applied a simple light makeup, just a touch of powder and some lipstick. Although it was a minimal look, her naturally stunning features made her appear remarkably beautiful. After tidying away the hairdryer, Lu Meng stepped out of the restroom to find Li Yu and Wang Hui still fast asleep.
Meanwhile,
Xin Xing had already styled her hair and was quietly reciting English vocabulary, eager to pass the CET-4 English exam.
Upon hearing the restroom door creak open,
Xin Xing instinctively glanced back and saw Lu Meng emerging.
Are you heading out?
Xin Xing inquired, having noticed Lu Meng's light makeup and styled hair.
Yes.
I'm going out for breakfast with my boyfriend, Lu Meng responded with a smile, after which they fell into a comfortable silence.
Xin Chang resumed her quiet study,
while Lu Meng rifled through her wardrobe for an outfit. Though they shared a dormitory, their relationship was rather casual, neither too distant nor too close.
They engaged in light conversation,
but rarely delved into deeper topics. Perhaps it was due to their shared beauty that they kept a certain distance, as if beautiful women naturally repelled one another.
Soon enough,
Lu Meng selected her attire, a white short-sleeved top paired with a black skirt. Once dressed, she meticulously tucked the hem of her white top into her skirt, accentuating her slender waist and showcasing her enviable long legs. Her proportions were striking. There was a half-length mirror in the dormitory, one that Lu Meng had purchased herself,
And after a quick glance, satisfaction glimmered on her fair, exquisite face.
This outfit was deliberately chosen to highlight her legs, a feature she had never felt overshadowed by anyone. Reflecting on her own beauty, Lu Meng turned to glance at Xinqiang. Although she acknowledged Xinqiang's beauty, particularly her unique, cool aura, she remained proud of her own legs, having observed Xinqiang's during their shared living experience. Frankly, while Xinqiang's legs were lovely, they paled in comparison to her own. With a buoyant spirit, Lu Meng withdrew her gaze and stepped out of the dormitory, sending a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. "I'm all set, heading out now, okay?" "I'm just downstairs at your dorm," Chen Zhibai quickly replied. Lu Meng tucked her phone away and descended the stairs. Back in the dormitory, as the door clicked shut, Xinqiang paused her vocabulary recitation to glance at the door, then returned her focus to her studies.
"Hey, Xinqiang, are you still memorizing English words? So diligent. What time is it?"
Wang Hui, groggy and just waking, noticed Xinqiang at her desk and expressed her admiration before asking the time. "It's only 8 in the morning, still early enough to sleep some more," Xinqiang answered, glancing at her phone.
"Just 8? Well,
I'll catch a bit more sleep then." Wang Hui nodded but didn't immediately close her eyes, instead turning to Xinqiang. "Honestly, I think you're amazing, so beautiful and graceful, and you work so hard. Whoever gets to be your boyfriend will surely be very lucky."
Wang Hui spoke earnestly.
During the past month of school, she had consistently seen Xinqiang diligently studying every morning. "Just go back to sleep," Xinqiang chuckled, her smile enhancing her natural beauty,
combined with her cool demeanor, evoking the essence of a daffodil. "I mean it. I genuinely think whoever ends up with you will be fortunate,"
Wang Hui reiterated with a laugh before rolling over, eyes closing in fatigue. Xinqiang sat at her desk, momentarily distracted and somewhat disheartened.
In her youth,
she had always believed that hard work was paramount, that through effort, one could achieve the life they desired.
However, adulthood had unveiled a harsher reality. Effort, it seemed, was often inconsequential. Just observe the elderly sweeping the streets at dawn, the laborers toiling on construction sites, or the delivery workers rushing about. Do they not exert themselves? Yet, do they live the lives they aspire to? Not at all.
Thus, the notion that effort is inherently valuable began to feel rather futile to her.
Still,
she had grown accustomed to the grind. Shaking her head, Xinqiang chose not to dwell on such thoughts and redirected her focus toward the vocabulary. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her strikingly beautiful face, imbuing it with a unique charm.
Upon exiting the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng spotted Chen Zhibai standing not far from the entrance, engrossed in his phone.
Initially intending to greet him, she decided instead to tease him. Slowing her pace and stealthily approaching him from behind, she tiptoed and gently covered his eyes with her hands.
"Cough, guess who I am? If you can't,
you'll have to keep guessing." Lu Meng playfully deepened her voice, hoping to disguise her identity. Nevertheless, it was hardly a challenge for Chen Zhibai to identify her. Aside from the distinct, pleasant scent of her shampoo and body wash, who else would engage with him in such a manner? Even with her voice altered,
it was unmistakably Lu Meng. After a moment, he decided to indulge in the game. "Is it Su Miao Miao?" He fabricated a name. "Nope," Lu Meng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback.
Then raised her voice slightly.
"Not? Let me guess again, is it?" Chen Zhibai conjured another name. "Wrong again," Lu Meng declared,
dropping her hands and stepping in front of him.
"It's me. Now tell me, who are Su Miao and Wang Ya?" Lu Meng asked, a hint of suspicion in her tone.
Chen Zhibai found himself momentarily speechless, captivated by Lu Meng's appearance. Her fair, beautiful face radiated brightness. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing a graceful neck. The white top tucked into her black skirt accentuated her slender waist and remarkable leg proportions. She exuded an undeniable goddess-like aura, akin to a campus belle stepping out of a film.
Chapter 58, Lu Meng's tension. How is it? Is it beautiful?
Noticing Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, filled with admiration, Lu Meng felt a surge of pride and, in the midst of their conversation, twirled gracefully before him,
showcasing her exquisite figure.
"Indeed, it is beautiful," Chen Zhibai affirmed, nodding before he took her hand in his. "Let us proceed to the cafeteria for a meal. Afterwards, we shall look at the house. All right, Lu Meng replied, her mind now occupied with questions about Su Miaomio and Wang Ya.
Thus, she directly inquired, who are they? Who else could it be? I was merely teasing you, did you truly think I wouldn't guess it was you?
The moment you told me you were ready to come out, my eyes were covered, Chen Zhibai responded with a hint of exasperation.
Instantly,
Lu Meng felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, yet inwardly, she exhaled a sigh of relief.
To be candid, since establishing their romantic relationship,
she had been plagued by insecurities. Chen Zhibai possessed exceptional qualities, his age, appearance, demeanor, and wealth combined to create a sense of unease within her.
It might seem incredulous,
considering her own striking beauty, which undoubtedly placed her in the goddess category. However, the reality was that beauty pales in comparison to wealth.
Not to mention Chen Zhibai's age,
which would undoubtedly attract many beautiful girls. Lu Meng was acutely aware that this was a certainty she had prepared herself for.
After all, she was the one who actively pursued Chen Zhibai, was she not? Fortunately, she had taken the initiative. As for the future, what was she contemplating? Observing Lu Meng lost in thought, Chen Zhibai turned to her and inquired, what are you thinking about?
Nothing much, just pondering what to eat. The soup dumplings and steamed buns at the second cafeteria are delicious, and I'm torn between the two, Lu Meng replied, shaking herself from her reverie and smiling. We'll discuss the future later.
For now, at least, she was Chen Zhibai's girlfriend.
Even if other girls were vying for his attention, they would merely be side characters, while she remained the leading lady. Let us order both, after all, we can finish it together, Chen Zhibai suggested without further contemplation.
Yes, that sounds great, Lu Meng nodded.
And together they strolled hand in hand into the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, after ordering a portion of soup dumplings and steamed buns, along with 2 bowls of congee,
Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng found a seat by the window.
Just as they took their first bites, a voice rang out nearby.
Lu Meng! What a coincidence! You're here at the second cafeteria too?
The voice carried a note of surprise. Chen Zhibai looked up to see a rather handsome young man,
whose family appeared to be well off, as evidenced by the Nike shoes he wore. Accompanying him were 3 other boys, likely his dorm mates. By the way, may I ask who this is? After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Meng, Fu Xiaojie casually glanced at Chen Zhibai, feigning indifference. However,
the scrutiny in his gaze betrayed a sense of wariness. Fu Xiaojie had been determined to win Lu Meng's heart since the first day of school. But a month had passed, and not only had he failed to capture her affection, but he had also been denied even a simple meal together. It brought him some comfort that Lu Meng had not only rejected his invitations but also those from other boys. At least they were all in the same boat.
But now, what did he see? His goddess, Lu Meng, was sharing breakfast with another boy?
They appeared to be having a delightful conversation, their closeness making him feel uneasy.
Thus, he approached them, casually inquiring about Chen Zhibai's identity.
While speaking, he assessed Chen Zhibai briefly, his vigilance heightening.
Though not conventionally handsome,
Chen Zhibai possessed an appealing demeanor, exuding a refreshing and clean aura. Moreover, the quality of his attire was evident. Fu Xiaojie recognized it as an Italian luxury brand, likely costing several thousand yuan, a fact that brought him a mix of apprehension and confidence, as his own family could afford such expenses.
Behind Fu Xiaojie, his 3 roommates remained silent, fully aware of their friend's infatuation with Lu Meng.
They too found her attractive, but lacked the courage to pursue her, unlike Fu Xiaojie, who came from a well-to-do family. This is my boyfriend, Lu Meng stated, her words cutting through the air.
Upon seeing Fu Xiaojie, she instinctively frowned, yet without hesitation.
She declared this truth.
Your boyfriend? You are dating someone?
Fu Xiaojie's demeanor shifted, disbelief etched across his face. Yes, this is my boyfriend, Lu Meng confirmed, looking directly at Fu Xiaojie, clearly signaling her intent.
Although we are classmates, we are not well acquainted, so could you please leave?
I wish to enjoy my meal with my boyfriend undisturbed. Her tone was direct, carrying an implicit message to Chen Zhibai. She and Fu Xiaojie were not close, and she feared any misconceptions.
How can you say you're not familiar?
You are classmates, Fu Xiaojie retorted, his expression darkening as he recognized her dismissal. But he was unwilling to leave, for his feelings for Lu Meng ran deep. After uttering those words, he turned to Chen Zhibai.
Brother, are you also from our school? You seem to be a freshman as well.
Let's be friends, come, let us shake hands.
I am part of the student council. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out.
I can help with minor matters, Fu Shaojie said, extending his hand toward Chen Zhibai, eager to gather information about him. He sought to maintain his pursuit of Lu Meng, and mentioning his position in the student council was a way of showcasing his status. Being in the student council was something he took pride in. Lu Meng, seated at the table, felt her expression cool as she watched Fu Shaojie blatantly disregard her request to leave, instead, attempting to engage Chen Zhibai.
Chapter 59, Stunned. You wear a watch worth over $1 million?
Lu Meng wore a cold expression, ready to speak, but at that moment, Chen Zhibai waved his hand towards her and then extended it to grasp Fu Shaojie's hand.
Come, let's shake hands.
That's the way, brother.
I still have enough connections at school.
As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. Seeing Chen Zhibai reaching out for a handshake, a smug look emerged on Fu Shaojie's face, as he interpreted this as Chen Zhibai yielding to him.
However,
the words he intended to utter were abruptly halted when he noticed the exquisite Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning Chen Zhibai's wrist. This revelation left him momentarily speechless, a dazed expression spreading across his face. The Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740, carries a staggering price tag of
$55 million. To be frank, at that moment,
Fu Shaojie was utterly flabbergasted. He had a profound appreciation for watches, particularly the Patek Philippe brand,
though he could never afford one.
He possessed an extensive knowledge of its timepieces, which only deepened his astonishment. He was entirely certain that the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist was an authentic piece,
as its quality was unmistakable.
If it were a counterfeit, it might fool others, but not him, for his admiration for Patek Philippe was genuine.
What's the matter, brother? Why the silence? Are you not fond of conversing?
Chen Zhibai, seated comfortably, noticed Fu Shaojie's blank stare directed at his wristwatch and recognized that he had made the connection. Thus, he smiled, his tone remaining as casual as ever.
I. Fu Shaojie snapped back to reality, yet he found himself at a loss for words.
Simply staring at Chen Zhibai, swallowing hard. He never imagined that Chen Zhibai would wear such an expensive timepiece, and he was acutely aware of what that implied. Most second-generation wealthy individuals would not indulge in such extravagance, let alone Chen Zhibai, who, like him, was merely a freshman. Consequently, Fu Shaojie's confidence began to wane.
He finally understood why Lu Meng had chosen Chen Zhibai as her boyfriend. This level of affluence was truly formidable.
Cough, it's nothing. My apologies, brother, for interrupting your meal with your girlfriend. Well, you enjoy your meal, my roommates and I will find somewhere else to dine.
Goodbye.
Fu Shaojie chuckled awkwardly, lowering his posture significantly, abandoning any previous remarks about seeking Chen Zhibai's assistance at school.
What need is there for words? A person who can afford $1 million watch can solve any problem. The student council? What use is that?
Lu Meng, sitting at the table, initially wore a frosty expression.
But upon witnessing Fu Shaojie's sudden change in demeanor, she was momentarily taken aback. The next second, she noticed Fu Shaojie's gaze frequently flicking to Chen Zhibai's watch,
accompanied by him swallowing nervously.
What more is there to understand?
Lu Meng sighed in relief, fearing that Fu Shaojie would linger and upset Chen Zhibai. She was well aware that men possess a strong sense of possessiveness. Although she and Fu Shaojie had hardly spoken since the semester began, Chen Zhibai might still overthink things. She did not wish to create any distance between herself and Chen Zhibai. Now that Fu Shaojie had retreated, it could not have been better news.
On the other side,
Fu Shaojie's three roommates were equally astonished by his abrupt attitude shift, their expressions filled with bewilderment and curiosity. They were well acquainted with Fu Shaojie's prideful demeanor,
often relishing the notion of being Lu Meng's boyfriend.
Yet, in one moment he was aggressive, and in the next, he was submissive. What on earth had transpired? The three roommates were puzzled, but since they could not recognize the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist, they remained oblivious to the reason behind Fu Shaojie's drastic change.
Are you leaving already? Not going to chat for a bit? Why not sit down and share a meal? Didn't you just say that having more friends opens more doors?
Chen Zhibai, however, did not let Fu Shaojie depart just yet, holding onto his hand with a relaxed tone, laced with a hint of teasing.
No. I won't disturb your meal.
You all enjoy yourselves, my roommates and I will find somewhere else to eat. Fu Xiaojie chuckled nervously again. He was well aware of Chen Zhibai's jest. Had anyone else dared to tease him, he would have been furious. But with Chen Zhibai, he felt compelled to hold back his anger. He did not wish to offend Chen Zhibai, as his family was involved in business, albeit on a modest scale. He understood the implications of crossing someone who wore $1 million watch while still in university. While dealing with wealthy heirs was manageable, the thought of confronting someone from a powerful family sent chills down his spine. He genuinely liked Lu Meng, intensely so, but he was also pragmatic.
Not eating at all? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. Not eating, not eating.
You all enjoy yourselves, I won't intrude any longer, brother. Fu Xiaojie replied with another awkward chuckle.
Very well, you all go ahead and eat.
Only then did Chen Zhibai release his grip.
Fu Xiaojie exhaled a sigh of relief.
All right, brother, we'll take our leave.
Bye.
He waved at Chen Zhibai, who nodded in acknowledgement, before turning to lead his roommates away. Throughout the entire exchange, he did not converse with Lu Meng. Nor did he spare her even a glance. Having resigned himself to the situation, he was determined to let go completely. Though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart.
Fu Xiaojie recognized that any relationship with Lu Meng was now futile.
He suppressed his emotions and, alongside his roommates, exited the cafeteria, abandoning any intention of dining there further.
Brother Jia, what's going on?
You seem to show a lot of respect to Lu Meng's boyfriend.
Are you not planning to compete for her?
One of his roommates finally voiced the question that had been plaguing him as they left the cafeteria, tugging at Fu Xiaojie's arm.
Yeah, Brother Jia. This isn't your usual style. Go after him, you have a good chance.
Echoed another roommate, nodding in agreement.
Indeed, I think so too, added the last.
Although Fu Xiaojie harbored a sense of superiority, he was generous enough, often treating his 3 roommates to meals throughout the past month, which had fostered a decent camaraderie among them. This was a point where Fu Xiaojie surpassed Zhou Hao.
Compete for what? How can I contend with someone of his caliber?
Fu Xiaojie scoffed, a look of helplessness etched on his face.
Rich heir? You really think he is a rich heir? Then what are you afraid of? You're also a rich heir, go ahead and compete.
Lu Meng is the goddess in our class, we can't let her be taken by someone from another class.
His roommates urged in unison. All right, enough.
Fu Xiaojie quickly interjected before continuing, though my family has some wealth, in comparison to his, I am nothing. To put it plainly, my family cannot be compared to his at all, I don't even have the qualification to compete.
Is that for real? Brother Jie? Are you joking?
The 3 roommates were momentarily taken aback, responding in unison.
Chapter 60, Not so easy to encounter Brother Jia, your family runs a clothing factory, right?
You mentioned before that the annual profit exceeds $1 million.
With such wealth, how can you not even be qualified to compare with him?
One of the roommates instinctively remarked, thinking Fu Xiaojie was being overly modest. In his eyes, Fu Xiaojie was undeniably a rich second-generation individual, for whom $1 million profit was hardly trivial.
Yet, he claimed he wasn't even worthy of comparison with Chen Zhibai? Surely, that was implausible. Who is being modest? I am speaking the truth.
Fu Xiaojie glanced at his 3 roommates, and upon seeing their incredulous expressions, he continued, Do you know why my attitude shifted so dramatically just now, even addressing him as brother?
No, why is that, Brother Jie? The roommates inquired, shaking their heads.
Because the watch on his wrist is a Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740.
As he spoke,
Fu Xiaojie noticed his roommate's confusion, so he paused briefly before revealing the price. You may not understand the model, but let me tell you, this watch costs
$55 million. How much? No way.
Brother Jia, are you serious about the price of that watch?
How many millions? Upon hearing the figure of $55 million.
The 3 roommates were momentarily speechless, only able to respond instinctively.
Do not doubt your hearing, you heard correctly, it's indeed $55 million, Fu Xiaojie asserted. Now do you understand why I suddenly changed my demeanor and began calling him brother? You see it now? I get it. One roommate swallowed hard but then asked, "Brother Jie, does he really wear such an expensive watch? It can't be a counterfeit, can it?" Fu Xiaojie shot him a glance,
frankly stating he had no desire to engage with such questions.
"Do you really think I cannot distinguish between genuine and counterfeit?" he replied.
The roommate who had spoken earlier fell silent, a complex mix of emotions brewing within him.
A watch worth
1.55 million, he pondered whether he might ever earn such an amount in his lifetime, and yet it was merely a watch to someone else.
"Brother Jie,
even if he wears a watch worth over $1 million, I believe you could still compare with him, as your family's factory also makes over $1 million annually," another roommate curiously suggested.
Compare? My family's factory earns over $1 million through relentless hard work, and you think I can just buy a watch with that? Do you think my father would agree?"
Fu Xiaojie retorted.
"Let me put it this way, if I were to even suggest such a thing to my father,
he would consider whether he should start a new account because this one would be done for."
He paused, contemplating how to explain the difference between one type of rich second generation and another.
This was both an educational moment for his roommates and a means to salvage his pride.
Although he addressed Chen Zhibai as brother, there was a reason behind it. "Allow me to enlighten you on the distinctions among the wealthy second generation.
While they are all categorized as such, the disparity between some is greater than that between beggars and the affluent."
Fu Xiaojie began,
retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting 4, and offering one to each of his roommates before lighting one for himself.
"Take my family for instance.
Our factory does not operate on a small scale, our annual sales can reach 2 to 3 million.
However, after deducting costs, electricity, rent, and wages, we are left with just over $1 million in profit.
Yet, our family is indeed considered a household with assets worth over 10 million.
For assets and profits are distinct entities. We possess substantial assets.
But I wouldn't dare to buy a watch worth over $1 million. Even a $50,000 watch would likely be met with disapproval from my father.
However, if I were to ask for a $50,000 car, he would agree.
Cars are essential in daily life, while watches are classified as luxury items. To put it plainly, after I graduate from university, my father will certainly buy me a car worth over $50,000, but he would never purchase a watch of the same value for me."
"And him?"
"He is just starting college, and yet he wears a watch worth
$1.55 million.
I can assure you, his family's assets surpass $100 million, and not just marginally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so extravagant, especially given his age.
My father would only buy me a car after I graduate.
Thus, this watch worth over $1 million may not even constitute a significant expense for him."
Do you now understand why I said I lacked the qualification to compare with him?"
Fu Xiaojie finished, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. There was one more thing he wanted to address: Chen Zhibai's overall demeanor, calm, self-assured, and composed. He recalled attending a banquet with his father, where the son of a wealthy magnate exuded a similar aura. Such a presence could only be possessed by those with genuine confidence.
Got it, understood. So his family is that wealthy. It's no wonder the goddess Lu is his girlfriend. His 3 roommates nodded, their expressions dazed but enlightened by Fu Xiaojie's insights, finally grasping the significance of $1 million watch.
Only with substantial assets could one afford to spend over $1 million on something utterly superfluous to daily life.
Fu Xiaojie observed his roommates in silence, taking another drag from his cigarette. "Brother Jia, now that the goddess Lu has a boyfriend, what will you do?"
"I think Xincheng from our class is quite pretty too, with a cool demeanor that rivals Lu Meng," one roommate suggested.
Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaojie remained silent.
Yet his mind began to stir. A month prior, at the start of the semester, he had wavered between pursuing Lu Meng and Xincheng,
ultimately deciding on Lu Meng due to his preference for long legs.
But now, with Lu Meng seemingly out of reach, he considered Xincheng, her beauty and ethereal
cool aura were not inferior to Lu Meng's. Perhaps I should pursue her?
He mused, but decided to tread carefully, aware that everyone knew he was after Lu Meng.
A cooling-off period was necessary before he could approach Xincheng.
With this thought, Fu Xiaojie formulated a plan.
"Let us go out for barbecue, it's on me." Suppressing his thoughts, he declared,
"Brother Jia, you're so generous.
You're amazing." His 3 roommates cheered, their spirits lifted.
Seeing their excitement, Fu Xiaojie felt a surge of pride.
Although he might not possess the wealth of Chen Zhibai, he was undeniably a rich second-generation individual among ordinary people. Though he had not won Lu Meng's affection. This was an exceptional circumstance. Who could have anticipated that Lu Meng would end up with a rich second generation sporting $1 million watch? Such luck was extraordinary. But surely, Xinqing could not be similarly fortunate. Did one truly encounter such wealthy second-generation individuals so easily? Chapter 61, Calm and Steady Inside the Cafeteria. After watching Fu Xiaojie leave with his 3 roommates, Chen Zhibai shifted his gaze only to find Lu Meng staring at him, her demeanor somewhat anxious. "What's wrong?" Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing her unease. "Nothing." Lu Meng shook her head, hesitated a moment, then could not resist asking, "You're not angry, are you?" "Angry? Why would I be angry?" Chen Zhibai arched an eyebrow, puzzled by her question. However, he quickly realized her concern. "Are you worried that I might be upset because of Fu Xiaojie?" he asked. Lu Meng nodded honestly, her beautiful eyes meeting his. "I really don't know him well. Although we are classmates, I haven't spoken to him much this past month since school started. He invited me to dinner. But I never accepted, so..." She felt compelled to explain, genuinely worried that Chen Zhibai might take offense. "You think too little of me. I'm not that petty. It's perfectly normal for boys to pursue you. In fact, if no one did, that would be strange. I trust that you're not close with him, so there's no need to worry about my feelings," Chen Zhibai reassured her. He truly was not angered. He was far from petty. It would be unreasonable to feel upset simply because another man showed interest in Lu Meng. Given her stunning beauty, charm, and graceful figure, it was only natural for her to attract attention. To be irked by such attention would reflect insecurity, a sign of weakness. A genuinely confident man would feel pride knowing that while others could only admire from afar, he could call her his own. For instance, if you were a billionaire, would you feel angered by the attention your girlfriend received from other men? Frankly, no. Such confidence stems from one's self-assuredness. Really not angry? Lu Meng gazed at Chen Zhibai, and upon seeing him nod, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She could tell he was genuinely unperturbed. "That's good. Let us eat. Didn't you say you enjoy the soup dumplings here?" Chen Zhibai used his chopsticks to place a dumpling in Lu Meng's bowl. Lu Meng nodded but did not eat immediately. Instead, she pulled a small hair tie from her bag and casually gathered her hair into a simple ponytail before lowering her head to eat. As she ate, Lu Meng reflected on why Chen Zhibai was unbothered. Indeed, a man of his caliber would hardly feel threatened by another's interest in him. Although Fu Xiaojie appeared decent, he likely did not even register on Chen Zhibai's radar. Lu Meng glanced up at Chen Zhibai, noting his pleasing appearance, calm demeanor, and inherent confidence, qualities far more significant than mere looks. She resumed eating her dumplings, her heart lightened. The more exceptional he was, the happier she felt. Chen Zhibai consumed his meal rapidly. By the time he finished, Lu Meng still had half a bowl of congee left. He observed her, noting how her hair, once cascading over her shoulders, was now tied back in a casual ponytail. This simple hairstyle accentuated her delicate features and gracefully elongated neck, radiating a bright and elegant aura. "What's up?" Lu Meng noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze and curiously asked. "Nothing." Chen Zhibai shook his head, gesturing for her to continue her meal. "Oh, okay." Lu Meng resumed eating without further thought. Buzz. Chen Zhibai's phone vibrated on the table. He picked it up and glanced at Lu Meng. As it was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. Seeing Lu Meng engrossed in her food, he opened the message. "Up so early? I just woke up," came Chen Zhiawei's text, accompanied by a cute cat yawning emoji. She sent another message shortly after, inquiring what Chen Zhibai was doing. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhibai snapped a photo of the table, showcasing the empty bowl and 2 empty steamer baskets, deliberately omitting Lu Meng from the frame. Upon taking the photo, he sent it to Chen Zhiawei with a note, "Having a meal with my roommates. I'm a bit hungry too, but I don't feel like moving. I just want to lie in bed," Chen Zhiawei replied, clearly comfortable at home in her casual attire, a white tank top and black shorts, revealing an enviable figure. Then just lie there, it's not like you have anything to do, Chen Zhibai chuckled as he texted back. He could vividly picture Chen Zhibai lounging on her bed, looking utterly reluctant to rise. Hee, Chen Zhibai responded with a playful grin, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. I've finished eating, shall we go? Lu Meng said after sipping the last of her kanji, dabbing her mouth with a napkin before turning to Chen Zhibai. Let us go. Chen Zhibai nodded, simultaneously messaging Chen Zhibai, chat later, I have something to attend to. Okay, go ahead. I'll check on my best friend in the other room to see if she is awake and if she is hungry, Chen Zhibai replied almost immediately. Chen Zhibai didn't reply further, locking his phone and stowing it in his pocket. Let us head to the school parking lot to get the car, he said to Lu Meng. All right. Lu Meng nodded, appearing perfectly composed, yet her beautiful eyes could not help but glance at the phone Chen Zhibai had just tucked away. She was curious about whom he had been chatting with, especially since he seemed to be in good spirits. By the way, who were you chatting with just now? You looked quite cheerful, she asked, casually linking her arm with his as they exited the cafeteria. Oh, just a childhood friend of mine, a guy, Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng felt immediate relief and skillfully shifted the topic. Shall we head straight to look for a rental property? No, Chen Zhibai shook his head, noticing her surprised expression. First, we need to get the license plate sorted. Right now, my car has a temporary plate. Once that's done, we can look for a place, but not for rent, rather, we'll buy a property. He elaborated that the license plates had been secured after unlocking Chen Zhiawei's first kiss mission, and he had obtained a set of sequential numbers. With time on his hands today, they would take care of the license plates first, then proceed to purchase a home. Chapter 62, How wonderful it is to encounter you buying a house. Chen Zhibai spoke casually, but Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful brows and eyes reflecting her surprise. Did they not discuss renting a place just the night before? Unable to restrain herself, she inquired. The reason was, of course, that he had not yet secured the 10 million funding for the purchase. Chen Zhibai silently noted that he could not disclose this to Lu Meng, but he had already devised a rationale. Indeed, he had initially considered renting, but upon reflection, he deemed purchasing a home to be a more secure and comforting choice. The thought of living in one's own space brings about a distinct sense of contentment, thus he decided to buy a property outright. He expressed this thought with an air of nonchalance, which was genuine in his heart. After all, the funds for the house were provided by the system, requiring no expenditure on his part. However, while he conveyed this ease, Lu Meng's feelings became decidedly intricate. She was well aware of the housing market in Zhangchang, where the average price hovered around 20,000 per square meter, with prime locations commanding even higher rates. A 100 square meter apartment would amount to 2 million. Yet, in Chen Zhibai's eyes, this sum was as trivial as the cost of a watch. Upon this realization, Lu Meng discovered that she had readily accepted the notion of purchasing a home. For many, acquiring a property in Zhangchang would demand years of arduous toil, yet for him, it seemed an effortless endeavor. By the way, I will drive to the Vehicle Administration Office to register the license plates. While we're in the car, could you scout for suitable neighborhoods in the university town? If you find something appealing, we can finalize the registration and proceed with the purchase, Chen Zhibai proposed. You want me to look at the neighborhoods? Lu Meng was momentarily stunned, instinctively questioning him. She had not anticipated that Chen Zhibai would invite her to participate in this decision. Of course, you should. This house is to be our shared abode. And as the lady of the house, your opinion is paramount, Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. As he observed the delightful surprise blooming on Lu Meng's fair and lovely face, he couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek. Lu Meng was indeed elated, for she understood Chen Zhibai's words. This home was to be theirs, and she was the mistress of it. All right, I will look for neighborhoods while in the car. Specifically in the university town, correct? She asked, suppressing her inner delight. Yes, purchasing in the university town is convenient since we will be here for the next 4 years. Please focus on newly developed neighborhoods, preferably those that are fully furnished, so we need only acquire some furniture to move in, Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. Understood. Lu Meng nodded, and as they conversed, they arrived at the school parking lot, soon standing before a sleek, gray BMW X5. In the sunlight, The color exuded a particularly fashionable and sporty aura. "Get in," Chen Zhibai instructed, unlocking the vehicle with a key. After taking his place in the driver's seat, he started the engine. As they drove toward the school entrance, Lu Meng retrieved her phone, eager to search for new neighborhoods in the university town. "Drive safely."
"I'm beginning my search for neighborhoods now," she called out to Chen Zhibai, her excitement palpable.
"Sure," he replied, though his gaze inadvertently lingered on her.
Beneath her black skirt, her legs were long and fair. Lu Meng, engrossed in her search, remained oblivious to his gaze.
Meanwhile, Chen Zhibai took out his phone and made a call. After unlocking the task for Chen Jiaowei's first kiss and obtaining the license plates, the system had provided a phone number for direct assistance with the registration. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhibai parked in front of the Jiangcheng Vehicle Administration Office. "Hello?
I'm Wang Hai, the one who spoke with you earlier regarding your license plates." A young man in his mid-20s approached him as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. The office's leadership had informed him that someone would be coming for the license plates, reserved for him for quite some time. He had anticipated this moment. But he was astonished to find a young man before him, seemingly just out of university. It was evident that fortune had favored him. To commence college with a high-end BMW X5 and a personal greeting from the head of the office for license plate number 999.
Wang Hai envied him internally,
though he maintained a composed exterior, as befits an adult.
"Thank you for your assistance," Chen Zhibai responded politely. "Not a problem at all. Please hand me your car keys. We need to inspect the vehicle for the registration process."
"Rest assured, it will be completed swiftly, within half an hour," Wang Hai assured him.
"All right," Chen Zhibai nodded,
calling Lu Meng to step out of the car before handing over the keys.
"Leave the rest to me, I'll take you inside to wait," Wang Hai said.
Casting a fleeting glance at Lu Meng, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features before he turned away.
Soon,
Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng were led into a room by Wang Hai, who then departed with the car keys.
Chen Zhibai settled onto a sofa, contemplating Wang Hai's retreating figure.
It seemed this was the power of the system. Yet, he pondered how the system had procured such license plates.
Shaking his head,
he chose not to dwell on it further, realizing that the stronger the system, the stronger he would become. Lu Meng sat beside him, her emotions swirling. She had always believed that registering a vehicle was a cumbersome process, having heard complaints from a relative following a car purchase.
But now, where was the hassle?
The office staff took care of everything, and despite his youthful appearance, they treated Chen Zhibai with utmost respect.
Moreover, he was obtaining a license plate with a sequence of 999. Lu Meng's feelings were complex, yet she recognized that this privileged treatment stemmed entirely from Chen Zhibai. Was this what one might call a privilege? "What are you thinking?" Chen Zhibai waved his hand in front of Lu Meng's face, smiling.
"Nothing much," she replied. Coming back to her senses, a smile appearing as she leaned affectionately against his arm.
"I just feel so fortunate to have met you."
Chapter 63, The Gap Between Individuals. It was said that it would take half an hour to obtain the license, yet only 20 minutes had passed. And all the formalities were completed, with the license affixed to the vehicle. The series of 3 consecutive 9s on the license plate, displayed on the sleek gray BMW X5,
transformed the car's aura entirely.
As Chen Zhibai drove away from the vehicle management office, Wang Hai accompanied him to the entrance.
"Brother Hai, may I ask about his background?"
A curious young man, also an employee of the vehicle management office and newly hired this year, inquired.
"How could he command the director's personal greeting for you to attend to him, and even receive the coveted series of 3 9s?
"Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you," Wang Hai replied curtly, his demeanor shifting from amiable towards Chen Zhibai to that of a senior reprimanding a junior.
He then turned and returned to the office.
The young man pouted, muttering under his breath before stealing a glance at the departing BMW X5, his eyes filled with envy.
Even without Wang Hai's explanation, he understood Chen Zhibai's status was far from ordinary. After all, at such a young age, he was driving a fully equipped BMW X5 and had acquired the prestigious license plate of 3 9s.
Jiang City was a burgeoning first-tier metropolis, where obtaining a license was straightforward, yet securing a desirable license plate was a rarity, given the vast population and the attention such plates attracted.
Chen Zhibai had achieved this with ease. The young man's envy intensified as he thought not only of Chen Zhibai's wealth but also of his girlfriend. He had caught a glimpse of Lu Meng, and though he quickly averted his gaze, her beauty, poise, and striking long legs left him envious of Chen Zhibai. Sighing, the young man dismissed his thoughts and re-entered the vehicle management office. "What are you thinking?" Chen Zhibai asked, noticing Lu Meng's silence as she appeared lost in thought.
"Nothing much," Lu Meng replied, snapping back to reality with a smile, though her mind was still occupied with the matter of the license plate.
That was quick. And a plate of 3 nines. How did the property viewing go? It's still early, not yet 10 in the morning.
If there's a promising neighborhood,
we should go see it right away.
Chen Zhibai, not pondering further, parked the car in a temporary spot by the roadside and inquired.
As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Lu Meng's fair, radiant face. A home is indeed necessary, as it provides a personal sanctuary.
I checked out several new neighborhoods. I found some listings online that still have available units, Lu Meng explained.
Really? Which neighborhoods? Chen Zhibai asked, intrigued.
Lu Meng picked up her phone and presented it to Chen Zhibai, beginning to elaborate on her discoveries. Overall, while all were recent developments, significant differences existed in terms of geographical location, facilities, greenery, and property management within these neighborhoods, resulting in notable disparities in housing prices. The neighborhood with the lowest price had an average of 20,000 yuan per square meter, which was considered the standard in Jiang City.
In contrast,
the most expensive neighborhood commanded a staggering 50,000 yuan per square meter, located in the heart of the university town, renowned for its superior environment and amenities. Deemed the pinnacle of high-end living within the area. While the difference in price per square meter might not seem substantial at first glance, a 100 square meter apartment would result in a staggering 3 million yuan difference. A vast majority of individuals would never earn that amount in a lifetime,
illustrating the stark contrast between these neighborhoods.
However, the expensive neighborhood, known as Jin Lake Garden, justified its price with its prime location, exceptional facilities, and beautiful landscaping, all of which would undoubtedly captivate anyone who laid eyes upon it. Furthermore, it was fully furnished, developed in collaboration with a distinguished design and renovation firm in Jiang City. The disparity when compared to the 20,000 yuan neighborhood was glaringly obvious.
Which neighborhood are we going to view? Lu Meng asked from the passenger seat.
Her seatbelt accentuating her curves, but it was her long, proportionate legs that truly drew attention, captivating even those who were not typically leg enthusiasts. This was no mere illusion created by filters. Lu Meng's legs were genuinely remarkable, making her even more enviable.
After speaking, Lu Meng couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai.
She was particularly fond of Jin Lake Garden due to its splendid environment. Previously, when she watched the promotional video for the neighborhood online,
she was momentarily mesmerized by its beauty.
Moreover, Jin Lake Garden was well known within the university town. Everyone recognized it as the finest neighborhood, inhabited by affluent residents.
However,
with a price of 50,000 yuan per square meter, it was undeniably expensive.
A 100 square meter apartment would cost a staggering 5 million yuan,
while the average neighborhood at 20,000 yuan would require only 2 million for the same size.
That was a full 3 million yuan difference. Not just 30 or 300. Does Jin Lake Garden still have unsold units? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Indeed.
I saw a real estate agent for Jin Lake Garden on Douyin, and when I inquired, she mentioned that there were still units available, Lu Meng replied. Her heart racing as she sensed Chen Zhibai's intentions regarding the neighborhood. As expected, the next moment, Chen Zhibai nodded, declaring, "Let us head to the sales office at Jin Lake Garden." For him, the decision on which neighborhood to invest in was straightforward, as he wouldn't be spending his own money, thus naturally opting for the best. Furthermore, he had to admit that the properties in Jin Lake Garden were indeed stunning.
Are we truly buying in Jin Lake Garden?
Even though Lu Meng had already guessed his choice, witnessing Chen Zhibai's confirmation prompted her to ask instinctively. Of course. One should always opt for the best when it is available, Chen Zhibai affirmed, starting the engine and activating the navigation system as they drove toward the sales office of Jin Lake Garden.
Seated in the passenger seat,
Lu Meng felt her heart race uncontrollably.
Was she really about to move into a home at Jin Lake Garden? Imagining the visuals from the promotional videos, she felt a sense of disbelief.
Her own home was an old apartment building. Small with only 2 bedrooms and a living room, her parents occupied one room while she shared the other with her sister.
Consequently,
she had never truly possessed a space of her own. Moreover, the simplicity of her current living environment was a stark contrast to the luxurious Jin Lake Garden. Chapter 64, Purchasing a Home. The sales office for the Jinhu Home community is conveniently situated adjacent to the residential area, ensuring that prospective buyers can easily view the properties. As Chen Zhibai arrived at the entrance of the sales office, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since he set off.
"Let's get out," he remarked, unfastening his seatbelt while turning to Lu Meng.
Lu Meng nodded, promptly releasing her own seatbelt.
Upon entering the sales office,
Chen Zhibai observed that the spacious interior was remarkably devoid of clientele, save for a few uniformed sales staff, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. He was taken aback momentarily but soon comprehended the reason for this lack of activity. In a university town where the average property price hovers around 20 to 30,000, Jinhu Home commands an average of 50,000, which naturally deters many from considering a visit.
Is Jinhu Home a desirable place? Certainly, but the price is undeniably steep.
While many admire the community, the reality of their financial capabilities likely prevents them from even daring to enter the sales office.
Thus, the environment here inevitably feels a bit forlorn. Nevertheless, the sales office is elegantly designed. Chen Zhibai's gaze swept across the well-lit and pristine space, noting the tasteful decor.
The sales staff, both male and female, were attired in formal attire, with men donning suits and ties and women clad in standard office dresses.
Regardless of gender,
they were all quite attractive.
Although they may not rival Lu Meng's beauty, they could easily be regarded as charming in the eyes of the average person, scoring a commendable 7 or 8 out of 10.
Chen Zhibai surveyed the sales office with intrigued curiosity, as this was his first foray into such a high-end property venue. However, he felt no anxiety or discomfort. After all, he was genuinely capable of affording a residence here. With a purchase budget of 10 million in hand,
he exuded confidence and assurance that stems from financial security.
Despite being in unfamiliar territory, Chen Zhibai felt at ease, unlike Lu Meng, whose nervousness was well concealed, rendering it imperceptible to others.
"Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Zhao Xiaoli approached briskly, halting before Chen Zhibai and inquiring with a warm tone.
The reason for her cordial demeanor was evident. She had noted that Chen Zhibai had alighted from a BMW X5, a clear indication of his financial standing. In the service industry, it is not uncommon to present a more earnest attitude toward genuinely capable clients, which is understandable and justifiable.
"Allow me to introduce myself.
My name is Zhao Xiaoli, and I am a sales representative for Jinhu Home. It is a pleasure to serve you," she continued, addressing Chen Zhibai directly.
Having worked in sales for several years, she could easily discern that Chen Zhibai was the decision-maker.
As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily lingered on Lu Meng, who left her somewhat awestruck. To be candid, Zhao Xiaoli had encountered numerous beautiful women, yet none compared to Lu Meng's striking allure and enviable figure, which even made Zhao Xiaoli, typically confident in her own appearance, feel a twinge of insecurity. "Hello," Chen Zhibai replied courteously, nodding at Zhao Xiaoli before continuing.
"I am here to inquire about the available properties in the community."
Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with interest. Her extensive experience in customer interactions allowed her to quickly assess whether a client was genuinely interested in purchasing a property.
In her estimation,
there was no doubt that Chen Zhibai was serious about buying, given his immediate inquiry about available units.
Moreover,
it was evident to Zhao Xiaoli that Chen Zhibai possessed a palpable sense of self-assurance. Such confidence cannot be feigned. She had encountered clients who projected an air of importance,
yet their underlying insecurity was unmistakable.
"Please, follow me to the VIP lounge, where I can provide you with more information," Zhao Xiaoli suggested, suppressing her thoughts as she led the way. Although she noticed Chen Zhibai appeared relatively young, it mattered not. What counted was his financial capability.
"All right," Chen Zhibai nodded, taking Lu Meng's hand as they followed Zhao Xiaoli into the VIP lounge.
"Please have a seat," Zhao Xiaoli gestured. And once Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng were comfortably settled on the plush white sofa, she refrained from immediately discussing the available property types.
Instead,
she inquired about their beverage preferences.
Both Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng opted for mineral water.
Zhao Xiaoli acknowledged their choice and turned to fetch 2 bottles of Evian. Subsequently, she returned with a tablet, yet rather than sitting on the sofa, she half-squatted on the floor to present the various property types available in the community.
In summary,
Jinyu Home does not offer smaller units. There are numbers 70, 90, or even 100 square meter apartments available. The smallest unit starts at 112 square meters, with additional options of 130, 150, 180, and the largest being 220 square meters. What floors are currently available for the 180 square meter units? Chen Zhibai inquired directly. Calculating based on Jinyu Home's average price of 50,000 per square meter, his 10 million budget would allow for the purchase of a property up to 200 square meters. While he would prefer a 200 square meter unit, unfortunately, Jinyu Home does not offer such a layout, leading him to focus on the 180 square meter options instead.
Zhao Xiaoli,
still half-squatting, wore a fitted office uniform that accentuated her figure, exuding a sense of elegance.
Upon hearing Chen Zhibai's specific inquiry about the 180 square meter units,
her eyes gleamed with excitement, and her heart raced. The very fact that he was asking about this unit type signified that he could afford it. A 180 square meter apartment, priced at an average of 50,000 per square meter, amounts to a staggering 9 million. With a commission of 0.5. Although it may not seem substantial, selling one of these units would yield a commission of 45,000, a considerable sum. Thus, Zhao Xiaoli's heart raced, and she felt a dry mouth as she sensed her pulse quickening, acutely aware of her own excitement. Thankfully, she quickly regained her composure.
We currently have 15 180 square meter units available, located in.
Zhao Xiaoli's voice trembled slightly as she began to provide the details.
Her exhilaration was understandable.
Since the launch of Jinyu Home, the larger 180 square meter units had not sold easily.
Was a 9 million property truly so readily attainable?
Although Jiangcheng is considered a new first-tier city, salaries remain relatively modest.
Moreover, while it may be classified as a new first-tier city,
it would be more accurately categorized as a second-tier city, far from the likes of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. Consequently, a 9 million home is indeed a considerable investment. Chapter 65, Accelerated Heartbeat. Lu Meng reclined on the expansive, plush sofa, her heart instinctively racing upon hearing Chen Zhibai request Zhao Xiaoli to introduce the 180 square meter apartment.
Thump, thump.
The rhythm was both urgent and fervent. She endeavored to maintain an air of composure, yet her strikingly beautiful eyes betrayed her anticipation and nervousness.
Could it be as she envisioned?
At that moment, Zhao Xiaoli had completed her introduction of the available 180 square meter units, specifying the floors they occupied.
Is it convenient to view the unit on the 16th floor?
Chen Zhibai pondered for a moment before glancing at Zhao Xiaoli. Generally, the 180 square meter apartments were challenging to sell,
resulting in many floors remaining unsold.
The choice of the 16th floor stemmed from Chen Zhibai's fondness for the number itself, as it coincided with his birthday, August 16th.
And the height was suitable.
Thus, the 16th floor it was.
Convenient, of course, Zhao Xiaoli promptly nodded, then added.
Please wait here for a moment while I fetch the keys, and I'll take you to see the apartment.
After receiving Chen Zhibai's nod,
she rose from her crouched position on the floor, her graceful figure becoming apparent.
To be frank, although she did not compare to Lu Meng or Chen Jiawei,
her physique was still commendable. Chen Zhibai stole a couple of glances before quickly averting his gaze. Zhao Xiaoli sensed his scrutiny but feigned ignorance.
In truth,
had Chen Zhibai not been accompanied by Lu Meng, she might have considered making a bold advance.
Chen Zhibai's confidence and poise were palpable,
and her intuition told her he was inclined to purchase a property. Turning to retrieve the keys, which were centrally stored at the front desk for easy access,
Zhao Xiaoli made her way back.
Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa, glancing at her silhouette.
Perhaps it was merely an illusion,
but he couldn't shake the feeling that her hips swayed a bit too enticingly as she walked.
Shaking his head,
he redirected his gaze to find Lu Meng looking at him with bright, expectant eyes filled with nervousness.
"What's wrong?"
Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing her expression.
Are you intending to buy the 180 square meter apartment?" Lu Meng hesitated before asking, unable to suppress her curiosity.
Her heart brimmed with hope, for after all, A 180 square meter apartment was valued at 9 million.
Could she truly reside in such a place? We'll go see the apartment first, and if it suits us,
we shall proceed with the purchase, Chen Zhibai affirmed, causing Lu Meng's heart to race uncontrollably once more. The phrase "if it suits us" echoed in her mind, momentarily leaving her dazed.
Sir, I have the keys, we can now view the property, Zhao Xiaoli returned swiftly, approaching Chen Zhibai with a smile.
Very well, let us go.
Chen Zhibai nodded, rising from the sofa.
Although the community was adjacent to the sales office, he opted to drive, as the building housing the 180 square meter units was set deeper within the complex, making walking a considerable endeavor. After speaking with the security guard at the entrance, Zhao Xiaoli allowed the electronic barrier to lift, and Chen Zhibai smoothly drove into the community. The community implements a separation of vehicles and pedestrians, and there are underground parking spaces. Should you decide to purchase the 180 square meter flat, we will provide you with 2 parking slots, which can save you a significant sum, Zhao Xiaoli remarked from the back seat, leaning forward. Chen Zhibai nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent, preferring to focus on the viewing first. Frankly, while a 9 million property was undeniably expensive, he found little concern in it, as the expenditure was not out of his own pocket. Once the financial burden was lifted, the weight of it diminished. As the vehicle glided smoothly into the community, Zhao Xiaoli continued her commentary. Lu Meng, seated in the front passenger seat, gazed through the window, her lovely eyes absorbing the sights outside. Although she had previously seen promotional videos of Jinhu Garden on Douyin, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. It was exquisitely designed and undeniably beautiful. If only she could call this place home. Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng attempted to soothe her racing heart. A few minutes later, guided by Zhao Xiaoli, Chen Zhibai parked the car beneath a building entirely composed of 180 square meter units. Each floor contained 2 apartments. Yet each had its own elevator, designed in a staggered layout to ensure residents would not encounter their neighbors. After exiting the vehicle, Zhao Xiaoli explained. The first floor is entirely dedicated to leisure, with no residents. Noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of interest in further details, she pressed the elevator button. As the elevator doors opened, she held back momentarily, allowing Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to enter before following them inside. She then produced a special elevator card, swiping it to select the 16th floor. This is a proprietary elevator card, distinct from those of the homeowners, which only access their respective floors. Rest assured, she assured them with a smile as the elevator ascended. Shortly after, they reached the 16th floor, and with a pleasant chime, the doors opened. Zhao Xiaoli stepped out first, holding the door for Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng. The elevator opened directly opposite the apartment door, with a spacious area of approximately 20 square meters in between. This area is entirely yours, measuring 23 square meters. Thus, while the apartment is 180 square meters, including this space, it effectively totals 200 square meters, Zhao Xiaoli explained, producing a keycard to unlock the electronic door. She opened the door and gestured for Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to enter first. As they stepped into the apartment, Chen Zhibai was immediately struck by the tasteful decor. The interior design exuded modern elegance, both refined and contemporary. The living room, spanning 60 to 70 square meters, appeared particularly vast, with a stunning wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offering a glimpse of the bustling street outside. Chapter 66. Lu Meng hesitated. Zhao Xiaoli led Chen Zhibai on a tour of the residence. With 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, this 180 square meter apartment seemed to cater to the affluent, as it could have comfortably accommodated 5 bedrooms if not for the spaciousness of each room, which prioritized comfort, a clear indication that Jinhu Garden was designed for the wealthy. To be candid, Chen Zhibai was quite pleased with the property. Its ample space and exquisite decor, complete with installed air conditioning, meant that with the addition of a sofa, bed, and some bedding, they could move in immediately. What do you think of this place? Chen Zhibai inquired, turning to Lu Meng, who had been standing beside him. Wonderful, Lu Meng replied instinctively, her eyes sparkling. In fact, this was the most beautiful house she had ever encountered in reality. From its dimensions to its design, she found no fault. All right. Chen Zhibai nodded and then glanced at Zhao Xiaoli. Sir, this property is indeed remarkable. If you are Zhao Xiaoli began, eager to finalize the deal. But before she could finish, Chen Zhibai interrupted her with a wave of his hand.
I'll take it. Calculate the total, I will pay in full. Ah.
Zhao Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chen Zhibai in disbelief, suspecting her ears had deceived her. She had anticipated he might purchase the property. But she expected a prolonged negotiation. Never did she imagine he would express his intent so directly. The calmness with which he made such a monumental decision was astonishing. As if he were buying a mere trinket for 9 yuan rather than a 9 million yuan home.
Sir, are you saying you wish to buy this house? Zhao Xiaoli asked after swallowing hard. Yes, Chen Zhibai affirmed with a nod.
Seeing him nod, Zhao Xiaoli swallowed again, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Because he was purchasing the property outright, the overall price of 9 million yuan was discounted by 200,000. In addition to which 2 parking spaces were included at no extra cost. These parking spaces were not inexpensive. Furthermore, they waived 3 years' worth of property management fees. As Jinhu Garden employed its own management, the fees for such a high-end community were substantial, amounting to over 20,000 yuan annually for a property of this size.
Sir,
this is the maximum discount we can offer. Previous owners did not receive such favorable terms, Zhao Xiaoli said. Her expression a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as she looked at Chen Zhibai. Completing this sale would yield her a commission of 45,000 yuan, a considerable sum. Thus, she felt a knot of anxiety, fearing he might find the discount unsatisfactory. Yet, this truly was the best offer available.
All right, I will buy it.
Let us proceed with the transaction, Chen Zhibai said, extending his bank card towards Zhao Xiaoli, who was visibly tense.
In a daze for a moment.
She quickly recovered and accepted the card with both hands. The tension that had gripped her heart dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. After processing the payment and signing the purchase agreement, Chen Zhibai took the pen from Zhao Xiaoli's hands and signed his name on every page. Lu Meng, sitting nearby, maintained a poised demeanor, yet internally she felt somewhat disoriented. The reality of the purchase struck her, even though she knew Chen Zhibai was wealthy and capable. Witnessing him swipe his card to acquire a 9 million yuan property left her in awe.
What does 9 million represent? To put it into perspective,
if a typical university graduate earns 5,000 yuan per month, they would need to abstain from all expenses for 1,800 months or 150 years to amass such a sum. It would take a lifetime of labor to reach that figure. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lu Meng turned her gaze towards Chen Zhibai, who remained unflappable. His expression calm and self-assured, as if the sum he had just spent were nothing more than a trivial amount. Indeed, to him, 9 million might indeed be inconsequential. Reflecting on this, Lu Meng felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Initially, she had envisioned a gradual progression in their relationship,
allowing for meaningful interactions before taking significant steps.
She feared that if things moved too quickly, Chen Zhibai might not value what he obtained. Yet now, she hesitated.
Should she adhere to her original plan? Would he be displeased? And if so, would he seek companionship elsewhere?
Lu Meng's eyes revealed her inner turmoil. She was unequivocally aware that Chen Zhibai was the most exceptional man she could ever hope to find, perfectly suited to her in every aspect: age, appearance, demeanor, and wealth. His personality was equally commendable, exhibiting a maturity that far surpassed that of his peers.
Then a question arose: if she felt this way, how might other women perceive him? All right, Chen Zhibai said, oblivious to Lu Meng's contemplations.
After signing the necessary pages of the agreement under Zhao Xiaoli's guidance, he set the pen down on the table. I am unfamiliar with the procedures elsewhere, but I have signed on every page of the contract, he remarked.
When will the property deed be in my hands? He inquired,
looking at Zhao Xiaoli.
It will take about a week, and I will call you as soon as the deed is ready, she replied.
Still crouched on the floor where she had remained while he signed. Though fatigued, the prospect of earning a 45,000 yuan commission invigorated her, overshadowing any physical discomfort. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoli cast a glance at Lu Meng, sighing inwardly. Honestly, if any other woman seated beside Chen Zhibai were less attractive, she would have set aside her morals and attempted to pursue him. Having graduated from university several years ago, at 26, she was far from naive. She understood all too well the significance of securing a wealthy partner, a stroke of fortune for any woman.
Undoubtedly, Chen Zhibai was affluent. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also young, handsome, and possessed an admirable demeanor. Such qualities were rare among the offspring of wealthy families. Yet, it was precisely because he was so rare that Zhao Xiaoli felt a deeper pang of envy. While she believed herself to be quite attractive, a standout in the sales office, she couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy in comparison to Lu Meng. Chapter 67, Wealth is the finest adornment for men. As Chen Zhibai led Lu Meng out of the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli accompanied them with a warm smile illuminating her face. "All right," Chen Zhibai replied with a nod, casting a glance her way. And a sense of reflection washed over him. Indeed, wealth is the finest adornment a man can possess. What prompted such a thought? It was during their time at the sales office that Zhao Xiaoli, seizing an opportunity while Lu Meng was distracted, discreetly pinched his arm. Instinctively, he glanced over. And rather than retreating, Zhao Xiaoli met his gaze and pinched his arm again. This was undeniably intriguing. He was confident that if he were to pursue Zhao Xiaoli further, a narrative would undoubtedly unfold. Such are the advantages of affluence. Women tend to express their interest ahead of time, often in ways one might not anticipate. Take Zhao Xiaoli for instance. She was indeed attractive. While she may not rival Lu Meng in terms of beauty, the difference was negligible. After all, her role as a sales representative in a high-end establishment like Jinhu Home was a testament to her allure. At approximately 26 or 27 years of age, she exuded the urban sophistication that comes with maturity, a definite advantage. In society, a woman like Zhao Xiaoli would undoubtedly have suitors, and plenty at that. A privilege bestowed upon her by her looks. Yet, she had just taken the initiative to touch his arm, and when he looked over, she did not shy away but boldly repeated the gesture. This created an unmistakably flirtatious atmosphere, with her intentions clearly laid bare. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai remained silent and led Lu Meng to the car parked at the entrance of the sales office. The entire process of viewing, purchasing, and signing the contract had consumed over 2 hours, and it was now nearly noon. Chen Zhibai intended to treat Lu Meng to a meal before they ventured to the furniture market to procure a bed and sofa, among other necessities. Although Jinhu Home was fully furnished, they still needed to buy bedding and other essentials. With Chen Zhibai driving, they swiftly departed from the sales office. Zhao Xiaoli stood at the entrance, watching until the BMW X5 vanished from her sight before retracting her gaze, her heart fluttering with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. She had sent out the signal, it was now up to Chen Zhibai to respond. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoli instinctively recalled the earlier encounter. Initially, she had considered giving up, deterred by Lu Meng's radiant beauty. However, she ultimately could not resist the urge to signal her interest. What if Chen Zhibai preferred someone like her? She was confident in her own attractiveness and physique. If he were to develop feelings for her, her life could change dramatically. It was this line of thinking that propelled her to take the initiative earlier, marking her first time so boldly expressing interest, even suppressing her moral reservations. She had encountered affluent men before, but they were often older, portly figures who, despite their wealth, exuded an unappealing air. Chen Zhibai, however, was different, youthful, handsome, and exuding a refreshing cleanliness, paired with the understated confidence that came with casually spending 9 million on a property. Once again inhaling deeply, Zhao Xiaoli resolved to halt further contemplation. She had sent her signal and awaited his response. Surely, he would respond? After all, she was a beauty with a striking presence. As they drove a short distance, Lu Meng, belatedly aware, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Seated in the passenger seat, her long legs, accentuated by her black skirt, were striking. "First, let us grab a bite, it's nearly noon, aren't you hungry?" Chen Zhibai smiled, glancing at her. "Not really, just a little," Lu Meng replied, shaking her head. After a moment, curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Do you have a lot of pocket money?" Lu Meng's eyes flicked to Chen Zhibai, revealing her reluctance to ask such a question evident from her previous silence on the matter. She believed it unnecessary, as his wealth was unmistakable. Yet, at this moment, her curiosity overwhelmed her, especially considering the luxurious BMW X5 and the exquisite Patek Philippe watch worth over $1 million. The sheer magnitude of his financial capability, culminating in the effortless purchase of a $9 million home, left her astonished. "Well, it's decent," Chen Zhibai replied thoughtfully, meeting her gaze. Lu Meng, exasperated, retorted, decent? If that's decent, then no one can compare.
Let us eat first, then we can head to the furniture market for a bed and sofa.
Along with some bedding to set up the house simply, Chen Zhibai outlined his plans for the afternoon. Okay, sounds good, Lu Meng nodded.
Her heart racing at the prospect of the 180 square meter apartment in Jinhu home.
Seeing it in person was an entirely different experience from viewing it on video. At a red light,
Chen Zhibai halted the car, intending to change the music when his phone buzzed a message from Chen Zhibai, featuring a crying emoji.
Noticing Lu Meng was not looking, he prepared to inquire about her distress but was interrupted by another message from Chen Zhibai.
The washing machine in my rental broke suddenly, I'm so upset.
I haven't finished my laundry yet.
I should have rented a better place with my friend. This place has constant issues, and the landlord is utterly indifferent. At that moment, Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa in her rental at Yinquan community, pouting as she typed. While the rent was affordable, the drawbacks were plentiful. After tossing her clothes into the washing machine, she discovered it was malfunctioning, leaving her in a frustrating predicament, especially with an unresponsive landlord. In the BMW. As Chen Zhibai absorbed Chen Zhiawei's messages, a realization struck him. As a wealthy individual, it was essential to treat his girlfriend with fairness.
Random task triggered, purchase a property as a love nest for Chen Zhiawei.
Accepting this task would yield a funding of 10 million for the purchase.
Declining would result in no rewards or penalties.
Chapter 68, a fair balance. Upon hearing the system's voice resonate in his mind, Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Truly,
a pillow awaits when one feels drowsy. He had initially intended to rent 2 apartments, one for intimate moments with Lu Meng and another for Chen Zhiawei.
However,
due to a system task, he need not rent the place for Lu Meng and instead purchased one outright. He thought he would need to rent the apartment for Chen Zhiawei, but unexpectedly, another system task was triggered.
A fair balance?
This was a task he relished. I accept this task, Chen Zhibai silently affirmed, and in the next moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. The host has accepted this task. 10 million in housing funds has been deposited into the system's bank card account. Please check promptly. Note, this 10 million can only be used for purchasing property and cannot be allocated for other uses.
Buzzing.
As the system's voice faded, his phone vibrated with a bank notification. The 10 million had arrived.
What's the matter? Are you happy about something?
Lu Meng, sitting in the passenger seat, inquired curiously.
Sensing Chen Zhibai's joyful demeanor.
Indeed, I am, he replied with a smile, discreetly tucking his phone away as he spoke.
What is it? Lu Meng's charming face lit up with curiosity.
Naturally, with the purchase of a new home, we will have a private space together, Chen Zhibai stated plainly.
Upon hearing this,
Lu Meng instinctively blushed, her thoughts veiled in uncertainty. She averted her gaze from Chen Zhibai, turning instead to the window. Though her expression remained as radiant as ever. A closer look revealed a subtle flush on her fair earlobes. Observing her reaction, Chen Zhibai chose silence, picking up his phone to message Chen Zhiawei.
Is there a neighborhood you fancy in Zhengcheng?
Ha! In the Yinquan neighborhood, Chen Zhiawei paused upon receiving Chen Zhibai's message. Momentarily perplexed as to why he would ask such a question, yet she did not dwell on it.
Of course, there is.
The Jiangnan Spring City neighborhood. I saw it on Douyin once, and it looked truly beautiful, albeit quite expensive, around 40 to 50,000 per square meter, Chen Zhiawei typed. Her fair face reflecting a hint of longing as she mentioned the neighborhood, though she quickly suppressed it. She could not afford such extravagant housing. I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. I will come to pick you up and buy a place in that neighborhood for you, Chen Zhibai replied.
Swish. In the Yinquan neighborhood.
Chen Zhiawei's eyes widened instinctively upon reading the message, her lovely face displaying a sense of shock.
What's wrong, Hui?
Why the daze? Li Shiran emerged from her room with a water cup, having come to refill her drink. She spotted her friend on the sofa, her expression one of bewilderment, which struck Li Shiran as endearing, prompting a smile. She approached and gently pinched Chen Zhiawei's cheek. Such a delightful feel, Li Shiran mused inwardly, then instinctively looked down. A sense of defeat washing over her.
Every day, I wonder what my friend eats to grow up like this. Ran, I. Chen Zhiawei snapped back to reality.
lifting her gaze to meet Li Shiran's. Although she had regained her composure, her eyes still reflected a lingering daze.
What's going on?
Li Shiran chuckled again, her gaze falling on her friend's adorably confused expression, prompting her to pinch Chen Zhibao's cheek once more.
Then, glancing down again, she thought, that Chen Zhibai is quite fortunate.
Chen Zhibai stammered, finally breaking free from her stupor. She swallowed hard before continuing.
He said he wants to buy me a house. Who?
Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, but as the words left her lips,
realization dawned. Who else could it be but Chen Zhibai? Is that true? He wants to buy you a house? Why? Li Shiran instinctively asked, not doubting Chen Zhibai's financial capabilities, especially considering the expensive watch he wore.
Earlier, I mentioned wanting to do laundry, but the washing machine was malfunctioning. I casually remarked that our current apartment is rather unsatisfactory. And then, he said he would come to get me the day after tomorrow to buy a house for me, Chen Zhibai recounted, her expression still one of astonishment. She had merely been venting her frustrations, never expecting Chen Zhibai's response to be so direct and extravagant, purchasing a house, no less,
in Jiangnan Spring City.
She had always known he was wealthy, but the gravity of it had never truly struck her until now.
Simply because she expressed dissatisfaction with their rented apartment, he was willing to purchase a new home? Wasn't that a bit excessive?
At this thought,
Chen Zhibai couldn't help but swallow again.
Meanwhile, Li Shiran was equally taken aback, stunned by Chen Zhibai's extravagant response.
Is it really that luxurious? Just because my friend mentioned the rented apartment was inadequate, he intends to buy her a new one?
Li Shiran stood frozen, her emotions suddenly swirling in complexity as she glanced at her friend, a surge of envy washing over her. She understood well how exorbitant housing prices were in Jiangcheng. Even the most ordinary apartment would cost nearly 2 million.
The key question remained, would Chen Zhibai settle for anything less than extraordinary? Hui. Did he mention which neighborhood he plans to buy in?
Li Shiran couldn't suppress her curiosity, dressed casually in a white tank top and black shorts, her slender waist and long legs accentuating her striking figure.
He did, Chen Zhibai nodded, revealing the name of the neighborhood. Jiangnan Spring City. Jiangnan Spring City?
Upon hearing this name, Li Shiran's eyes widened again, her previously suppressed emotions surging back to the surface.
She knew this neighborhood well.
She had seen it on Douyin and had even urged her friend to take a look. They had both marveled at the beauty of the place,
wistfully wishing to live there.
However, they had laughed it off, recognizing the exorbitant prices.
But now, a whirlwind of complex feelings, envy and admiration overwhelmed her.
Chapter 69, inviting my best friend to live with us. Although a fleeting sense of envy surfaced within Li Shiran, it was swiftly suppressed.
Nonetheless, it left her feeling somewhat guilty and out of place.
After all, there had indeed been a moment when she felt a pang of jealousy. This was something she could not deceive herself about.
Hui, this is a good thing. He cares about your well-being, and it seems you've encountered the right person. How splendid!
Li Shiran reassured her friend, gazing earnestly at Chen Zhibai.
Of course, you've met the right person. But to think that merely expressing dissatisfaction with the rented apartment would lead to purchasing an entire home, especially in a luxurious community like Jiangnan Spring City.
Most of this is due to Chen Zhibai's wealth, affording a property there is likely trivial for him.
Yet, the thoughtfulness behind it is evident.
And it is clear that Chen Zhibai genuinely cares for you. Contemplating this, Li Shiran could not help but steal another glance at Chen Zhibai, sighing at her friend's remarkable fortune. He truly treats me well, Chen Zhibai admitted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, though her eyes sparkled with joy. Yet, she soon hesitated, her mind swirling with uncertainty. But a home in Jiangnan Spring City is exceedingly expensive, several million. I could never earn that much in a lifetime.
Spending so much on a single house seems excessively lavish.
Dear Hui, several million is indeed a significant sum to us, and, accurately speaking, to 99 of people.
However, to him,
it may just be a modest amount, Li Shiran replied with a hint of resignation. She then added, from now on, you must shift your perspective. You cannot measure his worth by your own income, he is not an ordinary person like us.
Just as Chen Zhibai prepared to respond,
her phone chimed with a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai.
It's settled, we will go house hunting the day after tomorrow. I'll pick you up then.
I have some matters to attend to now, we can chat later.
Okay, she instinctively replied. Standing beside her,
Li Shiran had already glimpsed the chat history between Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai. Observing the straightforwardness of his intentions to purchase a house, his messages devoid of unnecessary embellishment stirred a complex array of emotions within her once more, though she swiftly quelled them.
Hui. To be frank, let us not forget our roots, you're becoming quite the affluent lady. Soon, you'll be residing in a high-end community like Jiangnan Spring City. Don't you think it's time to treat me to a meal?
Li Shiran jested, her smile warm.
In truth,
she felt genuinely happy for her friend who had found a wealthy and sincere partner, especially one who was of appropriate age and disposition.
What affluent lady? I am not wealthy. Chen Zhibai said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks before she continued, what do you want to eat for lunch?
I'll treat you. At that moment, a pivotal thought struck her. The day after tomorrow, Chen Zhibai would take her to buy a home in Jiangnan Spring City,
which would be fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. This meant she would likely move in right away. But what about her best friend?
The apartment they currently rented was affordable when split between them, but if she moved out, the financial burden would fall entirely on Li Shiran. While it was possible to find another roommate, the unpredictability of a stranger's temperament was daunting.
Moreover, she felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways with Li Shiran.
They had been housemates since university and had grown accustomed to living together.
What are you thinking about?
As Chen Zhibai pondered these matters, Li Shiran gently tapped her shoulder.
Her lovely face filled with curiosity. I was talking to you, why didn't you respond? Li Shiran inquired. I wasn't thinking about anything.
Chen Zhibai shook her head, temporarily dismissing her concerns, and asked, what were you saying? I suggested we order takeout for lunch, perhaps some spicy hot pot.
It's midday.
And with the heat outside, I don't feel like going out to eat, Li Shiran reiterated without much thought.
That sounds good, Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. All right.
I shall order the spicy hot pot then. You prefer it extra spicy, right? Li Shiran said as she took out her phone.
Yes, extra spicy, Chen Zhibai confirmed. Done.
Li Shiran remarked, expressing her astonishment at how Chen Zhibai could endure such heat. I truly don't understand how you can handle spicy food. I can barely tolerate any spice at all.
It's quite strange that we are such close friends.
While speaking, Li Shiran located her favorite hot pot place, offering generous portions for a reasonable price, and successfully placed the order. I'll transfer the money to you, I promise to treat you, Chen Zhibai offered.
Relax. I was just teasing you. With our bond, does it truly matter who treats whom?
Li Shiran laughed, rising from her seat.
I can't chat any longer.
I still have some work to finish up, but I'll wrap it up soon.
All right, go ahead, Chen Zhibai nodded. Without further ado,
Li Shiran poured herself a glass of water and retreated to her bedroom. As she moved, her graceful figure was evident, her slender waist and long legs perfectly proportioned. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Zhibai hesitated before picking up her phone and opening the chat with Chen Zhibai.
Can we discuss something? She typed. What's on your mind?
Chen Zhibai, having just parked outside a hot pot restaurant, read her message.
After we buy the house, would it be possible for my best friend to move in with us?
Chen Zhibai texted, this idea having suddenly occurred to her. This way, they could continue living together. However, she worried that Chen Zhibai might disapprove. After sending the message, she felt a flutter of anxiety. After a moment's thought, she typed again. My friend and I share a deep bond, we were roommates for 4 years in college, and we've rented the same apartment since graduation.
If I move out, her salary won't cover the rent, and I can't bear to leave her. Please. She sent 3 messages in succession, the last accompanied by a cute cat pleading emoji. Inside his BMW, Chen Zhibai read her messages. Letting your friend move in? That could work. It would be nice to have some company.
Given the budget of 10 million for the house, we'll undoubtedly have ample space, he replied.
All right, let her join us. It's perfect for companionship. Chapter 70, All In.
After sending the message, Chen Zhibai put away his phone and refrained from continuing the conversation with Chen Zhibai. As Lu Meng was seated in the passenger seat beside him.
Is this the hot pot restaurant you visited with your friends last night?
Lu Meng inquired curiously.
After unbuckling her seatbelt and glancing out the window at the hot pot establishment.
Yes, the flavors here are quite delightful, Chen Zhibai nodded in affirmation. And together they exited the car. As they entered the restaurant, Chen Zhibai noticed the establishment was already bustling with patrons, given that it was mealtime. This place has a unique vibe, the slogans on the walls are quite trendy, Lu Meng remarked, surveying the decor with a smile.
Indeed, I share your sentiment. Chen Zhibai replied, leading her to a vacant table by the window. After placing their order via a QR code, the dishes quickly arrived, and coincidentally, the waiter was the same one who had inquired yesterday whether Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai were a couple.
As he approached, he first gazed at Lu Meng.
Momentarily lost in admiration.
She is stunning and quite tall, he thought to himself, but quickly averted his gaze after setting the dishes on the table.
His eyes landing on Chen Zhibai.
Upon recognizing him, he was momentarily taken aback, recalling how he had envied Chen Zhibai's company the night before.
Having mentioned to colleagues how lovely Chen Zhibai was.
Hello, your dishes are served. Enjoy your meal, the waiter managed to say, regaining his composure.
Though his eyes reflected a mix of admiration and respect. A true gentleman.
Just yesterday, he brought one beautiful girl here, and today he brings another, both exceptionally attractive. If only I could date one of them, I'd be over the moon. The thought of dating both is inconceivable, he mused inwardly.
Thank you, Chen Zhibai responded. Amused by the evident admiration in the waiter's eyes. Once the waiter departed, Lu Meng expressed her puzzlement.
I couldn't shake the feeling that he looked at me oddly just now.
She glanced toward the waiter, still curious about his demeanor. Is that so?
Perhaps it's simply because you were so beautiful that he couldn't help but steal a few glances, Chen Zhibai replied casually.
No way. Lu Meng rolled her eyes at him, though secretly pleased by the compliment.
After finishing their meal, they realized it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Let us head to the furniture store to purchase the bed and sofa, we can gradually add other items later, Chen Zhibai suggested as they walked back to the car.
Fastening his seatbelt.
Sounds good, Lu Meng nodded, already excited at the prospect of choosing her own bed and sofa. Seeing it as a sign of Chen Zhibai's regard for her.
20 minutes later, they arrived at the furniture store. And after 2 hours of selecting the perfect sofa and bed, along with matching linens and summer blankets, they arranged for delivery. Once they returned to Jinhu home,
where they set everything up, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Lu Meng stood on the spacious tiled floor of the living room. Her eyes sparkling with delight as she surveyed her surroundings.
Jinhu home, a $9 million flat, and I am its mistress. How wonderful! She thought. Chen Zhibai,
having seen off the delivery workers after assisting them with the elevator, stepped inside to find Lu Meng standing in the living room. Though her back was turned, her graceful silhouette was undeniably captivating, accentuating her slender waist and long legs beneath her short skirt.
You're back!
Lu Meng exclaimed, turning at the sound of his footsteps. She immediately approached and linked her arm with his, her smile radiant.
What were you thinking about? Chen Zhibai asked,
wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pulling her closer. I was just reflecting on how I never imagined I could live in such a beautiful house. Lu Meng admitted, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet, she did not shy away, instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck.
Before he could respond,
she rose on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on his lips.
Is that all? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, then lowered his head,
grasping her delicate waist as he engaged in a passionate kiss. As their breaths quickened, he instinctively thought to release her,
only to find Lu Meng clinging tightly to his neck. What's this?
He pondered, glancing down at her. Carry me to the master bedroom, I've already laid out the sheets.
Lu Meng said, her cheeks flushed but her gaze resolute, revealing a determination known only to her.
The notion of taking things slowly and gradually giving herself to Chen Zhibai had dissipated, she had relinquished that idea entirely.
Why? The answer was simple.
Chen Zhibai's excellence surpassed her expectations. There was no need for hesitation or modesty. She trusted her judgment, confident that he was not the type to abandon her after taking what he desired.
Moreover, she believed in her own beauty and allure. Thus, she decided to go all in. She wished to be Chen Zhibai's first woman. "Are you certain you want me to carry you to the master bedroom?" Chen Zhibai asked, still gripping her slender waist, needing to confirm her intentions. "Yes, I am certain," Lu Meng replied, meeting his gaze and nodding firmly. Without uttering another word, he lifted her effortlessly in his arms and strode toward the master bedroom. Chapter 71, 10 million in startup capital. Half an hour later, in the master bedroom, Chen Zhibai reclined on the bed, feeling refreshed. Lu Meng nestled in his embrace, her radiant and beautiful face showing faint traces of tears. Yet her brows and eyes were fully open, rendering her even more exquisite than before. Observing Chen Zhibai's current state of contentment, Lu Meng blushed and playfully swatted him. Chen Zhibai, unfazed, pulled her closer and planted a gentle kiss on her fair, smooth forehead. To be candid, reaching this stage so swiftly left even Chen Zhibai somewhat dazed. Considering Lu Meng's beauty, figure, and grace, it was rather unexpected for their relationship to advance so rapidly. After all, they had only confirmed their romantic relationship the day before. During their kiss yesterday, when his desires surged, Lu Meng had pushed him away, indicating her reluctance to rush into intimacy. Yet, here they were, having indeed arrived at this juncture. Was it fast? Yes. However, upon deeper reflection, it fell within the realm of reason. The catalyst for this rapid progression was his newfound wealth. Whether it was the top-tier BMW X5, the luxurious Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth over $1 million, or the splendid 180 square meter flat in Jinhu home valued at $9 million, these possessions were symbols of his affluence. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly perceive him as a quintessential wealthy heir, especially considering he had only just begun his university journey. Even though Lu Meng possessed exceptional beauty, figure, and poise, she found it challenging to resist his allure when coupled with wealth. After all, beauty could never truly rival riches. Thus, while it seemed rapid, it was, in truth, quite natural. "What are you thinking?" Lu Meng inquired, wrapping her arms around Chen Zhibai's, her lovely face adorned with curiosity. Her tone was affectionate, given their newfound openness, which instilled a sense of confidence within her. "Nothing in particular," Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head as he decided to take a shower to wash away the sticky sweat from his skin. "Shall I go first?" he asked, casting a glance at Lu Meng's legs. "I'll wait a bit, you go ahead." Lu Meng hastily covered her legs with a light summer blanket, apprehensive about showering with Chen Zhibai, fearing he might lose control. "Very well," Chen Zhibai conceded, rising from the bed and heading to the bathroom connected to the master bedroom. Fortunately, during their afternoon shopping for a bed and sofa, he had also purchased some daily necessities, such as shampoo, body wash, and towels. These items would certainly come in handy now. After turning on the shower and waiting for the water to warm up, Chen Zhibai began to wash himself, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the earlier moments. Frankly speaking, her legs were indeed long and captivating. Shaking his head, he tried to dispel those thoughts. Ding! Relationship with girlfriend Lu Meng has progressed. Rewards are as follows. 1. Host's attractiveness. 3. Note, has been added to the host's attractiveness attribute in real time. 2. Monthly romantic fund of 1 million. Note, this fund may only be spent on Lu Meng and will vanish if not fully utilized within the month, with a tally on the 31st. 3. 10 million in startup capital. Note 1. As a wealthy individual, how could you not have your own business? Please strive, host. Note 2. This 10 million may only be used for the host's entrepreneurial ventures and not for daily indulgences. The system's voice echoed in his mind, momentarily startling Chen Zhibai as he was caught off guard by the unexpected rewards triggered by his relationship with Lu Meng. Moreover, the rewards were astonishingly generous. The first reward, an increase of 3 points in attractiveness, was something he had long desired. Indeed, while wealth attracted countless admirers, being both handsome and wealthy was the pinnacle of desirability. Now, with an enhancement of 3 points to his attractiveness, he had experienced a genetic upgrade. The second reward was equally appealing, a monthly romantic fund of 1 million. Although it could only be spent on Lu Meng, she was now his partner, and there was nothing amiss in treating his beloved to some indulgences. The final reward, a staggering 10 million in startup capital, opened up a world of possibilities. With this sum, he could explore various opportunities in life, and even if he incurred losses,
It would merely be a learning experience, as this 10 million was essentially a windfall. In summary, all three rewards were exceptional, truly a delightful surprise. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai was eager to see how he appeared with his enhanced attractiveness. After completing his shower, he stood before the mirror in the bathroom.
Upon gazing at his reflection, he was taken aback.
Though his face remained unchanged, his skin appeared healthier, and his features seemed more harmonious and pleasing. This subtle transformation had resulted in a noticeable increase in his attractiveness. After admiring his reflection for a while, Chen Zhibai withdrew his gaze,
unable to resist marveling at the wonders of attribute points.
Upon exiting the bathroom, he found Lu Meng already dressed,
tidying up the sheets that had adorned the bed moments before. "What are you doing with the sheets?"
he inquired, approaching her and wrapping his arms around her from behind.
"I want to keep them as a memento. After all, this is my first time," Lu Meng admitted, her cheeks flushed, yet she spoke with a graceful confidence. "Keeping them as a memento?"
Chen Zhibai's gaze instinctively fell upon the blue sheet in her hands, where a distinct dark red plum blossom imprint was prominently visible.
Instantly, he understood her intention.
"Very well, keep it as a memento," he nodded, leaning down to plant a kiss on Lu Meng's fair and slender neck.
"That tickles."
Lu Meng instinctively recoiled, for she was somewhat ticklish, a secret known only to her family.
"How ticklish?"
Chen Zhibai teased, leaning down to kiss her neck again,
chuckling as he did so.
"Very ticklish," Lu Meng replied, turning to look at Chen Zhibai, her words trailing off as she froze for a moment,
captivated by his transformed appearance.
Though his face remained the same, it inexplicably appeared cleaner and more appealing, resulting in an enhanced attractiveness that left Lu Meng momentarily entranced.
"Why do I feel like you've become even more handsome after your shower?"
Lu Meng remarked, her lovely face adorned with surprise, before realizing it might simply be her infatuation clouding her judgment.
After all, his face was still the same. Not dwelling on the thought,
Lu Meng tidied up the sheets before heading to the bathroom for her own shower, feeling somewhat sticky herself. After completing her shower, she stepped out, moving with a slight awkwardness, although not quite limping. It was evident she was experiencing some discomfort. Yet, this was entirely normal, given the recent events they had shared.
Chapter 72, Restoring Lu Meng's Vitality. Does it still hurt?
Observing Lu Meng's delicate brows furrow as she walked slowly, Chen Zhibai approached her and embraced her gently.
"Yes.
A little," Lu Meng replied, nodding as she wrapped her arms around Chen Zhibai's neck, her brows slightly knitting once more as she spoke.
"This is all your fault.
You never seem to care about my well-being," Lu Meng playfully swatted at Chen Zhibai's shoulder, though her effort was so light it resembled a gentle massage.
"Ahem." Chen Zhibai coughed awkwardly, choosing to divert the conversation. "It's nearly 6 o'clock, what would you like for dinner?"
"I don't know, but let's not eat out." "It's difficult for me to walk right now, and I don't want to move too much," Lu Meng replied, recognizing Chen Zhibai's attempt to change the subject.
Amused,
she decided not to pursue the previous topic and contemplated her options. Indeed, walking had become quite inconvenient for her.
"All right then, let's order takeout. What do you feel like having?"
"Some red date porridge should be good, it's nourishing," Lu Meng suggested.
Chen Zhibai nodded. "Whatever you want." Embracing Chen Zhibai's neck,
Lu Meng stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his lips before burying her head against his chest.
In that moment,
she could hear the steady beat of his heart. Although it was a bit rapid after all. They had only just confirmed their romantic relationship yesterday. She felt no regret for the bold choice she had made.
Chen Zhibai's many admirable qualities compelled her to take this leap of faith.
Fortunately, she trusted her judgment in people and felt confident in her own appearance. The takeout for dinner consisted of millet red date porridge and scallion pancakes, accompanied by 2 light side dishes.
After finishing the meal, the clock struck just past 8 in the evening.
"It's time to head back to school, it's already after 8, Lu Meng said, still holding onto Chen Zhibai's arm.
"How are you feeling now? Does it still hurt?" Chen Zhibai asked, turning to look at Lu Meng after responding with a nod. "Much better.
I can manage to walk slowly without any issues, but I should avoid intense exercise for the next few days. So I won't be able to join you for your morning run tomorrow," Lu Meng assessed.
"That's fine," Chen Zhibai said,
shaking his head before taking Lu Meng's hand and leading her out of the house. On their drive back to school, they passed by an apple store. prompting Chen Zhibai to pull over.
Why are we stopping?
We're not at school yet, Lu Meng remarked, initially thinking they had arrived.
I'm buying you a new phone.
Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, gesturing towards the Apple Store. Lu Meng, surprised, responded, "There's no need for a new phone, mine is still functional."
Enough of that. We're getting you a new phone. Let's go, Chen Zhibai insisted, unbuckling his seatbelt and signaling for Lu Meng to exit the vehicle.
After spending over 10 minutes inside the Apple Store, they emerged with Lu Meng proudly holding the latest iPhone Pro Max, boasting 1 terabyte of storage.
This new phone is so smooth. This is my first iPhone, Lu Meng exclaimed, delighting in her new possession.
Coming from a modest background with a younger sister,
her family would never splurge on such an expensive device.
As long as you like it, Chen Zhibai chuckled.
Just then, his phone vibrated. Checking the screen,
he saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai inquiring if he had eaten dinner.
Who's that?
Lu Meng, seated in the passenger seat, asked curiously.
Oh. Just a friend asking if I've had dinner, Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly.
All right, Lu Meng nodded, not suspecting anything further, and resumed playing with her new phone.
Chen Zhibai quickly replied to Chen Zhiawei's message before stowing his phone away.
Before long, they arrived back at school, but rather than heading to the parking lot,
Chen Zhibai drove towards the girls' dormitory. Aren't we parking? Lu Meng inquired.
I'm dropping you off at the dorm first, it's more convenient for you right now, Chen Zhibai answered. Lu Meng looked up at him and smiled, sensing the shift in Chen Zhibai's attitude towards her. Indeed, her bold choice had been the right one. She was acutely aware that this was also her first time experiencing such attention, and she understood that men often possess a sense of possessiveness.
Soon, the BMW X5 came to a halt beneath the girls' dormitory. Since it was still before 9 o'clock, many girls were entering and exiting,
and several boys waited outside for their girlfriends. Upon seeing a brand new BMW X5 with a license plate of 999 parked outside the dormitory, their gazes were inevitably drawn to it. Even those who couldn't recognize it as a top-spec BMW X5 were familiar with the brand.
The names Mercedes, BMW,
and Audi were well known, even among those who were not car enthusiasts.
As the students outside stared in admiration, some boys, recognizing the high-end BMW X5, displayed envy in their eyes.
I've arrived at the entrance, I'll be getting out now, Lu Meng announced, unbuckling her seatbelt as she smiled at Chen Zhibai. Though she had always been beautiful, she radiated even more charm now, exuding a newfound elegance that was undoubtedly a result of Chen Zhibai's influence.
Are you just going to leave like that? Chen Zhibai teased, pointing to his own face. Understanding his unspoken request, Lu Meng leaned in and gave him a quick kiss.
All right, I really must get out now, she said after the kiss.
Okay, go ahead, Chen Zhibai replied, nodding.
Lu Meng opened the door and stepped out but stood beside the car instead of entering the dormitory, waving goodbye to Chen Zhibai.
Go ahead.
I'll wait until you're gone before I go in, Lu Meng instructed.
Chen Zhibai nodded, turning the car around and driving away from the dormitory.
Only after the car disappeared from view did Lu Meng finally turn around, walking into the dormitory amidst the envious glances of other girls.
She walked slowly,
and as she ascended the steps to the dorm entrance, her brows would occasionally crease in discomfort.
Chapter 73 Shenxing, it seems unlikely. Meng, you're back. Where did you and your boyfriend go today? You've been on a date all day long. Upon seeing Lu Meng enter the dormitory, Wang Hui's curiosity was piqued.
And she inquired. We didn't go anywhere special, just strolled around. Lu Meng smiled at Wang Hui and replied.
Naturally.
She wouldn't disclose the intimate details of her relationship with Chen Zhibai, as it was a deeply personal matter.
I see. Wang Hui nodded.
About to continue speaking when she suddenly paused, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she gazed at Lu Meng.
What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?
Lu Meng asked, meeting Wang Hui's incredulous gaze with a smile.
She held a favorable impression of Wang Hui.
Although her looks were unremarkable, her vivacious personality was endearing. Unlike Liu Yiming, who covertly sought to compare herself to Lu Meng, or Shenxing, whose striking beauty created an unspoken rivalry, Wang Hui's demeanor was friendly, allowing for a more congenial relationship. Reflecting on this, Lu Meng glanced around the dormitory and noticed that Liu was absent, but Shenxing was present.
Strangely enough, Meng Meng, I feel you seem more beautiful than before.
Wang Hui remarked, rising from her chair to approach Lu Meng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Really?
Lu Meng feigned ignorance.
Absolutely, you appear quite a bit more attractive.
Wang Hui affirmed, then called out to Xin Chang.
Qingqing, take a look, doesn't T Meng Meng look more beautiful than before? At that moment, Xin Chang was engrossed in scrolling through Douyin.
Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, she instinctively looked up at Lu Meng. In her cool, striking eyes, a hint of surprise flickered. She too noticed that Lu Meng indeed looked different from the morning. Not only was she more beautiful, but there was also an indescribable allure about her.
How peculiar. What could be the reason? Xin Chang regarded Lu Meng with curiosity, nodding in agreement. It seems you are indeed more beautiful than this morning. Right? I knew it. Is it because of makeup?
Wang Hui exclaimed upon receiving Xin Chang's affirmation. Perhaps, Lu Meng maintained her composure, though if one looked closely, they might see her delicate earlobes turning a shade of red. No matter how bright and open her personality was, such compliments inevitably made her shy.
Fortunately,
Wang Hui didn't delve deeper, attributing it solely to makeup, never considering the true reason behind Lu Meng's transformation. After all, they had just entered university, and such notions hadn't crossed Wang Hui's mind yet.
She might understand better after half a year into her freshman year. I'll go freshen up.
When Wang Hui didn't pursue the topic further, Lu Meng felt a sense of relief, crafting an excuse to exit.
Wait a moment, Meng Meng.
Wang Hui tugged at Lu Meng's arm, speaking up.
What's the matter?
Lu Meng looked down at her. Standing at 171 centimeters. She had to lean slightly to meet Wang Hui's gaze, who was 160 centimeters tall.
It's nothing serious, it's just that you have a boyfriend now. Shouldn't Chen Zhibai treat us to a meal?
Wang Hui suggested, continuing. This was a rule we established at the beginning of the semester. Anyone who starts dating must treat the dorm mates to a meal.
When Ye began dating Zhou Hao, he treated us as well.
At this, Lu Meng chuckled.
Sure, no problem.
I'll ask my boyfriend when he is free, and once I confirm the time,
I'll treat you all. Lu Meng replied.
This rule had indeed been proposed by Wang Hui at the semester's start, and Lu Meng had agreed to it.
Great. I'll be in for a feast then.
Wang Hui laughed, her ordinary looks overshadowed by her vibrant personality. Moreover, Meng Meng, I'm really curious about your Chen Zhibai.
He gifted you a 70,000 yuan LV bag just like that? My parents earn that much in a year combined. He must be incredibly wealthy. I've never encountered such a rich second generation before. Wang Hui mused in amazement. Alright, I'll make sure you meet him then.
Lu Meng smiled before heading toward the bathroom. However, as she took a larger step this time, her beautifully shaped brows furrowed, and she let out a soft hiss.
What's wrong, Meng Meng?
Wang Hui looked over with concern. Xin Chang, who had resumed her focus on her phone, turned her head upon hearing Lu Meng's sound. Since they were in the dormitory, Xin Chang wore a light black nightgown, which accentuated her fair complexion. With delicate collarbones and a slender waist, paired with her cool demeanor, she exuded an ethereal charm.
I'm fine, I just took a bigger step than usual.
Lu Meng shook her head and responded to Wang Hui before slowly making her way to the bathroom.
Be careful then. Wang Hui paused, momentarily taken aback.
But she didn't dwell on it, shaking her head before looking at Xin Chang.
Qingqing, want to play a game? I'm feeling a bit bored. Wang Hui suggested.
But Xin Chang remained silent, her attention fixated on Lu Meng as she walked toward the bathroom. The way Lu Meng moved sparked a thought in Xin Chang's mind. Yet, in the next moment, she dismissed it, thinking she had read too many novels. It couldn't possibly be, after all, they had only confirmed their relationship yesterday.
How could anything have transpired so quickly?
Xin Chang shook her head, suppressing her fleeting speculation.
Qingqing, what are you thinking? Why aren't you responding when I'm talking to you?
Wang Hui noticed Xin Chang's silence and approached, waving her hand in front of Xin Chang's eyes.
Curious.
Oh, it's nothing, I was just lost in thought.
What were you saying?
Xin Chang replied, setting aside her earlier thoughts with a smile. I suggested we play a game together, it's a bit dull.
Wang Hui repeated her proposal. All right, let us do it.
Xinqing considered for a moment and nodded in agreement.
Wonderful!
Wang Hui exclaimed with excitement, knowing that Xinqing's gaming skills were extraordinary. Especially her unmatched prowess in jungle gameplay. As long as they played together, victory was almost guaranteed. Chapter 74. As Chen Zhibai parked his car in the school parking lot and stepped out, the moonlight illuminated the scene, enhancing his already buoyant mood. After all, he had transitioned from being a boy to a man, with Lu Meng as his first love. Undoubtedly, Lu Meng epitomized beauty with her stunning looks, figure, grace, and those long legs. Reflecting on the events of the afternoon in the master bedroom at Jinhu home, Chen Zhibai savored the moment.
Suddenly, his phone vibrated, breaking him from his reverie. It was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, expressing that she missed him and inquiring if they could video call. Without responding to her message, he initiated a video call instead. The connection was made almost instantly, and Chen Zhibai appeared on his screen. Her features were exquisitely fair and beautiful. Adorned in a white camisole with delicate straps that gracefully draped over her shoulders, creating a uniquely alluring aesthetic. Chen Zhibai's gaze lingered briefly on her face before it instinctively drifted downward. In the Silver Spring community, Chen Zhibai lay on her bed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her boyfriend. She noted that he seemed to have become a bit more handsome. You appear to have become more attractive, she remarked, glancing at his face again. Really? Chen Zhibai countered playfully. Of course. Chen Zhibai began to nod, but as she spoke, she noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze and suddenly felt her cheeks flush. Swiftly, she grabbed a cushion from the side and held it in front of her, though her face remained rosy. Don't look around, she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Realizing the moment had passed, Chen Zhibai sighed inwardly, lamenting the fleeting view. He couldn't help but compare her to Lu Meng, and there was simply no contest. Lu Meng's exceptional allure was unparalleled, no one could rival her elegance. Where are you? Chen Zhibai asked, noticing the wistful expression on his face. It looks like you're outside. I just returned from a brief outing, Chen Zhibai replied, turning his phone camera to capture the surroundings. It was still before 9 o'clock, and many students were present, including couples holding hands. After a quick glance, he redirected the camera back to himself. Where did you go? Chen Zhibai inquired curiously, propping herself on her elbows and lifting her fair legs. Just a little stroll, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. A little walk is nice, she acknowledged, shifting the topic to real estate. Are you really going to buy a house in Jiangnan Spring City the day after tomorrow? Absolutely. Do you think I'm joking? He responded with a hint of exasperation. It's just that I find the prices in Jiangnan Spring City a bit steep. I looked it up this afternoon, and it's about 45,000 per square meter. A 100 square meter house would cost around 4.5 million, which is exorbitant, she continued, pausing briefly. I believe we don't need to buy such an expensive house. There are many neighborhoods in Jiangcheng where the average price is around 20,000. We could consider those. Plus, if we don't buy, I can still stay in my rented apartment. Before she could finish, Chen Zhibai interrupted decisively. We're buying the house in Jiangnan Spring City, and that is final. His tone was straightforward and unyielding. With $1 million in purchasing funds provided by the system, it was only logical to opt for something more luxurious. Oh, Chen Zhibai pouted, glancing at him. So domineering. Hey, do you want an apple? If you do, I can wash one for you. Came the voice of Li Shiran from the living room outside. I'm not having one, I've already brushed my teeth, Chen Zhibai quickly replied, not wanting to go through the hassle of brushing again. Alright, then I want tea wash one for you, Li Shiran's voice echoed back. Okay, don't wash it. Chen Zhibai affirmed. Is she your close friend? Chen Zhibai asked, having heard the woman's voice during the video call. Indeed, she is my best friend. We were roommates in college and have been inseparable since. After graduation, we rented the same apartment, and we still often sleep together, Chen Zhibai said, her eyes sparkling at the mention of her friend. That is quite a close bond, sharing a bed. No wonder you want her to move in after buying the house, Chen Zhibai observed.
Hee hee, Chen Zhibai giggled, her eyes squinting playfully as she smiled, resembling a crescent moon, both charming and endearing.
However, you two can't sleep together anymore. Why not?
Chen Zhibai asked, surprised.
Because you now have a boyfriend. You can't sleep with anyone else, not even your best friend. What if I were to find out?
You are mine, and I can be rather possessive, Chen Zhibai replied.
Initially, Chen Zhibai didn't grasp his meaning.
But soon it dawned on her, causing her to blush deeply.
Everything belongs to you? I haven't agreed to that yet. Flushed,
she swiftly changed the topic to discuss her upcoming job at her friend's company. As Chen Zhibai walked and chatted with Chen Zhibai,
he soon arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. I'm at the dorm entrance now.
I'll head in and wash up before we continue our conversation, he said.
Okay, Chen Zhibai nodded.
After hanging up, as Chen Zhibai was about to tuck his phone away, he noticed a message from Lu Meng asking if he had reached the dorm yet.
Just arrived at the dorm building, he replied, sending a photo. Lu Meng responded with a cute bear emoji and then inquired when he would be free. What's up? Chen Zhibai texted back. Nothing much.
It's just that at the beginning of the semester, we agreed that whoever starts dating has to treat the others to a meal, and now it's my turn.
Lu Meng replied.
Chapter 75, Alarm lifted. Continue to observe. Let us plan for tomorrow evening.
After class in the afternoon, we can go out for a meal together.
You should ask your roommate if she is free tomorrow night, and if so, inquire about her preferences.
Chen Zhibai texted in response. Alright, I will ask my roommate shortly. Came the reply from Lu Meng.
I'll head back to the dorm to freshen up, Chen Zhibai replied before slipping his phone into his pocket.
Soon,
he arrived at the dormitory door on the third floor, only to find it firmly shut.
This struck him as odd, as the dormitory door was typically only slightly ajar.
However, he brushed it off and reached for the doorknob, only to discover it was locked from the inside.
Who is it?
Wang Chao's voice called from within, tinged with a hint of panic and tension.
It's me. Why did you lock the dormitory door? Chen Zhibai replied, somewhat exasperated.
He had assumed the dorm was empty. Perhaps that Wang Chao and Li Dong had gone out, but it was clear that someone was indeed inside.
Phew.
Old Chen, you nearly scared me to death. I thought it was the dorm supervisor checking up on us and nearly lost my wits.
The door swung open, revealing Wang Chao,
who wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke.
What's wrong with checking up?
Chen Zhibai glanced at the sheen of sweat on Wang Chao's face. But as he spoke, he caught sight of the scene inside the dorm. Li Dong and Zhou Hao were present, both hunched over a laptop.
What's going on?
We are earnestly studying, Wang Chao exclaimed, pulling Chen Zhibai into the dorm and locking the door once more, exchanging knowing glances with Chen.
How about you join us in our studies?
Wang Chao raised his eyebrows, his eyes conveying a mischievous understanding that only men might grasp.
At once.
Chen Zhibai understood why the door was locked. They were engaging in less than serious study.
You go ahead, I need to use the restroom.
Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. He had already been through practical exercises and found little interest in this theoretical learning.
What restroom? Listen, old Chen. You will absolutely regret not watching this.
Just as Chen Zhibai turned to head to the bathroom, Wang Chao tugged on his arm, his expression conspiratorial.
Is it really a flight attendant? Chen Zhibai asked, suddenly intrigued. Of course. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, noticing Chen Zhibai's wavering interest.
With a sly smile, he pulled Chen Zhibai back towards the screen.
Alarm lifted, resume observation, he instructed Li Dong.
Li Dong nodded and reopened the laptop.
However, Chen Zhibai lost interest within moments.
As the woman on the screen was not particularly attractive, and seemed a bit older than he preferred. You all enjoy, I'm heading to the restroom, he declared,
turning on his heel.
His taste had been refined by Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai, both of whom possessed an exquisite blend of beauty, poise, and allure. Thus, he felt little desire to engage with what Wang Chao and the others were watching.
Is it true, old Chen? Have your standards become so elevated?
Wang Chao called after him, but before he could continue, Zhou Hao interjected.
Enough, if he doesn't want to watch, let us enjoy it ourselves. Zhou Hao said,
visibly displeased, especially since Wang Chao had hit pause.
Young Master Zhou, care for a smoke?
Wang Chao glanced at Zhou Hao, initially intended to retort,
but thought better of it. Don't you have cigarettes?
Hearing Wang Chao request a smoke, Zhou Hao hesitated, reluctant to share, but realizing the laptop belonged to Wang Chao. He reluctantly retrieved his Fu Ronwang and handed one to him.
Wait, just for me? Doesn't T Donzi smoke? Wang Chao remarked as he accepted the cigarette.
I said I wasn't tea sharing. You just talk too much, Zhou Hao retorted, rolling his eyes as he fished out another cigarette for Li Dong.
Though he complied,
he felt a twinge of regret.
Wang Chao noticed the pained expression on Zhou Hao's face and scoffed.
This was precisely what he disdained about Zhou Hao. He boasted about being a local from Jiangcheng, with 2 houses to his name, yet he exuded a petty demeanor and was stingy.
What harm is there in sharing a smoke?
Hurry up, I've already given you one, Zhou Hao urged, nudging Wang Chao's arm.
Right, Wang Chao muttered.
Too indifferent to engage further, as he too wished to see the screen, so he pressed the spacebar on the laptop. After taking care of his business in the restroom, Chen Zhibai washed up and emerged to find it was nearly 9:30.
Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao remained seated in front of the now-closed laptop. Well, that was rather dull. I'm indifferent to it all.
Had it not been for Chao insisting I watch, I would have opted out entirely, Zhou Hao remarked from his chair.
Must you always show off?
Wang Chao shot back,
exasperated.
You're just all talk. I genuinely wasn't interested, Zhou Hao countered, feeling slighted.
After all, I'm not like you.
I have a girlfriend while you all do not. So, you can only watch, while I can put theory into practice.
With that, Zhou Hao's expression turned smug.
He truly believed he stood apart from Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong. After all, he had a girlfriend. Though he hadn't even held Li Yue's hand yet, he was confident they would soon share a deeper connection. His family background allowed for such expectations. He was a local from Jiangcheng with 2 properties.
What does that signify? It's reality.
Thus, he felt he was on a different plane from Chen Zhibai and the others. To be honest, I've already progressed to the kissing stage with my girlfriend, he boasted. Suppressing his pride, embellishing his narrative to appear more impressive. So what if you have? Wang Chao retorted, a hint of jealousy in his voice, then turned to Li Dong.
Shall we step out to the balcony for a smoke?
Sure, Li Dong nodded, and together they made their way to the dormitory balcony.
How could he have a girlfriend and even share kisses? Wang Chao lit his cigarette, clearly agitated. Enough, why bother with him? Li Dong advised, embodying the peacemaker.
Though he too found Zhou Hao's arrogance grating, he felt it prudent to maintain harmony in their shared living space.
Sigh. Wang Chao exhaled deeply, taking a long drag of his cigarette.
Just you wait, with his attitude, his girlfriend will inevitably leave him. Chapter 76, No man is free from infidelity. In the female dormitory, Lu Meng sat poised on a chair, diligently applying skin cream to her legs. She was meticulous and focused, fully aware that her legs were her asset and a source of allure. The events of the afternoon at Jinhu home had only reaffirmed this. As Chen Zhibai had been utterly captivated by her. The memory of the day's encounter caused a slight blush to creep across Lu Meng's cheeks. Momentarily pausing her rhythmic application of the cream, her delicate earlobes tinged with a rosy hue. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress her thoughts of the earlier incident. Dream, your legs are truly long and beautiful, I've never seen any as stunning in reality, Wang Hui exclaimed, her face radiating envy and admiration. Her words were sincere. In her experience, no legs compared to Lu Meng's, tall and perfectly straight. Hey, Qingqing, don't be upset, your legs are lovely too, Wang Hui added,
glancing over to Xinqiang with a conciliatory smile.
Xinqiang remained silent, her icy beauty tinged with a hint of exasperation. She had not uttered a word of complaint.
In truth, she acknowledged Lu Meng's exquisite legs.
She had noticed their charm since the beginning of the semester, so Wang Hui's remarks did not irk her, as they were grounded in reality.
Dream, Qingqing, did you know our dormitory has gained some fame on the school forum?
People refer to us as the beauty dormitory, primarily thanks to the 2 of you. I merely bask in your glow, Wang Hui continued, her enthusiasm unabated.
In reality,
Yaya was also quite beautiful, surpassing Wang Hui, yet when compared to Lu Meng and Xinqiang, she seemed to fall short.
By the way, where has she gone? Lu Meng inquired.
She mentioned she was dining out with the student union's external relations department tonight, Wang Hui replied.
Ah, Lu Meng nodded,
choosing not to elaborate further as she continued her meticulous skincare routine.
She had no interest in joining the student union. Had she desired to, she would have done so already.
Previously, when walking through the campus, members of the student union had approached her, inviting her to join, but she had declined. After 10 minutes, having applied the cream to both legs, Lu Meng stood up, feeling a slight ache, which caused her to furrow her brow momentarily, though it was bearable.
It should feel better by tomorrow. By the way, do you both have time tomorrow evening?
Lu Meng asked, first glancing at Wang Hui, then turning her gaze to Xin Cheng. A flicker of admiration passed through her beautiful eyes as she regarded Xin Cheng's cool and elegant demeanor, a quality that even she found appealing.
I'm free, what's up? Wang Hui responded eagerly, her curiosity piqued.
Xin Cheng, instead of answering directly, turned her gaze towards Lu Meng.
It's nothing urgent.
My boyfriend mentioned he'd like to treat you both to dinner tomorrow night. I wanted to check your availability and see what you'd like to eat. Lu Meng replied with a bright smile, her already striking features enhanced by her blossoming femininity. I'm available, and so is Qingqing, Wang Hui affirmed.
Noticing Wang Hui's agreement,
Xin Cheng, though slightly resigned, nodded in acknowledgement.
She would not miss a collective dormitory gathering. When Li Yu had dined with Zhou Hao, she had joined as well.
Let us wait for Li Yu to return before confirming with her, but she should also be free, Lu Meng concluded, then inquired about their meal preferences. I'm fine with anything, it's up to you two, Xin Cheng replied. I'm also flexible, but a grand feast would certainly be preferable. Wang Hui added with a hint of shyness. Very well, I'll take note of that, Lu Meng nodded, preparing to contact Chen Zhibai.
At that moment,
the dormitory door swung open, and Li Yu entered.
Yeah, you're back.
Wang Hui greeted her. Yes, Li Yu replied, her eyes immediately finding Lu Meng's.
A wave of unspoken emotions brewing within her.
Throughout the day, she had sent several messages to Chen Zhibai, yet received no response, leaving her feeling aggrieved. Despite her own beauty and the attention she received from numerous admirers, Chen Zhibai's silence felt like a stark reminder of her inferiority compared to Lu Meng.
Did the disparity between them truly warrant such disregard?
I'm going to take a shower, Li Yu stated, trying to mask her feelings upon noticing Lu Meng's frown. Wait a moment, yeah, Wang Hui said, pulling Li Yu's arm and relaying the news about Chen Zhibai's dinner invitation for the following evening.
So, will you be free tomorrow?
Yes, Li Yu replied without hesitation. However, she had previously planned to attend a meeting for the External Relations Department of the Student Union,
where they would discuss sponsorship for an upcoming sports event.
Yet, the prospect of seeing Chen Zhibai overshadowed her original commitment.
Li Yu resolved to dress impeccably for the occasion, determined to leave a lasting impression on Chen Zhibai.
She firmly believed that no man could resist temptation. Dream, I'll be joining you for dinner tomorrow, Li Yu declared,
suppressing her inner thoughts.
Okay, Lu Meng nodded in response.
Li Yu did not say anything further, instead heading to the bathroom,
her heart fluttering with anticipation for the evening ahead. She sought not just a meal but to capture Chen Zhibai's affections for herself,
relishing the thought of outshining Lu Meng in the process.
Once inside the bathroom, she closed the door and began to undress when her phone chimed.
Glancing at the screen,
she frowned upon seeing messages from Zhou Hao. Without responding, she flipped her phone over and proceeded with her shower.
After drying off half an hour later,
she picked up her phone to find several messages from Zhou Hao waiting for her.
Yeah, why aren't you responding? You've ignored me all day.
What have you been busy with?
Chapter 77, a free meal?
Having just inquired with her roommates, Chen Zhibai learned that they were all available tomorrow evening.
As he reclined on his bed, a WeChat message from Lu Meng caught his attention. Does your roommate have any particular cravings? He typed back.
Lu Meng replied that they were open to any cuisine, suggesting the Good Taste restaurant near the school, where Li Yu and Zhou Hao had previously treated them. The Good Taste restaurant, situated not far from the school entrance, although slightly pricier than other establishments, boasted a pleasant ambience and commendable dishes. It was a popular choice among students for birthdays and gatherings, which is why Lu Meng proposed dining there. However, upon reading her message, Chen Zhibai promptly dismissed the idea. Let's not eat there, I will find another restaurant, he replied.
While the Good Taste restaurant was indeed decent, Chen Zhibai had no intention of treating Lu Meng's roommates there.
He sought a more upscale venue. The rationale was simple: he wished to elevate Lu Meng's standing in front of her friends.
To put it plainly,
he desired to showcase his affluence. Despite currently having 2 girlfriends, Lu Meng held a unique significance as his first love, making her paramount in his heart.
Additionally,
her beauty and poise warranted a display of respect. Thus, he resolved to locate a more distinguished restaurant. As he pondered this, a chime echoed in his mind,
heralding the system's voice. Ding!
The host has triggered a random hidden task. As the host's girlfriend, she must be envied by her roommates. The dining expenses for this occasion will be covered by the system, amounting to 20,000.
What a stroke of luck! 20,000 for a meal. Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled at the unexpected boon of a random hidden task.
Although he possessed sufficient funds from various cash rewards totaling around 400,000.
Having the system cover the meal was undeniably advantageous. After all, who wouldn't relish a freebie?
Suddenly, his phone buzzed, revealing a bank notification confirming a deposit of 20,000.
Where shall we dine?
I think the Good Taste restaurant is quite nice, as everyone typically goes there for gatherings.
Lu Meng messaged again.
I'll handle the arrangements, you need not worry, Chen Zhibai replied, then opened Douyin to search for high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng. After half an hour of deliberation, he settled on Baiyun Impression, a restaurant that had opened a few years prior. Catering to an affluent clientele with uniquely designed interiors and a menu specializing in stir-fried dishes, boasting an average cost of 700 per person. After confirming his reservation for a private room through their Douyin account, Chen Zhibai returned to chatting with Lu Meng, ensuring he did not neglect Chen Zhiaowei.
It still hurts.
It's all your fault. Lu Meng's WeChat message arrived. I have to work tomorrow. Feeling a bit anxious, Chen Zhiaowei texted.
Engrossed in conversation, Chen Zhibai continued until 11 o'clock.
At which point Chen Zhiaowei bid him good night and retired to bed. Seeing her sleep, he too resolved to rest, for an early morning run awaited him. After 5 more days of jogging, he would receive the reward of growing 3 centimeters without adverse effects.
I'm off to bed, I need to run in the morning.
He messaged Lu Meng.
Okay, good night, I'm feeling a bit drowsy too, she replied almost instantly. After exchanging goodnights,
Chen Zhibai tucked his phone beneath his pillow and closed his eyes, inviting slumber. In the girls' dormitory, after sending her goodnight message, Lu Meng set her phone down. She had been weary for some time but had forced herself to chat with Chen Zhibai. Now that the conversation had ceased, her fatigue momentarily vanished.
Holding her phone,
she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, recognizing that she was no longer merely a girl but a woman. Suppressing her thoughts, she stretched her right leg,
still feeling some discomfort.
Scoundrel, she thought with a flush, remembering how he had truly worn her out.
The following morning, Chen Zhibai woke to his alarm, silencing it before rolling out of bed.
After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he glanced at Wang Chao and Li Dong, who were still fast asleep. This was expected, as he had seen them engrossed in games the previous night. Zhou Hao, however, caught his gaze. And memories of the leg photo Liu had sent him the night before, along with her flirtatious words, flooded his mind. He found himself staring at Zhou Hao, who was still asleep, and could not shake the feeling of seeing a green hat atop his head. Just as he was about to look away, Zhou Hao groggily opened his eyes and met Chen Zhibai's gaze.
Old Chen, why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my head?
Zhou Hao asked with a frown, clearly displeased. He sensed an oddity in Chen Zhibai's expression, tinged with a hint of sympathy.
Why would I pity you? I'm a local, with 2 properties and a girlfriend. What about you?
You're from out of town, with an average family background and no girlfriend. Zhou Hao sulked inwardly.
Nothing. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance before stepping out of the dormitory.
Crazy, Zhou Hao muttered, preparing to return to sleep. However, after a moment's hesitation, he touched his head. Feeling nothing, he sighed in relief. Crazy, he murmured again before closing his eyes and drifting back into slumber. As Chen Zhibai arrived at the track, he began his warm-up routine, flexing his ankles.
Hey, why are you here alone for your morning run?
Where's that beautiful girlfriend of yours? A melodious voice inquired from behind him, filled with curiosity.
Chen Zhibai turned to see Wen Yutong, dressed casually for exercise, her figure undeniably appealing. With her high ponytail, delicate features, and long neck, she perfectly embodied the elegance of this hairstyle, her complexion radiant and fair. Chapter 78, The Disc Lottery. What's wrong? Is there something on my face?
Chen Zhibai had been gazing for a while, causing Wen Yutong to pause momentarily and instinctively reach to touch her face.
Indeed. There was something. Chen Zhibai nodded, glancing at her hand as he spoke.
Her hands were fair and slender, even though he wasn't particularly fond of hands.
He couldn't help but admire them.
They were truly beautiful.
What is it? What's on my face?
Wen Yutong inquired before pulling out her phone from her pocket, preparing to check her reflection. She had washed her face before going for a run, so how could there be anything on it? As her thoughts whirled, she heard Chen Zhibai's next words.
Beauty, he stated. Wen Yutong. Such flattery.
I used to think you were the most honest and obedient boy in class. She rolled her eyes at Chen Zhibai, not genuinely angry, and refrained from asserting her authority as a teacher. Although she was indeed a teacher, she was only 4 years older than him, and given her recent graduation, she seldom adopted a superior demeanor.
By the way, why did you come to run alone today? Where's your beautiful girlfriend?
Wen Yutong shifted the topic out of curiosity.
She had thought about Chen Zhibai's girlfriend when she returned to the dormitory after running yesterday.
The girl's looks, figure, and demeanor were indeed impressive, and her long legs were a source of envy for Wen Yutong.
She is feeling a bit unwell today, so she stayed in the dormitory to rest, Chen Zhibai provided as an explanation. Oh, I see. Wen Yutong nodded, not pressing further.
You've done well to find such a stunning girlfriend without a word. She smiled, but a hint of skepticism crossed her face as she scrutinized Chen Zhibai.
Did he seem slightly more handsome today? Though the change was subtle, he exuded an overall more pleasant aura. By the way, where did you get your haircut?
I wanted to ask yesterday, but your girlfriend was there, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Wen Yutong inquired.
She had been curious since she first saw him, but hesitated out of respect for his time with Lu Meng. Now that Lu Meng was absent, she seized the opportunity. I got it done at Dreamstyle Studio,
Chen Zhibai replied.
You had your hair done there?
Wen Yutong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback.
She hadn't anticipated him naming such a prestigious establishment,
known for styling many celebrities.
A haircut there would cost a fortune, often exceeding 1,000 yuan, leaving her both astonished and intrigued.
Yes, I had my haircut there, Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod.
Suppressing her surprise, Wen Yutong's lovely, fair face bore an expression of resignation.
I can't afford to get my haircut there. My monthly salary is barely enough. Is it expensive to get a haircut there?
I've heard many stars go there, she probed further.
It's not too bad.
I spent 888 yuan on my haircut, Chen Zhibai replied.
Not too bad?
Wen Yutong shot him a disbelieving look. I never knew you were from a wealthy family.
Spending 888 yuan on a haircut and calling it reasonable, she teased.
Fully aware that he was not genuinely a rich heir, yet she suspected his family was quite well off.
Alright, I won't keep you any longer.
Let us get back to running. I've chatted with you long enough, she said, waving her hand before starting to jog away.
As she ran,
her figure was a delightful sight. Though her legs weren't as long as Lu Meng's, they were still lengthy compared to most girls, complemented by an appealing shape. Chen Zhibai noticed several boys on the field, their gazes drawn towards her, some even stopping their own runs to simply watch her. He sensed that their leisurely strolls were merely pretexts, they were genuinely there to admire Wen Yutong. After she left the field the previous 2 days, those boys had ceased their wandering and departed, making their intentions quite clear. Even more striking, he noticed a few male teachers in their 20s and 30s among them, also captivated by Wen Yutong's charm. This was entirely natural, her beauty and figure commanded attention. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhibai glanced at Wen Yutong as she jogged, subconsciously comparing her to Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. While all three were beautiful, they each possessed unique attributes. Lu Meng radiated a bright and graceful aura, while Chen Zhibai was exceptionally gifted, a significant advantage in itself. As for Wen Yutong, she was not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed a well-proportioned figure. Perhaps due to her role as a teacher, she exuded an indescribable elegance, carrying herself with a certain dignified grace.
Shaking his head,
Chen Zhibai dismissed these thoughts as he finished warming up his ankles and began his run around the track. Having run for 2 consecutive days, he had grown accustomed to it, finding today's session more effortless than the last 2.
Unbeknownst to him, 30 minutes slipped by as he ran. Ding!
The host has completed a 30-minute morning run today, with a progress check of 3.7.
Perseverance is a person's greatest virtue.
And the host has begun to embody this trait.
Please continue your efforts. Upon successfully logging 7 days of running, the host will receive an additional chance for the disc lottery.
The system's voice echoed in his mind. And while he had grown accustomed to the notifications at the 30-minute mark, the mention of the disc lottery piqued his interest.
Had he triggered a reward?
Chapter 79, The Shield and the Wheel of Fortune. Previously, Chen Zhibai had inquired about the system and learned that the Wheel of Fortune was quite remarkable, as it possessed the potential to yield attribute points and, astonishingly, even advanced technologies. Though the probability was exceedingly low, at merely 0.00000012. The prospect of a serendipitous surge of luck could indeed lead to a successful draw. Consequently, he had been pondering when he might activate the Wheel of Fortune. To his surprise, the moment had arrived unexpectedly. Splendidly, after 5 more days of morning runs, he would not only gain 3 centimeters in height without any adverse effects but also earn another opportunity to spin the wheel.
This was an unexpected boon. With this thought, Chen Zhibai felt a surge of positivity and continued his jog.
After running for over 10 minutes, his breath began to quicken, prompting him to halt.
He glanced at his phone, noting the time was nearing 8 o'clock.
After stowing his phone back in his pocket, Chen Zhibai prepared to return to his dormitory for a shower before heading to dinner, followed by attending classes. Today was Monday, with lectures scheduled for both the morning and afternoon. Although he now had the system and financial concerns were no longer an issue, he could theoretically drop out of school, as the pragmatic purpose of education was merely to secure a good job to support oneself.
With financial stability at hand, attending classes seemed unnecessary. However, Chen Zhibai had never contemplated the option of abandoning his studies. The reason was simple: he could not face his family. He could hardly disclose the existence of the system to them, and even if he did, his parents would likely be incredulous. In the eyes of the older generation,
pursuing education diligently to secure employment was the conventional path. The notion of dropping out was utterly unfathomable, bordering on rebellion. Even though he was their only child and Chen Zhangwo and Li Xiumei had always been affectionate towards him, he feared that dropping out might provoke their ire. Thus, Chen Zhibai resolved to continue his education. Fortunately, university life was relatively relaxed and liberating.
Lost in his thoughts,
Chen Zhibai was on his way back to the dormitory when he noticed Wen Yutong, looking somewhat helpless, conversing with a man.
The man appeared to be in his 30s.
Donned glasses, had a decent appearance, and stood at a respectable height. Chen Zhibai recognized him as a teacher at the school. After a brief glance, he diverted his gaze, discerning that the male teacher was pursuing Wen Yutong, yet she seemed disinterested, as her expression clearly indicated. It was uncertain whether the teacher was feigning ignorance, as he continued to engage her in conversation. However, this was of no concern to Chen Zhibai. As he turned to leave, Wen Yutong suddenly spotted him, her beautiful eyes lighting up. "Zhibai, come here," she called, raising her hand. Chen Zhibai paused, momentarily bewildered by her summons.
He glanced at Wen Yutong, wondering what she wanted him for.
Despite his confusion, he approached her. As he neared, he heard her speak. "I apologize, Teacher Zhang, but I need to discuss something with a student in my class, so I must take my leave."
Upon hearing this,
Chen Zhibai immediately understood her intention for calling him over. He was to serve as a shield. He remained silent and positioned himself beside Wen Yutong. Noticing his tacit agreement, Wen Yutong bestowed upon him a look of gratitude, as if to say, "You truly understand."
Zhang Xuebin, standing before Wen Yutong, glanced at Chen Zhibai before retracting his gaze.
If it had been another male teacher, he might have been wary or even agitated. However, recognizing Chen Zhibai as merely a student, he dismissed him entirely.
Come on, Zhibai. Let us walk and talk, Wen Yutong proposed, preparing to leave.
Yet, Zhang Xuabin interjected, raising his hand to stop her.
Don't be in such a hurry, Yutong. It's a rare occasion to meet, why not join me for a meal in the cafeteria?
We can discuss your student matters at any time. There's no need to rush.
Zhang Xuabin's tone was amiable, exuding charm. Yet even a cursory glance revealed a simmering intensity and possessiveness in his gaze towards Wen Yutong.
She was quick to notice this, causing her to furrow her brow. Teacher Zhang, our relationship has not yet reached the point where you can call me Yutong, so please address me as Teacher Wen. Wen Yutong stated directly. Zhang Xuabin's smile faltered slightly, taken aback by her lack of courtesy. Nevertheless, gazing at Wen Yutong's radiant visage and her figure, which even casual attire could not conceal, he suppressed his discomfort. He was determined to pursue her, anything was worth it if it meant winning her affection.
Internally,
Zhang Xuabin was convinced of his chances. At 30, he was a university instructor, with a stable job and desirable attributes, house, car, and appearance. Among unmarried male teachers at the school, his qualifications were undoubtedly exceptional, with no apparent shortcomings. Thus, he brimmed with confidence.
Teacher Wen, you're being a bit too formal, Zhang Xuabin said, suppressing his thoughts.
Let us have a meal together, one cannot always be consumed by work. It is essential to balance labor with leisure, after all. The school provides us with meager salaries, we must carve out some personal time. I'm not interested in having a meal with you in the slightest, Wen Yutong replied bluntly, casting a glance at Zhang Xuabin. Initially, she had intended to extend some courtesy, given that they were colleagues.
However, it had become evident that affording him any leeway would only encourage further pursuit. With that realization, she deemed it unnecessary to be polite. Yutong, this is.
Zhang Xuabin began, visibly displeased, but was interrupted by Wen Yutong.
Call me Teacher Wen.
Having said this, she turned her attention to Chen Zhibai.
Let us go. All right. Chen Zhibai nodded, and together they strode out of the playground.
Behind them, Zhang Xuabin stood rooted, his expression sour as he watched Wen Yutong's retreating figure with discontent. He felt slighted, believing Wen Yutong had shown him a lack of respect.
Indeed, she was undeniably beautiful and possessed an admirable physique.
Yet, he considered his own circumstances, housing,
a vehicle, and a stable job sufficiently compelling.
If you marry me, at the very least, you could settle in Jiangcheng.
Otherwise, with your salary, when would you ever afford a home?
After taking a deep breath to quell his unease, Zhang Xuabin resolved not to relinquish his pursuit of Wen Yutong. Her appearance and figure perfectly aligned with his ideals. To chase after her, he had already severed ties with his girlfriend, with whom he had been contemplating marriage. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Standing still, Zhang Xuabin refrained from dwelling further on the matter. After noticing several male teachers observing him,
he scowled and exited the playground.
He did not regard them as rivals, convinced that they were simply not comparable to him.
Chapter 80, Not a good person. That Zhang Xuabin is not a good person, Wen Yutong suddenly declared as they exited the playground. Ah? Chen Zhibai responded,
his gaze shifting toward her. Zhang Xuabin is the teacher who just spoke with me.
At first glance, one might perceive him as well-mannered and amiable, with a pleasant demeanor. Wen Yutong remarked after glancing at Chen Zhibai. Isn't that so? Chen Zhibai instinctively questioned.
He had indeed thought that, based solely on appearances, Zhang Xuabin was decent.
Absolutely not.
Wen Yutong replied bluntly before continuing.
You are new to the school, so you might not know,
but Zhang Xuabin has a notorious reputation. He has had romantic relationships with multiple female students in his class, and a few years ago, he was involved in a situation where a student became pregnant. As she explained, a sense of exasperation welled up within her. How could he dare pursue her, oblivious to his own disgraceful history? It was inconceivable, after all. She was a student of this very institution.
Is that true? A teacher engaging in relationships with students, and causing pregnancies? Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback,
instinctively questioning the veracity of her statement. Of course it's true. If you search relevant keywords on the school forum, you can still find information about it, Wen Yutong nodded.
What was the outcome?
She became pregnant, Chen Zhibai inquired.
What else could be done? The girl had an abortion.
It caused quite a stir at the time. Her parents were involved, demanding Zhang Xuabin take responsibility. However, he merely claimed it was a consensual relationship, and eventually, he paid a sum of money to settle the matter.
The girl ended up dropping out of school.
Sigh, Wen Yutong sighed.
Did the school not intervene in this matter?
He is a teacher, after all, Chen Zhibai frowned.
How could the school intervene?
There is nothing illegal about a teacher dating a student, and after Zhang Xuabin compensated her, the girl did not pursue the issue further. Thus, the school had no grounds to intervene.
It's unfortunate for that girl, she had to undergo an abortion at such a young age and left school.
Her future path is bound to be difficult, Wen Yutong lamented once more.
So now you understand why I don't wish to engage with him?
If he were truly a good person, I wouldn't mind interacting with him. After all, I am 25 and should be preparing for a relationship leading to marriage. But with someone like him, I have absolutely no interest, Wen Yutong stated plainly.
I understand, Chen Zhibai nodded. He remarked on Wen Yutong's gentle demeanor,
noting how she never acted superior as a teacher, always kind and graceful. Yet, in the face of Zhang Xuabin, she had transformed, her expression becoming cold. Clearly, there was more beneath the surface.
How could he still have the audacity to pursue you? Chen Zhibai questioned. Who knows? He probably believes he possesses admirable qualities.
Thinking I would overlook his past misconduct.
Not a chance.
If it were merely a matter of dating, I might be able to accept that. Although I have never been in a relationship, I could accept a future boyfriend who has had past romances.
That's normal. However, a teacher engaging with students, leading to pregnancy, and then failing to take responsibility?
That I cannot abide, Wen Yutong asserted.
Indeed, Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement.
After which Wen Yutong chose not to continue discussing the matter. She felt a visceral aversion even to mention Zhang Xuabin's name.
Wen Yutong fell silent.
But Chen Zhibai broke the quiet.
Teacher 1, you've never been in a relationship?
That can't be true, he asked curiously, stealing a glance at her countenance. Her complexion was fair and lovely, her features exquisite. In terms of beauty, she was on par with Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei, all exceeding a score of 90. Once one's beauty surpasses 90, they are universally acknowledged as stunning. Even if one does not fit conventional standards, they would still be recognized as breathtaking.
Without question.
Wen Yutong belonged to this category.
So, you have never been in a relationship? How is that even possible?
It's not something to be ashamed of, Wen Yutong replied, raising her gaze to meet his. I never dated anyone during college, though I had many suitors, including quite a few well-qualified individuals.
Then why not pursue a relationship? Chen Zhibai inquired. Because at that time,
Wen Yutong's fair and beautiful face momentarily reflected an unusual mix of shyness and embarrassment. I was rather oblivious to such matters. When faced with the affections of boys, I found it genuinely bothersome, as my focus was solely on my studies.
Looking back now,
it's truly regrettable, those 4 wonderful years of university, and I didn't even engage in a single romance, she sighed, a wistful expression gracing her enchanting eyes. The absence of a romantic relationship during her university years was something she now lamented. As she walked through the school, witnessing couples strolling hand in hand,
she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy.
Such is the essence of love on campus.
Chen Zhibai remained silent but couldn't resist glancing at Wen Yutong, stifling a chuckle. Was she truly oblivious to relationships?
No wonder she appeared flustered and bashful.
Are you laughing at me?
Wen Yutong, having composed herself, lifted her head only to catch the glimmer of amusement in Chen Zhibai's eyes. Instantly, her expression turned menacing.
Of course not. How could I? Chen Zhibai quickly denied, shaking his head vigorously. You think I can't see the laughter in your eyes?
If you wish to laugh, go ahead, Wen Yutong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Initially, I intended to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your help, but now, I shall not, she declared, waving her hand dismissively.
I'm leaving now, heading back to my dorm.
I have class today, so do pay attention in class, she added, turning on her heel and striding toward the teacher's dormitory.
Her posture was remarkably upright, and her gait possessed an unexpected grace.
Chen Zhibai observed her for a while, suddenly reminded of certain celebrities who garnered fans simply for their elegant walking styles. He had once searched for videos of such stars, finding them genuinely captivating. However, now he felt that those stars would pale in comparison to Wen Yutong's poise. If a video of Wen Yutong's walk were to be shared online, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers enchanted by her grace. And her hands, too, would captivate many with a fascination for beauty. As he pondered these thoughts, Chen Zhibai shook his head and made his way back to the boys' dormitory after Wen Yutong's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 81. What nonsense are you talking about? Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhibai took a refreshing shower. As he emerged from the bathroom, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao had already awakened, given that they had class at 9, and it was now past 8. Fatigued and yearning for slumber, he lamented about his late-night gaming session that extended until 3 in the morning, rendering him unable to keep his eyes open and disinclined to attend class. Although Wang Chao had opened his eyes, he appeared somewhat irritable. I told you to sleep early last night, but you didn't listen. Now look at me. I'm utterly exhausted too. Li Dong yawned, his face reflecting his weariness. I simply forgot we had class today, he sighed, donning his trousers. Old Chen, I truly admire you, you actually went for a run again today. That makes it 3 consecutive days, doesn't it? Wang Chao remarked, casting a look of admiration at Chen Zhibai. Yes, it's been 3 days, Chen Zhibai nodded in acknowledgement. Impressive, Wang Chao commended, then proceeded towards the restroom. I need to relieve myself, I've been holding it in all night. Zhou Hao, seeing Wang Chao head into the bathroom, became anxious. But I said I needed to go first. He protested, only for Wang Chao to disregard him, slamming the bathroom door shut. This act darkened Zhou Hao's expression. I clearly stated I had to go. Can't you let me use the bathroom first? Zhou Hao grumbled unhappily. Chen Zhibai glanced at him but remained silent. If you needed to go so badly, why didn't you head there earlier? Why wait until Wang Chao was in the bathroom to mention it? When Wang Chao emerged from the restroom, he paid no heed to Zhou Hao's displeasure. Old Chen, why do I get the feeling you've become even more handsome? Wang Chao inquired, a puzzled look on his face. Really? Chen Zhibai feigned ignorance. Though he knew it was due to the 3 attribute points he had gained in appearance the previous day. While 3 points may sound trivial, it was quite significant. After enhancing his appearance, both Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei, along with his current roommates, had noticed his striking transformation. Of course, there's a noticeable change. Dongzi, what do you think? Wang Chao called out to Li Dong. Let me see indeed, what's the reason behind this? Li Dong approached, astonished at Chen Zhibai's visage. Alright, it's already past 8. Let us head to the cafeteria for breakfast before class, Chen Zhibai interjected, steering the conversation away from his looks. Sure. Wang Chao and Li Dong nodded, beginning to dress themselves. With a class demographic skewed towards more females than males. Both Wang Chao and Li Dong aspired to find girlfriends within their cohort. Hence, they always made an effort to look presentable for class. Yet, nearly a month into the semester, neither had made any progress. I'm quite handsome, standing at 6 feet tall. Why haven't any girls shown interest in me? Li Dong sighed after finishing his grooming. Chen Zhibai glanced at him, while his height was impressive, his mature appearance, complete with a scruffy beard and a formidable physique, might lead others to mistake him for a parent of a student. I'm handsome too. Alas, we brothers share the same plight, Wang Chao sighed, embracing Li Dong. Just as Zhou Hao exited the bathroom, he overheard their exchange and scoffed. You two are really deluding yourselves. You consider yourselves handsome? He pointed to himself with an air of superiority. Now this is what true handsomeness looks like. Zhou Hao beamed with pride, as he was indeed considered attractive among the boys in their class. Coupled with his self-introduction at the semester's start, where he mentioned being a local with 2 properties, several girls had shown him interest. However, he deemed those girls too ordinary and therefore declined their advances. Naturally, this only fueled his sense of superiority over Wang Chao and Li Dong. You're talking nonsense. The real handsome one here is old Chen, in his presence.
You don't stand a chance, Wang Chao retorted sharply. Zhou Hao's expression soured, and he instinctively opened his mouth to protest, but upon seeing Chen Zhibai, he faltered.
Although reluctant to admit it, Chen Zhibai was indeed more handsome than him now, stylish and visually striking.
Being handsome doesn't matter, in today's society, wealth is what counts. At the very least, my family owns 2 properties, Zhou Hao declared.
Yes, we know your family has 2 properties, there's no need to reiterate it.
Who doesn't know by now? Wang Chao rolled his eyes at Zhou Hao's incessant bragging and beckoned Chen Zhibai and Li Dong. Come on, old Chen, Dongzi. Let us head to the cafeteria. Alright, Chen Zhibai nodded, feeling slightly hungry after his morning run of over 40 minutes. Soon, the 3 of them exited the dormitory,
leaving Zhou Hao alone behind. TCH, he scoffed, pulling out his phone to open WeChat, searching for his conversation with Li Yu.
Yeah, are you awake? What do you want to eat for breakfast today? Zhou Hao sent multiple messages in quick succession, then glanced at the now-closed dormitory door, rolling his eyes once more.
He had no desire to join Chen Zhibai and the others for breakfast, he had a girlfriend, after all. In the school cafeteria, while eating, Wang Chao remained disgruntled. At the start of the semester, Zhou Hao had emphasized his status as a local with 2 properties.
And it seemed he couldn't help but mention it whenever he spoke.
Having 2 properties is indeed impressive, but constantly bringing it up is quite irritating, Wang Chao complained. I suspect even the ants at our school are aware of his 2 properties.
Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but chuckle.
While Wang Chao's comment was exaggerated, it held a grain of truth. Whenever Zhou Hao spoke, he would invariably mention being a local and his properties.
Initially,
a few girls had expressed interest in Zhou Hao, but that had since waned. Good conditions might catch a girl's eye at first,
but if one's character is lacking, that charm fades quickly. Zhou Hao's arrogance and his tendency to flaunt it had alienated others. Suddenly, Chen Zhibai felt a vibration from his phone.
Taking it out, he saw a message from Chen Zhibai, informing him she was heading to work. Accompanying the message was a selfie, in which she donned a delicate white floral dress, her slender waist and long legs accentuated beautifully, even with some modesty in the shot. The photo exuded a captivating ambience.
Old Chen, who is this? She is stunningly beautiful. Wang Chao casually glanced at Chen Zhibai's phone.
And upon seeing Chen Zhibai in the photo, he froze momentarily, then became visibly excited.
He found the girl in the photo extraordinarily attractive,
with a figure that was simply breathtaking.
Chapter 82, Class Monitor Zhou, who is that? Who is so beautiful? Let me take a look, Li Dong said,
intrigued as he leaned in closer. Alright, let us get to work, Chen Zhibai replied curtly, ignoring the 2 as he typed a message and put his phone away. Although Chen Zhiawei's selfie was perfectly appropriate, Chen Zhibai preferred that Wang Chao and Li Dong not see it.
Perhaps this was a manifestation of a man's possessiveness? Old Chen, tell me, who is this girl? She is truly stunning, and she is chatting with you? Could she be your sister? Wang Chao asked, somewhat disappointed when Chen Zhibai tucked his phone away. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance.
She is my girlfriend.
Cut it out, I don't believe it.
The girl in this photo is too beautiful, with a figure to match, there is no way she could be your girlfriend.
Wang Chao remained skeptical. Old Chen,
I admit you've become more handsome and your fashion sense has improved, but I still think there is a gap between you and her.
Believe it or not. Chen Zhibai chuckled, offering no further explanation.
He was not the type to feel compelled to convince Wang Chao of the truth.
The fact that Chen Zhiawei was his girlfriend was simply a reality that needed no justification. After finishing their meal, they arrived at the classroom at 8:30.
By then, most of their classmates had gathered. With more girls than boys, it was, after all, a teacher training college.
Initially, the girls in the class paid little attention to Chen Zhibai, huddled together by their dorms, engrossed in conversation.
Although the semester had nearly reached its first month, the students still felt somewhat estranged, leading to activities like classes and meals being organized by dorm groups. As Chen Zhibai entered the classroom with Wang Chao and Li Dong, some girls noticed him and paused momentarily, then hurriedly nudged their roommates.
What's up? The nudged roommate blinked, her face reflecting curiosity. Is that one of our boys?
I didn't realize we had such a handsome guy in our class.
How did I miss him before?
One girl whispered to her friend while glancing at Chen Zhibai.
Who is he?
The roommate asked, instinctively turning her gaze towards Chen Zhibai, momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Having changed his hairstyle and donned suitable clothing, Chen Zhibai now exuded an appealing sense of style and cleanliness. The confidence he carried, bolstered by his recent transformation, made him stand out remarkably among his peers.
Thus, the roommate was visibly taken aback.
I have a vague impression of him. I believe his name is Chen Zhibai.
He seemed quite ordinary before.
But I never expected such a transformation after he changed his hairstyle and clothes. This kind of dialogue resonated throughout the classroom as the girls began to murmur among themselves,
captivated by Chen Zhibai.
Just as boys are drawn to beautiful girls, girls too are enchanted by handsome boys.
This fascination is an innate part of human nature. We are naturally attracted to aesthetically pleasing beings.
Undoubtedly, Chen Zhibai had now earned the title of a handsome young man.
In the front row,
4 girls from the same dorm sat together. Yu, I never thought we actually had good-looking boys in our class, Zhang Fangfang remarked, glancing at Chen Zhibai before turning to her friend. The girl beside her was strikingly beautiful, with perfectly balanced features, exuding an elegant aura reminiscent of a well-cared-for only child from the Jiangsu-Zhujiang Shanghai region. This girl, Zhou Yu, was recognized in the class as one of the prettiest girls and held the position of class monitor. Zhou Yu replied lightly, her beautiful eyes fixated on Chen Zhibai.
She too was surprised to discover such a hidden gem among the boys in her class.
While her friends were enamored by his looks, Zhou Yu was more intrigued by the steady confidence he radiated. Such an aura represented a great deal. Of course, this did not mean she undervalued a boy's appearance. She certainly appreciated it, but her priorities lay more with a boy's demeanor. Moreover, she recognized that Chen Zhibai was wearing clothes from a well-known Italian semi-luxury brand,
which her cousin adored.
Yu, I feel like the boys in our class seem quite immature in comparison to him, Zhang Fangfang added,
glancing between Chen Zhibai and the other boys in the class. It's quite apparent.
Zhou Yu remained silent but continued to observe Chen Zhibai, waiting for him to take his seat before she intended to divert her gaze. However, at that moment, she caught his eye as he seemed to notice her looking. Zhou Yu did not speak, yet she smiled and nodded at him, her smile radiating warmth and charm. If one were to describe it in a single phrase, it would be akin to a face embodying peace and prosperity.
As Chen Zhibai settled into his seat,
he sensed the girls in the class stealing glances at him. Initially indifferent, he soon felt a particular gaze that held more focus than the others.
He instinctively looked up and found class monitor Zhou Yu watching him. Chen Zhibai was no stranger to Zhou Yu.
She had been acknowledged as one of the prettiest girls in the class since the first day of school.
During military training, boys from other classes would often come to catch a glimpse of her. Not overthinking it,
Chen Zhibai was about to look away when he noticed Zhou Yu nodding and smiling at him. This caught him off guard. For despite having been in the same class for nearly a month, he had yet to exchange a single word with her.
Though they were classmates, they felt more like strangers. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to acknowledge him with a nod and a smile?
Chen Zhibai was taken aback but politely returned her smile before averting his gaze.
Zhou Yu, observing Chen Zhibai look away, returned her focus to her surroundings,
appearing as though nothing had changed. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice her earlobes had subtly flushed, revealing a hint of color that was quite striking.
Yu, why are your ears red? Zhang Fangfang casually noted Zhou Yu's reddened ears, momentarily stunned before exclaiming.
At her words, the other 2 roommates turned their curious gazes toward Zhou Yu.
Oh, they really are red. What is going on?
They asked, intrigued.
It's nothing,
Zhou Yu replied with a smile, deflecting their curiosity as she seamlessly transitioned into discussing another topic. The 3 roommates followed suit, engaging in conversation. Yet, as they chatted, Zhou Yu found herself speaking less, her gaze drifting back to Chen Zhibai once more.
Chapter 83. In the back row of the classroom, Wang Chao was brimming with excitement. The class monitor just looked at me and even smiled,
he exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhilaration. His flushed face betrayed his enthusiasm. How could she possibly look at you?
Don't flatter yourself, Li Dong replied, visibly unimpressed.
Think about it,
the class monitor would never smile at you. You're overthinking this. I know you don't believe me. But it's true. She definitely nodded and smiled at me. Wang Chao insisted, growing more agitated as he noticed Li Dong's skepticism. Really? Li Dong, initially doubtful, glanced at Wang Chao, his curiosity piqued.
After nearly a month of being roommates, he was aware of Wang Chao's temperament and knew he wouldn't boast without reason.
Could it be that the class monitor truly had shown him a gesture of goodwill? Absolutely. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. Dongzi, Lao Chen. Do you think the class monitor might have feelings for me? Otherwise, why would she nod and smile at me?
It's been nearly a month since school started. Although she is friendly and talks to everyone, she hardly ever smiles at boys.
This must mean she likes me, right? Wang Chao could no longer contain his exhilaration.
I think there might be a possibility of that, Li Dong admitted, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice. After all, being in the same class, he was familiar with Zhou Yu's demeanor. She was amiable but maintained a certain distance in her interactions. Yet now, she had actually nodded and smiled at Wang Chao.
Hee, Wang Chao chuckled foolishly.
I don't care, if you really end up with the class monitor, you must treat us to a feast.
I want a grand meal, Li Dong declared, his tone half serious, half joking.
Of course.
That's a small matter.
If it really happens, not only will I treat you to dinner, but I'll even call you Dad.
Wang Chao replied with earnestness, stealing a glance at Zhou Yu.
From his current angle, he could only see her graceful back and her lovely bun hairstyle, truly captivating.
Hee.
Wang Chao chuckled again, but just as he was about to look away, he caught Zhou Yu glancing back at him.
In a flurry,
he nodded and offered her a smile. Seated in her chair, Zhou Yu furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. She had been watching Chen Zhibai but was momentarily distracted by the boy next to him.
Who was he?
He looked somewhat foolish and was smiling at her in a rather unsettling manner.
What was his name again? She had forgotten. It wasn't important.
Zhou Yu dismissed the thought and returned her focus to Chen Zhibai.
Yu, what are you looking at back there?
Zhang Fangfang, seated beside her, inquired curiously.
Nothing much. By the way, what are we having for lunch?
Zhou Yu asked, shaking her head as she subtly shifted the topic.
How about spicy sour noodles? I want that. Sounds good.
Zhou Yu nodded, then fell silent as the class bell rang, and the teacher entered with a textbook.
Stand up.
As the class monitor, Zhou Yu rose and called out, prompting her classmates to stand and greet the teacher.
Hello, students. Please sit down.
The teacher, a woman in her early 40s with an unremarkable appearance, waved her hand for them to take their seats. In the back row, after sitting down, Wang Chao nudged Li Dong's arm. His voice was hushed, yet his expression was animated.
Dongzi, did you see that? The class monitor just looked at me again.
I saw it. I never expected you to have such luck, Li Dong replied, his tone laced with envy. He had witnessed Zhou Yu glance over and, under the influence of his preconceived notions, assumed she was looking at Wang Chao.
This realization stung his pride. Hee, don't be jealous. This is a good thing for your brother, you should be happy for me. Wang Chao chuckled, then glanced at the teacher. Noticing she was preoccupied,
he patted Li Dong on the shoulder, grinning widely.
You may be thrilled, but what about me? I don't even have a girlfriend.
And this is the class monitor, the goddess of our class. Many boys from other classes like her, yet she keeps looking at you.
Li Dong sighed, a look of melancholy on his face, tinged with jealousy.
At this point, he wasn't picky about a girlfriend, he simply wanted a girl who was alive and breathing.
Don't worry, your happiness will come soon enough.
Wang Chao waved him off dismissively before asking, Dongzi,
do you think I should take the initiative and add the class monitor on WeChat from the class group?
I can't expect her to add me.
That wouldn't be right.
Girls tend to be reserved.
Without a doubt.
You must take the initiative to add her, you need to show your intentions, Li Dong affirmed.
Nodding in agreement. I think so too.
Alright, I'll add her on WeChat from the class group right now.
Hee.
I can't believe I'm actually catching the class monitor's attention.
Wang Chao chuckled, then fell silent again.
After looking at the teacher once more and ensuring she was not watching, he discreetly pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat class group. Quickly, he found Zhou Yu's contact.
Hello, class monitor.
I am Wang Chao. After crafting the friend request message, he showed it to Li Dong for reassurance before sending it off. Once he sent the request, Wang Chao kept his phone in hand, anxious that he might miss her acceptance.
Lao Chen, brother. I might be about to break free from singlehood. Don't be envious, it's all fate.
Wang Chao turned to Chen Zhibai, patting his shoulder with pride. Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting several bemused glances at Wang Chao.
He was astounded by Wang Chao's audacity. How could he presume such feelings from Zhou Yu? Seriously. How can you think that?
Zhou Yu was clearly looking at me, Chen Zhibai thought, certain that her gaze had genuinely met his. Yet, regardless of how it appeared, he could never believe that her interest lay with him. As long as you're happy, Chen Zhibai said to Wang Chao, resigned.
Lao Chen, you're not feeling jealous. Are you?
Don't be like that, we're brothers. Rest assured, if I end up with the class monitor, I'll treat you and Dongzi to a lavish meal.
You can order whatever you want. Wang Chao declared, laughing once more, oblivious to his friend's reactions. Chapter 84, Who is Wang Chao? In the front row of the classroom,
Zhou Yu sat attentively in her seat, fully engaged in the lecture delivered by her instructor.
Although attending university often allows for a more relaxed approach to learning,
she held herself to a higher standard. Thus, she not only listened intently but also took notes from time to time. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her fair and lovely face, creating an aesthetically pleasing ambience. Zhou Yu was truly beautiful. Zhang Fangfang, seated beside her,
glanced at Zhou Yu before whispering something to her roommate.
The roommate nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting approval. Despite the semester having just commenced, they had already developed a fondness for Zhou Yu, more accurately, they admired her. With her striking looks, commendable figure, and graceful demeanor, she conducted herself with poise and organization, often extending her assistance to them, earning her an excellent reputation among the female students in class.
Occasionally, they would privately wonder what kind of boy Zhou Yu might be interested in.
While her roommates engaged in hushed conversation, Zhou Yu remained oblivious, focused on the lecture.
However, she suddenly felt her mobile phone, nestled in the pocket of her jeans, vibrate.
She had intentionally set it to silent mode before class.
Frowning slightly,
torn between the urge to ignore it and the concern that it might be a message from her family, she hesitated momentarily. After confirming that the teacher was not observing her, she retrieved her phone from her pocket.
Unlocking it, she opened WeChat. Wang Chao? Who is Wang Chao?
Upon seeing the friend request notification, Zhou Yu furrowed her brow again but dismissed it, assuming it was yet another boy who had somehow acquired her WeChat ID. This had occurred nearly 30 times since the semester began, almost on a daily basis.
You told someone my WeChat ID again, didn't you?
Zhou Yu turned to Zhang Fangfang and inquired.
No, I swear I didn't.
After you told me not to share your WeChat with other boys.
I haven't given it to anyone else. I promise.
Zhang Fangfang replied, momentarily taken aback, then spoke with a hint of indignation. She had indeed shared Zhou Yu's WeChat ID with some boys in the past, thinking nothing of it, but after Zhou Yu's request, she had refrained from doing so. Even when a few boys offered her snacks in exchange for it.
Did you really not share it?
Zhou Yu asked, her curiosity piqued. But she chose to disregard the friend request entirely and prepared to tuck her phone away. Just then, she paused, noticing the WeChat class group.
Instinctively, she glanced towards Chen Zhibai's direction and clicked into the class group, searching for Chen Zhibai's WeChat. I'm Zhou Yu. Please add me on WeChat. I have a few questions for you.
Zhou Yu typed her message, her fair and lovely face flushing slightly.
As this marked the first time she had proactively added a boy on WeChat.
Despite her generally outgoing nature, she couldn't suppress a hint of shyness in that moment.
Fortunately,
she quickly managed to quell her embarrassment. After sending the friend request, she returned her phone to her pocket and resumed her focus on the lecture.
Yet, she soon found herself distracted and inattentive, occasionally glancing at her phone. What's wrong, Yu? Are you waiting for an important message? Zhang Fangfang inquired, having noticed Zhou Yu's unusual behavior after the fifth time she pulled out her phone.
Her curiosity intensified as she observed Zhou Yu's distracted demeanor, clearly waiting for a message. Zhang Fangfang speculated internally, reassuring herself that it must be news from home, as it was inconceivable that Zhou Yu would be anticipating a message from a boy. She was well aware of Zhou Yu's high standards. Throughout the month since classes began, several suitors had attempted to win her over, but all had been met with rejection.
Zhou Yu hesitated, caught off guard by Zhang Fangfang's inquiry, and prepared to discreetly divert the conversation. However, before she could respond, Zhang Fangfang continued, Yu. Are you chatting with your mom?
Zhou Yu lifted her gaze to Zhang Fangfang and subtly nodded, affirming her answer with a soft sound.
I knew it. Zhang Fangfang beamed with pride upon seeing Zhou Yu's nod.
She fell silent, as the teacher's attention had shifted towards her.
Feeling a pang of anxiety,
Zhang Fangfang quickly adopted a serious expression, pretending to be engrossed in the lecture. The instructor, having noticed her momentary distraction, returned to his lesson without reprimanding her.
Unlike high school teachers, university professors do not enforce strict study habits. If students are willing to learn, instructors will teach with diligence; if not, they remain indifferent.
This encapsulates the essence of university life, where a relaxed atmosphere prevails, yet each individual is their own primary responsibility.
Zhou Yu lowered her gaze to her textbook,
her elegant bun accentuating her graceful neck, rendering her even more attractive.
Although still somewhat distracted, she refrained from pulling out her phone again.
In the back row of the classroom, Chen Zhibai had not immediately noticed the friend request from Zhou Yu, as Wang Chao was engrossed in conversation with him.
Old Chen. Donzi, why hasn't the class monitor accepted my friend request?
I've seen her pull out her phone 5 or 6 times, logically, she should have approved it by now.
Wang Chao, seated with a perplexed expression, whispered to Chen Zhibai and Li Dong. Chen Zhibai remained silent but shot him a glance, overwhelmed with too many points to critique.
Li Dong, however, chimed in, Xiaozi, why the rush? Perhaps this is a test from the monitor, to see if you're a composed young man.
Patience is key.
Li Dong's earnest demeanor, coupled with his mature appearance, lent credibility to his words, prompting Wang Chao to nod vigorously.
You're right, Donzi.
I must remain calm and wait. Chapter 85, a bit of pain. Although I have never been in a romantic relationship, do not underestimate my solid theoretical knowledge, you can trust me.
Li Dong spoke confidently. And then he began to converse quietly with Wang Chao. Chen Zhibai did not join their discussion; instead,
he took out his phone to check on Lu Meng and see if she was still in pain. He also intended to inquire about Chen Zhiaowei, considering it was her first day at work.
With 2 girlfriends, one must maintain fairness. However, just as he retrieved his phone,
Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhou Yu, who was seated in the front row. Her slender waist and straight back were complemented by a bun atop her head, revealing a fair and elegant neck. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter.
The real question was, why had she suddenly added him? And what could she possibly want to ask?
Chen Zhibai pondered this, throughout the month since the semester began. He had not exchanged a word with Zhou Yu.
Under such circumstances, what could she possibly need to inquire about?
Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Clicked to accept her request, and in the next moment, their chat window appeared. Zhou Yu's WeChat profile picture featured a beautiful ragdoll cat, presumably one she owned.
What is it?
He messaged, addressing her as the class monitor. After diverting his gaze from Zhou Yu's profile picture, he opened the chat with Lu Meng.
Have you woken up yet?
He sent, but after a moment's wait, Lu Meng did not reply. Chen Zhibai shrugged it off and turned to the chat with Chen Zhiaowei, asking how her first day at work was going.
Chen Zhiaowei responded promptly, it's going well.
My best friend has been here for over 2 months. So with her guiding me, no one is giving me a hard time.
She sent several messages in a row.
Chen Zhibai smiled at this and was about to reply when Chen Zhiaowei sent a photo of her workspace, which she had already decorated simply with a few plush toys beside her computer.
Is it nice? She inquired. It looks nice, Chen Zhibai nodded and typed back.
The two continued chatting, with Chen Zhiaowei explaining that she was not busy today. Her initial days were meant for familiarizing herself with the company, and it would take 3 days before she would begin specific design work. It was not until the class was about to conclude that Lu Meng finally replied.
I just woke up. She sent a yawning emoji. You just woke up? Chen Zhibai typed back, having assumed Lu Meng had not responded due to being in class.
As it was Monday and usually, every major had lessons scheduled.
Do you have class today? He inquired again.
Yes, but I took a leave. Lu Meng texted back almost instantly, not waiting for Chen Zhibai to respond before sending another message, because I'm still in some pain.
Immediately, Chen Zhibai understood. However, considering that it had been a night since yesterday afternoon, was she still in pain?
In her dormitory, Lu Meng lay on her bed, oblivious to Chen Zhibai's thoughts. Had she known, she would have likely said, after such exertion, it would be strange not to feel pain. Lu Meng had not intended to take a leave. She had thought she would feel better by morning. Yet, upon awakening, she felt utterly drained, and her legs still ached, prompting her to ask Wang Hui for a leave of absence, citing stomach discomfort. What will you do for lunch? Chen Zhibai asked. I'll have my roommate bring something back for me, Lu Meng replied, and feeling the soreness in her body. She succumbed to the urge to send multiple emojis of little characters hitting themselves. Then she typed, it's all your fault, all your fault. Chen Zhibai. He understood Lu Meng's meaning, it was merely a reflection of how intensely they had spent the afternoon. Yet, he could not be blamed, as youthfulness, coupled with Lu Meng's beauty and long legs, made restraint difficult. Truth be told, he had already been quite restrained and felt empathetic towards her. If you're still in pain, we can skip dinner together tonight. We can always eat together in a couple of days, he suggested thoughtfully. After all, Lu Meng was his girlfriend. And he should show her some concern. That's not necessary. Compared to yesterday, I feel much better. If I rest in the dormitory until dinner, I should be fine. Lu Meng assured him. Let us just have dinner tonight. I already told my roommates, so the sooner we sort it out, the better. She sent 2 messages in quick succession. Alright, Chen Zhibai nodded, just as Lu Meng sent a photo. In the image, her long, straight, and pale legs were visible. Do they look nice? She asked. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng's fair and radiant face was slightly flushed, but her beautiful eyes radiated confidence and pride. They look nice. Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at the photo before quickly exiting the chat, as Wang Chao and Li Dong were nearby. However, there was no denying that they were lovely, long, straight, and fair. Seeing Chen Zhibai's compliment, Lu Meng felt a surge of pride. Chen Zhibai was juggling conversations with both Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei, which naturally slowed his response time. Yet neither of the girls suspected anything, as Chen Zhibai had mentioned he was currently in class. After more than 10 minutes, the class bell rang. As the sound echoed, the teacher, who had been lecturing just moments before, promptly closed the textbook. Class is dismissed. Stand up, goodbye, teacher. Zhou Yu softly called out, and the classmates followed suit, bidding farewell to the teacher. After the teacher nodded and exited the classroom, the atmosphere within became lively. Some students left for the restroom, while others remained to chat, awaiting the next class. Yu, let's go to the restroom, Zhang Fangfang, seated nearby, said, linking her arm with Zhou Yu's. I'm not going, you all go ahead, Zhou Yu replied, shaking her head. Alright then, Zhang Fangfang shrugged and, hand in hand with another roommate, headed off. Remaining in her seat, Zhou Yu took out her phone after Zhang Fangfang left. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness. Upon noticing this emotional shift, Zhou Yu paused for a moment and then couldn't help but chuckle. She had always considered herself extroverted and generous, rarely finding herself in situations that made her anxious. Yet now, she was experiencing it. Nevertheless, he truly was quite remarkable, handsome and composed, the best among the boys of her age she had ever encountered. She genuinely wished to connect with him, otherwise, she wouldn't have stolen glances and taken the initiative to add him on WeChat. Shaking her head, Zhou Yu suppressed her swirling thoughts and directed her attention back to her phone. Chapter 86, quite normal upon seeing that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request and sent her a message, Zhou Yu smiled, her slight anxiety dissipating. After a moment's contemplation, she began to type. It wasn't anything of great consequence, she merely wished to ask for a favor. In the future, when the teacher conveys any information or assigns tasks, could you relay it to the boys for me?
As a girl, I find certain matters a bit awkward.
This was the rationale Zhou had concocted when she sent the friend request, a pretext for enlisting Chen Zhibai's assistance among the boys.
The reasoning was indeed quite convenient. What do you think? Would that be manageable?
If so, you would be doing me a tremendous favor, as I often find it challenging to communicate with the boys in our class.
Zhou continued typing, and then sent a cute kitten emoji. Naturally,
Chen Zhibai noticed Zhou's message, as he was currently engaged in a conversation on WeChat with Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei. However, seeing her message left him somewhat
astonished and intrigued.
Zhou's tone carried a hint of playful charm, which was unexpected.
In his mind,
Zhou had never belonged to the category of girls who exhibit such a playful demeanor. To him, she was the epitome of a composed and graceful girl. And this impression had only solidified over the past month since school began. As the class monitor, Zhou managed her responsibilities impeccably during military training. She adeptly handled any discomfort or needs of her classmates, clearly indicative of her refined upbringing. After the training concluded, she continued to resolve any issues within the class. Thus, witnessing Zhou's playful tone in their WeChat exchange was indeed surprising for Chen Zhibai.
So, what could be the reason behind this change? There must be an explanation.
Chen Zhibai did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered this question until an answer surfaced in his mind. The truth was rather simple: he was no longer the same person he used to be.
What was he like before? Ordinary, introverted.
And scarcely speaking in class, he was virtually invisible.
But now,
his hairstyle and clothing had undergone a dramatic transformation, and his outward appearance and taste had significantly improved. As for his inner self, the changes were even more profound. The confidence bestowed upon him by the system radiated from within. There truly exists a quality and aura that he now possessed, which undoubtedly made him a young man who could capture a girl's attention. This was evident when he entered the classroom this morning, as the girls whispered among themselves while glancing at him.
He was no longer the person he once was.
Even though Zhou was exceptionally attractive and poised, it was entirely natural for her to develop a fondness for him. Thus, it made sense that she had glanced his way several times earlier, added him on WeChat, and adopted that playful tone in their conversation.
Contemplating this, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but smile.
In the front row of the classroom, Zhou sat at her desk, her brow furrowing slightly as several minutes passed without a reply from Chen Zhibai.
No response? Had he not seen it?
Just as she was about to turn and glimpse what Chen Zhibai was doing, her phone vibrated. Looking down, she saw his response: "It's convenient.
If there's anything you need me to communicate to the boys, just let me know."
Relief washed over Zhou upon reading his message. She had feared that his silence indicated a refusal.
Thankfully, that wasn't the case.
After all, her appearance and demeanor certainly played in her favor.
With this thought,
the corners of her rosy lips instinctively curled upward, though she quickly suppressed it.
"Thank you for helping me with this,"
Zhou typed, then continued, "Actually,
there is something else.
Our school is hosting a sports meet, and each class needs to register for several events.
I've already taken care of the girls' side. So now it's the boys' turn. Are you free at noon? I'd like to treat you to lunch and discuss this further." Zhou sent 2 messages in quick succession.
Her fair and lovely face slightly flushed. After all, she was well aware of her capabilities. Even without Chen Zhibai's assistance, she could manage the task.
Ultimately,
she was merely seeking an excuse to interact with him. This was the cause of her blush, yet despite her embarrassment, she felt no shyness. She genuinely admired Chen Zhibai's composed and confident demeanor and desired to connect with him more closely.
Due to her personality, she preferred steady,
unflappable boys over those who were impulsive and childish. However, among her peers, she had never encountered anyone quite like Chen Zhibai before. As Zhou pondered these thoughts, her phone vibrated again, and she looked down to see Chen Zhibai's reply. Instantly, she smiled and sent an OK in response. She then turned to glance at Chen Zhibai's location, only to find him looking back at her at that very moment. Their eyes met, and Zhou gracefully nodded,
returning his smile.
After he smiled back, she turned her head away.
"Yu, I'm back,"
her roommate Zhang Fangfang exclaimed as she returned from the restroom, wrapping her arm around Zhou's.
"Oh, Zhang Fangfang noted with a hint of surprise. Oh? What's that about?
Zhou Yu turned to her with a curious look.
You? Has something happy happened? You seem to be in a good mood.
Zhang Fangfang observed, scrutinizing Zhou Yu's expression.
Really? Zhou Yu asked nonchalantly.
Of course.
Zhang Fangfang nodded vigorously, recognizing the signs of Zhou Yu's elation.
Having been roommates for so long, she could easily tell when Zhou Yu was particularly cheerful.
So? What is this happy event? Do tell, Yu, let me share in your joy. Zhang Fangfang urged.
There's nothing to be happy about, don't jump to conclusions.
Zhou Yu replied, lightly swatting her arm.
Clearly, there is something joyful, yet you're keeping it from us.
Yu, aren't we best friends?
Zhang Fangfang feigned a pout.
Covering her arm.
Zhou Yu looked at her, and with a single phrase, she brightened her mood.
I'll treat you to something delicious tonight. Really? Zhang Fangfang's eyes sparkled with excitement, displaying her voracious appetite.
Chapter 87, Dreams and Delusions. In the morning, there were 3 classes. Aside from the first class where Chen Zhibai chatted with Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai, he diligently paid attention during the remaining 2 sessions. Knowledge, after all, holds significant value. It is unclear when the notion that studying is futile emerged, gaining a considerable number of adherents who echoed this sentiment. However, Chen Zhibai vehemently disagreed. He believed that knowledge was indeed beneficial. Thus, even though he now possessed a system and wealth, he could easily justify neglecting his studies and,
like his classmates Wang Chao and Li Dong, sneakily play games on his phone.
Yet, he refrained from doing so. In a sense, Chen Zhibai aspired to acquire knowledge, even if it seemed superfluous. The possession of knowledge inherently alters one's perception of oneself.
The stark contrast between having something in one's mind and having nothing is palpable.
Therefore, he studied earnestly, even silencing his phone.
On several occasions,
when Zhou Yu turned her head to feign casual glances, she was met with the sight of Chen Zhibai engrossed in his studies, which further solidified her admiration for him.
As the 3rd class neared its conclusion, Wang Chao set his phone aside, his enthusiasm waning. What's wrong with you?
Li Dong queried, his face a mask of surprise.
What do you think is wrong? The class monitor still hasn't accepted my friend request on WeChat. What could possibly be the reason? Have I misjudged? And the class monitor hasn't even noticed me? Wang Chao sighed, his expression one of dejection.
Though engaged in a game, he frequently exited to check his WeChat. Yet each time, the notification of Zhou Yu accepting his request remained absent, much to his dismay.
What are you so flustered about?
Just as Li Dong was about to offer comfort, Zhou Hao interjected.
Do we really need to ask?
The class monitor certainly hasn't noticed you, he said dismissively. He had arrived just before the 2nd class and nearly laughed when he heard Wang Chao's assumption that the class monitor was paying attention to him.
How could that be possible?
Wang Chao, I'm not criticizing you, but while everyone should have dreams, there is a fine line between dreams and delusions.
How can you dare to think that the class monitor is aware of you or has any feelings for you? That's absurd. Look at your own attributes. You're neither tall nor handsome. Do you really think the class monitor would take notice of you? I wouldn't even dare to entertain such thoughts. Wang Chao's countenance darkened as he retorted, Did I ask you? And how would you know if the class monitor hasn't noticed me? You're not the class monitor. Zhou Hao shrugged, choosing silence.
He was certain that Zhou Yu had not noticed Wang Chao at all. This was a conclusion easily reached.
After all, who was Zhou Yu?
She was recognized as the most beautiful girl in the class from the very first day of school, drawing the attention of many boys during military training. Graceful and poised, she handled matters with remarkable organization, clearly hailing from an affluent background. Such a girl naturally possesses high standards.
Did he not have feelings for Zhou Yu?
Undoubtedly, he did, but he would never dare to pursue her. Not even entertain the thought, as the disparity between them was too vast. While beauty was one aspect, capability was another. Girls like her often instilled a sense of inferiority in boys, making them too intimidated to approach.
Yet here was Wang Chao, lost in such thoughts' utter madness. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Class dismissed, the teacher announced as he collected his books.
Stand up, goodbye teacher, Zhou Yu led the class in unison. The teacher nodded and departed, leaving the classroom in a flurry of excitement. Finally, class is over. That was tough. You. Let us go eat spicy hot pot in the cafeteria. Zhang Fangfang, seated nearby, quickly tidied her belongings and turned to Zhou Yu. I want to join you all for lunch today. I have plans, Zhou Yu replied with a smile. However, her response left Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates momentarily stunned. Plans? Who with? Zhang Fangfang inquired curiously, while the other two exchanged inquisitive glances. For the past month since school began, Zhou Yu had consistently lunched with them, without any prior arrangements with others. It's someone from our class, Chen Zhibai. Zhou Yu stated, casually gesturing in his direction, her demeanor confident and unreserved. She felt no need to conceal this information. Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates blinked in astonishment, turning to follow Zhou Yu's indication. Yu, are you saying the person you're meeting is Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang swallowed hard, her expression one of sheer shock. The other two roommates mirrored her astonishment. Initially, they perceived Zhou Yu as a poised and beautiful girl. Someone who received numerous romantic advances yet had never accepted any. They had assumed there were no boys in the school who met her standards. But now, she was going to have lunch with Chen Zhibai? Yes, he is the one I'm meeting, Zhou Yu replied. Facing her three roommates' incredulous looks with a hint of exasperation. Was it truly that shocking for her to have lunch with a boy? Her sexual orientation was perfectly normal. She simply hadn't encountered anyone she was interested in until now. She believed that if an opportunity arose, it was only natural to explore it. This was a principle instilled in her from a young age: if one desires something, they should actively pursue it. You. May I ask if you have feelings for Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang grasped Zhou Yu's arm, her voice low and curious as she glanced at Chen Zhibai. The other two roommates leaned in, their eyes fixed on her. It's not quite at the level of liking yet. But I do wish to get to know him better. If things go well, I think a romantic relationship could be possible, Zhou Yu contemplated before responding. However, Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates were momentarily taken aback by her answer. Although she hadn't explicitly stated she liked him, her words revealed much. She was open to contact, and if things progressed well, a romance could indeed blossom. Alright, I won't keep you any longer, you all should hurry to the cafeteria. Zhou Yu smiled, waving her hand dismissively. After saying this, she turned and walked towards Chen Zhibai's position. Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates exchanged glances, each reflecting a lingering astonishment. They had never imagined that the type of boy Zhou Yu was drawn to would be someone like Chen Zhibai. Upon reflection, it made sense. Zhang Fangfang subconsciously observed Chen Zhibai, though not a conventional heartthrob, he possessed a comforting appearance and a calm demeanor, standing in stark contrast to the more boisterous boys in the class. His presence exuded reliability and composure, making it entirely reasonable for Zhou Yu to be attracted to such a boy. Only someone of his character would be a fitting match for the class monitor. As Zhang Fangfang regarded Chen Zhibai, a subtle frown crossed her lips, betraying a flicker of disappointment within her. Chapter 88, The Envy of the Boys in Class. Finally, the school day came to an end. Li Dong tucked his phone into the back pocket of his trousers and spoke up. Let us go to the cafeteria for a meal, he added. Alright, let us go, Wang Chao replied, still wearing a gloomy expression. I won't be joining you. Chen Zhibai glanced at the two and said. Where are you headed? Li Dong asked with curiosity. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to respond, Li Dong's expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. Chaozi, look. The class monitor is walking towards us. Could it be that she's looking for you? As Li Dong spoke, he tugged at Wang Chao's arm. Startled, Wang Chao quickly looked up and, to his surprise, saw Zhou Yu approaching their direction. Instantly, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Nearby, Zhou Hao, who had been chatting with Li Yu and trying to persuade her to join him for a meal, instinctively lifted his head upon hearing Li Dong's words, only to also spot the approaching Zhou Yu. No way. Zhou Hao's expression turned incredulous as he glanced from Zhou Yu to Wang Chao. This doesn't make any sense. In the blink of an eye, reality came crashing down. Zhou Yu stood before Chen Zhibai, smiling warmly. Let us go to the cafeteria together.
I'd like to discuss the sports meet and thank you for your assistance.
Her demeanor was confident and unrestrained.
Sure.
Chen Zhibai nodded and then patted Wang Chao on the shoulder before walking alongside Zhou Yu out of the classroom.
What just happened? The class monitor asked Chen Zhibai to join her for a meal?
Wang Chao was baffled.
There must be something she wants to discuss, right?
She mentioned the sports meet. Even if there was a purpose, it was still a meal with the class monitor, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy.
At that moment,
several boys who had yet to leave the classroom were equally stunned, their hearts filled with envy for Chen Zhibai.
Zhou Yu held a unique status in the class. Was she beautiful?
Yes.
Did she have an attractive figure?
Absolutely.
Did she exude charm?
Indeed.
Did they admire her? Without a doubt.
Yet, no one dared to pursue her, fearing the pressure of approaching someone so seemingly out of reach.
But now,
Zhou Yu was going to the cafeteria with Chen Zhibai. Even if it was for a specific reason, it still evoked envy among them. Turns out she was seeking old Chen's help. Wang Chao's face fell as he realized the mix-up. I bet Zhou Yu was just looking at Chen Zhibai earlier.
But when did old Chen become close with the class monitor?
I had no idea, and old Chen never mentioned it.
Wang Chao asked curiously. I don't know. Li Dong shook his head.
Wang Chao sighed, suppressing his disappointment as he exited the classroom with Li Dong, heading for a meal.
Meanwhile, Zhou Hao sat in his seat, his expression darkening.
Although Zhou Yuan looking for Wang Chao, the fact that she sought out Chen Zhibai was equally troubling. Not to mention the fact that they were going to have a meal together.
Even if there was something to discuss, it still felt wrong.
Zhou Hao felt uncomfortable. He prided himself on being the top boy in the class. Good-looking, a local of Jiangchang, and owning 2 apartments, his overall profile was the best among the boys.
Shouldn't she have come to him for help? Why Chen Zhibai? What a lack of discernment.
Zhou Hao inwardly scoffed as he dismissed the matter from his mind,
not allowing it to linger.
While he felt a twinge of envy towards Chen Zhibai for dining with Zhou Yu, it wasn't overwhelming.
After all,
even if they had a meal together, it would likely remain an ordinary relationship with no potential for advancement. But he, on the other hand, had a girlfriend. As Zhou Hao pondered these thoughts, his previously grim expression began to lighten. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and he glanced down to see a WeChat message from Li Yu.
I don't have time for lunch, you go ahead. Wait, how can you not have time? Let us go together. There's a restaurant at the school gate that has excellent food.
Let us eat there, Zhou Hao quickly typed back, feeling anxious at her refusal. Not having time means not having time, Li Yu replied with a frown from the girls' dorm. She had already decided to pursue Chen Zhibai, wanting to win him over from Lu Meng, and thus did not wish to remain entangled with Zhou Hao.
In fact,
she had been regretting solidifying their relationship in the first place. Feeling that Chen Zhibai's lack of response to her messages was largely due to her being Zhou Hao's girlfriend.
Yeah, how could you not have time? Are you busy with something else? Zhou Hao texted back. Li Yu glanced at the message and flipped her phone face down on the table.
She had made up her mind, once Chen Zhibai agreed to be with her, she would break up with Zhou Hao immediately.
With this thought in mind,
she looked up at Lu Meng, who was lying on the bed engrossed in her phone. Noticing someone was watching her, Lu Meng raised her elegantly shaped eyebrows and turned to meet Li Yu's gaze. Meng, Li Yu smiled, attempting to be friendly. Though her mind was racing with thoughts of Lu Meng's disappointment and anger once she succeeded in winning over Chen Zhibai.
Lu Meng glanced at Li Yu, her brows slightly furrowed.
Although she didn't know what Li Yu was thinking, she sensed the air of superiority in her gaze.
Superiority? How absurd.
Lu Meng shook her head and returned her focus to her conversation with Wang Hui, who was asking her what she wanted for lunch,
promising to bring it back from the cafeteria. Anything will do, just bring me whatever you're having. Thank you.
Lu Meng replied and sent a red envelope of 20 yuan.
Why are you sending me a red envelope? I don't need it.
You brought me food when I was sick without asking for money.
If you keep this up, I might get upset. Wang Hui quickly replied. Seeing this, Lu Meng didn't press the issue further and sent a cute emoji in response.
Li Yu glanced at Lu Meng before shifting her focus and walking over to her wardrobe. She was determined to choose the perfect outfit for dinner that evening, especially since she would be seeing Chen Zhibai. As she opened her wardrobe, she instinctively glanced at Lu Meng's closet beside hers. Knowing that the coveted LV bag worth 888 yuan was tucked inside. Chapter 89, Increased Affection from Zhou on their way to the school cafeteria. Chen Zhibai walked alongside Zhou, engaged in casual conversation. The midday sun filtered through the dappled leaves lining the path, creating an indescribably beautiful ambience. Occasionally, groups of boys would glance at Zhou, their gazes turning toward Chen Zhibai tinged with envy. Zhou's striking beauty, with her fair complexion and exquisite features, coupled with her graceful demeanor at a height of 168 centimeters, exuded an inexplicable charm and comfort. It seemed that every student has a beautiful class monitor during their school years, someone who is not only attractive but also gracious and organized. Zhou epitomized the pinnacle of such a class monitor. Facing the envious glances from the boys around them, Chen Zhibai had grown accustomed to it. After all, he had received such looks frequently over the past few days, whether he was out with Lu Meng or Chen Jiawei. Thus, he had truly gotten used to it. Beside him, Zhou was also well-versed in the occasional gazes from the boys, having been beautiful all her life. Is that how you understand it? Impressive, Zhou said, tilting her head, her delicate and fair face adorned with a look of surprise and admiration as she regarded Chen Zhibai. I'm just speaking nonsense. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. That is certainly not nonsense. I find your insights quite enlightening, Zhou replied earnestly. Seeing her serious expression, Chen Zhibai smiled. Their conversation initially revolved around trivial matters but soon delved into topics of psychology. Chen Zhibai had read a few books on psychology, albeit not extensively, which led him to share his thoughts earlier. To his surprise, this elicited a sense of respect from Zhou, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Following his parents' unemployment, he had experienced feelings of inferiority, manifesting in his introverted nature and reluctance to engage with others. Consequently, he had turned to reading, consuming a wide array of literature. While reading was undoubtedly beneficial, without the confidence and grounding provided by a systematic approach, the reflections inspired by his readings might remain unspoken, hidden deep within him. Unlike now, when he could express his opinions confidently and gracefully, even in the presence of Zhou. Such confidence was of paramount importance, as it truly had the power to transform a person. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Zhou smiled at Chen Zhibai. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Let us have rice with assorted dishes, Chen Zhibai suggested, pointing toward a serving window. The rice with assorted dishes consisted of a portion of rice paired with 3 dishes chosen from a selection of over 10 options. All right, Zhou nodded. And they joined the queue at the window. Before their arrival, the line was animated with chatter, but as Zhou approached, the conversations dwindled to whispers. And for a brief moment, silence enveloped the area. This reaction was undoubtedly a result of Zhou's beauty. Such allure could momentarily quell the noise of a bustling crowd. Chen Zhibai had experienced similar reactions while dining with Lu Meng. Fortunately, the silence lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by soft murmurs. Yet, some boys in line still stole glances at Zhou. Class monitor, you're impressive, Chen Zhibai remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Zhou rolled her eyes at him, fully aware that Chen Zhibai was teasing her. However, she was not offended. During their time in class, her interest in Chen Zhibai had stemmed from his appearance and composed demeanor, which had sparked her desire to connect with him. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, revealing much about their values and compatibility, which left her quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai. Hence, she bore no ill will toward his playful jests. Moreover, what pleased Zhou the most was her perception of Chen Zhibai's affluent background, yet he never boasted about it as some other boys who pursued her often did, subtly flaunting their status. Chen Zhibai, on the other hand, remained humble. What are you daydreaming about? It's our turn, Chen Zhibai prompted, bringing Zhou back to reality. After suppressing her thoughts, she smiled at him and began selecting her dishes. Shortly thereafter, they had gathered their food and found an empty table to sit. During their meal, Zhou brought up the upcoming school sports meeting, noting that each class had to report their projects. So, could you help me gather what events the boys in our class intend to participate in? That's the favor I'm asking of you. What do you say? Will you help me? After swallowing a mouthful of rice and sipping her seaweed egg drop soup, she turned her gaze toward Chen Zhibai. However, he did not respond immediately but instead looked at her intently. The task of compiling the boys' event choices was simple. Given Zhou Yu's demonstrated capabilities since the beginning of the term, clearly, she sought to engage with him further. Zhou Yu, sitting across from him, noticed his prolonged silence and the meaningful look he directed at her, causing her to blush slightly. Fortunately, her upbringing instilled in her a sense of poise, allowing her to maintain her composure despite the flush on her cheeks. "All right," Chen Zhibai finally nodded in agreement. Zhou Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling reassured that Chen Zhibai's willingness to assist indicated his openness to further interaction. She believed that, in time, everything would fall into place. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu smiled. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 12:30. After parting ways with a wave, Chen Zhibai returned to the boys' dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was immediately surrounded by Wang Chao and Li Dong. "What did the class monitor ask you for? She even treated you to a meal?" they inquired, their eyes sparkling with envy and curiosity. Zhou Hao was also in the dormitory, engrossed in his phone, yet, if one observed closely, it was evident that his gaze was not truly focused on the screen, and his ears were perked up, indicating his curiosity about Zhou Yu's request for Chen Zhibai's assistance. More specifically, he felt a sense of indignation. Chapter 90, It's impossible, I say. ISNT, the school sports meeting about to commence? The class monitor has asked me to tally the events that the boys in our class are participating in. Facing the envious and curious gazes of Wang Chao and Li Dong, Chen Zhibai spoke up. "Is that all?" Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback, only to feel even more envious. "I could do this task too, it's not difficult at all. Why didn't the class monitor ask me for help?" he lamented with an air of envy. Zhou Hao, seated on the bed, felt an increasing sense of indignation. Initially, he had assumed that Zhou Yu's request for Chen Zhibai's assistance was of considerable significance, hence the invitation for a meal. But now, merely tallying the events the boys were signing up for? Was there any difficulty in that? He could do it too, why wasn't he approached instead? After all, it was the class monitor. "Old Chen, I can't help but feel that the class monitor seems to have a soft spot for you," Wang Chao suddenly declared. He continued, "Such a simple task, the class monitor could easily handle it herself without needing help. Yet, she still sought you out and even invited you for a meal. Could it be that she truly has feelings for you? Damn! So being good-looking really pays off." As he concluded, Wang Chao exclaimed in frustration. The more he pondered, the more he believed his theory. It was a trivial matter that didn't require assistance, yet she sought out Chen Zhibai and even treated him to a meal. It seemed rather suggestive. Could it really be so? "Wow, old Chen, you might just be in luck, the class monitor has feelings for you." "And she is the class monitor?" Li Dong chimed in, his excitement evident, his eyes sparkling with envy. After all, just as the school year began, Zhou Yu was unanimously regarded as the most attractive among the boys in their class, possessing both looks and charm. "Damn it, old Chen. You must treat us to a meal. Otherwise, I'll feel incredibly unbalanced. You're not dating anyone, yet the class monitor seems interested in you." Wang Chao continued, feeling both sour and envious. He had always known that being handsome had its advantages, but he had never anticipated it would be this beneficial after all. She was the class monitor. "Yes, treat us. Otherwise, I won't feel right either," Li Dong added. However, before he could finish, Zhou Hao interjected. "Have you two lost your minds? How could the class monitor possibly have feelings for him? You should know better than to entertain such notions." Zhou Hao, sitting on the bed, wore a displeased expression as he raised his voice. After seeing Wang Chao and Li Dong glance his way, he continued. "The class monitor simply asked old Chen for assistance and invited him for a meal, there is no other implication. You two are reading too much into it." "Yes. I acknowledge that old Chen has indeed become quite handsome and charming, but compared to the class monitor, he is still vastly outmatched. Don't make such reckless assumptions." After expressing his thoughts, Zhou Hao's demeanor improved considerably as he looked over at Chen Zhibai. "Old Chen, please don't take my words harshly.
A girl as beautiful and graceful as the class monitor is not someone you can match.
I advise you to pursue a relationship with an ordinary girl. Don't listen to these two. The idea that the class monitor has feelings for you is absurd.
I'm doing well enough, aren't I?
I'm a local from Jiangcheng with 2 properties, yet I wouldn't dare entertain any thoughts about the class monitor, let alone you.
So, don't overthink it.
Zhou Hao's tone was condescending as he concluded a lengthy discourse.
You're sure the class monitor has no feelings for old Chen? Then let me ask you.
Why would she seek out old Chen for such a simple task when she hasn't asked anyone else?
And why would she invite him to dinner?
Nearly a month has passed since the semester began, and many boys have wanted to dine with her, yet have you seen her agree to any of those invitations?
Up to now, the only time she has dined with a boy was with old Chen.
Therefore, I believe the class monitor indeed has feelings for him, Wang Chao asserted,
looking directly at Zhou Hao.
You. Zhou Hao's expression darkened, for this was the very point he dreaded to acknowledge.
Did he not realize that the class monitor refrained from dining with other boys? Of course, he did. Yet, he was reluctant to concede.
For doing so would imply that the class monitor genuinely had feelings for Chen Zhibai, a notion he vehemently rejected.
If that were the case, wouldn't Chen Zhibai end up dating the class monitor, overshadowing him?
After all, his girlfriend was Li Yu, admittedly beautiful, but incomparable to the class monitor. There's no way the class monitor could possibly have feelings for old Chen, I assure you. Zhou Hao declared, his face pale with anger.
If that were the case, I might as well eat dirt.
With that, Zhou Hao jumped off the bed, phone in hand, and stormed out of the dormitory.
The door slammed shut with a loud bang, echoing through the space. What a lunatic, Wang Chao muttered in irritation.
He was well aware of Zhou Hao's mindset. Recognizing that he was simply afraid the class monitor might genuinely have feelings for old Chen and end up dating him, which would inevitably overshadow him.
He is definitely thinking along those lines.
Li Dong sighed beside him, though he remained silent, he too sensed Zhou Hao's jealousy.
Old Chen.
I support you in pursuing a relationship with the class monitor. Let that fool see how unbalanced he feels.
So what if he is a local with 2 properties? His girlfriend isn't even as beautiful as yours.
I'm curious to see if that fool retains any sense of superiority then.
Wang Chao looked at Chen Zhibai and said, why are you so upset? I'm not angry.
Chen Zhibai patted Wang Chao's shoulder and spoke calmly.
You're not angry?
That fool just insulted you, saying you're not worthy of the class monitor. Wang Chao instinctively began to retort.
But Chen Zhibai interrupted him. If he says I'm unworthy, does that make it true? Am I living for his approval?
Chen Zhibai replied directly.
Wang Chao paused.
Instinctively turning to Chen Zhibai, who appeared composed yet exuded an unshakable calmness, radiating confidence.
In that moment,
Wang Chao felt a surge of belief that the class monitor might indeed harbor feelings for Chen Zhibai, as evidenced by his demeanor and aura. One should not exist merely in the opinions of others, Chen Zhibai stated, giving Wang Chao another encouraging pat on the shoulder.
And then turned to glance at the already closed dormitory door.
Truth be told, he had not taken Zhou Hao's words to heart. As he had mentioned earlier,
worthiness is not determined by Zhou Hao.
However, Zhou Hao's repeated displays of superiority had begun to wear on his nerves. You may flaunt your superiority before others,
but do not do so in my presence.
Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Chen Zhibai pulled it out and glanced at the screen, noticing a WeChat message from Li Yu. Inquiring whether he had eaten yet, her tone playful and teasing.
Chapter 91, The Distinction Between Bentley and Audi. Old Chen, who sent you that message? Why haven't you replied? Wang Chao inquired curiously, having noticed Chen Zhibai glancing at his phone but not responding. No one.
Chen Zhibai shook his head in response and tucked his phone back into his pocket. Come on, old Chen, let's play a couple of games, Wang Chao suggested, unfazed.
Yes. Old Chen, join us.
Without you, it's just me and Chaozi, and we keep losing, Li Dong chimed in eagerly.
No, you two play.
I need to step out for a bit, Chen Zhibai declined with a wave of his hand.
Out? Where to?
Wang Chao and Li Dong both paused, instinctively questioning him.
Given that it was already noon, prime time for a break.
You'll find out this afternoon, Chen Zhibai smiled. Then fell silent as he opened the dormitory door and walked out. Mysterious as always, Wang Chao muttered. But he paid it no mind and pulled out his phone to play a couple of games with Li Dong.
Come on, Dongzi, let's take flight. Wang Chao shot a look at Li Dong. I'm not playing, Li Dong replied, shaking his head. Not playing? Wang Chao blinked in surprise. Of course not. When we play together, we always lose.
I'd rather not, Li Dong affirmed, retrieving his phone to scroll through Douyin.
Damn, Wang Chao cursed,
opting not to join the game and instead began browsing Douyin as well.
As Chen Zhibai exited the male dormitory, he headed toward the school parking lot. He intended to drive his BMW X5 to the dormitory's entrance to showcase his prowess in front of Zhou Hao, who often flaunted his superiority. To be frank, it was rather annoying. It was akin to a fly buzzing incessantly before your eyes. You don't take it seriously, but it becomes irksome. Thus, Chen Zhibai resolved to flaunt his strength and capability before Zhou Hao. While the male dormitory did permit parking, Chen Zhibai had never parked his car there since acquiring it, preferring to avoid drawing attention. Driving a luxury car worth over 800,000 upon entering university was undoubtedly a statement. And Chen Zhibai's inherently composed and low-key demeanor led him to sidestep such ostentation. Some revel in the limelight, while others do not. Chen Zhibai wasn't opposed to being noticed, he simply yearned for a tranquil and unassuming college experience. However, when faced with an irritating person like Zhou Hao, he felt compelled to be a bit more conspicuous. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Chen Zhibai set aside his thoughts and took out his phone. Discovering a message from Li Yu inquiring why he hadn't responded, wondering if he had seen her message. After a quick glance, he chose not to reply. While he indeed found Zhou Hao bothersome and held disdain for him, he harbored no such feelings for Li Yu. His affections were reserved for Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei, whose allure had raised his standards. Although Li Yu was also beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei. To draw an analogy using cars, Lu Meng and Chen Jiawei resembled multi-million-dollar Bentleys, while Li Yu could be likened to a $30,000 Audi A4. Though the Audi A4 is commendable, placed alongside a Bentley, it is clear which one would be chosen. Only during moments of boredom might one whimsically desire to drive an Audi A4. Curious about the experience it offers. Soon, Chen Zhibai arrived at the school parking lot. His sleek, gray BMW X5 occupied a vacant spot, gleaming under the sun with a striking, athletic aesthetic. The license plate, bearing 3 nines, added an air of understated elegance to the vehicle. After unlocking the doors, Chen Zhibai entered the car and drove it down to the front of the male dormitory. Given that it was mid-afternoon, the area was mostly deserted, allowing him to park without drawing any attention. He smoothly parked in front of the dormitory, turned off the engine, exited the car, locked it, and stepped inside. Upon returning to the dorm, he glanced around and saw Wang Chao and Li Dong lying on their beds, engrossed in Douyin. Zhou Hao had also returned and was lounging on his bed. Old Chen, you're back. Want to play a couple of games? Wang Chao exclaimed upon seeing Chen Zhibai. Sure. Chen Zhibai nodded, retrieving his phone. Count me in. I want to play too. Li Dong quickly added. Before long, the three were immersed in their game. Zhou Hao, lying on his bed, noted that no one bothered to ask him if he wanted to play, and his expression soured. He couldn't fathom why Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong were so indifferent to him. Why should they? I'm a local, and I have 2 houses. Zhou Hao thought, feeling a surge of discomfort but forcing himself to suppress it. It's fine. I have a girlfriend, these 3 do not, he reassured himself, feeling a bit better. Yet, as he opened his phone to check WeChat and saw that Li Yu had still not replied to his messages, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Yeah. Are you still busy? You've been at it since yesterday, and now it's today. Please reply, I miss you. How about we go for barbecue tonight? There's a new place in the university town that's supposed to be excellent, he sent multiple messages in succession. After a moment's thought, he initiated a video call. Snap. However, the call was immediately declined, leaving Zhou Hao stunned. Just as he began to type a message, Li Yu sent him a WeChat reply. I'm busy, don't call. Alright. Zhou Hao quickly typed back, and then he continued, yeah, you finally replied. I thought you had gone missing. How about dinner tonight?
This barbecue place is supposed to be really good. I've seen many people rave about it on Douyin. He sent 2 messages one after the other.
No.
I have plans tonight, Liu replied coldly, her face expressionless as she typed. She was set to meet Chen Zhibai and had no time to dine with Zhou Hao.
What? You have plans? What plans? Yeah, I'm free tonight, let me accompany you.
I haven't seen you all day, I miss you, Zhou Hao hastily typed. Yet this time, beneath his messages, Liu chose not to respond. After sending several messages without any reply, Zhou Hao felt a surge of irritation rising within him. But that annoyance quickly dissipated upon seeing Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong engrossed in their game. In its place emerged a sense of superiority. At the very least, he had a girlfriend, and she was quite beautiful. Zhou Hao opened his phone gallery, found a picture of Liu, and chuckled to himself. Casting a superior glance at Chen Zhibai once more.
Chapter 92. Zhou Hao was bewildered. Is this your car?
After engaging in 6 or 7 rounds of games, the time had reached 1:30. I'm done playing, it's time to head to class. We have lessons in the afternoon, Chen Zhibai remarked, putting away his phone and addressing Wang Chao and Li Dong.
Ah, back to class again. It would be wonderful if we didn't have to.
Wang Chao sighed after glancing at the time, a look of longing crossing his face. Chen Zhibai smiled quietly, choosing not to respond, and turned to use the restroom.
Shall we go to class together?
Upon exiting the restroom, Chen Zhibai noticed Zhou Hao still in the dormitory and called out to him. Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected greeting from Chen Zhibai.
Had he finally recognized the disparity in their backgrounds and sought to foster a relationship with him? Zhou Hao's eyes brightened, and he modestly nodded. All right then, let us go to class together.
Chen Zhibai acknowledged, observing the air of restraint and pride in Zhou Hao's demeanor. Nearby, Wang Chao tugged at Chen Zhibai's arm, his expression filled with confusion and curiosity. He couldn't comprehend why Chen Zhibai would invite Zhou Hao to attend class together. It's nothing, Chen Zhibai reassured him with a pat on the shoulder,
opting not to elaborate as he stepped out of the dormitory.
Although Wang Chao remained puzzled, he followed suit, with Li Dong closely trailing behind.
Zhou Hao hesitated, feeling reluctant.
As he believed he should exit first, it was a matter of status and identity. Nevertheless, he dismissed such trivialities in his mind.
Once outside,
he quickened his pace to catch up with Chen Zhibai, adopting a tone reminiscent of an older brother.
Old Chen.
While my previous comments in the dorm may have sounded harsh, they were truthful.
The class monitor is unlikely to take an interest in you.
If you genuinely wish to find a girlfriend, I could have my girlfriend introduce you to an ordinary girl, Zhou Hao offered.
Is that so? Chen Zhibai glanced at Zhou Hao. Of course, Zhou Hao nodded.
Don't take my words as unkind, the reality is evident. You've certainly become more handsome since cutting your hair, but what does that matter?
In today's society, wealth is paramount. Given your family's circumstances, finding an ordinary girl should be feasible.
Rest assured, I'll take care of this matter.
He patted Chen Zhibai on the shoulder, his sense of superiority evident. Chen Zhibai shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent. Behind them, Wang Chao's expression soured as he tugged at Li Dong's arm.
What's wrong? Li Dong turned to him. Why is old Chen inviting this fool to class? Just listening to him makes my head ache, Wang Chao replied bluntly.
I have no idea.
Li Dong shook his head honestly. Ahead, Zhou Hao continued to flaunt his perceived superiority, casually mentioning the value of his family's 2 properties.
Chen Zhibai refrained from rebutting,
instead nodding earnestly and offering compliments, which only inflated Zhou Hao's sense of superiority further. They soon exited the boys' dormitory, yet a crowd of male students had gathered outside.
Wow, is that a top-tier BMW X5? The color is stunning.
I just looked it up, it costs over 800,000. Why is this car parked in front of our dormitory?
Could the owner be a student like us? Impossible.
This car costs more than 800,000. Our dormitory houses only freshmen, which first-year student would drive such a luxury car?
It must belong to a teacher.
True enough. The throng of students lingered.
Captivated by the BMW X5, their eagerness to attend class diminished by their fascination with the vehicle. A BMW X5? The top model? Zhou stood before the dormitory,
absorbing the surrounding chatter, momentarily stunned before his gaze instinctively shifted toward the car.
"It's truly magnificent," he exclaimed in admiration.
"Zhou Gongzi, you're not from Jiangchang.
Yet you own 2 properties. Why not get one of these cars?"
"Over 800,000, I believe your family can afford it," Wang Chao interjected, deliberately aiming to undermine Zhou Hao's arrogance. Zhou Hao's expression soured as he glared at Wang Chao, fully aware of the intended slight but feeling unable to respond. He truly could not afford such a vehicle. Yes, his family owned 2 properties, but he was not an only child, he had a younger brother. Therefore, despite possessing 2 properties, only one would serve as his future marital home. Moreover, his parents' jobs were not particularly lucrative. Had it not been for the relocation compensation over a decade ago, they would have struggled financially. Though he had never shared these details, he was acutely aware of his circumstances, which also explained his modest living expenses.
"Zhou Gongzi, why have you fallen silent? Your family is wealthy enough to afford a car worth over 800,000, right?" Wang Chao pressed on, sensing Zhou Hao's discomfort.
Zhou Hao's expression darkened further.
"I truly cannot afford it, but can you?" "Of course, I can't, but I'm not in your league, am I? You're Zhou Gongzi, a local from Jiangchang with 2 properties, how could I possibly compare?" Wang Chao retorted dismissively. "I can't be bothered to engage with you." Zhou Hao grumbled, choosing not to respond further as he prepared to head to class. However, Chen Zhibai stopped him. "There's no need to walk to class today. Let us drive." "Drive?" Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback, taking several seconds to process the statement. "Do you even have a car?" He looked incredulous, convinced Chen Zhibai was joking. "I have a car." In response to Zhou Hao's incredulous stare, Chen Zhibai casually nodded and retrieved the BMW X5 key from his pocket. Pressing a button, a crisp sound echoed from the BMW X5, followed by the lights flashing in sequence. Zhou Hao stood frozen, his expression reflecting disbelief, shock, and incredulity all at once. For over a minute, he remained in stunned silence before awkwardly turning to Chen Zhibai. Is that really your car?" Zhou Hao stammered, swallowing hard several times as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. He was unwilling to believe that the BMW X5 parked nearby belonged to Chen Zhibai, for how could that be possible? After all, that was a car worth over 800,000. Chapter 93, a reward of 100,000 yuan. It was not only Zhou Hao who stood there in a daze. His companions, Wang Chao and Li Dong, wore equally stunned expressions. They had never anticipated that the BMW X5 parked not far away belonged to Chen Zhibai. Truly, it was beyond their expectations, especially considering the vehicle's price tag of over 800,000 yuan upon purchase. Had it been anyone else, they might not have been so astonished, but the fact that it was Chen Zhibai who owned it left them momentarily speechless. In their minds, Chen Zhibai was from a similar background as theirs. Yet here he was, a mere freshman, driving a fully loaded BMW X5. Before the boys' dormitory, a considerable number of male students had gathered, initially admiring the BMW X5. Suddenly, the headlights flashed, prompting everyone to instinctively seek out the owner. They were eager to discover who could possibly drive such a remarkable vehicle. It was then that they spotted Chen Zhibai, holding the car keys in his hand. Upon realizing that he, too, was clearly a freshman, expressions of envy began to seep into the gazes of the onlookers. A freshman driving a BMW, how impressive! Ding! Congratulations to the host for showcasing wealth, you have received a reward of 100,000 yuan in cash. The reward has been transferred in real time to the host's agricultural bank account. Please check your balance promptly. Amid Zhou Hao's bewildered and incredulous stare, Chen Zhibai was about to speak when he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Showcasing wealth has earned me a cash reward of 100,000 yuan? What a delightful surprise! Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled. He had merely intended to flaunt a bit in front of Zhou Hao to counter his daily displays of superiority, never expecting to receive such a substantial reward. After all, an ordinary office worker would struggle for an entire year to save that much. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket, snapping Chen Zhibai back to reality. He pulled it out to see a text notification. The 100,000 yuan had arrived in his bank account. "Old Chen, is that really your car?" After putting his phone away, Wang Chao finally regained his senses and, swallowing hard, asked in astonishment. Although Li Dong remained silent, his eyes instinctively turned toward Chen Zhibai. Zhou Hao clenched his fist. While reason told him that the BMW was indeed Chen Zhibai's, his emotions were unwilling to accept this reality. He secretly wished for Chen Zhibai to shake his head and deny it. Only then would his heart feel at ease. After all, how could a freshman be driving a vehicle worth over 800,000 yuan? If that were the case, how could he ever flaunt his perceived superiority in front of Chen Zhibai again? "Of course it's mine. Let us go, get in the car." Under Zhou Hao's expectant gaze, Chen Zhibai nodded and walked toward the BMW. Soon, he reached the car, opened the driver's side door, and settled into the seat. Observing this scene, Zhou Hao's anticipation dimmed in an instant. "Get in, why are you just standing there?" Chen Zhibai called out from the driver's seat. Noticing that Wang Chao and Li Dong had not approached. "Coming," they responded, quickly jogging over to the vehicle. However, Zhou Hao remained frozen in place. Chen Zhibai cast a glance in his direction. I think I'll pass. I've got some things to attend to, you guys go ahead to class." As Zhou Hao met Chen Zhibai's gaze, he instinctively averted his eyes, stuttering out a response before turning and retreating to the dormitory. Yet, as he walked, he stumbled slightly. Nearly falling, but managed to steady himself against the wall. Despite this near mishap, Zhou Hao was oblivious to the incident. His mind consumed with a singular thought: how could Chen Zhibai possibly own a BMW X5? What did that mean for his previous displays of superiority? Flaunting his status in front of a wealthy heir who drove a BMW X5 just after starting college? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhou Hao's face turned an unsettling shade of pale. "Classmate, are you all right? You don't look well. If you're feeling under the weather, be sure to take your medicine, don't let it drag on." The dormitory supervisor, a woman in her 40s with 2 children of college age, noticed Zhou Hao's distress and approached with concern. However, Zhou Hao, under her caring gaze, remained silent and continued up the stairs. "What's wrong with that boy? He is so shy." The supervisor shook her head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Inside the BMW X5, Wang Chao relished the moment. Look at him. Finally getting a taste of reality. He has been flaunting his superiority in the dorm, boasting about being local and owning 2 apartments. Now he has met his match. Wang Chao remarked, his face lighting up with satisfaction as he watched Zhou Hao retreat, his expression a mix of anger and embarrassment. Enough about him. Chen Zhibai was indifferent to Zhou Hao's plight. In truth, had Zhou Hao not constantly flaunted his superiority, he would never have driven the car to showcase it. Such ostentation could easily provoke envy and resentment in others. Chen Zhibai glanced at Li Dong, who appeared anxious and enviously scrutinizing the car's interior. Sigh. Observing this, Chen Zhibai felt a wave of introspection. He realized that the dynamics of their friendship would likely shift from this point forward. At the very least, with Li Dong's current envious demeanor, could he still joke around with him or play games without the underlying tension? "Old Chen, I never realized your family was so wealthy. To buy you such an expensive car right as you start college, impressive." Wang Chao exclaimed, his excitement evident. The envy lurking in his eyes was unmistakable. After all, how many people could boast of driving a BMW X5 as freshmen? "Honestly, Old Chen, I'm glad for your success. You've always been humble and never bragged about your wealth, unlike Zhou Hao, who constantly flaunts it. Everyone in class is tired of him. You're the one who remains grounded," Wang Chao added. Chen Zhibai remained silent. After all, it was only in recent days that he had come into his newfound wealth. Yet, his nature was such that even with riches, he would remain unassuming. Chapter 94, Implicit Acknowledgement. Buckle your seatbelt, it's time to drive. Chen Zhibai remarked to Wang Chao, who was seated in the passenger side and needed to fasten his seatbelt. "All right," Wang Chao quickly nodded, pulling the seatbelt across him and taking a moment to admire the car's exquisite interior. "This car is truly remarkable, it's my first time riding in such luxury." Chen Zhibai smiled faintly and said nothing as he drove away from the boys' dormitory. Along the way, Wang Chao expressed his admiration for the car while simultaneously marveling at Chen Zhibai's understated demeanor. It's been nearly a month since school started. And you haven't let on at all. Tell me, did you bring the car to the dormitory to put Zhou Hao in his place since he flaunts his superiority before you? Wang Chao inquired. Indeed, Chen Zhibai nodded, unashamed of his admission. I knew it. Wang Chao replied with a knowing look. You should have brought the car over sooner to diminish that fool's arrogance. I can still picture his stunned expression. It brings me great satisfaction. Just as Wang Chao was about to continue, he paused, noticing that Chen Zhibai had driven into the school parking lot. Why are we stopping at the parking lot? Why not drive right up to the academic building? That would be quite an impressive sight, Wang Chao asked instinctively, harboring his own thoughts. Although he couldn't afford such an expensive car, he relished the envy it elicited from others. Too ostentatious, let's walk to the classroom, Chen Zhibai replied after casting a glance at Wang Chao. In truth, a more flamboyant person would have driven directly to the academic building, but Chen Zhibai was not one to do so. Come on, let's just drive to the classroom. I want to bask in the glory too, right? Wang Chao said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yet, as Chen Zhibai found a parking spot and turned off the ignition, Wang Chao sighed, understanding that Chen Zhibai was not inclined to agree. You are far too understated, old Chen. If I were in your shoes, I'd ensure the entire class knew I drove a BMW X5. Imagine how many girls would want to be my girlfriend. That would be delightful. After unbuckling his seatbelt, Wang Chao remarked. Get out, class is about to start, Chen Zhibai said, opening the door to exit. Wang Chao sighed again but couldn't help but admire Chen Zhibai, acknowledging that if it were him, he would have been much more ostentatious. Upon entering the classroom, only a few minutes remained before class began. Wang Chao still wore an excited expression, having taken numerous photos of the BMW along the way, eager to post them on social media to impress his peers. You're here? Zhou Yu, who had been reading quietly, looked up after being nudged by Zhang Fangfang. She smiled and greeted Chen Zhibai with a warm acknowledgement, her demeanor poised and graceful. Yes, I'm here, Chen Zhibai replied, casting a few glances at Zhou Yu. At that moment, she appeared strikingly different from the morning, the most notable change being her makeup. Although subtle, it enhanced her natural beauty, and her lips, adorned with a hint of lipstick, appeared even more alluring. Additionally, her outfit accentuated her slender waist and long legs. Zhou Yu noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her and felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, despite her typically confident nature. She had indeed made an effort for Chen Zhibai. Previously, she had never bothered with makeup or clothing choices, as there had been no boys in the class she wished to impress. But things had changed now. Zhang Fangfang, sitting nearby, remarked with a smile, Chen Zhibai. You should know that Zhou Yu has never worn makeup or chosen outfits so carefully before, it's all because of you. As she spoke, she suppressed a twinge of disappointment within herself. Zhang Fangfang harbored feelings for Chen Zhibai too, appreciating his calm demeanor and distinctive charm compared to the more impulsive boys in class. However, she felt no competition against Zhou Yu, so she resigned herself to her feelings. You talk too much, just eat your snacks, Zhou Yu said, casting a playful glare at Zhang Fangfang before turning back to Chen Zhibai. How was your rest after lunch? It was quite good, Chen Zhibai replied, though internally he reflected on Zhou Yu's newfound effort in her appearance, realizing it was indeed for him. Her response to Zhang Fangfang's teasing was a subtle acknowledgement of that fact. Chen Zhibai took a seat with Wang Chao and Li Dong. The other boys in the class were oblivious to Chen Zhibai's earlier arrival in the BMW. After the first 10 minutes of class, Zhou Hao finally entered the classroom. Come in, the teacher said casually, glancing at Zhou Hao and waving him in without further comment. Zhou Hao felt a wave of relief as he stepped into the classroom. He instinctively glanced toward Chen Zhibai's seat, hesitating briefly before choosing a different spot. He was still uncertain about how to confront Chen Zhibai, recalling the embarrassment he felt about flaunting his superiority in the month since school began. Why did you sit over here? A boy beside him asked curiously. Why not? Just doing what I want, Zhou Hao replied, suppressing his thoughts while maintaining an air of superiority in his gaze toward the other boy. Though he couldn't maintain his sense of superiority before Chen Zhibai, he still felt superior to his classmates. After all, he was a local from Jiangcheng and owned 2 properties. His advantages were undeniable. The boy beside Zhou Hao rolled his eyes, noticing the arrogance in Zhou Hao's expression, feeling somewhat irritated by it. As the afternoon progressed with 3 classes, near the end of the last session, Chen Zhibai took out his phone and opened WeChat. Sending a message to Lu Meng, class is almost over. After it ends, I'll pick you and your roommate up for dinner. Chapter 95, Determined to Succeed Indeed. The response from Lu Meng arrived almost instantaneously, clearly indicating that she was engrossed in her phone. How are you feeling now? Is the pain still there? Chen Zhibai typed and sent another message. Much better, walking is no longer a problem, Lu Meng replied, slightly blushing as she typed. Aware that Chen Zhibai's concern was a testament to his care for her. Alright, class ends at 5, you still have a little over 10 minutes. You should tidy up and inform your dorm mates, Chen Zhibai replied. After Lu Meng sent a confirmation, he refrained from responding further and tucked his phone away. Just when he was about to refocus on the lecture, Wang Chao nudged his arm. Hey, Lao Chen, what are we having for dinner tonight? Wang Chao whispered after glancing at the teacher at the podium. I have something to attend to tonight, you all go ahead and eat, Chen Zhibai replied. Something to attend to? Got it, Wang Chao said, momentarily stunned and curious, yet he hesitated to inquire further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Zhibai remained silent. But he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chao, letting out a silent sigh. He discerned a subtle shift in Wang Chao's demeanor when conversing with him. Although it appeared unchanged, there was an underlying cautiousness that had developed. He understood this transformation, recognizing that he would likely feel the same if a friend of his suddenly acquired wealth. Hence, he had refrained from driving his car down to the dormitory. After withdrawing his gaze from Wang Chao, Chen Zhibai shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. In the girls' dormitory. Upon receiving no further replies from Chen Zhibai, Lu Meng finally put her phone away and rose from her bed. She had spent the entire day lying down, and her recovery was evident. The pain had significantly subsided, and walking was no longer an issue as long as she avoided striding too forcefully. In the dormitory, Lu Meng was joined by Xinxing, Wang Hui, and Li Yu, all of whom were aware that Chen Zhibai was treating them to dinner that evening, making it a collective dormitory affair. With a lighter class schedule that afternoon, they had all remained in the dormitory. Dream, what time are we going for dinner? I'm feeling a bit hungry now, Wang Hui inquired bashfully as she peeked out from her bed upon hearing Lu Meng's movements. At her words, Li Yu, who had been lying on her bed playing with her phone, discreetly tucked her device away and turned her gaze toward Lu Meng. Xincheng, however, continued to focus on the English vocabulary displayed on her phone, not looking up. Soon. My boyfriend's class ends in a little over 10 minutes. And then we can head out for dinner, Lu Meng replied with a smile, meeting Wang Hui's curious gaze. Wow, dream, you're saying boyfriend so effortlessly now, Wang Hui teased. Lu Meng felt no embarrassment. After all, Chen Zhibai was indeed her boyfriend. Moreover, given the progression of their relationship, she had given herself to him completely, leaving no room for shyness. Let us get ready. We'll head out for dinner soon, Lu Meng added before entering the bathroom for a quick shower and to tidy herself up. Though their relationship had deepened, she understood the importance of presenting herself beautifully. It was her advantage in capturing Chen Zhibai's heart. Don't worry, dream, I'll start getting ready right now, Wang Hui exclaimed, suddenly invigorated at the thought of dinner. Jumping off her bed, Li Yu, seated at her desk, briefly glanced at Wang Hui before following suit and getting up. The only one who remained seated was Xinchang, who continued to memorize vocabulary. Xinchang, Wang Hui said as she approached and gently nudged Xinchang's arm. What's up? Xinchang turned to face Wang Hui, momentarily distracted. Are you not going to put on some makeup? We're going out to dinner with Dream's boyfriend soon, Wang Hui remarked, unable to hide her admiration for Xinchang's flawless complexion as she touched her arm. What's the point of makeup? I'll be fine just changing my clothes, Xinchang replied, her beautiful fair face displaying a hint of reluctance. She didn't feel the need to beautify herself for a casual dinner with Lu Meng's boyfriend. Well, with your beauty, even without makeup, you still look stunning, Wang Hui asserted, not considering Xinchang's perspective, assuming she merely didn't want to bother with makeup.
Xin Qing glanced at her but chose not to elaborate.
Alright, then. I'm going to do a quick makeup session since we're meeting Dream's boyfriend.
I can't let her down, and besides, if I happen to encounter a guy I like, I want to look my best, Wang Hui said with a chuckle. Heading to her desk to begin her makeup routine. Her intentions were genuine, she wanted to avoid embarrassing Lu Meng.
Moreover,
the thought of possibly meeting an attractive guy only fueled her desire to prepare. Xin Cheng remained silent, watching Wang Hui apply her makeup before returning her focus to her vocabulary studies. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her fair, beautiful face, bestowing upon her an ethereal, serene quality that was particularly captivating. In stark contrast, however, was her alluring figure beneath her nightgown, making it hard to reconcile her delicate demeanor with such a remarkable physique.
Seated at her desk, Liu began her makeup ahead of Wang Hui.
Her technique was evidently refined, a result of frequently watching beauty vloggers. As she applied her makeup, she cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hui, letting out a quiet scoff. She held Wang Hui in low regard. While Wang Hui possessed a certain cuteness, she did not qualify as beautiful.
If all the girls in the dormitory looked like Wang Hui, Liu would undoubtedly be deemed the most attractive.
With a sigh, she glanced at Xin Cheng and then at Lu Meng, still in the bathroom, before suppressing her thoughts and concentrating on her makeup. Tonight's dinner was crucial, as she aimed to make her mark. If she succeeded in winning over Chen Zhibai, it would prove her superiority over Lu Meng. This was a point she was keen to validate, especially given Chen Zhibai's affluence and generosity. Thus, she was resolute in her pursuit. Chapter 96, Where is Chen Zhibai? After finishing her bath and drying her hair, Lu Meng emerged from the restroom nearly 20 minutes later. At this moment, Wang Hui had already completed her makeup. Although she could not be deemed beautiful, there was an undeniable charm about her.
Meng,
you look stunning after your shower,
Wang Hui exclaimed, eyes sparkling with admiration as Lu Meng stepped out of the restroom.
Lu Meng truly radiated beauty, her complexion luminous,
her figure captivating, and her face undeniably attractive.
Yet, what stood out the most were her long, elegant legs. Wang Hui instinctively glanced down at her own shorter legs, feeling a twinge of envy.
Meng, how did your legs get to be so long?
She asked, her voice filled with admiration.
They're not as exaggerated as you think.
Lu Meng chuckled, pinching Wang Hui's cheek playfully before settling down to apply her makeup. I'm being serious, Wang Hui muttered,
just as she was about to speak again.
Her gaze fell upon Liu, momentarily stunning her.
From Wang Hui's perspective,
Liu was adorned with beautiful makeup and her outfit was perfectly coordinated, a delicate white dress that exuded a pure and alluring style. Wang Hui was momentarily lost in thought,
realizing that Liu seemed to place great importance on the dinner that evening.
However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Liu sat at her desk, admiring her reflection in the mirror, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. The makeup beautifully enhanced her facial features. If she had rated herself an 80 before, the makeup elevated her to an 86 or 87. Coupled with her carefully chosen white dress, she felt she could rival any 90-point beauty. Pleased with her appearance, she cast a proud glance at Lu Meng, but her expression faltered the moment she noticed Lu Meng's bare face, which, despite its simplicity, remained remarkably striking. Even she had to concede that, despite her own efforts, Lu Meng was undeniably more beautiful. Though she quickly suppressed this thought, it left Liu feeling slightly disheartened. When her gaze fell upon Lu Meng's fair, long legs once more, she could not help but clench her fists.
Exhaling deeply,
Liu forced herself to look away from Lu Meng, internally grappling with a sense of defeat. She realized that despite her meticulous grooming and makeup, she still could not measure up to Lu Meng. Unfazed by Liu's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Meng finished her makeup and walked to the wardrobe to pick out an outfit. She chose a pure white short-sleeve top paired with a black pleated skirt, complemented by high-waisted white socks and white sneakers. The ensemble accentuated her long legs and radiated a cheerful charm. Liu instinctively glanced again, but quickly averted her gaze. Each has their own preferences.
Perhaps Chen Zhibai prefers Lu Meng's style? This thought oddly eased Liu's internal tension. The teacher extended the class period.
And just as the bell rang, Chen Zhibai took out his phone to send Lu Meng a WeChat message. His intention to drive to the girls' dormitory was, of course,
to elevate Lu Meng's status, and it was also convenient, as he could take her directly to dinner. Take your time, no rush, Lu Meng replied, having just finished packing. Upon receiving his message, Chen Zhibai tucked his phone away and exited the classroom. Chen Zhibai, where is he? Zhou Yu wondered aloud, having been tidying her books. When she looked up to find him, she realized he had mysteriously left the classroom, leaving a hint of disappointment on her fair, beautiful face. As she had hoped to invite him to dinner. Noticing Zhou Yu's expression, Zhang Fangfang, sitting nearby, asked, "What's up, you? Were you looking for him?" Zhou Yu, unbothered by the curiosity of her roommates, replied confidently, "I just wanted to ask him to join us for dinner." Another dinner together? Zhang Fangfang raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with the other two roommates before looking back at Zhou Yu. "Yu, what are you thinking? I think he is quite good in many ways. So I'd like to get to know him better," Zhou Yu stated candidly, her fair face serious. The directness of her admission prompted Zhang Fangfang and her roommates to exchange intrigued glances. "You have WeChat, right? Just message him and say you're going to dinner together." "He'll definitely agree, especially since you're so beautiful," one of her roommates suggested, earning enthusiastic nods from the others, who all acknowledged Zhou Yu's attractiveness. "No. He probably has something on. We can go together tomorrow instead," Zhou Yu replied, momentarily swayed by her roommate's suggestion but ultimately shaking her head. "All right. Let us head back to the dorm. I'd like to take a shower," she announced, standing up and looking at Zhang Fangfang and the others. They nodded in agreement and rose to leave the classroom. Just as they stepped outside, a boy suddenly appeared, standing directly in front of Zhou Yu. Upon seeing him, Zhang Fangfang and the others turned their attention to Zhou Yu. The boy, Zhang Jichao, was the class monitor from a neighboring class and had been making an effort to impress Zhou Yu throughout the past month. They all recognized his interest in her. "What a coincidence! Shall we grab a meal together?" Zhang Jichao smiled at Zhou Yu. To be fair, he was quite handsome, tall, and dressed in brand-name clothing, suggesting a comfortable family background. Chapter 97, This is what they call connections. Upon hearing Zhang Jichao utter, "What a coincidence, running into you here. Let's have a meal together." Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates instinctively exchanged glances and simultaneously curled their lips in disdain. The pretext he devised was far from sincere. They were unconvinced that this encounter was mere happenstance. It was evident that Zhang Jichao had deliberately waited at the classroom door, specifically for Zhou Yu. "No. I prefer to dine with my roommates," Zhou Yu replied, having discerned Zhang Jichao's intentions without revealing her thoughts. Though Zhang Jichao possessed commendable qualities, she had no desire to engage with him. Their previous conversations had revealed his somewhat juvenile demeanor, often boasting about his family's connections, which genuinely irked Zhou Yu. Thus, she firmly declined his invitation. Seeing Zhou Yu's refusal, Zhang Fangfang and her roommates instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, as they too found Zhang Jichao somewhat pretentious. In comparison, they believed Chen Zhibai to be a far more suitable companion. "What's the harm? Let's go together. I would like to meet your roommates," Zhang Jichao remarked, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing into a smile. As he spoke, he gazed at Zhou Yu's fair, beautiful face, his emotions becoming somewhat unsettled. Having experienced romantic relationships before, given his popularity in high school, he had not been short of admirers. However, upon his first sighting of Zhou Yu in college, he felt his heart stir. She was not only stunning but also exuded grace, coming from a well-off family as an only child, exactly the type of girlfriend he envisioned. Despite his persistent pursuits, Zhou Yu remained indifferently unresponsive, which left him in a state of uncertainty. Fortunately, he was patient. He had previously observed Zhou Yu's class and, truthfully, found no male rival worthy of her. Thus, he was determined to win her heart. Zhou Yu would undoubtedly become his girlfriend. And he believed that this future would not be delayed for long. "No, we prefer to have a gathering in our dorm," Zhou Yu reiterated, her serene expression contrasting sharply with the smile she wore in front of Chen Zhibai. After speaking, she turned away from Zhang Jichao, focusing instead on her roommates. "Let us go eat." "All right," Zhang Fangfang and the two roommates nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to step away, Zhang Jichao interjected once more. "Wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's beautiful brows furrowed in displeasure.
The reason I sought you out to dine together is that I have something I wish to discuss, Zhang Jichao said. His smile unwavering yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. I recall you mentioned wanting to join the student union's comprehensive department. My father's friend's son is the current head of that department. Our families are quite close. He informed me that they are only accepting 5 new students this time. And I can secure a spot for myself without an exam, plus I can recommend someone else for the same privilege.
Zhang Jichao's implication was glaringly obvious, bordering on blatant.
So, shall we have a meal together and discuss this? He proposed, his confidence radiating. He was certain Zhou Yu would agree to dine with him, especially since he had extended the offer of an unexamined entry into the student union's comprehensive department. While the student union encompassed various departments, including outreach and publicity, the comprehensive department wielded the most influence. Moreover, the head of this department typically ascended to the position of student union president. This prospect was particularly alluring for those aspiring to become civil service candidates. A strong campus resume was crucial. After making his proposition, Zhang Jichao stood confidently, awaiting Zhou Yu's response. Zhang Fangfang and the other roommates instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhou Yu, aware of her ambitions to become a civil servant, which motivated her role as class leader and her desire to join the student union. Would she acquiesce? The tension among Zhang Fangfang and her roommates grew palpable.
Thank you. But I'm fine.
I trust my abilities and can secure a position in the comprehensive department on my own, Zhou Yu asserted, meeting Zhang Jichao's confident gaze without hesitation, shaking her head in refusal. Without allowing him a chance to respond, she grasped Zhang Fangfang and her other roommates and resolutely headed in the direction of their dormitory. Her departure was decisive, imbued with a sense of poise.
Meanwhile, the once self-assured Zhang Jichao found himself momentarily stunned.
In the next instant, his expression darkened. He had never anticipated that what he believed to be a sure thing would be so abruptly rejected by Zhou Yu, leaving him feeling unexpectedly discontented. Class leader, what's wrong? A voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a classmate, a girl with a pleasant and attractive appearance. Nothing, Zhang Jichao quickly adjusted his expression, forcing a smile. Oh. Okay, the girl replied, oblivious, before walking away. Zhang Jichao stood rooted in place, casting a glance at Zhou Yu's retreating figure. After a moment's contemplation, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered promptly amidst a cacophony of background noise. Hello? Jichao, what's up? Came a casual, nonchalant voice from the other end. Yet, Zhang Jichao bore no resentment, instead, he wore a broad smile. Wang Ge. Remember I mentioned wanting to recommend someone for the comprehensive department? There's been a sudden change, she intends to interview on her own. Could you possibly ensure she is excluded during the interview process so I can have a conversation with her afterward and then bring her in? Zhang Jichao stepped into a secluded corner, whispering this lengthy request. Once he finished, he anxiously awaited a response. You're quite clever, using this method to pursue a girl. Alright, considering our families are friends, I'll take care of it. Just show up for the new interviews in a few days, came the reply. Zhang Jichao's face lit up with joy. Great, thanks, brother. Do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to a meal. Don't be so polite, I'm busy. Let us leave it at that. Bye for now. The line went dead. Zhang Jichao didn't mind. He tucked his phone away and glanced once more at Zhou Yu's departing silhouette, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. He couldn't fathom how he would fail to win her over. He had already resolved that only upon Zhou Yu agreeing to be his girlfriend would he allow her entry into the comprehensive department. He chuckled to himself. What is this? This is what they call connections. After all, one of my friends is the current head of the student union's comprehensive department. Chapter 98, It's too dark, it is indeed disheartening. The comprehensive department initially planned to select 5 individuals from the freshman class, and one of them was already predetermined. Now, with an additional recommendation, 2 slots have been lost. Zhang Fangfang, along with her 2 roommates, expressed their discontent. They were still clinging to the belief that society is fundamentally fair, which fueled their frustration. In contrast, Zhou Yu remained composed, fully aware that fairness has never been a hallmark of this world. Yu, since you didn't agree to dine with him, I fear he won't let it go easily.
What if he tries to sabotage your entry into the comprehensive department? After all, his brother is the head of that department. Zhang Fangfang voiced her concerns while glancing at Zhou Yu.
Upon hearing this, her two roommates fell silent, sharing in the unease.
It's all right.
If I can't join the comprehensive department, I can always enter another division in the student union, Zhou Yu responded with a smile, meeting her roommates' worried gazes.
Other departments simply cannot compare to the comprehensive department.
They wield significant power and oversee many matters. The other divisions in the student union are relatively weaker, Zhang Fangfang added.
Moreover, Yu, don't you aspire to become the student union president? If you don't get into the comprehensive department, what about that ambition? She continued. But Zhou Yu interrupted, it's fine.
Despite her words, a hint of resignation flickered in her beautiful eyes.
She realized that gaining entry into the comprehensive department was unlikely.
With Zhang Jichao's temperament, it seemed one would have to become his girlfriend to be accepted, a proposition she could not entertain. Thus, she resolved to explore other departments instead. Yet, she worried that this might render her resume insufficient for future selections.
Let us head back to the dorm and take a shower, I feel rather sweaty.
Zhou Yu said, pulling her roommates along without allowing them a chance to respond.
I have arrived at the school parking lot. I just got into the car.
It should take about 10 minutes to reach the dormitory, Chen Zhibai messaged Lu Meng as he settled into the driver's seat.
Okay. I got it. Lu Meng replied almost instantly.
Just as Chen Zhibai was about to put away his phone, another message from Lu Meng appeared.
By the way, my roommate just asked where we're dining tonight. At Baiyun Impression, Chen Zhibai typed back. Baiyun Impression?
Lu Meng was momentarily stunned upon seeing the name of the restaurant. She was well aware that Baiyun Impression is one of the upscale dining establishments in Jiangcheng, with an average meal costing over 1,000 per person. She had learned about it through a Douyin influencer who showcased high-end restaurants. And a particular video featuring Baiyun Impression had garnered significant attention for satisfying the public's curiosity about the lives of the wealthy.
Alright, understood. Drive safely, Lu Meng replied. Snapping back to reality after a brief pause. At the girls' dormitory, Wang Hui curiously inquired, did you ask your boyfriend where we're eating tonight? Baiyun Impression, Lu Meng responded. Baiyun Impression. Are you serious, Meng Meng? We're really going there tonight?
I heard the food is incredibly expensive. Averaging over 1,000 for just a few dishes, Wang Hui exclaimed, then suddenly smacked her forehead. Of course, with your boyfriend's wealth, it's entirely possible.
But that's quite extravagant.
While Wang Hui spoke of extravagance, her eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation. After all, this was Baiyun Impression.
Li Yu, sitting nearby,
felt her heart flutter at the mention of Baiyun Impression, her own eyes reflecting a sense of yearning. Even Shen Xing, upon hearing those 4 words,
instinctively glanced at Lu Meng. In this age of social media, what was once the privilege of the wealthy has become known to the masses.
Such as the allure of Baiyun Impression.
I can hardly wait. I'm going to indulge tonight, it's Baiyun Impression after all.
And I'll take photos to share on my social media, Wang Hui said, wrapping her arm around Lu Meng excitedly.
Meng Meng, I love you. Without you,
I would never have the chance to dine at Baiyun Impression.
Love you. As she spoke, Wang Hui leaned in and playfully kissed Lu Meng on the cheek.
The sound of the kiss resonating clearly.
Lu Meng. She wiped her face, somewhat exasperated.
Meng Meng, don't be dismissive, I'm genuinely excited, Wang Hui said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lu Meng shook her head, rising from her seat. Let us go, it's time to head downstairs.
Wang Hui nodded eagerly. Having prepared themselves, the 4 soon exited the dormitory and made their way downstairs.
Some boys waiting at the girls' dormitory, upon catching sight of Lu Meng, paused in their tracks.
Captivated.
Lu Meng's beauty, figure, and radiant aura epitomized the ideal of a dream girl, particularly complemented by her long legs.
Conversely,
a few boys discreetly cast glances at Shen Xing. Despite her minimal makeup and simple attire, a plain white t-shirt and long jeans, her cool, goddess-like demeanor was unmistakable.
Naturally, those who favored that ethereal quality couldn't help but gaze in her direction.
In that moment, the boys present distinctly divided into 2 factions.
Meng Meng, Xingqing.
All the boys are looking at you, Wang Hui whispered. Lu Meng and Shen Qing exchanged smiles, their eyes meeting instinctively, yet neither spoke.
Li Yu, standing aside,
clenched her teeth in frustration, recognizing that most of the boys were focused on Lu Meng and Shen Qing.
Were there boys looking at her? Yes, indeed. For Li Yu had made an effort to present herself as a beauty.
However, the attention she received paled in comparison to the allure of Lu Meng and Shen Qing. An Audi, while commendable, could hardly compete with the presence of a Bentley. This was undeniable, yet it left Li Yu feeling resentful and out of balance.
Nonetheless,
she maintained a smile on her face, concerned that Chen Zhibai might approach unexpectedly. Thus, she resolved to keep her demeanor impeccable,
believing that only then could she successfully capture his attention.
With that thought, she glanced at Lu Meng and let out a soft huff.
Chapter 99. Greetings. My name is Chen Zhibai. Every time I venture out with you all, I feel an undeniable pressure.
Wang Hui sighed,
glancing at Lu Meng and Shen Qing. However,
being a carefree individual, she quickly shifted her focus to other matters.
Meng, shouldn't we order a car?
One vehicle won't suffice, we'll need two. Considering there are 4 of us from the dormitory, plus your boyfriend, making it 5 in total, Wang Hui remarked.
No need to call for a car, Lu Meng replied, shaking her head. No need for a car?
Why is that?
Wang Hui asked, momentarily taken aback.
Because my boyfriend has a car.
He will come to pick us up shortly, Lu Meng smiled. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui's eyes widened in surprise.
Li Yu also appeared momentarily stunned.
Even Chen Qing couldn't help but look up at Lu Meng. Chen Zhibai has a car? He already has one as a freshman? Wang Hui exclaimed in astonishment.
After Lu Meng nodded, she inquired about the make of the vehicle.
Although Li Yu remained silent, her ears perked up in curiosity.
You'll find out shortly,
Lu Meng replied enigmatically.
Noticing this, Wang Hui clung to Lu Meng's arm, playfully begging for more information, but Lu Meng remained tight-lipped. She felt that revealing it was akin to boasting about her boyfriend's top-tier BMW X5, so she opted for silence, knowing they'd discover it soon enough.
Oh, come on. Meng, just tell me. I'm begging you.
Wang Hui continued to plead, but Lu Meng merely shook her head with a smile.
Consequently,
Wang Hui abandoned her pursuit of answers. It must be a splendid car, especially since your Chen Zhibai is so affluent, he casually gifted you a 70,000 yuan LV bag, she remarked, though she had given up on her inquiries.
Li Yu, standing nearby, instinctively nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Wang Hui's statement. Chen Zhibai's vehicle was undoubtedly of high quality.
Even at their tender age as freshmen, it should at least be an Audi A4. As they engaged in idle chatter,
time swiftly passed, and after a brief 10 minutes, Lu Meng's eyes suddenly brightened as she spotted the BMW X5 gliding smoothly toward them. Under the sunlight,
the sleek gray color appeared particularly sporty and eye-catching, exuding an aura of elegance.
Meng, it's been over 10 minutes, why hasn't your boyfriend arrived yet? Wang Hui inquired curiously, wiping the perspiration from her forehead.
September's warmth lingered in the air, and despite standing in the shade, it was still quite warm.
In fact, he has just arrived, Lu Meng interjected. Has he? Which car is it? Where? Wang Hui's curiosity piqued instantly, her energy renewed. Li Yu, too, brightened at the prospect.
That car right there, Lu Meng said with a smile, pointing her delicate hand toward the approaching BMW X5.
BMW?
Wang Hui exclaimed as she turned her gaze. And upon seeing the iconic BMW emblem, her excitement was palpable. Although she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, she recognized the prestige of the Mercedes, BMW, and Audi brands. Beside her, Li Yu also recognized the approaching BMW, and a flicker of realization crossed her face. Just days ago, she had seen this very car on campus. And Zhou Hao had mentioned it was a top-tier BMW X5, with a price tag exceeding 850,000 yuan. She had been taken aback at the time, contemplating how to uncover the identity of the car's owner. If the owner turned out to be a student, she might consider pursuing him. However, when Lu Meng returned to the dorm with an LV bag worth 888 yuan, her attention shifted toward Chen Zhibai, and she abandoned her initial plan. But now, could it be that Chen Zhibai was the owner of this car? Li Yu was momentarily stunned. In contrast, Xin Cheng remained the calmest of the group,
though her gaze followed Lu Meng's pointing finger. Upon sighting the BMW X5, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. Her gaze instinctively darted to the license plate. And when she saw it bore the number 999, her astonishment deepened. She then turned her head to look at Lu Meng, thinking to herself, what a stroke of luck. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhibai had arrived, parking the car smoothly before Lu Meng. The striking gray BMW X5 immediately drew the attention of the boys waiting outside the dormitory for their girlfriends. Those knowledgeable about cars expressed their admiration, noting the vehicle's hefty price tag. The top-tier BMW X5, with an on-the-road price exceeding 850,000 yuan, elicited gasps of astonishment and envy from the other boys. Lu Meng, standing nearby, could easily overhear their discussions.
Therefore, when she caught wind of the car's exorbitant price, Wang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression clearly indicating her shock. In comparison, Li Yu maintained a semblance of composure, having already been informed by Zhou Hao of the car's considerable value. Yet, while her demeanor was calm, her thoughts began to drift toward the notion of pursuing Chen Zhibai.
Unaware of the murmurs outside, Chen Zhibai parked the car and stepped out. How long have you been waiting?
He asked Lu Meng with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of pride.
Lu Meng looked stunning, embodying the essence of a goddess.
With her striking features and graceful figure, her long, fair legs beneath a black pleated skirt seemed to radiate light. And she was his girlfriend, a fact that filled him with pride. It wasn't long, Lu Meng replied with a smile, noticing the pride in Chen Zhibai's gaze, which swelled her own sense of pride.
Allow me to introduce you, these are my 3 roommates. This is Wang Hui, charmingly delightful in her demeanor. This is Xin Cheng, the ethereal beauty of our dormitory. And this is Li Yu, as you know, Zhou Hao's girlfriend from your dormitory.
Suppressing her own pride, Lu Meng introduced Wang Hui,
Xin Cheng, and Li Yu standing beside her.
Hello, I am Meng Meng's boyfriend, Chen Zhibai, he said with a nod and a smile.
Yet his gaze instinctively lingered on Xin Cheng. He had not anticipated that among Lu Meng's roommates, one would possess such striking beauty and grace.
Chapter 100, truly wealthy in comparison to Lu Meng, she was equally impressive. Chen Zhibai gazed at Xin Cheng, pausing for a moment on her fair and exquisite visage, and inwardly marveled. This was indeed a high compliment, for Lu Meng's beauty, physique, and poise were remarkable. Take Xin Jiawei, for instance, despite her extraordinary figure. When it came to looks, she could not quite match Lu Meng. However, Xin Cheng was different, her beauty was truly on par with Lu Meng's. Even more striking than her looks was the serene aura she exuded. To be fair, such a demeanor was undeniably captivating. Thus, even Chen Zhibai found himself stealing an extra glance at Xin Cheng.
Hello, handsome Chen, Wang Hui greeted with a wave.
The brevity of her words belied by the curiosity in her gaze directed at him. She had never seen Chen Zhibai before, but previously, Li Yu had mentioned in the dormitory while on a call with Zhou Hao that Chen Zhibai's looks and background were quite ordinary. So, even after discovering that Chen Zhibai's background was anything but ordinary, after all, a luxury LV bag valued at
888 yuan was given without hesitation. Wang Hui still presumed that his appearance was unremarkable.
Yet, upon seeing him now, she realized that was far from the truth.
Ordinary looks? This was anything but ordinary.
His appearance was undeniably pleasing, coupled with a calm and composed demeanor that naturally endeared him to others.
How could this be considered ordinary?
Wang Hui turned to Li Yu, somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend how Li Yu could have deemed Chen Zhibai as plain. Li Yu, oblivious to Wang Hui's gaze, was also observing Chen Zhibai. To be honest, upon seeing him, she felt somewhat dazed and bewildered. The last time she had encountered Chen Zhibai in the cafeteria, he had unruly hair and his attire lacked any semblance of style. But now, with a neat and refreshing hairstyle, handsome features, and well-fitted casual clothing, he radiated confidence and composure. He had an inexplicable presence. Were it not for his face being the same, Li Yu might have doubted her recognition. After a moment of surprise, Li Yu forcibly suppressed her astonishment. We've met before, she said with a smile, glancing at Lu Meng, who seemed unaware of her.
She then playfully winked at Chen Zhibai.
Chen Zhibai merely responded with a slight nod. In truth, Li Yu looked quite lovely in her makeup and white dress,
exuding a pure charm. Yet, standing beside Lu Meng and Shen Qing, she instantly transformed from a beauty into just another face in the crowd.
Thus, Chen Zhibai paid her no heed. The fact that he ignored her playful gesture left Li Yu feeling somewhat discontented. She bit her lip, about to say something more. But Shen Qing had already spoken.
Hello.
Shen Qing regarded Chen Zhibai, nodding in simple acknowledgement. Her voice mirrored her demeanor, carrying a cool elegance, though her greeting was brief.
Consisting solely of a single word, her gaze lingered on Chen Zhibai for a few seconds.
Although she quickly averted her eyes, her heart fluttered. He possessed a pleasing appearance and dressed impeccably. Most importantly, his calm and unhurried presence stood in stark contrast to the rest of the boys,
which intrigued Shen Qing and even sparked a hint of admiration.
Yet, she swiftly suppressed the sentiment, reminding herself that he was Lu Meng's boyfriend.
Hello. Chen Zhibai replied,
his gaze resting on Shen Qing's delicate face for 2 seconds before he turned away.
Shall we head to the car?
He suggested with a smile.
Sure.
Lu Meng nodded, and after saying this, she beckoned to Wang Hui and Shen Qing.
Hui, Qingqing, you can sit in the back seat.
All right. Shen Qing gently nodded and opened the door to the back seat, sliding in. Hee, I've never been in such a nice car before.
Meng, thanks to you.
Wang Hui chuckled, not rushing to get in but playfully pulling Lu Meng's arm before following her inside. Lu Meng found this both amusing and exasperating.
Yet she understood Wang Hui's nature. Yeah, come on.
Wang Hui called to Li Yu, who was still standing outside.
Coming. Li Yu responded, glancing at Lu Meng as she entered.
She knew Lu Meng would undoubtedly claim the front passenger seat, which made her feel slightly unbalanced. However, she thought to herself, it wasn't certain who would prevail. With determination sparkling in her eyes, Li Yu took her seat. Although 3 people occupied the back seat, it felt far from cramped.
Let us get in as well, Lu Meng said, taking Chen Zhibai's arm.
Chen Zhibai nodded, just as Lu Meng suddenly tugged on his arm. Instinctively, he looked down, about to ask what was wrong, when Lu Meng leaned in and kissed him on the cheek.
I saw everything. Wang Hui exclaimed from the back seat.
Well, you saw it. I kissed my boyfriend, Lu Meng replied nonchalantly, smiling as she climbed into the front passenger seat.
Chen Zhibai shook his head as he took his place in the driver's seat.
After Lu Meng fastened her seatbelt, she discreetly glanced at him.
In truth,
the reason she had kissed him was due to her observation of the lingering glances he cast at Shen Qing. Although it was perfectly normal, after all. Shen Qing was indeed comparable to her, such attentiveness stirred an inexplicable sense of vigilance within Lu Meng. Thus, she had decided to assert her claim.
Reflecting on this, Lu Meng subtly turned to glance at Shen Qing in the back seat.
This car is truly spacious and luxurious. Chen, I'm curious, does this car really cost over 800,000
yuan?
Wang Hui inquired, her hands exploring the interior, her eyes wide with curiosity. Unable to contain herself any longer, she finally posed the question. Although she had heard some boys mention that the car was valued at over 800,000 yuan, she wished to hear it directly from Chen Zhibai.
Roughly. Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. Truly wealthy. Upon hearing his affirmation, Wang Hui instinctively sighed in awe. 800,000 yuan. Her monthly allowance was only 500.
Meaning this car could cover her living expenses for 566 months, or 47 years, if calculated annually.
Truly wealthy indeed.